Kanto Region, Japan City. The Japan Forest, an expansive realm teeming with diverse spirits, is heralded as a paradise for trainers. However, to the average person, it remains an inaccessible and terrifying domain. In the genuine world of spirits, the fairy tale filters are shattered here. Spirits can be lethal, capable of devouring and killing. As night falls, ghostly spirits can even consume souls. A moment's negligence may lead to death, with one's soul as mere sustenance. This world knows no invincible cockroach, unless endowed with the aura of a protagonist. On this day, at the very outskirts of the Japan Forest, a frail youth was fleeing for his life. Sweating profusely, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and his chest bore a deep indentation. Yet, despite his dire state, he clutched tightly to a tree fruit, the most unremarkable red apple in the Japan Forest. To trainers, such a fruit might seem trivial, but to an ordinary person, it could sustain them for an entire month. In this world, where the alliance is still in its infancy, the upper and middle classes lead lives of comfort, while the lower classes toil desperately for mere survival. The notion of becoming a trainer at the tender age of 10, possessing one's own spirit, or even acquiring a high-quality starter trio, remains an exclusive privilege for the offspring of alliance insiders. For the common folk, securing even a basic cater pie requires 10,000 spirit coins, and spirit balls can only be purchased by registered trainers of the alliance. The registration fee alone amounts to 30,000 spirit coins. The aspirations of bug-catching youths are heights unattainable for the ordinary. In such circumstances, the underprivileged often find it challenging to secure their basic needs, and orphans in the slums are even more pitiable, with starvation a frequent occurrence. Those with audacity might resort to desperate measures, just like Sakamaki, who ventured into the Japan Forest in search of fortune if luck favored him. A single tree fruit could afford him a month of good living. Indeed, this youth was named Sakamaki, and he was not originally from this world but a traveler from another realm. Upon the unfortunate demise of the original owner of this body, who tripped over a stone, he fortuitously became its new inhabitant. Initially, Sakamaki was filled with joy and excitement at the prospect of becoming a trainer, challenging gyms, competing in tournaments, and ultimately aspiring to be a member of the Elite Four, or even the champion. With the name Sakamaki, he had envisioned catching a super cater pie first, or perhaps a Pokémon that couldn't fly. Yet, reality delivered a cruel blow. He was merely an ordinary orphan. The narrative here positions him as an orphan due to the scant information about Sakamaki's parents. However, the first leader of Team Rocket is present, implying this is a parallel universe. The threat of even a cater pie loomed large over him. Ordinary humans were no match for spirits. Ever since being expelled from the orphanage, Sakamaki found himself devoid of spirits, without a single spirit coin, and struggling even to secure a meal. In such dire straits, desperation drove him to take risks. This was not Sakamaki's first venture. On two previous occasions, fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to collect tree fruits before delving deep into the forest. This time, however, he had ventured slightly further and attracted trouble. Near the red apple, a famished Rattata lay in wait. One of the most temperamental spirits in the realm, it fixed its beady eyes on Sakamaki, its gaze turning crimson upon spotting him. The fact that Sakamaki had snatched its food only intensified its fury. What followed was a collision that nearly cost Sakamaki his life. Now, he found himself sprinting for his life, pursued by a Rattata, roughly the size of an adult cat. Rattata are social creatures. If he didn't escape swiftly, he might soon be facing not just one but a horde. Such a fate would likely render him nothing more than a pile of bones. Do not dismiss this as improbable. Even trainers, if unfortunate enough, can meet their end at the jaws of spirits. Much like how nature's predators, such as bears and tigers, prey upon humans, the relationship between spirits and humans mirrors this. According to statistics from the Alliance Biological Research Institute, the number of human casualties caused by spirits like the Bidoof is alarmingly high, closely followed by ghost-type spirits. Thus, as Sakamaki heard the Rattata plop behind him, he felt no affection but rather a creeping horror. The red apple in his hand felt like a scalding hot coal, yet he was loath to discard it. For the next month, his sustenance hinged upon that fruit. Otherwise, he might meet a grim fate on the streets. Merely a question of sooner or later. Cough, cough. The frantic running exacerbated his already injured lungs, causing them to wheeze and burn. Sakamaki erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood spewing from his mouth, alongside fragments of internal tissue. He felt dizzy, the world around him dimming, his once pale cheeks now resembling a sheet of paper, starkly white. On the precipice of death, with bloodshot eyes, Sakaki raised the red apple, biting into it fiercely. Damn this world, I will fight back. This fruit, capable of restoring a spirit's vitality, had transformed into both a scythe demanding his life and his sole chance of survival. Since the Rattata had yet to catch up, it had not even attempted a tail whip or quick attack. Its level was likely only 1 or 2 at best. Thus, it was time to take a desperate gamble. Let the spirits of this world witness the terror of a desperate human. With each bite of the red apple, its sweet juice and flesh infused Sakaki with energy. He felt his chest wounds healing, his frail body invigorated with newfound strength, akin to an adrenaline rush. Indeed, this red apple was exceptionally sweet. Upon witnessing Sakaki devouring the red apple, the Rattata nearly lost its mind with rage, yearning to rip the human's throat out. Yet, Sakaki suddenly halted, turning to seize a dry branch, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he roared, "Come on, let's see whose life is tougher." The Rattata, momentarily startled by Sakaki's fierce demeanor, froze for a brief instant. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it quickly regained its composure, eyeing the frail boy wielding a branch with even greater malice. "Rattata!" It screeched in fury, its front paws digging into the ground, poised to pounce. The best defense is a good offense. Rather than waiting passively for doom, it was better to strike first. Gripping the branch tightly, Sakaki charged at the Rattata, shouting, "Bring it on!" Chapter 2. The terrifying standoff between the determined youth and Rattata. Seeing that Sakaki was not fleeing, but instead advancing towards it, only fueled the Rattata's fury. With a powerful leap, it aimed a direct headbutt at Sakaki's face. Tackle. If this hit squarely, a mere concussion would be the least of Sakaki's worries. However, the red apple surged his adrenaline, sharpening his focus. He swiftly sidestepped, snatching a stone from the ground and hurling it at the Rattata's head. Then, executing a roll, he narrowly dodged the lethal blow and swung the branch, striking the Rattata's flank with force. Though the hit did not inflict fatal damage, it was enough to cause the Rattata to stagger in pain. However, an even fiercer rage surged forth, its mouth agape, sharp fangs glinting ominously as it launched a relentless assault on Sakaki. Crack, crack. Each bite severed the branch into shorter segments, the immense force causing Sakaki's arm to tingle and ache, as if leaden. The small Rattata observed the diminishing branch with an air of contempt and mockery in its beady eyes. Naturally, Sakaki caught the glint of its gaze and cursed inwardly, "Beast," yet dared not relent. He awaited an opportunity, one that could turn the tide in his favor. With unwavering concentration, beads of sweat cascaded down his gaunt face, splattering onto the parched earth, absorbed instantaneously, leaving no trace. At the moment the Rattata leaped once more, Sakaki feigned a fall, twisting his wrist to wield the now sharpened branch, slicing toward the Rattata's vulnerable neck, the critical point for most small creatures. "Rattata!" A shrill cry pierced the air as the Rattata's body quivered violently, blood instantly staining its fur, writhing in agony upon the ground. The Rattata could scarcely fathom that the branch it had severed would become the harbinger of its own demise. Cunning human. Success. Sakaki felt a surge of triumph. Without hesitation, he pressed down upon the Rattata, thrusting the branch forcefully into the wound. "Die. Just die." Even as the Rattata's claws raked across his body, leaving him battered and bloodied, he pressed on. Breathless, he found himself drenched in a mingling of sweat and blood, his hands grotesquely fused with the branch. Beneath him, the Rattata gradually lost its vitality and warmth. After slaying the Rattata, Sakaki, utterly exhausted, could no longer endure. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from the multitude of wounds, seeping into the soil of the lush forest. Sakaki's body temperature waned, seemingly marking his final dance upon this earth. In a haze, he murmured, so unsatisfied, "I haven't even touched a Pokeball. How utterly embarrassing." A sudden gust swept through, causing the branches of the forest to sway violently, and the once cacophonous woods fell eerily silent. A green light blossomed, connecting the earth of the forest with Sakaki's crimson blood. Be they Pokémon or humans, both are inseparable parts of this world. Pokémon often possess innate gifts, while humans too have their moments of divine favor. Sakaki's body filled with the green light, the ghastly wounds began to mend slowly, though his already emaciated form appeared even more gaunt, as if drained of all sustenance. A ravenous hunger engulfed him like a tide. As if blessed by fate, a soft voice resonated from the depths of the forest. "Boss, there's a person over there. I told you my Houndoom wouldn't be mistaken." With the sound of approaching footsteps, a series of barks echoed nearby. The gnawing hunger compelled Sakaki to force his eyes open, and through his blurry vision, he beheld a massive black dog head adorned with devilish horns. Its fierce and aloof gaze could obliterate Sakaki in an instant that a striking woman in a black uniform, marked with an R on her chest, strode swiftly toward him. The robust Houndoom immediately returned to her side. Behind her followed a dozen similarly clad youths, accompanied by a variety of Pokémon. Strangely, each of them bore a large string of Pokeballs at their waists. According to league regulations, a trainer is permitted to carry only 6 Pokeballs containing Pokémon. It was evident that their conduct was questionable. Yet, the gnawing hunger left Sakaki no room for contemplation. He mustered all his strength to raise his hand, uttering a single word. Hungry, smack. The purple-haired woman showed no disdain for Sakaki's filthy, bloodied, and muddy hand, clasping it firmly and assuring him, "Little one, fear not. With Team Rocket, there will be bread, there will be milk, everything will be provided." Sakaki nearly choked. His breath faltering. Was this truly what he wanted to hear? At that moment, a striking woman with black-purple hair, clad in a red suit and high-heeled shoes, approached from behind the group of youths. She surveyed the scene, noting the blood on the ground and the Rattata's lifeless body with the branch still embedded within. Finally, her gaze fell upon the supine Sakaki, her elegant eyebrows arching slightly. Interesting, with such a frail body, he managed to slay a Pokémon. She sauntered forward, and the woman who had grasped Sakaki's hand immediately withdrew, standing respectfully to the side. Boss, Sakaki's hand, which had strained to support him, now stood awkwardly alone. The woman, referred to as the boss, looked down at Sakaki, her lips pursing, extending her hand toward him. "Little boy, become my son." Sakaki's already weary eyes widened in shock, a surge of blood rising to his mouth, his face reddening. Gulp. "I shall." Before he could finish, he fainted. The red-clad beauty, perplexed, turned to the purple-haired woman beside her and inquired, "Miyamoto, did he just agree?" "Certainly." He said, "I shall. Besides, boss, you are the leader of Team Rocket. This is something others can only dream of." This red-haired woman was indeed the leader of Team Rocket. Though at present, Team Rocket was not yet the dominant force in the Kanto region, it was not insignificant either. Coincidentally, she shared the surname Sakaki Rika. Sakaki Rika lightly patted Miyamoto, saying, "Fool, I never revealed my identity. How could he know who I am?" Miyamoto pondered for a moment, realizing the truth of her statement. Indeed, but it matters not. He cannot escape now. Precisely. Sakaki Rika nodded, a smile playing on her lips, seemingly contemplating something amusing. "That I wonder how he and his 999 siblings will get along." Miyamoto frowned at this, advising Sakaki Rika, "Boss, is it truly wise to proceed in such a manner? That would be 1,000 lives at stake, taken from right under the league's nose." Sakaki Rika cast a dispassionate glance at Miyamoto. Once jovial banter faded, Miyamoto felt a chill run down her spine, hastily lowering her head. "I spoke out of turn. All will be as you decide." Sakaki Rika gestured to her dozen subordinates, who promptly approached to lift the unconscious Sakaki. Turning to Miyamoto, Sakaki Rika spoke coolly. "Without me, they would have perished long ago. I am offering them a chance to metamorphose into something greater. Miyamoto, you must understand. Only the most exceptional can lead Team Rocket to its zenith. This is our aspiration, is it not? What does it matter if we act with a touch of extremity?" Miyamoto gazed at Sakaki Rika's slender silhouette, emanating an air of authority, and knelt upon the ground, fervently proclaiming, "All is for the organization." Awakening, entering Team Rocket by mistake. 3 days later, within Team Rocket's underground base in the city of Shirjima. By this time, Team Rocket had begun to take shape, though it had yet to engage in the reckless activities of rampant Pokémon capturing, openly seizing trainers' Pokémon, assaulting league inspectors, or infiltrating high-ranking league officials, as it would in the future. Currently, all of Team Rocket's actions were conducted covertly to avoid detection by the league. Under the leadership of Rika Sakaki, the Rocket team has engaged in virtually all endeavors capable of generating Pokémon dollars, thereby amassing considerable wealth, making the construction of several small bases a trivial matter. In the infirmary, clad in a patient gown and receiving nutritional fluids, Sakaki suddenly opened his eyes wide. The blinding light in the medical room forced him to squint momentarily. After a brief pause, he parted his parched lips and murmured, "Is this paradise? Have I truly perished?" No, he reconsidered. If he had perished in the Pokémon world, he should have arrived in the underworld, or perhaps a reversed realm. This place certainly did not resemble either. Sakaki abruptly sat up, surveying the beds and the infirmary's layout, gradually realizing that he seemed to have been rescued. He raised a hand to gently pat his face, feeling the closely shaved scalp that someone had attended to. He had previously lacked the Pokémon dollars for a haircut, and his hair had been quite long. Indeed, this was no dream. However, a profound confusion washed over him. Where exactly am I? With a creak, the infirmary door swung open, and several nurses along with the doctor entered. Judging by the nurse's appearance and stature, they were certainly not Nurse Joy. Naturally, Sakaki was not an official trainer of the league. A mere orphan could hardly expect to receive Nurse Joy's free medical care. The foremost doctor halted in surprise upon entering, gazing at the upright Sakaki before relaying instructions to one of the nurses behind him. Awake so soon? Inform Lord Miyamoto. Once the nurse departed, the doctor approached briskly, disregarding Sakaki's struggles as he began to examine him with various instruments. Casting a glance at the pristine nutritional fluids, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Your constitution is remarkable. Even a Pokémon would take a week to absorb this amount of nutrients, yet you have completely assimilated it. Your organs were nearly depleted upon arrival, and now not only have they returned to their original state, but they are even stronger." The doctor regarded Sakaki as one would a rare treasure, his gaze fervent and intense, causing Sakaki to feel a chill down his spine, nearly unable to suppress a punch in response. The doctor continued to encroach upon Sakaki. "Young man, I am Dr. Yashiki. Would you be interested in allowing me to study your body? If I achieve results, you would make a monumental contribution to the entire Pokémon world." Though the question was directed at Sakaki, the doctor's eyes betrayed a different intent. Sakaki scoffed at the notion. Why research him when one could study the super newbies? If the essence of the super newbies could be replicated, it would surely give rise to a legion of superhumans capable of dominating the Pokémon world. Nonetheless, Sakaki sensed something awry. He felt a peculiar difference within his body, not merely in strength, but something else lingered. A unique force coursed through him. Such bodily changes could be a blessing, but they also harbored potential peril. Having struggled through the slums into his teenage years, Sakaki was not one to easily trust others in any world. One could only rely on oneself. He was acutely aware of humanity's darker nature. There were countless instances of researchers conducting covert experiments on human subjects, treating them as mere objects. He had no desire to become a pitiful specimen. Fortunately, before Sakaki could voice his rejection, his savior arrived. Miyamoto stormed in, accompanied by a ferocious black houndoom, and bluntly informed Dr. Yashiki, "He has no time to be your test subject. The boss's plan hinges on him." Dr. Yashiki regretted notifying Miyamoto, and upon hearing her words, he felt further dismayed. Yet, faced with the fierce houndoom, he could only resign himself to misfortune. That plan? The boss is utterly insane. He patted Sakaki's shoulder with reluctance, saying, "Kid, I hope you survive. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. In any case, good luck. It's you." Upon seeing Miyamoto, Sakaki's memories from before his fainting spell flooded back. He recalled being rescued by her and her houndoom, as well as being forcibly recognized as a son by another individual. Finally, the emblem of the Rocket Team. What a twist of fate. He wondered what it would be like if he encountered his elder counterpart. However, a small concern arose. Miyamoto had referred to that woman as boss, which Sakaki had distinctly heard. The Rocket Team could only have one leader, so if she was the leader, where was Sakaki's elder? At this juncture, Sakaki was aware that the league had just been established. Professor Oak had yet to become champion. Thus, Sakaki's elder should still be quite young, yet it was improbable for her to be female. Sakaki was filled with confusion. Yet, Miyamoto paid him no mind. She turned to retrieve a set of Rocket Team uniforms from a tardy nurse, tossing them onto the bed. "Have you finally remembered? I thought the start of the plan would be delayed. But you, little brat, woke up sooner than expected. Quickly change your clothes and come with me. We've been waiting for you." With so many people present, Sakaki initially felt a bit shy, but upon hearing a low growl from Miyamoto's houndoom, he quickly dove under the covers and hastily changed. This houndoom was no ordinary Rattata. If Sakaki were to confront it, he might only have a slim chance of survival. However, the Rocket Team's conditions were indeed splendid. Even the most basic uniforms were of a quality Sakaki had never worn before. Once donned in the uniform, he leaped off the bed. Though he appeared emaciated, the black uniform lent him an air of authority. Miyamoto, with her straightforward nature, teased him, "You look as if you're a treasure. Who would bother to look at you, little brat?" Her words drew laughter from the nearby nurses, who stifled their giggles behind their hands. Under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Sakaki chose not to dwell on her remarks, simply expressing his gratitude and asking, "Thank you for earlier. If given the chance, I will repay you." He then added, "So, where are we headed?" Though utterly perplexed, Sakaki had no choice but to follow Miyamoto obediently, offering thanks to Dr. Yashiki and the nurses once more. As they traversed the facility, numerous members of the rocket team busily attended to their tasks, greeting Miyamoto with utmost respect upon seeing her. In stark contrast to the dilapidation of the slums, the current rocket team base was more innovative and luxurious than the most opulent structures in Pewter City. After walking for a while, Sakaki could no longer suppress his curiosity, asking, "I remember there was someone in a red suit." Miyamoto, while pushing open a large door, replied, "Now, you will meet your brothers and sisters." Chapter 4. The Rocket Candidate Program. As the door slowly creaked open, the scene within became instantly apparent. A vast and cavernous space teemed with an assembly of over 1,000 individuals. Among them were predominantly youthful boys and girls akin to Sakaki, with a minority being official members of Team Rocket accompanied by various Pokémon. The expressions on the faces of these youths were marked by innocence and trepidation, some fidgeting restlessly. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the Team Rocket members and the intimidating presence of Pokémon, they could do little but remain obediently in place. After closing the door, Miyamoto gently patted Sakaki on the back, offering a subtle hint. It would be prudent to stand either at the front or the back. Given the density of the crowd, it was evidently impossible for Sakaki to reach the forefront. Thus, he reluctantly chose to position himself at the rear. His arrival elicited no particular reaction, as he was merely one among many youths, and in fact, he appeared more frail than his peers, lacking any semblance of menace that might draw attention. All eyes were directed towards a colossal R insignia suspended upon the wall, where stood Sakaki Rika, the current leader of Team Rocket. To these young boys and girls, she was akin to a deity promising them a chance to reclaim their destinies. Sakaki recognized her presence, but more than knowing her identity, he yearned to comprehend his own circumstances. Team Rocket was notorious for its extreme measures, and the words of Miyamoto and Dr. Naruki left Sakaki feeling profoundly insecure. He felt as though he were ensnared in a perilous vortex, one that could lead to his demise with a mere misstep. Perched above, the emblem bore witness as Miyamoto approached Sakaki Rika, whispering a few words before taking his position behind her. Sakaki Rika smiled gently downwards, addressing the assembly. "My dear children, I extend a warm welcome to you as you formally embrace the embrace of Team Rocket. I am Sakaki Rika, your mother and the leader of this organization. You may not have heard of Team Rocket, but rest assured, it is the preeminent organization in the Kanto region. As your mother, I am at the helm of this establishment. As I promised, from this day forth, your lives will undergo a profound transformation. You shall possess Pokémon, wealth, and status." The words of Sakaki Rika ignited fervor among the youths, who became animated, momentarily believing themselves to be heirs of Team Rocket. Observing the fervor of those around him, Sakaki could only smile coldly. Having witnessed high-stakes gambles, he found these proclamations to be utterly inconsequential. Seemingly pleased with the enthusiasm of the youths, Sakaki Rika continued, "In fact, the next leader of Team Rocket will be chosen from among you. However, you must understand that only one can ascend to this position." In a flurry, Sakaki turned a glance at those beside him, only to find them eyeing one another with a mix of suspicion and hostility. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Had it not been for Sakaki Rika's unfinished remarks, chaos would likely have erupted. Sakaki, being at the back and of slight build, remained untouched by animosity. Sakaki Rika proceeded. "To ensure the position is passed to the most exceptional heir, I will conduct a rigorous selection process. The one who endures until the end shall become the next leader of Team Rocket. You are candidates, siblings, and competitors alike." With a sweeping gesture, tables laden with incubators for Pokémon eggs ascended, encircling the area. Each was adorned with symbols representing various types, some even featuring images and names of Pokémon, including the coveted starter Pokémon. These eggs have been procured from the Tokiwa and Evergreen forests. In the realm of Pokémon, even if one had never encountered them, the fundamental knowledge of these creatures was ubiquitous. The starter Pokémon far surpassed ordinary ones, while semi-divine Pokémon eclipsed even the starters. A Pokémon of good quality could fetch millions of Pokémon dollars, while a semi-divine might reach tens of millions or even billions. This was indeed a potent lure. The gaze of nearly every youth was riveted upon the platform housing the starter Pokémon eggs. Even Sakamaki found himself glancing at them, though he dared not linger too long for fear of losing control over his emotions. With each guiding statement and the prior caution from Miyamoto, Sakamaki began to discern Sakamaki Rika's intentions, and he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A ride among 1,000 individuals would undoubtedly yield casualties. Sakamaki Rika clapped her hands lightly, and the restless crowd fell into an abrupt silence. She concluded, "Here we offer a total of 500 incubators containing Pokémon eggs, ranging from the ordinary to the exceptional starter Pokémon, to mitigate the potential chaos from a rush for the starter eggs. I must add that the type of egg you obtain is contingent upon your own abilities. However, be forewarned, if you fail to hatch your Pokémon egg within 14 days, you will forfeit your eligibility." The eggs were indeed unique. Not only did superior quality correlate with longer hatching times, but the activity level of the bearer also expedited the process. With this revelation, the number of youths fixated on the starter Pokémon eggs dwindled significantly. Sakamaki had never intended to pursue a starter Pokémon, and hearing Sakamaki Rika's words only solidified his resolve. He was uncertain of the consequences of disqualification, but he knew it would not bode well, possibly even fatal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sakamaki surveyed the platforms, searching for the most suitable Pokémon. His gaze ultimately settled on a bug-type Pokémon nearby, one that had garnered little attention. If one were to speak of the shortest hatching and growth periods, bug types were unparalleled. If Sakamaki's assumptions held true, the subsequent selection would undoubtedly involve battles, placing bug types at a distinct disadvantage. As evolution progressed, this advantage would wane, and they could easily be surpassed by other Pokémon. With these thoughts in mind, his gaze naturally shifted to his second option, a ground-type Pokémon. For reasons unknown, he harbored a particular fondness for ground types, perhaps stemming from some subtle connection to their nomenclature. He had contemplated hatching a Beedrill, but ultimately dismissed the idea, much like the Fool and his Charizard. Though the latter evolved into a formidable being, not everyone possessed the requisite physique and skill to wield it effectively. An ordinary individual who fell victim to a Charizard's backlash would surely meet a grim fate. Furthermore, not everyone could cultivate a Beedrill capable of rivaling a legendary Pokémon. Chapter 5. The Harmonious Spirit Egg. Rika Sakamaki gazed down at the eager youths below, casting aside any feelings of pity in her heart. She turned to Miyamoto and instructed, "Commence." Miyamoto nodded, retrieved a remote control, pressed a button, and shouted, "Begin. You have only 1 hour." Beep. The towering platform began to descend, leveling off to the height of an ordinary table. The members of Team Rocket, who were overseeing the 1,000 boys, retreated to the edges, their Pokémon remaining still by their sides, awaiting the end of the chaos before springing into action. Silence enveloped the area for approximately 30 seconds, until the first boy dashed towards the trio of starter Pokémon eggs, prompting all 1,000 youths to spring into action. Some surged towards the nearby Pokémon eggs, while others raced towards the starter trio. In essence, the atmosphere was electric with fervor. There was no need to worry about the eggs, as each incubator possessed a hardness akin to steel. These youths were incapable of causing any damage. Yet soon, the scene devolved into utter chaos. Trampling, shoving, scuffles, and cries of anguish intermingled, permeating the air with the scent of blood. It was evident that casualties had occurred in a stampede involving 1,000 individuals. It would be more peculiar if no one perished. Such is the law of survival. From her elevated vantage point, Rika Sakamaki murmured, "Only the strongest, the luckiest, shall rise above." As she surveyed the tumult below, she noticed some particularly remarkable boys. For instance, one towering lad, while over the average height, bulldozed through his peers, intent on reaching the fighting-type Pokémon eggs. Another agile girl deftly maneuvered towards the starter trio's eggs. Furthermore, a seemingly frail boy had gathered a group of over a dozen youths around him, directing their collective efforts. Despite being jostled, Sakamaki, who had arrived late and occupied a position at the back of the crowd, narrowly avoided disaster, thanks to Miyamoto. Had it not been for him, she would have struggled to protect herself. Although she lacked the advantage of timing and numbers, she still possessed the advantage of location. Now, her gaze shifted towards the ground-type Pokémon eggs, and she prepared to weave through the dense throng to seize her rightful egg. Suddenly, a tremor of trepidation coursed through her. An inexplicable premonition whispered that choosing the ground type would lead to lifelong regret. In the depths of her intuition, it felt as if a presence, perfectly attuned to her, awaited her behind. Sakamaki abruptly turned her head, whispering to herself, "Indeed, the bug type." It was one of those bug-type Pokémon eggs. As time passed, even though bug types were less desirable, some boys had begun to opt for the more easily obtainable bug-type eggs. The pressing question for Sakamaki was whether to heed her intuition or to play it safe. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the premonition intensified. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and took a gamble. Although she despised gambling, fate often compelled her towards it. Sakamaki swiftly charged towards the bug-type Pokémon eggs, her path diverging from nearly everyone else's. However, from above, her actions remained conspicuous. Miyamoto, observing Sakamaki's dash towards the bug-type eggs, smiled softly, "Clever little one. I wonder if luck will be on your side." The closer she approached the bug-type eggs, the stronger the feeling became. Yet, as the most accessible Pokémon eggs, there were at least 60 bug-type eggs present, making the selection a considerable gamble. Sakamaki was not a breeder and could not discern the quality of the eggs from their appearance. Thus, she resorted to a rather simplistic method, relying solely on her instincts. Other boys, similarly at a loss, were also drawn to her approach. If not for the fewer number of competitors in this vicinity, they might have hastily selected an egg. Ignoring them, Sakamaki began to pick up incubators one by one, placing her hands upon them to feel their essence. Her actions naturally drew the attention of other youths. A few began to mimic her, examining the eggs with curiosity. Among them, a slightly older boy with spiky white hair fixated on Sakamaki with ill intent. Rather than selecting aimlessly, he resolved to seize the best egg for himself. He believed that since Sakamaki was so meticulous, she must be searching for the finest egg, thus sparing him the trouble. Unaware of this unfolding dynamic, Sakamaki continued her pursuit for the egg that resonated with her. Finally, upon reaching the incubator tucked away in the corner, she placed her hand upon it, and an overwhelming feeling of familiarity washed over her. It was as if she were inherently connected to the Pokémon egg within. Elated, Sakamaki exclaimed, "I found it." She quickly cradled the incubator in her arms. If all went well, this Pokémon would be her first companion, a significant milestone in both her past and present. As she contemplated this, she couldn't help but declare, "Rest assured, little one, I will guide you step by step to the pinnacle, to the very best position." To her astonishment, she found herself speaking to the egg within the incubator. "Can you understand my words?" Suddenly, a brash voice interrupted from nearby. "Hey kid, hand over that Pokémon egg you're holding. It's mine now." Sakamaki's smile slowly faded as she turned to face the source of the interruption, the spiky-haired boy. He was staring hungrily at the incubator in her arms, as if he had already claimed it for himself. The commotion caught the attention of several other youths. Yet they chose to remain uninvolved. Rather than squander time on this altercation, they preferred to select their own Pokémon. However, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Sakamaki, who seemed so vulnerable compared to the imposing figure of the white-haired boy. The painstakingly chosen Pokémon egg was at risk of being snatched away. Yet, if Sakamaki were to capitulate and relinquish the egg to the boy, they would likely follow his lead and attempt to seize her next choice. Nevertheless, their expectations were destined to be dashed. Sakamaki would not yield. What was rightfully hers would not be taken away. Her eyes grew cold, a faint aura of menace emerging around her. She could bring down a Pokémon. She could certainly confront a human. Get lost. The boy, feeling the chill of her gaze, faltered. Yet, having spoken, he was acutely aware of the mocking expressions from the nearby youths. With the impetuosity of youth, he was reluctant to lose face. Upon hearing Sakamaki's command to leave, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. "You're asking for trouble." Chapter 6. It turns out I am boss Sakamaki. Sakamaki positioned the incubator behind him, the fierce gaze directed at the opposing Nozomi. Nozomi, observing Sakaki's frail appearance, steeled himself and charged at Sakaki with a loud shout. Despite having gained considerable strength from his previous battle with Rattata, Sakaki's physique remained significantly weaker than Nozomi's. In a direct confrontation, he would likely falter. However, with the wisdom accrued from 2 lifetimes, Sakaki understood that to intimidate a child, one merely needed to be more ferocious. Not only did he aim to dominate Nozomi, but he also sought to deter onlookers, having felt their scrutiny. Did they truly believe Sakaki to be a pushover? Nozomi, resembling a crazed Kintaro, lunged at Sakaki. With a deft sidestep, Sakaki evaded the charge and delivered a powerful punch that struck Nozomi's cheek. Bang! The force was sufficient to split Nozomi's lip, blood trickling down his face. Infuriated by the pain, Nozomi seized Sakaki's clothing and hurled him to the ground. He attempted to mount Sakaki, but at that moment, Sakaki swiftly raised his leg and delivered a devastating blow. Smack! Nozomi recoiled, his eyes bulging, face flushed, curling up like a boiled shrimp. The onlookers gasped, instinctively covering themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Sakaki sprang up, unleashing a torrent of fists and kicks upon Nozomi, who cried out in agony. Yet, Nozomi, toughened by experience, managed to recover and overpowered Sakaki, pinning him down. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you," he shouted, raining down blows on Sakaki, intent on annihilating him. Sakaki could only shield his head, bracing for impact. The surrounding youths watched in disbelief, convinced that Sakaki had no chance of turning the tide. As the struggle continued, Sakaki awaited the moment when Nozomi would exhaust himself in a fit of rage. When Nozomi's strength waned, Sakaki suddenly thrust his head forward, striking Nozomi's fragile nose with a resounding crack. Crack! With a sharp sound, Nozomi's nose collapsed, blood gushing forth, staining his face and clothes. He clutched his wounded nose, tears mingling with blood, blurring his vision. Rising from the ground, a battered Sakaki picked up an incubator and aimed it at Nozomi's head. Nozomi, upon opening his eyes, was met with this terrifying sight and begged for mercy. "Wait, I was wrong. Please spare me. I don't want your Pokémon egg anymore." Without hesitation, Sakaki swung the incubator down upon Nozomi's head. Crash! 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, until the ground was soaked in crimson. The incubator covered in flesh and blood. Nozomi's disfigured body twitched a few times before falling still. Sakaki casually discarded the incubator and surveyed the onlookers with a cold glare. He dragged Nozomi's lifeless body aside and sat atop it. Although he had nearly exhausted his strength in killing Nozomi, he had done so to intimidate the others and prevent them from seizing his Pokémon egg. Observing their fearful demeanor as they pretended to busy themselves, Sakaki realized his gamble had paid off. In truth, his hands trembled, not solely from exhaustion, but also from the weight of having taken a life. Although he had witnessed death in the slums, the act of killing felt entirely different. A chill swept through him, and his stomach churned, threatening to expel its contents. Yet he held it back. What a madman! Was it truly worth it for a mere bug-type Pokémon egg? Indeed, there were plenty more to be found elsewhere. Would he be targeted next? Surely he had said nothing to provoke such wrath. He hoped desperately that no one would come for him. Nearby youths exchanged furtive whispers, their words piercing Sakaki's ears. Was it really necessary? He questioned himself. Yet, upon witnessing the disarray, the blood pooling beneath them, and the mangled corpses trampled underfoot, he felt the incubator's gentle sway at his back, a reminder of the Pokémon egg it contained. Wiping the blood from his face, Sakaki's initially unfocused gaze gradually solidified. He declared resolutely, "It is necessary. It is worthwhile." This was Team Rocket, where taking a life was merely routine. If he could not accept this, he would forever remain stagnant. This was his opportunity to transform, and he would seize it. As time passed, the first selection drew to a close. The chaos had resulted in hundreds of casualties. Many had been injured in the struggle for dominance. While few had committed murder, estimates suggested that around a dozen had perished. Although the dead were not the majority, the injured had effectively lost their chance. The Pokémon eggs had been nearly exhausted, with even the bug-type eggs claimed. Seated atop Nozomi's corpse, Sakaki caught the attention of several onlookers, some intrigued by his ruthless demeanor. Had he not discarded the incubator used to kill Nozomi, none would have dared to retrieve it. Currently, Sakamaki was preoccupied. After his injuries, a peculiar energy surged within him, healing his wounds with a radiant green light. This power felt beneficial. Considering the circumstances, coupled with the abilities he had acquired upon exiting the evergreen forest, Sakamaki could hardly believe it. Could it be the power of evergreen? Glancing at the bug-type Pokémon egg in his arms, he hesitantly asked, "You wouldn't happen to be a Kabutops, would you?" The egg wobbled in response, leaving him uncertain. Yet deep down, Sakamaki felt he had found the answer. It seemed highly probable. He had feared encountering Boss Sakamaki during the selection, meticulously observing bug and ground types, anxious not to lose to him. But now, he placed his hand on the back of the incubator, catching a glimpse of his newly cropped hair, his expression gradually becoming vacant. It turned out he was Boss Sakamaki. Chapter 7. Trouble approaches. Hatching seems to be a law of nature that every time Sakamaki finds himself in a moment of joy, misfortune soon follows. The sound of footsteps echoed, and a group of over 10 youths approached, led by a frail boy. This gang was one of the few that would resort to murder in their quest for Pokémon eggs, and thus, this scene naturally attracted considerable attention. Each of these boys carried an incubator, but notably, the leading frail boy clutched an incubator containing a starter Pokémon egg. He gazed at Sakamaki, who was seated atop the corpse in the field, with a mixture of admiration and trepidation. He spoke with feigned gentleness. "Greetings, my brother. I am Mugen. It appears we are of a similar ilk. Would you care to join us? Let us advance together." Sakamaki slowly lifted his gaze, removing his hand from the incubator, the faint green glow fading away. He saw through Mugen's true intentions instantly. Joining forces? He merely sought to recruit a subordinate. Hypocritical, self-serving, and possessing a modicum of cunning. But that was all. The notion of Sakamaki becoming his underling was nothing but a delusion. Mugen's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. He had anticipated Sakamaki's rejection, but was taken aback by the blatant disregard for his offer. "We are all children of our mothers. We are brothers. Some of us possess considerable strength. Will you not reconsider?" Sakamaki merely shook his head in response. Mugen's expression turned cold, and with a subtle gesture, he signaled that for Sakamaki, there were only two paths, to submit or to perish. Now was the opportune moment to eliminate capable adversaries. Mugen was not alone in this line of thought. Others shared similar ambitions. He simply approached Sakamaki first, while another group targeted a particularly burly youth nearby. Neither Miyamoto nor Sakamaki Rika intervened, tacitly allowing the unfolding events, which emboldened the assailants further. Upon noticing Mugen's subtle signal, his subordinates immediately turned their hostility towards Sakamaki. "Ungrateful fool. Brother Mugen has afforded you an opportunity, and you squander it. Seeking death, are you?" As the tension escalated, the surrounding youths instinctively retreated a few steps, wary of being caught in the fray. Sakamaki furrowed his brow, realizing these individuals harbored ill intentions. At that moment, Mugen continued to feign benevolence. "Since my brother is unwilling, I shall not force the issue. Let us depart." Mugen's followers were far from pleased. "We cannot leave, Brother Mugen. If we do, where will our dignity go? We ought to teach him a lesson. Let him understand why flowers bloom in such vibrant hues." They scoffed at the idea of retreating, for they had taken lives before without hesitation. If they chose to back down now, their aggressors would only become more brazen. Sakamaki gradually rose, placing his foot upon the head of the corpse in the field, exuding an aura of menace. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, fixated on them. "Then come and try." This display of defiance genuinely startled a few of them. Though Mugen regarded Sakamaki with a hint of wariness, he recognized that a confrontation was now inevitable. He was aware of the conflict between Sakamaki and the corpse, and surmised that the Pokémon egg in Sakaki's possession was undoubtedly valuable. Even if it were a bug type, it must not be allowed to remain with Sakamaki. "My brother, see how my companions are. How about this? Apologize to us and exchange your Pokémon egg for one of my brother's ground-type eggs." The youth stepped forward, brandishing a ground-type egg. Mugen stared intently at Sakamaki, smirking as he continued. "A ground-type egg for your bug-type egg is a worthy trade, is it not?" "I shall consider it," Sakamaki replied, his brow furrowed. This statement was merely a tactic to buy time, for he knew he needed to ensure his safety and protect the egg. However, Mugen was no fool. With a wave of his hand, the group of youths spread out, encircling Sakamaki. Mugen's cold smile revealed his intentions. Do you think Stalin will be of any help? I won't grant you such luxury. The tension in the air thickened, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Sakamaki's forehead, his fists growing white with tension. The moment had come. He could not afford to delay any longer. If you refuse, then you must be eliminated, Mugen commanded, and with a single wave of his hand, the youths surged forward. Sakamaki swiftly regulated his breathing, channeling his inner strength. He chose not to confront them head-on, but instead focused on evasion and maneuvering. Yet, the coordinated assault of over 10 youths proved overwhelming, and soon he found himself battered and pinned down. No matter how he struggled, escape eluded him. Mugen crouched down, removing the incubator from Sakamaki's back, taunting him as he did so. Aren't you quite formidable? Continue. Sakamaki's vision, stained with crimson, fixated on Mugen, who bore an infuriatingly smug expression. Mugen slowly raised the incubator above Sakamaki's head, mocking, was this not how you took lives? How about I do the same to you? Faced with such peril, Sakamaki exhibited no fear. Instead, he grinned at Mugen. If you seek to claim my possession, know that it comes with a price. Suddenly, Mugen felt the incubator in his grasp begin to tremble violently, cracks appearing on the Pokémon egg within. The glass of the incubator slowly opened, revealing a newly hatched Pokémon. A bug and poison-type Pokémon emerged, the Caterpie. Upon hatching, the Caterpie knocked Mugen to the ground and unleashed its toxic spike attack. A barrage of toxic needles shot forth, striking both Sakamaki and the surrounding youths. Despite being newly hatched, the Caterpie's innate talent rendered its venom exceptionally potent. The youths fell, incapacitated and frothing at the mouth, allowing Sakamaki to finally break free. The Caterpie, displaying a bond of affection, crawled up to Sakamaki and nuzzled his cheek, as if they were long-lost kin reunited after ages apart. Moves: Poison Needle. Silk Spit inherited moves. None, quality, and level are adapted from previous novel settings. Quality is categorized into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. The level of quality determines the upper limits of a Pokémon. 0 to 10. Apprentice Trainer, red, 10 to 20. Novice Trainer, orange, 20 to 30. Intermediate Trainer, yellow, 30 to 40. Advanced Trainer, green, 40 to 50. Senior Trainer, cyan, 50 to 60. Gym Level Trainer, light cyan, 60 to 70. Pseudo Champion Trainer, blue, 70 to 80. Champion Trainer, light blue, 80 to 100. Master Trainer, purple. Secondary Divine, 100 to 120. Pokémon Master, Primary Divine Beast, and certain legendary Pokémon. Gold, Chapter 8. Capturing the Caterpie, Miyamoto gazed downward in astonishment. How could a sprite have hatched so swiftly? It was a mischievous creature found outside the evergreen forest. Although Sakamaki Rika shared some of his surprise, she was not overly taken aback. After all, luck is sometimes a facet of strength, and it seemed he was quite fortunate. Miyamoto felt a twinge of regret. However, it appeared that the creature had hatched prematurely, failing to fully absorb the nutrient solution, which would likely hinder its potential. Originally, this Caterpie possessed remarkable qualities. What a pity. The little sprite likely wouldn't survive the subsequent rounds of selection. Sakamaki Rika, however, held a differing opinion. Not necessarily. To break free from its shell under such risks and emerge to protect its master indicates this little one is exceptional. Miyamoto inquired, should I investigate? There may be a secret within him. Sakamaki Rika waved her hand dismissively. There is no need. Secrets can be advantageous. The more unique the individual, the more extraordinary their talents. Miyamoto nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, I shall heed your counsel. Sakamaki Rika pointed below with a smile. Moreover, my other children are quite impressive as well. Miyamoto followed her gaze and noticed several robust youths he had toppled and a girl commanding a group of delinquent girls. Below, Sakamaki wasted no time, directing the Caterpie to poison both the woodsman and the others, ideally to lethal effect. Yet at that moment, Miyamoto shouted, enough! Cease the slaughter. Members of Team Rocket, leaning against the wall, swiftly entered the arena with their sprites, tending to the wounded. Only those who had secured a sprite egg. Of course. As for the boys who had failed to acquire one and lost their eligibility, Team Rocket would not waste resources on them. This treatment extended to the youths poisoned by the caterpie, with the exception of the one who had taken the first 2 stings and awaited salvation in vain. The others miraculously survived. They gazed fearfully at the caterpie in front of Sakamaki, as if confronting a demonic reaper. The corpses of their companions serve as a grim reminder that had they delayed even a moment longer, they too would have met a similar fate. The woodsman, suffering the least injury, glared resentfully at Sakamaki and the caterpie, threateningly declaring, "You have done well, but I shall remember this day. We shall see how your damaged caterpie fares against my chosen ones." Sakamaki cast him a cold glance, thinking that had the time not run out, this fool would surely have joined the fallen. Now, however, he had the audacity to boast. Coughing lightly, she expelled some congealed blood. The caterpie emitted a low whine, as if attempting to wipe away the blood on Sakamaki. Struggling to rise, she reassured the caterpie, "Do not worry. These are mere surface wounds. However, you hatched prematurely, and your potential may be compromised. I truly apologize." The caterpie shook its head, seemingly unconcerned with such matters, focusing solely on Sakamaki's well-being. She gently stroked its smooth body, a green light shimmering as she joyfully assured it, "I just discovered that the power of evergreen can replenish your energy and enhance your physique. This signifies boundless potential for you." The caterpie nodded vigorously, emitting a cry that suggested it believed in her words wholeheartedly. Soon after, several Team Rocket members approached Sakamaki, assisting in the treatment and bandaging of her wounds. Indeed, her injuries were merely superficial, and with the aid of Evergreen's power, she would soon be restored to her former self. The Team Rocket members appreciatively patted Sakamaki on the shoulder, presenting her with a red and white Pokeball. "Kid, you did quite well. Keep it up. Aim to become our young master." This Pokeball had been entrusted to her by a senior member of Team Miyamoto, who would later elaborate on its significance. Though they spoke thus, Sakamaki contemplated, "I shall undoubtedly become the future leader of Team Rocket. Not even the likes of Damaranch can hinder my ascent." Upon first grasping a genuine Pokeball, Sakamaki found it difficult to part with. Its sleek, cool surface felt undeniably real. While the item was splendid, its true utility would only be realized when put to use. Sakamaki had no intention of switching Pokémon. The caterpie would be her lifelong companion and comrade. Thus, she enlarged the Pokeball and gently presented it before the caterpie, asking Caterpie, "Do you wish to be my partner?" Without a moment's hesitation, the caterpie pressed its nose against the button of the Pokeball, enveloped in a red light. It was drawn into the Pokeball, which trembled slightly before emitting a confirming click, signifying a successful capture. The true deity had returned to its rightful place. The scene of Sakamaki capturing the caterpie was witnessed by nearby youths, who glanced at the remaining sprite eggs in the incubator. Though envious, they maintained a facade of indifference. "Soon, I too shall capture my own sprite." In the distance, the woodsman and his companions glared at Sakamaki with venomous eyes. Had their glares possessed lethal power, she would have already been slain 1,000 times over. As the interlude of Sakamaki capturing the caterpie concluded, the first round of selection came to an end. At Sakamaki Rika's gesture, Miyamoto slowly stepped forward. All 500 sprite eggs had been distributed, leaving the remaining youths without eggs stripped of their eligibility. A few foolish ones attempted to seize the opportunity after the conclusion, only to be swiftly dispatched by the sprites of Team Rocket, resulting in a few more corpses littering the ground. However, the remaining youths still needed addressing. The eligible and ineligible were separated into 2 groups. Miyamoto stepped forward, coldly announcing, "All who have not obtained a sprite egg are automatically disqualified. The consequence is death." The first round of selection was intended to instill a sense of urgency, while the second round would necessitate genuine peril. To compel them further, the blade of consequence must hang ominously over their heads. Only thus could they be spurred into action. A measure of sacrifice was indeed essential. As Miyamoto's words echoed, the Team Rocket members, who had just been tending to the wounded, revealed their true nature, their dark affiliations. They commanded their sprites to unleash unrestrained carnage. Beedrill Wing Attack, Weezing, Sludge Attack, Arbok Poison Sting. One powerful move after another was unleashed by these formidable sprites. Like harvesting grain, each strike felled numerous foes. "Wait, please grant us another chance." "No, Chapter 9. The terrorizing whip, the harrowing slaughter continued for an extended period, leaving the ordinary youths powerless against the formidable elves. Even the attempt to flee to the other side proved futile. In some instances, a hand had barely grazed the boy beside him, and before a cry for help could escape his lips, a barrage of air blades sliced through the air, reducing him to a mere heap of flesh. With only that solitary hand remaining, leaving the boy it had touched paralyzed with terror, screaming in horror, as 500 mangled corpses lay scattered across the ground. Dismembered limbs piled high like a grim monument. Viscous blood flowed beneath their feet. The remaining 500 youths wore ashen faces, retching uncontrollably, some having lost control of their bowels. The stench of decay mingled with the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. A few were driven to the brink of madness by the gruesome spectacle, weeping and clutching their heads in despair. I refuse to partake in this election. I wish to live. Let me go. I want to leave. This is the underworld. Help! Nearby, one individual, gripped by fear, cried out for release. Even Sakamaki's face turned pale at the sight, which was indeed quite terrifying. Fortunately, the Pokeball in his hand quivered slightly, as if providing him with a modicum of support. He cautiously retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the deranged youth. At that moment, Sakamaki Rika produced a Pokeball, releasing a fully golden Hoot-Hoot. It hovered mid-air, emanating an aura of tremendous power, undeniably at the level of a champion. With a cold demeanor, Sakamaki Rika declared, "If you cannot endure this, there is no need for you to participate in the forthcoming selection. My offspring shall not be burdened by the useless." Following her command, Hoot-Hoot raised its spoon-like appendages towards the crowd, and as the spoons glimmered, psychic waves surged forth. The afflicted youths levitated into the air, not a single cry escaping their lips. Then came the sounds of explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Blood mist erupted, showering down, the acrid scent invading their nostrils. Those closest were drenched in a gruesome spray, a truly tragic sight. Although Sakamaki had taken a couple of steps back, he too was splattered with blood. Yet he managed to endure it. After witnessing the gruesome end of a few, even those teetering on the brink of madness found a semblance of clarity. Yet, the terror had already invaded their hearts. As Sakamaki Rika had indicated, ultimately, only one would be selected from the 1,000, signifying that but one would survive. Death was an ever-present specter among them. Should any of the remaining individuals fail to hatch their Pock eggs, it would likely drive even more to the brink of insanity. Such power to dictate the lives and deaths of others was coveted by all. Sakamaki Rika, amidst the filth of the ground, instructed her Team Rocket members to handle the aftermath. A group of them responded affirmatively, springing into action. "Yes, boss." Sakamaki Rika nodded to the figure behind her, Miyamoto, who stepped forward to continue. "There will be someone to guide you to collect supplies and Pokeballs and to record your progress." The tense youths finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the taut strings of anxiety in their hearts loosening slightly, particularly from Urien, who harbored fears of what might transpire if Sakamaki came for him within the 14 days. He gazed at Sakamaki's haughty visage, his eyes filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth. "Just wait. Once my starters hatch, your downfall will be imminent." Sakamaki sensed Murien's glare and turned to cast a cold, menacing look in his direction, the aura of murder unabated. At that moment, Miyamoto shifted the conversation. "However, you must remember, should any of you lack foresight and we discover it, death will be your only fate. Furthermore, if your Pock eggs do not hatch within 14 days, that will be your conclusion." She gestured toward the uncleaned remains scattered across the ground. The youths, who had only just managed to steady their nerves, turned pale once more, clutching their incubators tightly, hoping it might hasten the hatching process. Murien, unwilling to let Sakamaki off lightly, whispered a few words to one of his subordinates. Though reluctant, the subordinate, under pressure, stood forth and pointed at Sakamaki while addressing Miyamoto. "Sir, what about someone like him who has already hatched a Pokémon? Isn't that unfair to us?" Numerous voices echoed in agreement. "Yes. That is not his skill. It is merely the Pokémon's hatching itself. This is utterly unjust. We should strip him of his qualifications." Many nodded in support, as eliminating the threat posed by Sakamaki would indeed serve their interests. Murin smirked, relishing the potential for Sakamaki's humiliation. Yet, Sakamaki remained unfazed, his demeanor unwavering. Not even a flicker of an eyelash betrayed his composure, as if he were not the target of their ire. He understood that fortune was part of strength, while these youths might not comprehend this. Sakamaki, Rika, and Miyamoto certainly did. He silently committed the names of those who sought to undermine him to memory. Despite the presence of 500 adversaries, it was not unwise to deal with a few troublesome ones in advance. Miyamoto observed the agitated youths with a furrowed brow. Sakamaki, Rika advanced, her satisfaction evident as she regarded Sakamaki's calm demeanor, a trait befitting a candidate of a nefarious organization. "Do not test my patience," she warned, her voice firm. "If you wish to contradict me, be prepared with sound reasoning, otherwise." Hutoot's eyes glimmered ominously, causing the recently outspoken youths to shrink back in fear, silencing them altogether. Sakamaki turned to Murin, whose face twisted in dismay, and offered a sardonic smile, raising a solitary finger. Chapter 10. Officially joining Team Rocket after a brief exchange between Miyamoto and Sakamaki Rika, they departed from a scene. Over 400 youths were divided into several teams and escorted to have their identities documented in Team Rocket's records, ensuring their identities were verified. At this juncture, while Team Rocket had not infiltrated the Alliance to the extent of having Elite Four members as their covert operatives, breaching the Alliance's system was still within their capabilities. Should any of the remaining youths possess dubious identities, they would be swiftly eliminated on the spot. Sakamaki was uncertain whether such individuals existed among the 400 youths, as it was impossible for him to recognize everyone's face. Moreover, this was not a matter within his purview. His sole focus was to strive to become the heir of Team Rocket and ultimately its master, reigning supreme. A Team Rocket member, seated at a desk, queried Sakamaki for his name, age, and approximate former residence. Sakamaki withheld no information, as he had no choice in the matter. His name was Sakamaki, age 14, previously residing at the 4th orphanage in Tokiwa City and currently without a fixed residence. The Team Rocket member, jotting down the details, raised his head in surprise, exclaiming, "What an interesting lad, sharing a surname with the boss. This is not particularly unusual, is it? With so many people in the world, it's quite normal to encounter namesakes." The member nodded in agreement. "That is true. Please hold on a moment." He began typing on an outdated computer, and soon, all of Sakamaki's information, along with a childhood photograph from the orphanage, appeared on the screen. Sakamaki harbored no resentment towards the orphanage that had taken him in. Although he had been expelled years ago, without that institution, he might have perished long ago. After a brief comparison of his appearance, Sakamaki successfully passed the verification process and was officially registered as a member of Team Rocket. However, full membership would only be granted upon the conclusion of the selection process, the day he would become the heir of Team Rocket. Upon handing Sakamaki a brand new identity card, the Team Rocket member continued, "This is your identity card, which displays your serial number. Proceed in that direction, and some will guide you." Sakamaki accepted the identity card, glancing at the photograph and the number inscribed, 9527, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Time was of the essence. He did not dwell on it for long and swiftly exited. However, shortly after he departed, an incident occurred behind him. It was unclear whether it involved Alliance personnel or other factions. Ultimately, those who entered would leave only as corpses, destined for death. Sakamaki remained indifferent to these happenings. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a Team Rocket member with purple, military-style hair awaiting him. "You must be Sakamaki, number 9527. My name is Alexien. Follow me." Sakamaki felt a twinge of confusion, noticing that several youths who had queued ahead of him were forming another line, seemingly distinct from his own. Additionally, they were all clutching red and white Pokeballs, likely to facilitate the capture of hatching Pokémon. "Yes," Sakamaki nodded. Alexien continued, "You need to collect the food required for your Pokémon, and you will have a private room, just like our official members, without needing to share with others." This revelation dawned on Sakamaki. "I see. I appreciate your assistance, Alexien." Alexien, flattered yet modest, waved his hands in denial. "Not at all. You all have the potential to become heirs, or even a new boss. I am merely an ordinary member of Team Rocket, unworthy of such praise. Sakamaki did not press the matter further. After all, not everyone shared his indifference toward such titles. If a less discerning individual were to ascend to the position of heir, they might indeed create difficulties for others. Caution is the mother of safety. With Axian's guidance, Sakamaki soon arrived at the location for retrieving Pokémon food, where a strikingly voluptuous woman was in charge. The mere sight of her back ignited a surge of energy within him, reminiscent of a caterpie ready to evolve. She appeared to hold a considerable rank, as Axian bowed respectfully upon encountering her. "Lady Hela," he greeted. Sakamaki mimicked his gesture, bowing in respect. Hela turned slowly, revealing her alluring features. Her large, sparkling eyes were captivating. "What brings you here?" Axian explained. "Indeed, it is not just Sakamaki. If any other Pokémon eggs chosen within the 14 days have hatched, they can also collect food and resources early. This will give them a considerable head start, widening the gap in the future. Of course, this presupposes that the hatched Pokémon possess excellent potential, as higher quality Pokémon tend to progress more swiftly and reach greater levels. However, as levels increase, so does the difficulty of advancement, leading to a competition of potential. The qualifications of a caterpie are already quite commendable among a typical trainer's Pokémon. However, to achieve greater heights, superior qualifications are essential. Fortunately, each time a Pokémon evolves, there exists a chance to enhance its potential, though this requires special resources and treasures. Currently, such treasures were unattainable. Nevertheless, if Sakamaki's conjecture holds true, his Tokiwa power should assist the caterpie in enhancing its potential, yet it still requires experimentation. For now, he would proceed step by step. After listening to Axian's explanation, Hela approached gracefully, bending slightly to reveal a glimpse of her flawless skin, leaving Axian parched. She regarded Sakamaki with intrigue. "Interesting. I seem to recall you. You are the lad who was discovered by the boss and Sister Miyamoto in the Tokiwa forest, correct? I heard you engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a Pokémon. Is that true?" Sakamaki maintained unwavering composure, earning Hela's favor. "Given your age and physique, defeating a Rattata is already a remarkable feat, and now you are the first to hatch a Pokémon egg." She teased him. "Could it be that you will become our heir, the future boss?" Sakamaki, though confident, remained grounded. Relying solely on his name, without effort or ambition, could lead to his demise, reducing him to a stepping stone for others. The future remains uncertain. Yet I shall strive with unwavering resolve. Chapter 11. Acquiring resources. The maturity of Sakamaki, along with the faint yet newly formed aura surrounding him and his words, conjured a vision in Asin and Hela of a dark titan seated regally upon a sofa, reaching for the heavens with a single hand. This young man is exceptional. Speaking of exceptional, Sakamaki's identity as an orphan, compounded by the adversities he has endured, undoubtedly fits the archetype of a protagonist. I am increasingly convinced that you may become the young master. Asin gazed at Sakamaki's youthful and emaciated figure, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Hela, possessing a formidable status and strength, naturally had a discerning eye. Her sentiments indicated that Sakamaki's prospects were indeed promising. Should he pledge allegiance to the future leader of Team Rocket and establish himself as a trusted confidant, his ascension to a position of authority would be virtually assured. However, while the possibility of Sakamaki achieving this was tangible, it remained uncertain. It was still too early to declare allegiance. Currently, Asin, albeit a mere ordinary member of Team Rocket with considerable strength, at least equivalent to that of a novice or intermediate trainer, could easily overpower Sakamaki. Nonetheless, forging a good rapport remained beneficial. As for allegiance, he needed to observe further, ideally uncovering Sakamaki's unique traits that could serve as the hallmark of his potential as the young master. If such attributes were indeed present, he could preemptively pledge his loyalty and become Sakamaki's trusted ally. Unbeknownst to Sakamaki, Asin's mind was racing with thoughts during their brief exchange. He simply expressed his gratitude to Hela, thanking her for her trust and vowing to do his utmost. Hela extended her hand towards Sakamaki. Confused, he nearly placed his hand in hers. Fortunately, Asin clarified that he needed to present his identity card to receive resources. Embarrassed, Sakaki handed over the identity card to Hella. With a bright smile, Hella inquired, "Little brother, what were you just pondering?" Sakaki shook his head repeatedly, insisting he'd been thinking of nothing. "Today is truly fascinating." Hella chuckled softly, placing Sakaki's identity card on a device. After a beep, Sakaki's information and the resources available for him appeared on Hella's computer. "You are entitled to receive 1 month's worth of berries and Pokémon food. By the way, what type is your Pokémon?" Hella, a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, had no ulterior motives regarding Sakaki's Pokémon. "It is a bug and poison-type Caterpie," Sakaki replied. Upon hearing this, Asin felt a twinge of disappointment. The potential ceiling for bug-type Pokémon was rather low, suggesting Sakaki's chances might be diminished. However, Hella seemed unconcerned about the Caterpie's classification. After a moment of thought, she advised Sakaki, "Caterpie, you say? Once it evolves into Beedrill, it will indeed possess commendable combat prowess. I find you quite likable. May I offer you some advice? Feel free to disregard it if you wish." As this was Sakaki's first experience in nurturing Pokémon, he was aware that Hella, with her extensive knowledge as a resource manager within Team Rocket, would undoubtedly provide valuable insights. Thus, he was eager to accept her guidance. Hella smiled with satisfaction before continuing. "Your Caterpie, being a dual-type Pokémon, requires both bug and poison-type food. This essentially divides your resources in half, potentially hindering the optimal development of both types." Sakaki pondered Hella's words, recognizing their validity, yet he felt a sense of vexation regarding the solution. Hella smiled at him patiently, offering a suggestion. As a newcomer, the berries he could obtain were limited to 2, which would have minimal impact. However, if you were to exchange the 2 berries for leaves from a berry tree, I could arrange that for you, providing a month's worth of leaves. Bug-type Pokémon naturally consume the leaves of berry trees in the wild, making them beneficial for enhancing their strength. This way, you would have a month's supply of food for both your poison-type and bug-type Pokémon. What do you think? The choice is yours. After considering Hella's proposal, Sakaki weighed the possibilities and implications. Hella had no reason to deceive him, and her assertions seemed accurate. Hella was not in a hurry. Had Sakaki immediately acquiesced, she might have underestimated him, believing he was too gullible. His ability to deliberate and assess reflected wisdom. This did not imply that Hella's advice was flawed. Indeed, she was correct. After some contemplation, Sakaki resolved, "Then I shall proceed as you suggest. But will this decision affect you in any way?" "A wise choice," Hella responded with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. "Do not overthink it. Those berry tree leaves hold little value. By trading them, you can maximize their usefulness, and I assure you, I will retain the 2 berries for myself." The adage that wealth stirs the heart rings true. To Hella, the 2 berries were insignificant. Her words were merely intended to alleviate any concerns Sakaki might have. Aware of this, Sakaki decided to follow her lead. Additionally, Hella had told a minor untruth. There were indeed individuals who sought the leaves from berry trees. Regular members of Team Rocket typically possessed ample resources to train their Pokémon, yet they would occasionally exchange some leaves for variety in their Pokémon's diet. In any case, Sakaki expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you, Lady Hella." Hella moved to the back of the room and, after a moment, returned with 2 packages, placing them in front of Sakaki. "This is your allocation for today. I will ensure that a dedicated member delivers your supplies daily, along with your meals." Sakaki nodded in agreement. Hella then asked, "By the way, what kind of tools do you require for training your Pokémon?" The inquiry pertained to equipment designed to tame unruly Pokémon, as it was not uncommon for Pokémon to retaliate against their trainers during training. Sakaki, discerning her intent, shook his head. "I trust my Caterpie. I do not require that." The Pokeball containing his Caterpie swayed at his waist, and it seemed quite pleased. Seeing Sakaki's confidence, Hella relented but produced a dagger, placing it on the table. "Since you do not require any training tools, I shall instead provide you with a dagger for self-defense. Better be prepared." Sakaki accepted it without hesitation, recognizing it as his due. "Thank you, my lady." Hella waved her hand dismissively. "Well then, you have collected all your items. You may take your leave. However, I must say this. I hope to have the opportunity to meet again, and when that time comes, do not hesitate to seek me for resources. I will, Sakamaki affirmed. Chapter 12. Good Days. Here is your room. You can access it with your identity card. If you require assistance, you can find me in room 6001. Before leading Sakamaki to his quarters, IXIN offered a few final words. Sakamaki nodded in gratitude, saying, "All right. Thank you for your help." IXIN shook his head, indicating that it was merely part of his duties, a task assigned by the organization, and that he would earn points for its completion. Well then, you must be quite tired today. Take some time to acclimate and rest. Sakamaki waved his hand, replying, "Okay, goodbye." IXIN turned and slowly departed, while Sakamaki entered his room. Although the rocket team had not yet reached its peak, the benefits afforded to its official members remained commendable. The accommodation consisted of a kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, and a living area furnished with all the essentials. On the 2-meter by 2-meter bed lay several rocket team uniforms for changing. All of this was beyond Sakamaki's wildest dreams until he joined the rocket team, explaining the allure that drew so many to it. Despite the somewhat bloody initiation, at least he was alive, was he not? Moreover, he had acquired his own Pokémon. His first companion. "Come forth, Caterpie." Sakamaki retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his waist and pressed the button, releasing a flash of white light. Caterpie appeared before Sakamaki, quickly scuttling to his feet and nuzzling against his calf. Sakamaki crouched down to stroke its back, hesitating to touch its head due to the poisonous horn. He certainly did not wish for an untimely demise. However, a gentle caress along Caterpie's back seemed to bring joy. Its eyes narrowed in bliss as it emitted soft coos of contentment. Sakamaki fetched Caterpie's food from behind him. "Are you hungry? You have just hatched and have yet to eat anything. Let me prepare your meal." Among the provisions prepared by Hela for Sakamaki were 2 bowls, one for him and one for Caterpie. While it is often said that bug-type Pokémon are weak, they're also the easiest to care for. Unlike other newly hatched Pokémon, which may be picky eaters and require specially formulated milk, Caterpie was not finicky at all. As Sakamaki presented the bug-type food, resembling cat and dog kibble, alongside a handful of leaves, Caterpie eagerly approached and began to feast. Ordinary Pokémon food contained a small amount of berries. Caterpie's bug-type sustenance likely included some form of venom sac. In this world, Pokémon adhere to the natural order, a principle the League does not interfere with. However, the act of hunting and consuming Pokémon is deemed a crime, thus abolishing a tradition that has persisted for millennia. Presently, humans primarily consume common livestock and cultivated crops, with only a few Pokémon and certain regrowable parts deemed suitable for nourishment. For instance, the allium duck and its green onions, the tail of the slowpoke, the milk from the Miltank, the claws of the Kingler, and the cream from the Swablu. Even the overabundant Magikarp, while tasty, is laden with bones, making it less desirable. Though these delicacies are indeed delightful, they come at a steep price, rendering them inaccessible to the average person. As Caterpie enjoyed its meal, Sakamaki also began to eat. Since awakening, he had not consumed a single morsel, and had it not been for the nutrient solution he had previously received, he might have succumbed to hunger. The duo, human and Pokémon alike, were soon engrossed in their meal, swiftly consuming every last bite. After having not eaten a satisfying meal in ages, Sakamaki felt his stomach completely filled, a profound sense of contentment washing over him. Perhaps this was the beginning of better days to come. Sakamaki took a moment to wash up, thoroughly cleansing the remnants of blood from his body. The crimson water swirling down the drain, accompanied by flecks of flesh, served as a stark reminder of the reality he had faced that day. With a clenched fist, he struck the wall, his eyes bloodshot as he gasped for breath. Gradually regaining his resolve, after steadying his mindset, he donned a fresh uniform, tossing the stained one into the washing machine. The blood and grime were washed away, yet the garment would never be completely clean. As Sakamaki emerged, Caterpie once again nestled close to him, its clingy demeanor reminiscent of a child seeking its parent. Sakamaki was not in a hurry to train Caterpie, despite the pressing nature of his circumstances. His survival thus far hinged on Caterpie's forceful emergence from its egg. Without it, he might not have made it. However, when they next encountered the likes of Murin and his group, they would undoubtedly have hatched several Pokémon. Two fists could hardly contend with many, and should they face another ambush, both Sakamaki and Caterpie would find themselves in peril. Thus, during these 14 days, their primary focus would be to grow stronger, preparing for the challenges ahead. The prohibition on engaging in battles was a necessary evil. Otherwise, Sakamaki would have sought vengeance against Murin immediately. Allowing the enemy time to strengthen was a grave mistake. Though training was not permitted, idleness was equally unacceptable. Taking advantage of their recent meal and renewed energy, Sakamaki placed his hand upon Caterpie, invoking the power of the evergreen. A gentle green light blossomed from his palm, weaving into Caterpie's form, aiding in the restoration of its damaged body. Caterpie appeared to revel in the sensation, its eyes drifting shut in bliss. After some time, Sakamaki felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his head growing heavy, prompting him to cease his efforts. Observing the sleeping Caterpie, he noted its enhanced breathing, a smile breaking across his face. His assumption had proven correct. The evergreen could mend and enhance Caterpie's physical state and potential. This revelation indicated that Sakamaki possessed a remarkable ability, one that could elevate all of his future Pokémon to a level rivaling that of legendary beings. Gazing upon the slumbering Caterpie, he envisioned its future evolution, a formidable warrior capable of standing toe-to-toe with even the mightiest of foes. However, a pressing question remained: how to augment the power of the evergreen. Such extraordinary abilities could undoubtedly be refined, allowing for even greater efficacy, ensuring he would not lag behind his Pokémon. Regardless, possessing robust physicality was undoubtedly advantageous. The rest would require exploration, potentially necessitating the training methods of those with psychic abilities. The specifics eluded him for now, but once he attained sufficient strength, acquiring such knowledge would pose no challenge. A trip to Golden City would suffice. Currently, Nashi was yet to be born, but her parents would likely be present. Securing the opportunity would be a matter of seizing it when the time came. The future appeared increasingly bright. Chapter 13. The initial training after all. This is just the beginning. One must take things step by step, savoring each bite. The night is somewhat profound. Sakamaki lies down for the first time on a soft bed, experiencing the luxury of waking up naturally. Yet, his slumber is not particularly restful, for it is haunted by the memory of his first kill. He is not a murderer by nature, and the nightmares are inescapable. In his dreams, he slays countless individuals, surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his hands stained crimson. The next morning, the rhythmic ringing of the doorbell rouses Sakamaki from his troubled sleep. He rises from the bed and slowly opens the door to find a member of Team Rocket pushing a cart. The member checks a list and confirms 9527, right? Here is your meal for the day, along with provisions for your Pokémon. Sakamaki accepts the food with a nod of gratitude. The Team Rocket member does not linger, but continues on his duties. Once the door is closed, Sakamaki takes a moment to recollect himself, remembering where he is and what he has endured. He quickly freshens up, places the food for his Caterpie into a clean bowl, and retrieves the Pokeball, releasing the creature. Boo! Upon emerging, Caterpie does not rush to eat, but instead growls softly at Sakamaki, nudging his leg. It is attentive and careful not to harm him. Sakamaki gazes at Caterpie with a smile, feeling as though he has a clingy little puppy, albeit one with considerable strength. Good morning, Caterpie. After greeting it, Sakamaki gestures towards the bowl. Go ahead and eat. Once you're full, we have some training to do. Caterpie may not comprehend the nature of the training, but it understands the command to eat and immediately digs in with gusto. Watching Caterpie enjoy its meal makes Sakamaki feel a bit hungry himself, so he pulls out his breakfast. Indeed, Team Rocket's provisions are commendable, healthy, delicious, and generously provided. After finishing his meal, Sakamaki conducts a quick health check on Caterpie to ensure it could digest properly, preventing any discomfort during training. After examining Caterpie, he notes that its physical and mental condition has improved significantly since yesterday. This is a crucial phase for a Pokémon's growth, making it imperative to cultivate battle awareness and foundational skills. Sakamaki refrains from using his power to restore Caterpie's health immediately. Typically, replenishing nutrients post-training yields the best absorption. maximizing the benefits of the intake. Furthermore, Sakamaki himself requires training to enhance his own abilities. Previously, he lacked the resources to train effectively, often struggling just to keep fed. Now, however, with adequate provisions, he can focus on improvement. To create a larger space for activity, Sakamaki begins to clear the living room, stacking tables, chairs, and sofas until a spacious area is available. This exertion leaves him sweating profusely. Caterpie attempts to assist, yet its physical limitations hinder it, allowing only for minor contributions. Sakamaki, however, encourages its enthusiasm with praise, which delights Caterpie immensely, causing its eyes to squint with joy. After catching his breath, Sakamaki prepares to commence formal training. Both Pokémon and humans require stamina, so he leads Caterpie in running and moving around the room. After only a brief period, while Caterpie shows no sign of fatigue, Sakamaki is left breathless, panting as if he were a bellows. The physical capabilities of an ordinary person cannot compare to those of a Pokémon, and Sakamaki's own condition is even less robust than that of a typical human. He collapses onto the ground, his shirt thoroughly drenched in sweat. Noticing Sakamaki's pause, Caterpie also comes to a halt, prompting Sakamaki to urge, "Don't mind me. Keep going." Caterpie resumes its movements, bounding energetically around the room, even managing to scale the ceiling in its exuberance. Sakamaki chuckles, realizing he has indeed hindered its progress. Caterpie's vitality is boundless, and as Sakamaki recovers, he begins performing push-ups, yet Caterpie continues undeterred. Unfortunately, Sakamaki's frail constitution means that even this simple exercise leaves him utterly exhausted. Eventually, to avoid overexertion, he decides to give Caterpie a break from physical training, recognizing that there is ample time to plan the day's regimen wisely. He invites Caterpie to rest beside him, placing a hand on its back as he channels his energy. Love is akin to a radiant light. Cough. Indeed, after the physical exertion, utilizing his power to restore Caterpie's stamina proves remarkably effective, alleviating concerns about excessive fatigue. By the time he finishes recuperating Caterpie, midday has arrived. Following a well-structured training session, it is time to replenish their energy, and Sakamaki, too, must restore his strength. Thus commences their second meal. Remarkably, Team Rocket excels at food preservation. Even after some time, the meal remains warm. After eating, Sakamaki feels his inner energy aiding digestion, distributing vitality throughout his body. After a brief rest, he initiates targeted training. Currently, Caterpie knows only two moves, Poison Sting and String Shot. Upon reaching level 9, it will learn Bug Bite. But there is a risk of evolving into Metapod after level 7. While Metapod possesses formidable defenses, its mobility will be significantly compromised, limiting its combat capabilities to hardening moves. Nonetheless, Sakamaki recalls a previous episode where he observed a Metapod utilizing Poison Sting. He remains uncertain, but he will have clarity once Caterpie evolves. The focus of their current training is to enhance Caterpie's speed and accuracy in executing Poison Sting. The power of the move is not a concern. Even a minor scratch will unleash potent toxins, especially given that Caterpie has been consuming poison-type Pokémon food, which will further augment its venom. Training for accuracy and speed requires incremental challenges. Sakamaki positions a chair at the farthest distance and instructs Caterpie to attack it, emphasizing the need to release Poison Sting at maximum velocity. Despite its confusion, Caterpie obeys Sakamaki's command, trusting that its master has a reason for such a task. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of Poison Sting shoots from Caterpie's forehead, each dart whistling through the air as they pierce the chair, nearly covering it entirely. Chapter 14. Targeted Training and Unfortunate News. After a brief interval, the once pristine chair had been transformed into a veritable porcupine of punctures by the venomous stings. However, as time progressed, the release rate of the unicorn bug's stings diminished, and their accuracy became increasingly erratic. At the current rate of venomous sting deployment, it might still suffice against a sudden human ambush, yet in a direct confrontation with physically robust elves, it would likely be evaded. In the realm of reality, a perfect hit rate is a mere illusion. A timely warning to dodge might prove invaluable. Nevertheless, such issues are to be expected, as executing techniques does consume stamina, which is not a cause for concern. The objective now is to identify problems and address them to enhance performance. Observing the furrowed brow of Sakamaki, the unicorn bug felt a wave of despondency, mistakenly believing it had not performed to the best of its abilities, prompting it to exert even greater effort while concealing its dismay. Thanks to the power of Tokiwa, although Sakamaki could not yet communicate telepathically with the elves, he was adept at sensing emotions. The unicorn bug was still young, and any emotional turmoil could lead to significant issues. In truth, it had performed admirably, with both its accuracy and speed far surpassing that of an ordinary unicorn bug. It was truly a prodigy. However, Sakaki's expectations were high. He envisioned the unicorn bug evolving into a formidable force capable of defeating legendary creatures. For both humans and elves, emotional value must be adequately acknowledged, especially for these little beings. Sakamaki generously praised the unicorn bug, declaring, "You have done exceptionally well, unicorn bug, far exceeding my expectations. You are a genius." He even took a moment to stroke the creature, which filled the unicorn bug with joy, its eyes narrowing in delight as it nuzzled against Sakaki's palm. Sakamaki retrieved another chair and inquired of the unicorn bug, "Now, let us see how well you can execute your silk spinning technique." The unicorn bug eagerly nodded, its motivation evidently heightened. With a clap of his hands, Sakamaki pointed towards the chair and commanded, "Begin. Bind this chair." As Sakaki's voice faded, the unicorn bug opened its mouth and released a strand of white silk. Although there was a slight deviation, the silk still transformed into a white ribbon, securely enveloping the chair. After a while, however, the silk's output slowed and its quantity diminished. The tenacious unicorn bug was determined to continue, but Sakamaki intervened momentarily. "Hold on a moment." Under the watchful gaze of the unicorn bug, Sakamaki approached the chair, placed his hand upon the silk, and pulled sharply, causing the silk to snap. The resilience was still insufficient. This inadequacy could be attributed to the fact that the plant fiber-rich leaves it had consumed were not sufficient, resulting in an inadequate quantity and strength of silk produced within its body. The solution was straightforward. One method was to produce silk in smaller amounts, focusing on increasing its toughness, thereby making the silk denser. When attacking opponents, targeting their limbs would be optimal. However, this would necessitate a significant enhancement in the unicorn bug's control over the silk. Regardless of whether this option was chosen, it must be incorporated into the training regimen. The second method involved increasing the consumption of leaves, allowing the unicorn bug to expel silk daily while simultaneously generating more robust new silk. With each generation, the strength would amplify. For this, Sakamaki owed a debt of gratitude to Hera, for without her assistance in procuring such an abundance of tree leaves, he and the unicorn bug would have lacked the necessary resources. It seems she had foreseen this necessity, being an experienced trainer capable of managing Team Rocket's resource allocation, suggesting she possessed a certain knack for breeding as well, though the profession of breeder had yet to be formally recognized. Witnessing Sakamaki effortlessly sever the silk caused the unicorn bug's spirits to dip once more. This reaction stemmed from the unicorn bug's inherently competitive nature. In time, it would strive to enhance its weaknesses, aspiring to become a truly versatile champion. Sakamaki turned to offer words of comfort. "This is not your fault. Do not overthink it. The primary issue is simply that you have not consumed enough leaves, which is why your silk lacks resilience. Just eat more in the future." Understanding Sakaki's message, the unicorn bug nodded vigorously, resolved to exert more effort during its next meal. From physical conditioning to subsequent technique training, the day's regimen was ultimately fulfilled, albeit at the expense of 2 chairs, which had suffered immensely. After a period of rest, dining, and contemplating the training plan while utilizing Tokiwa's power to aid the unicorn bug's recovery, time quietly slipped away, marking the conclusion of the first day of training in the Pokémon world. This day was merely the beginning, a stepping stone for Sakamaki as he embarked on his ascent to the pinnacle of achievement. The following morning, the familiar routine resumed as the rocket team's delivery personnel rang the doorbell, rousing Sakamaki from his slumber. following a delightful meal shared with the unicorn bug. The training for the day commenced. The morning was devoted to unchanging physical training and recovery, while the afternoon was allocated for targeted practice of both the venomous sting and silk spinning techniques. The primary focus for the venomous sting was to enhance speed and accuracy, with Sakamaki gradually reducing the size of the targets. He meticulously calculated the release speed of the stings, assessing the extent of improvement. As for the afternoon's silk spinning practice, since resilience could only be fortified through increased leaf consumption, training alone would not suffice. Thus, the aim was to concentrate the silk further while refining control capabilities. Such days swiftly accumulated into 10. There were instances of newly hatched elves exhibiting rebellious tendencies, as each elf's temperament varied. Some offspring inherited more violent genes from their parents, resulting in incidents of aggression towards humans. However, this constituted only a small fraction. The greatest risks arose from taming wild-captured elves, which posed the highest danger. Of course, the vast majority of trainers had yet to witness their elves hatch. The pressing timeline compelled them to constantly carry their incubators, with fragile emotions taut and ready to snap. A moment's inattention could lead to despair. For instance, in one room, a group of boys had seen the other elves hatch, while his remained dormant. Consequently, his descent into despair was swift, with sleepless nights becoming a common occurrence. After all, failure to hatch equated to death. In extreme cases, one might even resort to smashing the incubator, only to squander precious time and further instill a sense of threat in the elves, making them even less inclined to emerge. As for Sakamaki, a significant piece of news arrived, albeit not particularly favorable. He learned that Murin's egg had hatched into a small fire dragon, one of the starters, boasting exceptional talent capable of independently confronting Murin's 3 elves. This development intensified the threat posed by Murin to Sakamaki. Chapter 15, Training Ground Drip. Drip. Sweat trickled down, saturating the ground as a bare-chested youth exerted himself. Nearby, a caterpie frantically scurried about in a disheveled room. This was Sakamaki with his caterpie. In just 10 days, although his frail physique had not undergone a miraculous transformation, it had finally reached a level akin to that of an average adolescent, no longer resembling a mere collection of bones. Given more time, Sakamaki's stature would undoubtedly grow rapidly. Meanwhile, Caterpie had also matured somewhat, now measuring 0.5 meters in height and weighing 6 kilograms, effectively doubling in size, making it quite robust among its kind. The past 10 days had seen its level rise significantly to level 4, thereby enhancing its strength considerably. Currently, its rapid progress stemmed primarily from its low level, but this pace would inevitably slow as it advanced further. Additionally, through Sakamaki's relentless efforts, Caterpie's aptitude had returned to a green status. However, this was not its original potential. It should ideally possess a light green or even deep green aptitude, which paled in comparison to that of legendary Pokémon. As an egg pilfered from the verdant forests of Tokiwa and Evergreen, the general quality of such Pokémon was not particularly high. Thus, Caterpie could be considered among the more gifted of its batch. With Sakamaki's power from Tokiwa, it would soon restore its former glory and strive towards a blue status, eventually aiming for purple and ultimately the coveted golden legend. This morning, Sakamaki had risen rather early. The delivery boy from Team Rocket had yet to arrive, rendering him in a state of fasting aerobic exercise. He glanced at the walls, now bristling with numerous poison needles, the various shattered objects, and the chair and sofa cocooned in silken threads, feeling a bit of a headache. Over these 10 days, the room had been utterly ravaged, and the resources available for Caterpie's targeted training had dwindled. With the impending battle against Moku-san on the horizon, he needed to become stronger. In short, it was quite troublesome. Ding! At that moment, the doorbell chimed, signaling the arrival of the delivery boy from Team Rocket. Sakamaki hurried to open the door, taking the food offered. This time, however, he inquired of the boy, "Do you know where I might find a training facility?" "Surely, Team Rocket has designated training grounds?" The delivery boy glanced at the room, now in shambles due to Sakamaki and Caterpie's relentless training, and sighed, You haven't been confined to this room for the past 10 days, have you? Sakaki silently nodded, discerning that there must be training facilities available. The boy, exasperated, covered his face and explained, "You're quite something. Official members can rent private training grounds. And there are free ones, though they tend to be crowded and equipment scarce." He scrutinized Sakaki, if I'm not mistaken. "You must be one of the candidates from this selection, right? 9 days ago, Lord Miyamoto prepared 5 large training grounds for you all. Didn't anyone inform you?" Sakaki was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed news to him. Unlike the others, who had hatched their Pokémon after the training grounds were set up, Caterpie had emerged early, hence he had missed the announcement. Consequently, he had spent the past 10 days training in solitude. With a crack, the battered chair within the room emitted a mournful creak as it collapsed onto the floor, as if protesting its fate. Sakaki, scratching his head in resignation, asked, "Do you know where these training grounds are located?" The delivery boy, without hesitation, provided the locations of the various facilities, and Sakaki expressed his gratitude. After a light meal and a brief recovery, he freshened up and stepped out of the room he had occupied for 10 days, apologizing to the disheveled chairs and sofas as he made his way to the training grounds. Descending 2 levels from his room brought him to the floor where the training grounds were located. Upon arrival, he encountered the other youths he had seen before. Although he might not remember their faces, he could easily identify some of them by the incubators they carried as they moved about, confirming that he had indeed missed out. As Sakaki made his entrance, he drew the attention of many. He was the boy who had hatched his first Pokémon. His notoriety as the first to accomplish this feat was well known. However, one boy, upon spotting Sakaki, hurriedly dashed towards one of the training grounds. The throng was so dense that Sakaki did not notice this detail. He simply chose a training ground that caught his eye and entered. Indeed, Team Rocket was lavishly equipped. The expansive training ground featured a track and an array of fitness equipment, with targets set nearby. The youth primarily congregated on the track, running with their incubators strapped to their backs. The area with fitness equipment and targets was less crowded, yet everyone there was accompanied by a Pokémon. Among them were a few official Team Rocket members, presumably present to prevent any unauthorized battles or harm among the Pokémon. Finally, having found a suitable training ground, Sakaki felt invigorated. He took out a Pokeball and pressed the button, unleashing a burst of white light as Caterpie appeared at his side. Upon seeing the spacious environment, Caterpie was filled with delight, having felt somewhat confined in the small room. Sakaki proposed to Caterpie, "Shall we run a couple of laps?" Caterpie nodded eagerly and began to sprint, with Sakaki quickly following suit. For both Sakaki and Caterpie, who were currently at their weakest, there was no need to conceal their capabilities. Their training regimen was rather rudimentary, tailored specifically for Caterpie, and there was no fear of others copying them. After all, they were all novices, merely pecking at each other. The only aspect that Sakaki could potentially conceal was the power of Tokiwa. Once he attained sufficient strength, there would be no need to hide it any longer. In stark contrast to the weary youths laboring beneath their incubators, Sakaki and Caterpie were indeed a sight to behold on the track. Aside from Sakaki, another eye-catching figure on the track was a robust boy, renowned for his ability to take on 10 opponents single-handedly, who was running with remarkable speed. However, he too bore an incubator on his back, indicating that his Pokémon had yet to hatch. Time was of the essence. He needed to push harder, for no one wished for their demise. As Sakaki reveled in his freedom on the track, a group of youths entered from the outside. At the forefront was Moku-san, his head held high, exuding an air of arrogance, bolstered by the fiery red Pokémon at his side, a Charmeleon, which served as the source of his audacity. Chapter 16. The brawl. Upon seeing Sakaki, he felt an overwhelming urge to elevate his chin towards the heavens, particularly when he laid eyes on the Beedrill. A flicker of disdain and malice sparked in his gaze. He still harbored a grudge against the Beedrill for having previously defeated him. Beside him, his small Charmeleon seemed to resonate with his demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance that made it appear quite deserving of a thrashing. Behind him, several subordinates were accompanied by their own Pokémon, including some unfamiliar faces. It seemed that Mushin had recruited new members following the successful hatching of his Charmeleon. However, the bonds they shared were exceedingly fragile, Should a situation arise that posed a threat or conflict, they would undoubtedly turn on each other in an instant. For the time being, Mushin's group held significant power. As they entered, the nearby youths immediately distanced themselves, fearful of being embroiled in the conflict. The animosity between Sakamaki and Mushin was well known to those present, who looked upon Sakamaki and his Beedrill with pity. It was evident that Mushin's group had come to confront Sakamaki. The commotion was substantial. Not only Sakamaki, but even the robust youth darting about had noticed them. Upon spotting the leader Mushin, Sakaki's expression gradually darkened, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Hold on, Beedrill, trouble is approaching," Sakamaki commanded, and upon hearing his words, the Beedrill halted, following Sakaki's gaze to Mushin's group. It too remembered these loathsome individuals, realizing that had its venom been more potent at the time, they would not be facing such troubles now. Within its diminutive form lay a fierce resolve, exuding an aura of menace that sent shivers through the surrounding youths. Before long, Mushin sauntered over, taunting Sakamaki. "Hey kid, you kept me waiting. I thought you had turned into a coward." Sakamaki coldly retorted, "You're not worthy." Since their relationship had soured, Mushin no longer bothered to feign civility. "Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. I wonder if your bones are equally resilient." As Mushin spoke, his Charmeleon roared at the Beedrill. Those youths who had previously suffered at the hands of Sakamaki and his Beedrill appeared eager to engage, their Pokémon joining in with their own roars. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Sakamaki and the Beedrill gazed at them coldly, intent on gauging their next move. "Do you dare to strike?" Mushin laughed mockingly. "We are aware of the rules, but we can certainly leave you battered and your bug incapacitated." Sakamaki realized that Mushin's group had likely engaged in similar actions before. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that members of Team Rocket seemed to have caught wind of the situation but chose not to intervene. Thus, Sakamaki felt compelled to provoke them into action. He promptly issued a command to the Beedrill, "Poison Sting." Aim for their Pokémon. 10 days of training had allowed the newly hatched Beedrill and Sakamaki to synchronize perfectly. No sooner had Sakaki's words left his lips than the Beedrill sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of poisonous stings like a torrential downpour. Sakaki's decisive move caught Mushin's group off guard. They had intended to ambush him. Yet Sakaki's response was swifter than theirs. The onlookers were left astonished. With a series of thuds, the poisonous stings struck their marks without exception, whether human or Pokémon. Each emitted a pained cry before collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Had there not been so many of them, the Beedrill could have easily wiped them out in one fell swoop. Due to Sakaki's careful instructions, it was evident that more Pokémon had been struck than humans. Remarkably, Mushin and his Charmeleon managed to evade the assault. The remaining youths and their Pokémon stared in horror at the plight of their companions, swallowing hard in fear. Mushin, furious, shouted, "You treacherous fiend! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Charmeleon, show him and that above the power of the starter trio." Annoyed, Charmeleon charged at the Beedrill. Observing the approaching members of Team Rocket during Mushin's bluster, Sakamaki calmly instructed his Beedrill, "Continue with the poison sting." Since they could not eliminate Mushin just yet, there was no need to waste energy. Swish, swish! The poisonous stings flew towards Charmeleon. Mushin yelled, "Dodge, Charmeleon!" The youths were so flustered that they couldn't even command their Pokémon properly. They likely couldn't even recall their moves, given the rapidity of the poison stings. Charmeleon had no chance to evade. In a moment of desperation, Charmeleon disregarded Mushin's commands, flailing its small claws in a futile attempt to block the incoming attacks. The sharpness of its claws created a dazzling display, but the speed of the poison stings could not be thwarted by mere claws. Charmeleon managed to deflect a few, only to be struck and let out a pained scream. Thankfully, as a starter Pokémon, Charmeleon was resilient, despite being hit by the poison stings. It did not lose its fighting capability. Mushin, however, felt a pang of concern and cried out, "Charmeleon." He then yelled at his frightened subordinates, "What are you standing around for? Get to it. It's just one Pokémon and one person. Can they really turn the tide?" Prompted by Mushin, several youths directed their Pokémon to attack the Beedrill. "Go Pidgey, Spearow, Rattata, Arbok. Caterpie. Keep your Pidgey away from my Caterpie." And your Arbok? Keep it away from my Rattata. After coordinating their efforts, they charged towards Sakamaki. Sakamaki whispered to the Beedrill, conserve your strength, dodge as much as possible, and avoid injury. Though the Beedrill was somewhat confused, it did not disobey Sakamaki. As Sakamaki braced himself, the youths mistakenly believed he was cowering, and in their excitement, they pounced on him, delivering a series of blows. Sakamaki fell to the ground, feigning cries of pain. At that moment, several members of Team Rocket arrived, with an Arbok letting out a fearsome roar. Stop! The low-level Pokémon immediately froze in place, trembling in fear. Even the Beedrill was no exception, though its defiance seemed to ignite like flames in its eyes. The youths who had been assaulting Sakamaki hastily ceased their actions. The leader of the Team Rocket members ordered his subordinates to quickly administer antidotes to the poisoned youths and Pokémon. Should anything happen to them in this training ground, they too would face repercussions. Fortunately, the antidotes were administered in time, and there were no fatalities. However, gazing at the fallen youths and Pokémon across from them, alongside the solitary and bruised Sakamaki, it became difficult to discern who the true aggressor was. Chapter 17. Whoever speaks first wins. This episode served as a revelation for Sakamaki. The leader of the Rocket team, with a stern expression, inquired, who started this mess? Mushin was about to accuse Sakamaki of throwing the first punch when he noticed Sakamaki cradling his head and wailing, don't hit me. You outnumber me. I was wrong. I'll never provoke you again. Mushin was left speechless, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at Sakamaki. With Sakamaki uttering those words, hadn't they just sealed their own fate? Given the current circumstances, it certainly appeared that way. A group of detoxified youths seemed unscathed, while Sakamaki bore the marks of a brutal encounter, looking utterly pitiful. Although it was Sakamaki who had nearly annihilated them, he now appeared to be the aggrieved victim. You're lying. You were the one who threw the first punch. Everyone saw it. He turned, his face contorted in rage, demanding of the onlooking youths. You all witnessed it, right? Speak up. Sakamaki merely smirked. For the more Mushin raged, the easier it became for Sakamaki to retaliate. Sakamaki lamented, yes, that is correct. It's not as if you intimidated them into saying that. Mushin was so furious he nearly spat blood. You scoundrel, I'll kill you. He lunged toward Sakamaki, but the fierce bug Pokémon immediately positioned itself protectively in front of Sakamaki, its eyes brimming with hostility directed at Mushin. However, Mushin's earlier threats had been audible to all. The leader of the Rocket team, despite knowing that Sakamaki had overpowered them, recognized that the current situation favored Sakamaki. Moreover, given that Mushin's group had previously engaged in similar antics, even if the matter escalated to Miyamoto or Sakamaki Rika, the fault would still lie with them. Thus, he warned Mushin, from today onwards, you are prohibited from appearing at any training grounds. Should you cause trouble again, we will report it and revoke your qualifications. Losing one as qualifications was tantamount to a death sentence. Both Mushin and his cohort turned pale at this declaration. Mushin shot a venomous glance at Sakamaki and spat. You wait, before departing with his disheartened companions. Sakamaki slowly rose from the ground, his earlier despondence completely dissipated. Though bruises still marred his face, the frigid demeanor he exuded, coupled with the faint glint of malice in his eyes, sent chills down one's spine. The leader of the Rocket team regarded Sakamaki with a hint of trepidation. A person like him, should he grow stronger, could become exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, he was not Sakamaki's equal. Perhaps Sakamaki could even lead them to prominence. At the rear of the Rocket team, Exion silently observed Sakamaki, summoning his Abra to his side. Meanwhile, the balance in his heart began to tip slightly. The leader of the Rocket team addressed Sakamaki, you too, refrain from causing trouble, or you will also be barred from this training area. Sakamaki nodded. If no one provokes me, I will not strike first. Oh! The bug Pokémon emitted a low hum at Sakamaki's feet. Sakamaki smiled down at it, reassuring, do not worry, I am fine. As Sakamaki scanned the surroundings, the nearby youths, upon meeting his gaze, hurriedly averted their eyes, fearful of making direct contact. These youths were not naive. They could discern that Sakamaki had previously held the upper hand. They would not perceive him as the one at a disadvantage. In fact, Sakamaki had not only dealt Mushin a covert blow, but it also forced him to retreat in disgrace, which was truly impressive. Such an opponent was indeed terrifying. As for that bug Pokémon, was it not merely an insect-type creature? Was it not a tad excessively powerful? It seemed that only a short while had passed, yet it had outstripped them considerably. How could they possibly catch up? Contrary to their thoughts, Sakamaki was contemplating how to eliminate the nuisance that was Mushin's group. In truth, his ability to escape unscathed was largely due to the element of surprise. Regrettably, he had not managed to poison Mushin. Had he succeeded, he could have incapacitated him right then. Although Mushin had stumbled this time, he would undoubtedly be more vigilant next time, rendering surprise attacks less effective. The next encounter would likely present genuine challenges. Thus, Sakamaki required new strategies, preferably to compensate for the numerical disparity. Step aside, as Sakamaki delved deeper into his thoughts. The voice of a robust youth interrupted him. Sakamaki chose not to engage in conflict. Instead, he sidestepped, allowing the youth to pass. However, as he observed the youth's retreating figure, his eyes flickered with contemplation. Moments later, the youth returned to Sakamaki's side, only for Sakamaki to raise a hand to halt him. The sturdy youth glared at Sakamaki menacingly. Although he was somewhat wary of the bug Pokémon, it did not imply fear. "Move aside. I'm not afraid of you." Sakamaki shook his head, offering a gentle smile. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to create trouble for you. On the contrary, I am here to assist you with your predicament. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sakamaki." The youth replied coldly, "Xiaosheng, but I have no troubles that require your assistance." Sakamaki chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No, you do have troubles, do you not?" Xiaosheng scoffed, crossing his arms. "Don't play games with me. I don't understand." Sakamaki paused, forcing a smile of resignation, yet he proceeded to explain. "If you wish to hatch your Pokémon egg swiftly, I can assist you, provided you help me in return." Xiaosheng's eyes widened at this statement. Sakamaki calmly opened his mouth. "If you are interested, find me in room 9527. With that, Sakamaki turned and made his way toward the equipment area with his bug Pokémon. Further discussion seemed unnecessary. If Xiaosheng was inclined, he would seek him out. Otherwise, matters could become more troublesome. With access to equipment and targets, even subpar ones, the quality of training for both Sakamaki and the bug Pokémon immediately elevated. Xiaosheng watched Sakamaki training alongside the bug Pokémon, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Time was of the essence. Claiming indifference would be disingenuous. No one was unafraid of death. As for whether Sakamaki's actions would engender a new enemy, considering they were technically rivals, it was a matter of little concern, for Sakamaki possessed unwavering confidence. His greatest adversary was none other than himself. Only by continually strengthening could he surpass his own limits. One might ask why Sakamaki held such confidence. It stemmed from the bug Pokémon by his side and the unyielding power within him. Moreover, he was Sakamaki, the future underground king of the Pokémon world, destined to conquer as the leader of the Rocket Team. Chapter 18. The Strength of Little Katsu. On this day, Sakamaki did not wait for Little Katsu. However, he was not anxious. He could discern from the richness of the nutrient solution in the incubator behind Little Katsu that his Pokémon would take at least another week to hatch. Little Katsu did not have that luxury of time. If he wished to survive, he would certainly press Sakamaki for assistance. The closer the deadline loomed, the more urgent his requests would become. Sakamaki had contemplated whether Little Katsu might attempt to exploit him, taking advantage without reciprocating. Thus, he did not place all his hopes in one basket. This was a necessity dictated by the circumstances. Sakamaki could no longer afford to conceal his abilities. At most, he ensured that the boys he selected remained oblivious to the nature of his special talents, merely sensing that he harbored secrets, which instilled in them a sense of awe and obedience. In the past few days, several boys had visited Sakamaki's room, entering with incubators and emerging empty-handed. Yet, come the next day, they would leave joyfully with their newly hatched Pokémon. These individuals served merely as Sakamaki's insurance, tools in his grand design. In truth, only Little Katsu had captured his interest. Regrettably, they were destined to be rivals, with Sakamaki the sole survivor. When Little Katsu noticed the sudden influx of boys with Pokémon, each subtly expressing goodwill towards Sakamaki, despite his naivety, sensed something amiss. Observing the stillness of the unhatched egg behind him and the dwindling time, he faltered. As usual, Sakamaki was among the last to leave the training grounds, with little Katsu, drenched in sweat, following closely behind. He was undeniably ahead of the pack. Not once did Sakamaki glance back at little Katsu. It was not he who sought assistance, but rather little Katsu who was in need. With each step, as Sakamaki was about to exit the training area, little Katsu could no longer hold back. He wiped the sweat from his brow and called out to Sakamaki, "Wait." Sakamaki paused momentarily, but did not halt his stride. Little Katsu's heart sank. His resolute expression turned pale, reflecting regret and frustration. Yet, Sakamaki's voice resonated from outside. "Come to room 9527. Overwhelmed with excitement, little Katsu hurried out of the training ground. Moments later, within Sakamaki's room, Sakamaki reclined on a nearly worn-out sofa. Before him stood little Katsu, his head bowed, dwarfed by his peers. Sakamaki spoke coolly. "Hand me your incubator." Without hesitation, little Katsu produced the incubator from behind him, anxious that Sakamaki might change his mind. "All right," Sakamaki remarked, glancing at the nutrient solution within the incubator, visibly surprised. The solution's color had transformed entirely from what he had observed 4 days prior. In just 4 days of little Katsu's fervent efforts, he had surpassed the progress of others who had labored for 10. Given another 2 days, little Katsu could indeed hatch this Pokémon. Of course, it was too late to dwell on such thoughts now, and time was not on little Katsu's side. His unfortunate fate dictated that he would remain beneath Sakamaki's shadow, ultimately serving as a stepping stone for him. "Lower your head," Sakamaki instructed. With his life now resting in Sakamaki's hands, little Katsu complied. Seeing little Katsu's obedience brought a hint of a smile to Sakamaki's face. He gently placed his hand on the incubator, channeling his power, allowing it to permeate the Pokémon egg while the nutrient solution was steadily absorbed. Moments later, Sakamaki was drenched in sweat, his head feeling as if pierced by needles. Nevertheless, the nutrient solution had been completely consumed, although it would diminish some of his potential. Preserving little Katsu's life was paramount. As the egg began to tremble, Sakamaki announced, "It's ready. Take it. It's about to hatch." Little Katsu, unable to believe his eyes, lifted his head to see the egg quaking, cracks forming upon its surface. Grasping the incubator from Sakamaki's hands, he was on the verge of tears from sheer exhilaration. Crack! Crack! The nascent life within the egg began to emerge, revealing a newborn Pokémon as the incubator opened slowly. It bore a tile-like crest upon its head, its muscles already beginning to take shape, a humanoid figure with a gray hue, a fighting-type Pokémon, Mac-Hop. Upon landing on the ground, Mac-Hop appeared momentarily bewildered, glancing at Sakamaki and then at little Katsu. It wasn't until little Katsu excitedly shouted, "Mac-Hop," that the Pokémon leaped into his embrace, causing little Katsu to spin around joyfully before capturing it in a Pokeball. After a prolonged moment of elation, little Katsu turned to Sakamaki, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I, little Katsu, owe you my life. Should you require my assistance, I am at your service." Sakamaki reclined, crossing his legs, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel handed to him by his Butterfree. "Excellent. Your efforts were not in vain. I trust you more than those others. Tomorrow, you shall have your moment to shine." "Understood." Little Katsu replied eagerly, refraining from inquiring about what Sakamaki required of him. Having fulfilled his obligations, Sakamaki saw no reason to retain little Katsu any longer. "Go and collect Pokémon food and make some records while you're at it." Little Katsu nodded and departed. "Very well," Sakamaki remarked, observing the slowly closing door with a slight smirk, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Mokusen, this time I shall see how you survive." Feeling Sakamaki's emotions shift, his Butterfree crawled to his feet, nuzzling against his calf. Sakamaki looked down thoughtfully at his Butterfree. It was nearing evolution to Metapod, but without adequate resources prepared in advance, he would miss the opportunity to significantly enhance its potential, even with his continuous reinforcement using his power. Yet, as one who was not even a formal member of Team Rocket, where could he possibly procure such resources? It was exhausting. Raising Pokémon was truly a test of patience. Butterfree inquired, seemingly puzzled by Sakamaki's distress. "This is not your concern," Sakamaki replied with a smile, then confidently declared. "Fear not. I will find a way. You just focus on growing stronger. The rest is up to me." Chapter 19. The confrontation with the Woodson gang. Apart from those few boys handpicked by Sakamaki, the others were largely unaware of his ability to assist in hatching Pokémon. It stands to reason no one would willingly aid a rival. More often, the deepest malice resided in their hearts, for if they failed to hatch Pokémon, they would eliminate a competitor. Sakamaki had anticipated this, and to his surprise, his conjecture proved accurate. In the blink of an eye, 14 days had swiftly elapsed. On this day, after finishing breakfast with his cater pie, the doorbell rang once more. Outside stood a member of Team Rocket responsible for summoning the boys, a familiar face, Ashen. Sakamaki smiled faintly. "Mr. Ashen, what a coincidence." Shaking his head, Ashen replied, "No, I specifically arranged to come here to notify you of the assembly." Sakamaki regarded Ashen thoughtfully. "We aren't that close. You needn't go to such lengths for me. How do you plan to deal with that group of boys? I doubt you can manage it alone." Locking the door, Sakamaki strode towards the exit. "I have my methods." "What, Mr. Ashen? Do you lack confidence in me?" Following Sakaki's retreating figure, Ashen sensed that the Woodson gang's doom was imminent. "I believe in you. I am merely curious about your approach," he remarked, which caught Sakamaki off guard. After a penetrating glance at Ashen, Sakamaki replied coolly, "Just wait and see." As they proceeded, Ashen called forth several boys, all of whom had successfully hatched Pokémon. Their expressions notably relaxed. In stark contrast, those who had failed to hatch any remained paralyzed by fear, locking themselves away, refusing to emerge, fully aware that to step outside would mean certain death. The tension that had gripped the boys for over 10 days finally unraveled on this day. In a fit of agitation, one boy hurled and smashed his hatching device, shouting, Why haven't you hatched?" Yet, no matter their frantic attempts to escape reality, death would not spare them. A team of Team Rocket members, seemingly tasked with this grim duty, effortlessly breached the locked doors, and a swarm of eager Pokémon surged inside. The air filled with piercing screams as the Rocket members emerged, bloodied hatching devices in hand. The fate of those within was all too clear. Sakamaki was unaware of how the bodies are disposed of, perhaps incinerated en masse, or perhaps fed to the Pokémon. While consuming a sufficient number of humans could lead to uncontrollable behavior, with careful management, or by breeding a Pokémon specifically for such unsavory tasks devoid of combat prowess, it posed no issue. Typically, Mook handled these grim responsibilities, having built a robust resistance from years of devouring refuse and corpses. A single one could last for an extended period, as they might soon join the ranks of the deceased. A timid girl began to weep softly, yet Sakamaki remained unfazed, prompting Ashen to curiously inquire, "They are terrified. Why do you not share their fear?" "Because they are destined to die, and I am not. I shall emerge as the sole victor," Sakamaki stated matter-of-factly. For reasons unknown, though Sakamaki spoke so casually, Ashen felt a profound conviction that he might indeed succeed. While they did not encounter Woodson directly, they did come across his underlings, including Shota and others. Though no words were exchanged, an air of urgency permeated the atmosphere, hinting that a confrontation was imminent. But did Sakamaki dare to act? Did Woodson dare to act? Was it not said that they could not turn against one another within 14 days? Indeed, that was true, but now the 14 days had elapsed. It seemed as if they were deliberately granted time to strike, as neither Miyamoto nor Sakamaki Rika had yet arrived. While the Rocket members who accompanied them stood obediently at the periphery, Ashen was similarly positioned, his gaze fixed on Sakamaki, eager to witness his response. The space now contained just over 100 boys, creating an unsettlingly vacant atmosphere. Sakamaki remained at the rear, yet soon, numerous hostile eyes turned toward him. There was no need for guessing. Sakamaki knew exactly who they were. A ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd as the Woodson gang advanced, unleashing their Pokémon in a display that intimidated the boys in parting ways. However, their numbers appeared diminished, suggesting that those who failed to hatch Pokémon had been eliminated. Sakamaki lightly pressed the button on his Pokeball. A burst of white light revealed his cater pie at his feet, its small eyes gleaming with fierce determination as it locked its gaze on Whitson and his Pokémon. The nearby boys instinctively cleared a space, though they harbored doubts. Did these ruffians truly dare to act? Before they could fully yield their positions, Sakamaki commanded his Caterpie, "Go. Use Poison Sting." Caterpie acted decisively, unleashing a barrage of poisonous stingers aimed directly at Woodson and his gang. Just what I was waiting for. You sneaky scoundrel. Woodson had been on high alert for Sakamaki and Caterpie's moves. The moment Caterpie launched its attack, he shouted, "Attack." Charmeleon, use Ember. His underlings echoed his commands. Spearow, Peck. Metapod, String Shot. Ekans, use Poison Sting to retaliate. Rattata. A cacophony of Pokémon launched their attacks simultaneously, successfully blocking the Poison Sting. Sakamaki had anticipated this. The initial disparities in their Pokémon's strength were not overly pronounced, and their moves were too simplistic to pack a significant punch. Thus, he had prepared for this eventuality. Corner now, are you? Let us see how long you can keep up this charade. Woodson roared venomously. Sakamaki regarded him with disdain. Pathetic. Woodson was infuriated, his nerves fraying. Who gave you the audacity to speak like that when you're in such a predicament? Outnumbered? How quaint, Sakamaki sneered. Then waved his hand. Stop dawdling. Come forth and eliminate them. We will settle our scores, or I assure you, I hold a grudge. With Sakamaki's weighty words, the sound of Pokeballs opening filled the air. Shota and a cohort of boys emerged, encircling Woodson and his gang with more than 20 allies, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Chapter 20. The End of Musen. How is this possible? Sakamaki's cold voice cut through the air. Once is chance, twice is coincidence. But thrice is an absolute necessity. Eliminate them. At Sakamaki's command, Koso and his formidable strength took the initiative. His sincerity was commendable, yet his bravery shone through as he faced 10 foes with ease. However, his abilities were still in their infancy. He could only restrain one spirit. Not just Musen, but the onlookers were taken aback by Koshu's presence. How did this guy become someone else's ally? Wasn't he unable to hatch his spirit just last night? I thought he was done for. Musen's gang was doomed. From a distant corner, Exion widened his eyes upon seeing Sakamaki suddenly call forth over 20 youths. He immediately recalled the moment when Sakamaki had merely exchanged a few words with them, only to have his expression drastically shift. Though the means by which Sakamaki managed this remained a mystery, it was evident that he harbored a powerful secret, one that was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Musen was indifferent to Koshu's fate or the thoughts of others. He only knew that they were in peril. With a fierce glare directed at Sakamaki, he shouted, "Step forward for a one-on-one." "Fool!" Sakamaki scoffed dismissively before turning to the others, commanding, "Why are you still standing there? Get to work." Under Sakamaki's piercing gaze, the remaining 20 or so youths felt a shiver run down their spines. Particularly, the Caterpie beside Sakamaki stirred slightly. Yes, Sakamaki. 20-odd youths and their spirits surrounded a mere 10 individuals, yet they felt no pressure, especially with the formidable Sakamaki watching closely. Musen's face flushed crimson as he pointed vehemently at Sakamaki, barking orders at his Charmeleon. "Charmeleon, take that guy out." Having previously suffered at the hands of the Caterpie, Charmeleon harbored a grudge against both it and Sakamaki. Upon receiving Musen's command, it charged fiercely towards them. A couple of spirits that attempted to block its path were easily dispatched. After all, it was one of the starter trio, possessing a modicum of strength. Sakamaki and Caterpie remained unervingly calm in the face of the advancing Charmeleon. Their composure was a testament to their prowess. Sakamaki commanded, "String Shot." Without hesitation, Caterpie unleashed a barrage of silk strands towards Charmeleon. "Charmeleon, use Ember." Musen shouted. With a puffed-out cheek, Charmeleon expelled a flurry of searing flames. The brilliant fire ignited the strands of silk instantaneously, reducing them to ashes. Fire had a significant advantage over bug-type moves, and the highly flammable silk was no match for Charmeleon's inferno. Musen cackled in triumph. What a worthless bug-type. Those strands are utterly useless. My starter is clearly superior. Nearby youths who had chosen bug types felt their spirits dampen upon hearing Musen's words. The group Sakamaki had gathered also hesitated. Yet Sakaki remained composed, continuing to direct Caterpie. Keep alternating between Poison Sting and String Shot. Caterpie, unwavering in its confidence, began to unleash a relentless barrage of moves, mirroring its training regimen. Musen roared, Charmeleon, show that bug what true power is. Ember, true to his nature, Musen's Charmeleon was equally as aggressive, disdainfully unleashing its Ember attack. The searing sparks successfully fended off the strands and needles. However, Caterpie was accustomed to utilizing countless poison stings and string shots daily, consuming ample bug-type nourishment and foliage, far beyond what Charmeleon could match. Indeed, after just a few exchanges, Charmeleon's flames began to dwindle, its vigor noticeably diminished. Is Charmeleon faltering? It certainly seems that way. Musen, hearing the murmurs around him, bellowed, silence. My Charmeleon is the strongest. It is one of the starters. After Musen's furious outburst, the previously outspoken youth fell silent for a moment. Yet, Charmeleon's condition was undeniably poor. Coughing, Charmeleon emitted a cloud of black smoke, failing to produce flames. Seizing the opportunity, Sakaki coolly ordered, now bind its mouth and limbs with silk. Caterpie swiftly released a volley of densely packed silk strands. The targeted training of the past few days proved its worth at this critical moment. Caterpie easily ensnared Charmeleon's mouth and limbs, immobilizing it in place. Charmeleon thrashed wildly, but the resilient silk strands, honed through daily shedding, were unyielding. Musen shouted in horror, impossible. This cannot be happening. Nearby youths took the chance to strike, especially those with bug-type spirits. My Charmeleon is the strongest. It is one of the starters. Is it possible that starters aren't as powerful as we thought? I believe my Caterpie could handle it. Musen's eyes reddened with fury as a sudden idea struck him. He cried out to Charmeleon, use your tail. Burn the silk with the flames on your tail. In a frenzy, Charmeleon prepared to comply. However, Sakaki had already commanded Caterpie, Poison Sting. A flurry of needles shot forth, striking Charmeleon before it could scorch the silk. Charmeleon emitted a pained cry as it was pierced repeatedly by the needles, transforming into a sight reminiscent of a pin cushion. The potent venom coursed through Charmeleon, turning it a sickly shade of purple, frothing at the mouth. For a starter to be reduced to such a state was indeed a tragic waste. Yet Sakaki felt no remorse. His Caterpie was the true champion. Sakaki coldly addressed Musen. You pitiful fool, you've turned a fine spirit into a mere shadow of its potential. Provoked by Sakaki's words, Musen lost all semblance of control, succumbing to rage after repeated failures. He charged at Sakaki, roaring, I will kill you. Sakaki merely regarded him with chilling indifference, not even moving to engage in a physical altercation. As Musen neared, Sakaki finally spoke coldly. Poison Sting. Swish, swish. Caterpie unleashed a barrage of needles, leaving Musen to suffer the same fate as Charmeleon. Musen lacked Charmeleon's resilience. After being struck by the relentless needles, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth, his body swelling grotesquely, resembling a purple balloon. After a brief struggle, he succumbed, lying lifeless at Sakaki's feet. Chapter 21. Annihilation after Sakaki killed Muren. The onlooking youths immediately turned their gaze toward the Team Rocket members leaning against the wall, curious to see how they would react. In truth, they harbored a desire for these members to eliminate Sakaki on the spot. Sakaki was indeed formidable. He displayed no sign of remorse after taking a life, making him an adversary no one wished to confront. If only they could rid themselves of him now, it would be ideal. Alas, disappointment was inevitable. For even within ordinary Pokeballs, there existed healing potions sufficient to sustain a Pokemon's life. Initially, Sakaki was uncertain whether he would face repercussions for killing Muren today. However, when Ashen inquired about it, Sakaki solidified his resolve and decided to take action. In retrospect, it was the right choice. Sakaki addressed the stunned youths. Stop dawdling. Kill them. While they had consented to assist Sakaki, the notion of committing murder was daunting for them. Yet, Sakaki shattered their defenses with his words. If you do not eliminate them now, they will surely kill you later, especially since enmity has been established. Do you think this is a game? Upon hearing Sakaki's words, Xiaoxing was the first to act, albeit not fully comprehending the situation. Nevertheless, he recognized the validity of Sakaki's reasoning and swiftly twisted the neck of the boy he had restrained. With Xiaoxing's initiation, the remaining youths soon followed suit, unleashing their fury upon their adversaries. Murin's group begged for mercy. Sakaki bro, spare us. We were merely cooperating with Murin. We can ally with you. To their pleas, Sakaki seemed deaf, urging the remaining youths to take action. What are you waiting for? I don't mind doing it for you. Despite his words, the cater pie at Sakaki's feet appeared eager to join in the fray, seemingly targeting them as well. Faced with this, the youths could no longer hesitate, gritting their teeth. They resolved to eliminate the individuals before them, lest they become victims themselves. Thus, Sakaki felt satisfied. Observing the entire scene, Sakaki remarked with interest, Sakaki, huh? This little rascal is quite impressive. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. Not only does he share your surname, but if not for you, he would have perished in the Tokiwa forest long ago. Rika chuckled. You seem to have high hopes for him? My opinion matters little. What is crucial is whether he can emerge as the sole victor. Rika did not dwell on the matter with Miyamoto, as she held great trust in him. After all, it was he who brought her to select the next successor. In terms of qualifications, Miyamoto was entirely capable of succeeding Rika as the second leader of Team Rocket. However, his abilities fell short. Despite possessing strength, he lacked leadership skills and the ambition to lead Team Rocket to greatness. Beyond Miyamoto, there was another candidate, but he had been eliminated by Rika early on. He was ambitious, yet overly impulsive. Entrusting Team Rocket to him could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially launching an ill-prepared assault on the League and dragging Team Rocket into ruin. Rika, somewhat troubled, turned to Miyamoto. Even without a candidate plan, he could never become the next leader of Team Rocket. Miyamoto expressed his concerns. I understand, but he will likely cause some trouble. He will find ways to sabotage your plans. Rika remained unfazed. Whether he causes trouble is inconsequential. The future of Team Rocket must weather storms. A bit of adversity is nothing. Come, it's time for me to calm these children down. Miyamoto nodded in agreement, refraining from obstructing Rika's decision. As a result of Sakaki's initiation, the remaining youths also sprang into action. The corpses could remain where they lay for the time being. There was no rush. In stark contrast to the surrounding chaos, Sakaki resembled an untouchable specter. Regardless of how fiercely the youths fought, they instinctively cleared a space around him, fearing his gaze might fall upon them. In such tumultuous circumstances, individuals lacking security naturally gravitate toward those they perceive as protectors. The 20 or so youths previously dispatched by Sakaki sought refuge near him, as if they found solace in his presence. Once a reliance is formed, breaking free from it becomes a daunting task. Sakaki did not mind the proximity of these 20-odd individuals. It alleviated some of his own troubles. After all, he was already a formidable force, and now surrounded by a throng of followers, his presence was even more imposing. Yet, the more one desires tranquility, the more likely trouble will arise. Whoosh! A poisoned shuriken hurtled toward the unsuspecting Sakaki. This was a lethal strike aimed directly at his head. Should it connect, it would either kill or severely injure him. Fortunately, the cater pie, having undergone targeted training in recent days, was acutely aware of moving objects. It swiftly detected the shuriken, unleashing a torrent of silk to ensnare it completely. By the time it reached Sakaki, it had been transformed into a cocoon of silk. Sakaki followed the trajectory of the shuriken and spotted an inconspicuous youth within the crowd, looking frail and far weaker than the Sakaki of yore. Accompanying him was a rather unhealthy Ekans. Yet, this seemingly insignificant figure emanated a sense of threat that others lacked. This boy likely hailed from a ninja village. He possessed the innate qualities of a true ninja, biding his time until he could strike at his most formidable target, Sakaki. No, perhaps he was merely waiting for the most threatening individual to reveal themselves, ensuring a decisive blow. Chapter 22. The third phase. The boy who took action against Sakaki was not the only one. After initially making his mark, Sakaki had become the target of many. Over 20 girls, led by one in particular, began to encircle him. Surprisingly, beside the leader was a grass-type Bulbasaur, rather than the expected Charmander. In addition to them, there was another group led by a slender boy, accompanied by a dozen or so others, his Pokémon being a water-type Squirtle. It was evident that the three who possessed starter Pokémon had all come forward, one of them having already fallen to Sakamaki. If there existed any entity capable of hiding better than that ninja boy, it was likely that these individuals could pose a significant threat to Sakamaki. There was, in fact, one more, Masakatsu, who stood beside Sakamaki. The other boys, isolated in the surrounding area, were utterly disregarded by him. The boys who had thought being near Sakamaki would afford them some safety now looked pale upon realizing they had become targets instead. They found themselves regretting the situation. Yet, a slight smile crept onto Sakamaki's lips, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Indeed, this was far more interesting. A proper sharpening stone was essential. His horned caterpillar let out an excited growl, a thrilling sound echoing in the air. To onlookers, Sakamaki might have seemed overly arrogant. However, the 20 or so boys who stood protectively around him perceived this as a heavenly melody. Masakatsu leaned closer to Sakamaki, whispering, "What shall we do? There are 3 strong ones. I can hold one off, but what about the rest?" As he spoke, the others perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting Sakamaki's response. Under the expectant gazes, Sakamaki simply chuckled. "What can we do?" "Nothing at all." The looks on the faces of the boys and Masakatsu suggested they must have misheard him. The girl closest to Sakamaki exclaimed, "Sakamaki, are you afraid?" "Even so, I, your elder sister Yalan, shall not let you escape." In contrast to her, the ninja boy who had initially attacked Sakamaki had already stealthily blended into the crowd. The slender boy cast a lingering glance at Sakamaki, declaring, "Sakamaki, my name is Arue. Remember this. I shall be the sole victor." Following this ominous proclamation, Arue departed with his entourage. Yalan, uncertain of the unfolding events, was nudged by a younger girl beside her. "Yalan, look above." Upon glancing up, Yalan noticed the descending platform above, where Miyamoto and Sakamaki Rika stood. Miyamoto raised a hand and commanded halt. The members of Team Rocket, positioned near the wall, stepped forward, their formidable presence casting a shadow over the boys. The startled youths froze, glancing upwards in trepidation, unwilling to continue their skirmish. Miyamoto and Sakamaki Rika did not reprimand them for their momentary chaos. Instead, Miyamoto addressed the Team Rocket members, removed the eliminated participants. At his command, the Team Rocket members approached to escort the defeated boys away. Some who were severely injured were also taken, pleading desperately, "Wait, I can still fight. Please spare me." The one in charge of this task was Ashen, who coldly replied, "We, Team Rocket, do not waste unnecessary medical resources. Blame yourself. You have been eliminated." He seized the boy by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, confiscating his Pokeball, and capturing the Pokémon in snare by the Gyarados. With a firm hand, he dispatched the boys. Their cries for mercy and curses against the remaining youths echoed in the air. "It's all your fault. I curse you to share our fate, to have your souls descend into the underworld." Their hoarse voices sent chills down the spines of those left standing. The lightly injured boys could only silently count their blessings. After this clearing, what had once been over 100 boys dwindled to just slightly more than 100. Sakamaki Rika stepped forward, addressing the shadowed youths below, though her words brought them little comfort. Sakamaki regarded her with indifference, gently patting his horned caterpillar. To him, Sakamaki Rika was neither a villain nor a hero. Had it not been for her, he would not have encountered the horned caterpillar, nor would he have seized the opportunity to grow stronger. Moreover, if she and Miyamoto had not rescued him in the Tokiwa forest, he might have perished. Thus, he felt more admiration and respect towards her. Signaling for Miyamoto, she stepped forward. "You will have a month to learn about the Pokémon world and to grow stronger." This announcement brought a sigh of relief from the assembled youths, grateful that the fighting had ceased. However, Miyamoto's next statement compelled them to be on high alert once more. "So continue to strive." At this, the boys erupted into chaos, as though they had been pushed to the edge of a precipice. It seemed intentional, as the previously united youths began to turn against one another, spurring each other on to become stronger. Miyamoto paid no heed to their reactions. After glancing intently at Sakamaki, she added, "Unlike before, there will be no loopholes. From today forth, you are prohibited from fighting amongst yourselves. Only duels may determine your fates. Violators will face death." Sakamaki, brushing his nose calmly, remained unfazed. Miyamoto's words seemed hypocritical, as the recent events had gone unchecked. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. The other youths regarded him with gleeful malice, mistakenly believing he had drawn Miyamoto's ire. Little did they realize that Sakamaki found solace in his situation. He was no murderer, deriving no pleasure from bloodshed. Now, he could focus on growing stronger without the fear of being targeted. Yet, should anyone dare to strike at him, he would prefer to eliminate them himself. With this thought, Sakamaki scanned the crowd, seeking out that accursed ninja and Yalan. Rue. Chapter 23. The tenacious mini-victory. Miyamoto narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He concluded with a chilling warning. Anyone found concealing a second Pokémon would face disqualification. Despite the jovial tone in which he spoke, an ominous coldness lingered. Some youths, harboring a sense of trepidation, hastily surrendered their hidden Pokeballs, unwilling to tempt fate. Ideally, the Pokémon should be entrusted to their respective captors. However, these youths lacked the prowess to nurture a second Pokémon. Rather than let these creatures languish in their hands, it would be more prudent to hand them over to the more seasoned members of Team Rocket, who could at least capitalize on them financially. Once the dust settled, the youths' classes were divided into two categories: cultural studies, where they would learn about the written word alongside the history, astronomy, and geography of the Pokémon world, and battle training, which focused on the art of Pokémon combat. These young aspirants were so inexperienced that they often struggled to even recall their Pokémon's moves. Elite members of Team Rocket would rotate in to teach, each bringing their own unique Pokémon and training philosophies, showcasing the vast diversity of Pokémon species, which would serve as valuable references. During the battle training, Rocket members also introduced Sakamaki and others to instruments capable of assessing Pokémon levels. Those interested could visit the infirmary for testing. Fortunately, Sakamaki had the advantage of sensing the energy levels of his Caterpie through his inherent abilities, thus gauging its strength. He found the infirmary's equipment cumbersome and impractical. Without such instruments, trainers could still observe their Pokémon closely, as they would emit a white glow upon leveling up. According to Miyamoto, the grouping of over 100 youths was randomized into 3 classes. Coincidentally, Mini-Victory found himself placed in the same class as Sakamaki, though this was not necessarily a stroke of luck. Being in the same class implied they would encounter one another sooner than anticipated. The so-called randomization was merely a farce. Miyamoto and Sakamaki Rika could easily manipulate the roster. Sakamaki speculated that this arrangement stemmed from the fact that Ari and Yalan had been assigned to different classes. As distinguished individuals who stood out among their peers, it was only natural for Miyamoto and Sakamaki Rika to take notice. Interestingly, a certain ninja boy had been placed in Yalan's class. Sakamaki had learned his name, Vidu. Today's lesson revolved around cultural studies. Sakamaki, having inherited the memories of his original self from the orphanage, was well-versed in reading and writing. This subject posed no challenge for him. The instructor, a diligent intern, delivered the lesson earnestly. While other boys, accustomed to the wild, began to doze off, Sakamaki remained engrossed in the material. The class passed swiftly, and soon the youths were roused from their slumber, hastily exiting the room. Within the classroom, only Sakamaki, slowly rising, and Mini-Victory, yawning and stretching, remained. In contrast to Sakamaki's aloof demeanor, Mini-Victory, feeling grateful for Sakamaki's assistance, appeared rather enthusiastic, albeit still somewhat naive. "Sakamaki, where are you headed? Shall we train together?" Sakamaki halted, his coldness palpable as he replied, "Our transaction has been completed. We are now clear of obligations and must revert to being rivals." Mini-Victory grinned foolishly, a far cry from his previous solitary training, which had kept others at bay. Such childish thinking. Sakamaki frowned, scoffing lightly as he strode towards the exit. Unfazed by Sakamaki's demeanor, Mini-Victory quickly caught up, his tall frame trailing behind Sakamaki like a bodyguard. "You spared my life. Even if I lose to you, it simply means returning my life to you." Sakaki felt a tension at his temples. He was acutely aware of how this would ultimately unfold. Engaging too deeply with these youths would only invite unnecessary complications. He issued a stern warning, keep your distance. If I encounter you, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Sakaki's indifference seemed to deter Mini Victory, who stopped in his tracks, merely watching as Sakaki's figure receded into the distance. Training continued, as usual, but one crucial detail lingered. Caterpie would have the potential to evolve upon reaching level 7. Sakaki, however, had no intention of allowing Caterpie to evolve prematurely. With ample time at his disposal, he saw no need for Caterpie to hastily transform into Metapod or Beedrill, thus gaining an edge over his peers in the short term. Moreover, there were additional reasons for his reluctance. Firstly, he had yet to find the means to enhance Caterpie's potential. Missing this opportunity would likely result in a lack of future chances. Secondly, during the evolution from Metapod to Beedrill, the creature would be unable to consume food, necessitating a double allocation of resources. Just the thought of it was enough to give Sakaki a headache. This predicament arose partly due to Caterpie being a bug-type Pokémon, which typically evolve at lower levels. In contrast, the starter Pokémon require reaching level 36 for their final evolution, a feat that cannot be achieved in a mere year. In the current scenario, Sakaki had to devise his own solutions. In the training arena, he was preoccupied with these thoughts when he sensed another presence behind him. Since acquiring the power of Tokua, Sakaki's senses had sharpened, and although he was not yet as attuned as a superhero, he could still detect the presence of another person. Assuming it was Mini Victory, he casually remarked, "Haven't I told you? Do you truly struggle to comprehend human speech?" However, the voice that responded was not Mini Victory's. "Have you mentioned it?" Sakaki turned slightly, recognizing the newcomer without much surprise. "Mr. Ashen, do you seek me for something?" Ashen nodded respectfully, addressing Sakaki with deference. "I have matters to discuss, but this location is not suitable for conversation." Sakaki scrutinized Ashen closely, sensing no hostility from him. Rather, he perceived a friendly disposition. "Then let us speak in my room after the training session concludes." Ashen nodded vigorously, replying, "Very well, I shall take my leave." As Ashen departed, Sakaki observed his retreating figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Interesting, a formal member of Team Rocket seeks me out. Is he perhaps placing a bet in advance?" Sakaki speculated briefly, arriving at a likely conclusion. "Oh, Caterpie, training alone," urged Sakaki to attend to it. Just as Sakaki was about to respond, Mini Victory approached with Mach-Hop. Under Sakaki's gaze, he declared, "I understand now. When I encounter you, I will not hold back." Sakaki replied dismissively. Mini Victory appeared to ponder for a considerable time before earnestly suggesting, "You wish to grow stronger quickly, don't you?" "So do I. Caterpie and Mach-Hop both require a training partner to gain experience. Shall we strike another deal?" "Agreed." Chapter 24. Asin's allegiance with the companionship of Xiaosheng and the training in arm wrestling. The result have indeed been remarkable. Firstly, the two youngsters are fiercely competitive, each unwilling to yield to the other during their training sessions. Although Xiaosheng's arm strength may not be on par with the Unicorn, he possesses the indomitable spirit characteristic of fighting-type Pokémon, an unyielding determination to prevail. In contrast, as the trainer, Sakamaki finds himself at a disadvantage. Xiaosheng's exceptional physical prowess allows him to effortlessly dominate Sakamaki during their training. Furthermore, this young man has knowledge of martial arts, easily besting Sakamaki in their sparring sessions. Yet, he often offers unsolicited advice, pointing out Sakamaki's mistakes in training and combat techniques. To maximize your strength and impact, your waist and stance must synchronize during strikes. He explains with a smile, sensing Sakamaki's confusion. "I hail from Jinwang City, where the Jinwang Dojo specializes in martial arts. I had intended to apprentice there." "The Jinwang Dojo? Isn't that the psychic dojo run by Nasi?" Sakamaki muses, quickly realizing that Nasi must not even be a shadow of her former self now. Her father lacks strength, so the Jinwang Dojo remains a fighting-type establishment. Curiously, Sakamaki inquires, "If you aspire to be an apprentice at the Jinwang Dojo, what brings you here?" Xiaosheng scratches his head awkwardly, admitting, "To join the Jinwang Dojo, one needs a fee of 50,000 Pokémon coins to apprentice. I lacked the funds and was turned away. With a pat on Xiaoxing's arm, Sakamaki reflects on the missed opportunity to nurture a prodigy. Xiaoxing sheepishly rubs his head. There are many stronger than me. I'm merely taller. My younger brother possesses even greater talent. Don't be fooled by his small stature. Let me tell you about him. As Xiaoxing speaks of his brother, his enthusiasm is palpable, revealing his fondness for his sibling. The joyful training session soon comes to an end. The unicorn is not far from fully restoring its potential. It now glows a light green, with complete recovery expected to reach a pale green hue, though deep green may be out of reach. This is inconsequential, as Sakamaki can still assist it to attain deep green with the power of Tokiwa. Preparing the unicorn's meals for dinner, Sakamaki and the creature indulge heartily, as replenishment post-training is essential for strength enhancement. Just as Sakamaki finishes washing the dishes, the doorbell rings. Upon opening the door, Sakamaki finds Asin standing outside. Come in, make yourself comfortable, Sakamaki invites casually. Asin nods and enters, but refrains from sitting, standing upright as he awaits Sakamaki's words. Respecting Asin's choice, Sakamaki closes the door and turns to him. Is there something you wish to discuss? You may speak now, Mr. Asin. Asin kneels on one knee, declaring, I wish to pledge my loyalty to you. Sakamaki squints, intrigued. Loyalty to me? Are you not afraid of my potential failure? If I am not mistaken, your strength must be at least that of a mid-level trainer. I have a premonition that you will emerge victorious. Asin replies confidently. You are correct. My Abai monster is at level 26 and will soon reach the rank of a senior trainer. Sakamaki responds nonchalantly. Then pledging loyalty to a junior trainer seems rather illogical, does it not? Asin shakes his head. While others may perceive you as a junior trainer, I recognize you as a hidden dragon. You will become the heir of Team Rocket, perhaps even its future leader. I merely encountered you by fortune before your ascent to power. Thus, I have the opportunity to pledge my loyalty. Sakamaki scoffs, sensing the half-truth in Asin's words. He indeed sees potential in him, the possibility of becoming the master of Team Rocket. Shifting his tone, Sakamaki allows a subtle aura to manifest. However, this is merely a possibility. It seems you are simply hedging your bets. Should I fail or perish, it would not matter. After all, aside from you and me, no one is aware of your allegiance to me. Sakamaki's words slice through the air like a sharpened blade, for Asin indeed harbors such thoughts. Sitting on the sofa, Sakamaki states meaningfully, there are many intelligent individuals in this world. Do not assume all others are fools. Asin lowers his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yet Sakamaki, brimming with confidence, continues, one thing you have surmised correctly, I will undoubtedly become the singular victor, the next leader of Team Rocket. Thus, I shall accept your loyalty. For you are inherently loyal to Team Rocket. Asin raises his head abruptly, his gaze complex. He wishes to inquire of Sakamaki whether he could be considered one of his own. However, Sakamaki interrupts him, probing deeper into his desires. What do you seek? What do you wish to gain from my future self? Resources? Status? Wealth? After a moment of silence, Asin replies, I am uncertain. I merely seek an opportunity, one that allows me to showcase my full potential. I aspire to be at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Sakamaki laughs heartily. Then you desire it all. Asin does not contest this, tacitly accepting the assertion. Sakamaki does not belittle Asin for his ambition. In fact, he would regard anyone lacking such aspirations with disdain. As Sakamaki's subordinate, Asin deserves the finest treatment. This principle will govern Team Rocket henceforth. Sakamaki assures Asin, once I ascend to leadership, you shall acquire everything you desire. I promise you this. Recognizing the sincerity in Sakamaki's words, Asin kneels once more, bowing his head reverently. Boss. This title is one used by Team Rocket members to address Sakamaki Rika. Should Sakamaki Rika step down, the new leader would naturally be addressed in the same manner. Thus, Asin's manner of addressing Sakamaki is entirely appropriate. Accepting Asin as his first subordinate is indeed an unexpected development for Sakamaki. However, the number of subordinates he will gather in the future will only increase. Asin is merely the beginning of a new era. From Asin, Sakamaki also learns about the current structure of Team Rocket and its key figures. Firstly, the leader is Sakamaki Rika, reputed to be a senior champion trainer. Next, there are Rika's right-hand men, two executives, Miyamoto and the elusive Eidos. Miyamoto possesses slightly greater strength, likely at the level of a junior champion, while Eidos is speculated to be a peak quasi-champion trainer. Beneath them are three captains, each at the level of gym trainers, with the two strongest aligned with Eidos, vehemently opposing the selection plan, seeking to support Eidos as the new leader. Yet, Sakamaki Rika's firm hand prevents them from swaying her resolve. Chapter 25. Should insects fear birds? In addition to the aforementioned, the upper echelon of Team Rocket comprises certain unique figures, such as Hera and specialized researchers like Dr. Liangmu. Then there are the squad leaders and team leaders, alongside formal members like Ashen, and at the bottom, the reserve members like Sakamaki, who barely qualify. At this moment, the overall strength of Team Rocket is still woefully inadequate. It is important to note that the entrance tickets for the higher-ranking officers are reserved for those of the champion tier. Currently, only those at the near-champion level can gain entry. Due to a lack of strength and personnel, there are insufficient positions established. Once Sakamaki ascends to the leader's position, he will reorganize the hierarchy, creating roles for elite members like Kojiro and Meowth, elite captains for Musashi, and the highest-ranking officers, among others. However, that is a discussion for another time, as Sakamaki has yet to rise to power. For now, he is merely a trainee, lacking even the capability for self-preservation. At this stage, Team Rocket is still in its infancy, awaiting refinement and honing before it can transform into a formidable weapon. Having grasped these basics, Sakamaki turned to Ashen and inquired, "If I wish to acquire some resources, what should I do?" Ashen replied, "As regular members, we can obtain resources through completing tasks or redeeming task points. However, I'm unsure about your situation, boss." Glancing at the cater pie at Sakamaki's feet, Ashen seemed to comprehend the underlying need for resources. He quickly produced a box, explaining, "I believe this cater pie will be evolving soon. You intend to nurture it, right? Inside is the venom sac of a senior-level Beedrill, which should significantly enhance its potential during evolution." Sakamaki merely cast a fleeting glance at the box in Ashen's hands before responding. This venom sac is presumably meant to aid Beedrill in its progression to a higher level. Correct? Ashen nodded, then shook his head. "Yes, but doesn't team matter? As long as you, boss, grow stronger, this trifle will be inconsequential." Although Sakamaki urgently required resources to enhance Caterpie's potential, that did not imply he would seize what his subordinates needed for their advancement. Even without resources, Sakamaki possessed the confidence to elevate Caterpie to its pinnacle. Thus, he graciously declined Ashen's offer, stating, "No, I am Sakamaki. How could I take what is meant for my subordinate's progression? It's all right. I'm willingly offering it to you, boss." As a subordinate, one must have ways to assist the leader. Sakamaki crossed his legs and replied coolly, "I have made myself clear. I do not require it." Seeing Sakamaki's resolute demeanor, Ashen reluctantly acquiesced. Sakamaki narrowed his eyes, contemplating other avenues to procure such resources. In truth, he had a candidate in mind, though he felt a sense of reluctance. Only when all other options were exhausted would Sakamaki resort to this contingency plan. Despite Sakamaki's refusal of the senior-level Beedrill's venom sac, Ashen later prepared some higher-quality poison-type food and energy-rich berries to demonstrate his continued utility to Sakamaki. To Ashen, these items were of little consequence, and driven by his insistence, he even tossed them to the ground before hurriedly departing. Upon witnessing Sakamaki accept his goodwill, Ashen was overjoyed and eagerly nodded in agreement. The higher-quality poison-type food and the energy-rich berries were indeed superior. Just 4 days later, Caterpie leveled up to level 6 and began to feel the urge to evolve. However, Sakamaki insisted it hold off until at least level 10. Today marked the combat class, and since the previous sessions had focused on attributes and Pokémon moves, the Team Rocket members animatedly discussed the significance of type advantages. Type advantages are crucial in battles. When a type has an advantage, the power of its moves is greatly amplified. For instance, electric-type moves are ineffective against ground-type Pokémon, This chart illustrates it well. Fire type is strong against grass and bug types. Water type counters fire, ground, and rock types. Grass type is effective against water types. Unlike their attitude towards academic subjects, the youths were invigorated when it came to discussions about battles. In addition to basic type advantages, there are also specific counters, such as feline Pokémon being strong against rodent Pokémon, and avian Pokémon having an edge over insect types. One member of Team Rocket proposed, "Who possesses a bird-type Pokémon? Let us conduct a battle experiment." Several youths raised their hands, and he selected one at random. It was a bug-type Pokémon. Although there were many with bug types, the young trainers instinctively turned to Sakamaki. With an expressionless face, Sakamaki raised his hand. "Then it will be you," the Team Rocket member declared. A moment later, Sakamaki and the chosen youth stood on opposite sides. The latter, upon seeing Sakamaki's stoic expression, appeared somewhat intimidated. However, recalling that self-harm was prohibited and buoyed by the earlier encouragement from the Team Rocket member, he summoned sufficient confidence. "Go, Fire Sparrow!" The robust and fiercely spirited Fire Sparrow emerged, flapping its wings and emitting a resounding cry. Amidst the spectators, Sakamaki wasted no time and released Caterpie. The Team Rocket member remarked, "Typically, bug types would cower in fear upon encountering bird types, often fleeing without a fight. Only Pokémon nurtured by powerful trainers might defy this norm, but you all are not among them." As he spoke, he turned to observe the youth's expressions and was taken aback. To his astonishment, Caterpie was not only unafraid of Fire Sparrow, but appeared hostile, brimming with eagerness to engage. Conversely, Fire Sparrow seemed agitated under Caterpie's gaze. The Team Rocket member awkwardly stammered, "Well, this must be because the bug type is still young. Once a real battle commences, it will revert to its normal state. You may begin." With that, Sakamaki commanded, "Poison Sting." Caterpie unleashed a barrage of poisonous stingers towards Fire Sparrow. The latter, startled, flitted about in panic but still took the hits squarely. Unbeknownst to them, within Sakamaki's room lay a pillow fashioned in the shape of a bird, concealed beneath a multitude of poisonous stingers. Chapter 26. A series of troubles. With a sharp thud, the poison needle struck the Fiery Sparrow, rendering it motionless as it plummeted to the ground. The youth, who had sought to prove himself, wept inconsolably for his fallen companion. Fortunately, as a formal member of Team Rocket, he had brought along an antidote, allowing the Fiery Sparrow to escape with its life, thus sparing him from any repercussions. Nevertheless, the situation was undeniably awkward. Logically, the bug-type creature should have been at a disadvantage against the Fiery Sparrow. He cast a glance at the unremarkable Sakamaki and the unimposing bug-type, who displayed not an ounce of pride despite their victory, and sensed that the issue lay with this pair. The rascals certainly knew how to pick their battles. Applause erupted from the crowd, and the exuberant youth shouted, "Sakamaki, you're amazing. Even with a disadvantage, you triumphed." Sakamaki scratched his head, pondering why such words felt less like praise and more like a veiled critique. Clearing his throat under the resentful gaze of the Fiery Sparrow's trainer, the Team Rocket member coughed awkwardly and explained, "This is primarily a matter of levels. That bug type is simply at a higher level than the Fiery Sparrow, hence the outcome." He then turned to Sakamaki and continued, "Now, who else is bug or bird type Pokémon? Let's try again." Under his insistence, 2 more youths were selected. This time, there were no surprises. The green caterpillar trembled in fear. The onlookers gradually accepted that the bug type's superior level might have been the cause of their misfortune, dissipating their initial dread of Sakamaki. Even the Team Rocket member found himself deceived. If they genuinely believed they could suppress Sakamaki with bird-type Pokémon, they would only be met with futility and further disappointment. As the minor incident faded into the background, time swiftly passed, and 20 days slipped away. During this period, Sakamaki resembled a sponge freshly immersed in water, continuously absorbing knowledge and strength. His once gaunt physique gradually transformed into a robust form, and he began to grow taller. Under the rigors of daily training, the bug-type Pokémon's level steadily increased, now reaching level 8. Once it surpassed level 10, the initial benefits would likely come to an end, and the pace of its evolution would inevitably slow. Its potential was close to attaining a pale green hue. Sakamichi, at this stage, was arguably one of the strongest among his contemporaries, as some Pokémon had already evolved. This unusual transformation undoubtedly caught Sakamichi's attention. If he was not mistaken, it indicated that the higher-ups of Team Rocket had begun to intervene. Unlike Asin's allegiance to Sakamichi, they seemed to have preemptively controlled suitable candidates, waiting for the chosen one to ascend to a position of power, at which point they would become the true puppeteers behind Team Rocket. However, it appeared they regarded Sakamichi Rika as non-existent, foolishly believing she was oblivious to their machinations. Sakamichi, being a unique presence among the remaining youth, was naturally under the watchful gaze of some influential figures. One day, after Sakamichi had just seen Asin out of his room, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was a squadron leader, and upon seeing him, Asin was compelled to offer a polite greeting. Yet, when he observed the squadron leader striding directly towards Sakamichi's door, he sensed something amiss. As a formal member, he felt powerless before a seasoned squadron leader of formidable strength. However, the squadron leader's demeanor sparked memories of other individuals in his mind. After pondering for a while, he recalled Sakamichi's formidable character and hastily darted in a specific direction. Meanwhile, upon hearing the doorbell, Sakamichi initially assumed Asin had returned for some matter, but upon seeing the unfamiliar face outside, he furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" he inquired. The squadron leader looked down on Sakamichi with disdain, declaring, "I am Taro, squadron leader of Team Rocket. You must be Sakamichi." Sakamichi remained unperturbed by the leader's title. Even a commander would not dare to act recklessly against them. He maintained his composure and replied, "This is my room. Do you truly believe there is another Sakamichi?" Taro's eyes widened, and he unleashed the intimidating aura he had honed over the years to bear down on Sakamichi. "Are you so brazen, little brat?" The overwhelming presence briefly subdued Sakamichi, causing him to lower his head slightly. However, he was Sakamichi, and he would not allow anyone to trample upon him. Gritting his teeth, he released a faint aura of defiance, raising his chin defiantly. Is it truly impressive for a squadron leader to bully a child? With a sudden motion, Taro seized Sakamichi by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "You're fortunate that rules protect you. Otherwise, you would have met your demise at my hands long ago." Sakamichi's Pokeball rattled as his bug type struggled to emerge, but Sakamichi restrained it, fixing his cold gaze on Taro. Despite his face turning crimson, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. "Umph," Taro scoffed, realizing Sakamichi was not easily intimidated. He released Sakamichi, who fell to the ground, and said, "You're in luck. A certain individual wishes to see you. If you wish to live, keep your head down when the time comes." Sakamichi rose from the ground, casting a chilling glare at Taro. To him, Taro was destined for demise. It was merely a matter of time until his strength was sufficient to enact vengeance. Taro dragged Sakamichi out of the room, warning, "Be cooperative and follow me. Don't make me use force." Sakamichi refrained from resisting. A squadron leader delivering a message likely meant that the individual seeking him was at least a commander. Most probably, it was one of Rika's right-hand men, Eidosu. Based on Miyamoto's character, if she had truly wished to see Sakamichi, she would have come herself. Thus, it was likely Eidosu, the currently enigmatic figure. With just this squadron leader, Sakamichi could still refuse. However, should it be Eidosu approaching him, he currently lacked the standing to decline. Therefore, he followed obediently behind Taro. Given the recent performance of the youths, it seemed Eidosu sought Sakamichi for his potential. Yet, from what Sakamichi had gleaned from Asin, Eidosu opposed the current selection process and was the one most eager to ascend to leadership. Was he now settling for a secondary role, aspiring to be a shadowy puppeteer, seeking to manipulate Sakamichi as a mere marionette? Sakamichi scoffed coldly. Even a puppet's severed limb could be wielded as a weapon. He had never been one to be easily manipulated. When an opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to turn against his masters. Chapter 27. Meeting Eido's in the second basement of Team Rocket's Kanto base. Eido's special quarters housed 3 individuals. Seated in the main position was Eido's himself, a man of similar age to Miyamoto, possessing strikingly handsome features complemented by a mane of crimson hair and a robust physique. Draped over his lap was a slumbering Meowth, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of a champion-level trainer that permeated the room. Below, two captains, both gym-level trainers and allies of Eido's, occupied the chairs. Unlike Eido's aloof demeanor, the two captains displayed a certain dissatisfaction. Eido's, aren't you opposed to boss's selection process? Why are you meeting with these youngsters now? One of them complained. Isn't this just yielding to boss? We should be applying pressure on him instead. Without us, what can boss and Miyamoto achieve? Who knows? Boss might just declare you the next leader. Eido's cast a cold glance at the two. Are you implying that two gym-level trainers are indispensable without your presence? The captains exchanged looks, uncertain. You two buffoons. Eido's scolded, then continued ominously. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? Do you dare to aspire to be the puppeteers behind the next leader? The Meowth stirred slightly, its crimson eyes opening as it sensed Eido's agitation. A chilling wave of murderous intent, accompanied by an oppressive aura, enveloped the two captains. They scrambled to their feet, hastily kneeling in supplication. Eido's, we were wrong. Please forgive us. We were momentarily blinded by ambition. We are still on your side. Despite the icy atmosphere, beads of sweat streamed down their foreheads. Eido's regarded the two with a mixture of annoyance and disdain. Were it not for their utility in stabilizing his position, he would have long since disposed of them. Knock! Knock! A rapping at the door drew Eido's attention, and he gently stroked the Meowth's head, murmuring, "Sleep now." He then coldly commanded, "Rise, you disgraceful fools." The two captains exchanged a glance, a flicker of hope in their eyes, and quickly scrambled to their feet, exclaiming, "Yes, thank you, Eido's." Once they were upright, Eido's called out, "Let him in." The door swung open, revealing Taro, who entered with an obsequious demeanor, kneeling before Eido's. "Lord Eido's, I have brought him." With measured steps, Sakamaki entered calmly behind Taro, casting a fleeting glance at the trio and the Meowth before averting his gaze, refusing to kneel. Eido's squinted at Sakamaki. It appears the youth possess considerable audacity. Sakamaki remained unfazed. Taro, kneeling, turned his head to glare at Sakamaki. "What are you waiting for? Kneel." Disregarding Taro's admonition, Sakamaki asked Eido's, "Should I kneel, Lord Eido's?" Eido's leaned closer. "What if I commanded you to kneel?" "Then I would kneel," Sakamaki replied nonchalantly. "Ha ha, you are quite amusing." Eido's chuckled heartily, gesturing dismissively. "No need to kneel, stand tall. Youth should embody ambition, unlike these spineless fools unworthy of our cause." Taro felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in sweat. "Please spare me." Eido's turned to the burly captain. "This is your subordinate, correct? Discipline him well. We must not tarnish Team Rocket's reputation." The burly captain chuckled nervously. "Rest assured, I will handle it." He coldly rose, delivering a punch that rendered Taro unconscious. Dragging him out, his eyes filled with cold fury. Eido's then fixed his gaze upon the slender captain. "What are you still doing here? Waiting for me to invite you to leave?" The slender captain scrambled to his feet. "No, I will take my leave immediately. Should you require anything, Lord Eido's." He too departed, his expression shadowed with malice. Once they had exited, only Sakamaki, Eido's, and the slumbering Meowth remained. Observing their interactions, Sakamaki discerned an undercurrent of deceit. "It seems your subordinates are not as loyal as they appear. You possess a keen eye. Your insight is commendable," Eido's acknowledged, intrigued. "But are you not fearful of being betrayed by such subordinates?" Eido scoffed. "They are hardly worthy. Mere waste. And remember this, within Team Rocket, no one is anyone else's subordinate. We are all subordinates of a boss." Sakamaki was taken aback. Eido seemed quite different from the portrayal he had received from Ashen. As Eido's, the right-hand man to Rika Sakamaki, your perception is quite astute. Do you believe I differ from the rumors? Sakamaki nodded. "Indeed. The rumors suggest you are at odds with the boss and staunchly oppose the selection process." Eido's rested his chin on his hand. "True, I oppose the selection, insisting that the next leader must emerge from Miyamoto or myself, not from these ignorant youngsters. However, the boss's directives hold significant weight for me. If she wishes to proceed, I must acquiesce. Yet, I will oversee the final selection. Should the new leader prove inadequate, I will not hesitate to eliminate him." "Who might that be?" Sakamaki inquired. Stepping closer, Eidos raised an eyebrow. Let him earn it. If he can eliminate me, he will command respect and secure his position. Understood, Sakaki nodded. Eidos scrutinized Sakaki. Do you possess confidence, young one? Not yet, but I will strive to prove myself. After all, I have potential, do I not? Otherwise, you would not have summoned me. How do you fare against others? Eidos erupted in laughter. You, young one, possess far more intrigue than those two fools. No wonder Miyamoto favors you. Their intellect and self-assurance pale in comparison to yours. Sakaki merely nodded. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Eidos rose. I find myself anticipating the day when it is you standing before me. That would indeed be fascinating. A palpable aura emanated from him, pressing down on Sakaki. Can you lead Team Rocket to new heights? Does conquering the world count? If so, then yes, I can. Chapter 28. Good things turn bad, haha. Your audacity is quite remarkable for a child. Sakaki stood steadfast, confidence radiating from his gaze. Eidos observed Sakaki, a flicker of murderous intent slowly surfacing in his eyes. To be frank, I perceive you as a potential threat. I have no desire to meet my end. Perhaps I should eliminate you before you can even begin to pose a danger? Sakaki took a step back, realizing Eidos' deadly glare was not mere theatrics. He could very well act on it. He needed to dissuade Eidos from such thoughts. Surely, you wouldn't harm a mere child. If you were to kill me, you would surely fail to overcome the boss. Eidos chuckled, unabashed. No, after I dispose of you, I can easily find someone to substitute for you. The boss wouldn't impose any repercussions on me for your insignificant life. Sakaki's hand instinctively rested on the dagger at his side, seeking a semblance of security. I trust you wouldn't truly act against a child like me. Eidos cast a sardonic glance at the dagger before gradually retracting his murderous intent. You are correct. At this moment, you are not worth my effort. When the day arrives that you are worthy to stand before me, then I shall consider your demise. Sakaki's trepidation lessened slightly. Then I am grateful for your mercy. Eidos spoke earnestly to Sakaki. No, it is the boss who has spared your life. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Remember, since you are fortunate enough to regard the boss as a mother, you must forever treat her with the reverence due to one's own flesh and blood. He then resumed his seat, addressing Sakaki. You are far more intriguing than those two other children. I have already extended them a welcome. What do you desire? Sakaki's heart stirred. This was fortuitous indeed, akin to receiving a pillow when one is already sleepy. Just then, the door to the room was thrust open with a bang. Eidos' subordinates, clutching their faces in pain, stood to the side. An irate Miyamoto stormed in from outside. Eidos, do not overreach. The selection process is under my jurisdiction. Eidos, taken aback, turned to Sakaki. It appears my intelligence was lacking. Your standing in Miyamoto's eyes is quite elevated. Sakaki was equally perplexed by Miyamoto's sudden appearance. I am unsure why she has come. But, before he could finish, Miyamoto swiftly approached him, pulling him behind her. Fear not. With me here, he dares not harm you. Eidos, amused, remarked to Miyamoto, you remain as impetuous and lovely as ever. Miyamoto snorted. Enough with the pleasantries. I am taking him away. Should you overstep, I will personally bring you before the boss. Eidos gestured towards the door. By all means, do come again. Just give me a heads up so I can prepare dinner. Eidos' subordinates dared not obstruct Miyamoto as they exited. How is it? Did he trouble you? Sakaki shrugged. Not really. However, Miyamoto, the treasure I was on the verge of acquiring is now lost. Miyamoto raised an eyebrow. What treasure? Sakaki recounted the events leading up to this moment. Upon hearing, Miyamoto felt slightly embarrassed. Ahem, consider this rescue pro bono. You've simply been fortunate. Sakaki felt a mix of gratitude and resignation. After all, Miyamoto had good intentions. It was evident that Eidos' possessions were not meant for him. With others gaining allies, Sakaki found himself in a precarious situation. It was clear from Miyamoto's words that she was willing to offer assistance, but unwilling to compensate for lost treasures. He nodded. Thank you, Miyamoto. Miyamoto began to take her leave. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. The end of the month draws near. You must keep striving, little one. Sakaki nodded, resolutely affirming, I will. Upon noticing the anxious Ashin outside the room, he deduced the reason for Miyamoto's unexpected appearance. Alas, Ashen's well-meaning intervention had led to unfortunate consequences. Nevertheless, on the whole, he had indeed acted in Sakaki's favor, daring to risk offending the higher-ups for his sake, making him a rare and valuable subordinate. Thus, Sakaki refrained from mentioning Ashen's blunder. "Boss, are you all right?" Sakaki approached, patting Ashen on the shoulder. "I am fine. Thanks to you, I owe you one." As he patted his chest, Ashen was truly recognized as Sakaki's confidant in that moment. "I shall remember this debt and ensure you are duly rewarded in the future." Ashen had taken a considerable gamble. A misstep could lead to ruin, while a victory would elevate him alongside the true dragon. Naturally, the odds of winning were somewhat favorable. The brief interlude passed. The following morning, Sakaki arose early. Yet today he did not head to the training grounds as usual, but rather to the medical room of Team Rocket. Having missed an opportunity with Eidos, Sakaki ultimately resolved to pursue a plan he had long hesitated to implement: a trade with Dr. Ryuki. As a special researcher of equal rank to Team Rocket's executives, acquiring resources should pose no problem. Sakaki had needs, and so did Dr. Ryuki. Thus, a trade could be established. By fortunate coincidence, Dr. Ryuki was present in the medical room. Upon seeing Sakaki, he immediately recognized him. "Ah, it's you. You've truly survived. This is splendid news." As a researcher, it was expected for him to possess a keen intellect. He quickly deduced Sakaki's purpose for being there. "What is this? Have you come to your senses? Do you wish to contribute to the advancement of science in the Pokémon world alongside me? Rest assured, if I appeal to the boss, I can surely help you out." Sakaki wasted no time on pleasantries. He aimed straight for the heart of the matter. "No need for that. I am not preparing to withdraw from the selection process. However, collaborating with you for the advancement of Pokémon science is certainly an option, provided I receive certain items in return. If you can fulfill that, then we can establish a deal." Dr. Ryuki, eager, inquired, "What items do you seek?" Chapter 29. The Insect King Project. Having chosen to negotiate with Dr. Liangmu, it is best to engage with such researchers in a straightforward manner. They have no time for riddles. Unless, of course, this researcher is the foremost among trainers, as well as among researchers. Sakaki stated, "I require resources, specifically treasures related to poison and bug types. My Caterpie is on the verge of evolution, and I need to enhance its qualifications." Upon hearing that Sakaki's Pokémon was a Caterpie, Dr. Liangmu became even more exhilarated. "A Caterpie? How fortuitous!" Sakaki was somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" "Doctor," Liangmu explained, "one of my prior research directions focused on bug-type Pokémon. There has been a project I longed to undertake, but lacked the opportunity. Coincidentally, my recent project has concluded, granting me time, and your appearance here feels like fate. May I take a look at your Caterpie?" Sakaki furrowed his brow, but eventually released Caterpie, eager to discern Dr. Liangmu's intentions. As soon as Caterpie emerged, Dr. Liangmu leaned in closely, startling Caterpie to the brink of using Poison Sting. "Caterpie, restrain yourself." Fortunately, Sakaki intervened just in time to avert a calamity. Dr. Liangmu showed no signs of having just returned from the underworld. He produced an instrument from an unknown source and began examining Caterpie meticulously. After concluding the examination, he frowned and remarked, "Your Caterpie's aptitude can only be deemed mediocre, and its qualifications appear compromised. Would you prefer I exchange it for one with better qualifications?" Hearing this, Caterpie nearly succumbed to rage, wishing it had acted against this old man earlier. Sakaki gently stroked Caterpie to soothe its agitated spirit and smiled at Dr. Liangmu. "No, he is my partner in my family." Dr. Liangmu felt a slight headache coming on. I need to contemplate this. If it is to be, the chances of failure would be significant. It may be more prudent for me to humbly request some resources instead." Sakaki, however, had unwavering faith in Caterpie. He inquired, "Why don't you tell me more about your project?" Dr. Liangmu began to explain, "This project is what I term Insect King. Due to the unique nature of bug-type Pokémon, they often exist within matriarchal societies. The initial bug queen typically possesses limited qualifications and lacks formidable strength. However, the bug queen can produce more potent offspring by continuously devouring rival insect swarms." Dr. Liangmu spoke with palpable excitement. "Through my preliminary research, I have found that bug-type Pokémon that consume resources to enhance their qualifications do not significantly improve in battle. If one were to confine 100 bug-type Pokémon in a room and let them battle until only one remains, it is highly likely that an unprecedented Insect King would emerge, not only in terms of qualifications, but also in toxicity, physique, and status among bug Pokémon. Sakamaki, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow tightly. The risks involved were far too great. The potential rewards did not outweigh the costs of devouring resources for enhancement. Even with his confidence in Caterpie, a slight misstep could lead to its demise. Moreover, this method resembled the cultivation of poisonous insects. Was it not akin to Sakaki's current predicament? In contrast to Sakaki's hesitation, Caterpie brimmed with determination, its small eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. It felt challenged by Dr. Liangmu's words. With its inherently competitive spirit, it could not resist the opportunity to prove itself. Sakamaki recognized this fighting spirit in Caterpie. He understood that once a decision was made, they must forge ahead and succeed. Thus, he declared to Dr. Liangmu, "Let be the Insect King. My Caterpie will undoubtedly become the true Insect King." Noticing Dr. Liangmu's hesitation, Sakamaki sweetened the deal. "I can offer you a vial of my blood. I know my own body well, and this vial will yield unexpected results. However, I require it to be prepared within a week." Dr. Liangmu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Nothing captivates a researcher more than the promise of scientific discovery. Given that the research funding was provided by Team Rocket, this endeavor was feasible. Ultimately, Dr. Liangmu acquiesced. "All right, it's a deal. Rest assured, I will prepare some bug-type Pokémon of comparable strength to yours, minimizing the risks to the utmost." He called out to the innermost part of the infirmary, Xiaochuan, "Go help me request 100 bug-type Pokémon, all below level 10, and arrange for a laboratory and a healing machine." Upon Dr. Liangmu's command, a young man in a white coat emerged. "Teacher, is there really such urgency?" Dr. Liangmu urged. "Stop with the chatter and hurry." The young man glanced at Sakamaki in confusion before hastily departing. "Yes, sir." Dr. Liangmu politely explained to Sakamaki, "This is my student, Jiang Tianchuan. He's quite intelligent, though his skills are lacking, leading to some extreme methods." Sakamaki paid little mind and simply asked Dr. Liangmu, "Where shall I draw blood?" Dr. Liangmu beamed brightly, producing a syringe from seemingly nowhere. "Here, this will do." That evening, Sakamaki earnestly questioned Caterpie, "Are you certain? There is still an opportunity to back out." Caterpie resolutely nodded. Sakamaki ceased further words and gently placed his hand on Caterpie, channeling the power of Tokiwa. A verdant light enveloped the entire room. Sakamaki aimed to fully restore Caterpie's qualifications that night and strengthen it over the ensuing days. Sweat poured from Sakamaki, and the color drained from his face. As time swiftly passed, the day of reckoning arrived. Just as Sakamaki had surmised, the so-called random battles would be determined amongst the various classes. In other words, only one person would emerge alive from each class. Understanding this, Xiaosheng offered Sakamaki a rueful smile. "You truly guessed correctly. If we cross paths, I won't hold back." Sakamaki replied with a stoic nod. "Nor will I." One by one, the anxious youths were escorted into the prearranged battle chambers. This time, the stakes were higher than merely human lives. Even Pokémon could face death. Chapter 30 Familiar Formula. In the pitch darkness, an inescapable void enveloped the surroundings. This was the immediate sensation experienced by Sakamaki upon being escorted to the battle chamber. Yet, the Pokeball firmly gripped in his hand provided him with a sense of security. With the enhancement of the power of Tokiwa, and through his keen senses, Sakamaki could easily detect the hurried breaths of the person opposite him. He was unaware of their identity, only understanding that within this room, only one person would emerge alive. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the room, casting away the darkness. For a fleeting moment, the brightness was overwhelming, and he paid no heed to the tears streaming from his eyes. Without hesitation, Sakamaki released the Caterpie from its Pokeball. "Come forth, Caterpie." The opposing individual, albeit a beat behind, summoned their Pokemon as well. "Come forth, Oddish." The voice revealed it to be a girl, someone he recognized, Yuzu, if he recalled correctly. Upon realizing her opponent was Sakaki, Yuzu, already trembling, could no longer maintain her composure, tears cascading down her cheeks. Sakaki. No one wished to face Sakaki. Fully aware that such encounters invariably ended in death, Sakaki did not relent simply because his opponent was a girl. To do so would be an act of irresponsibility towards himself. Caterpie used Poison Sting. In reality, the initiative in battles no longer relied on the speed of Pokémon, but rather on who could throw the Pokeball faster. Clearly, Sakaki had the advantage in speed. Caterpie swiftly launched its attack, sending forth a barrage of poisonous stingers towards Oddish. Though the stingers could not poison Oddish, they could inflict physical damage. Yuzu shouted urgently, "Dodge!" Oddish attempted to evade, but still suffered scratches from the poisonous stingers, dropping leaves in its wake, clearly in pain. "Oddish!" Yuzu cried out. Sakaki's voice resonated like a nightmare. "String shot, bind it!" Caterpie unleashed a torrent of white silk, ensnaring Oddish to the ground. Oddish struggled desperately. Witnessing this, Yuzu hastily commanded, "Oddish, use acid to corrode the silk." Oddish complied, utilizing acid to dissolve the binding threads. However, in that moment of confinement, Yuzu herself was in peril. This was not a sanctioned battle, but a life-or-death struggle. Attacking the opponent with Pokémon was entirely justified. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakaki ordered Caterpie, "Use Poison Sting on her." Caterpie obeyed promptly, launching a volley of poisonous stingers at Yuzu. The speed of the attack was so swift that Yuzu had no chance to evade. Red droplets of blood blossomed within the room as her frail body crumpled to the ground. Yet, in her final moments, she uttered a vengeful cry, "Oddish, kill them." Oddish paused momentarily, then surged with fury, its small eyes glowing with rage. It charged at Sakaki and Caterpie, its previously innocent demeanor now tinged with a fierce resolve. As it glowed faintly, it underwent a growth spurt, increasing its size and strength. Unfortunately, a Pokémon without its trainer's guidance, engulfed by wrath, could not harness its full potential. Sakaki pointed at Oddish's small feet, instructing, "Continue with String Shot. Follow up with Poison Sting. Don't give a chance to use acid." Caterpie complied, ensnaring Oddish's legs with silk, toppling it before them. The onslaught of Poison Sting followed, and Oddish emitted haunting cries as it endured the relentless assault. Suddenly, in a desperate bid, Oddish broke free from the silk and lunged at Caterpie, using Absorb. Caterpie felt its energy waning, while Oddish's wounds began to heal. At that moment, Sakaki appeared beside Yuzu, plunging a dagger into her side. With her already weakened state, Yuzu let out a blood-curdling scream. Oddish turned to witness the scene, yet Sakaki only sought to capture its fleeting attention. For in that instant, Caterpie leaped beside Oddish, sinking its fangs into its form. Vivid green juices flowed forth, or perhaps were consumed by Caterpie. Oddish thrashed wildly, but to no avail. As Caterpie feasted, it leveled up, acquiring a new move, Bite. Powerless to resist, Oddish faced its demise. Simultaneously, Sakaki delivered Yuzu a death sentence. Rather than a prolonged suffering, he opted for a swift end. The bloody dagger fell decisively, piercing her slender neck, causing a vibrant crimson bloom to flourish. Thus, a youthful blossom was extinguished. The struggling Oddish met a similar fate, half devoured by Caterpie, ultimately succumbing within the confines of the chamber. The door creaked open, and Sakaki emerged, wiping the blood from his dagger, accompanied by Caterpie. Among the row of chambers, he was the first to exit. The Team Rocket member overseeing the area regarded Sakaki with neither surprise nor shock, merely stating, "What happened to your opponent's Pokémon?" "Dead," Sakaki replied. The Team Rocket member entered to inspect the scene, casting a meaningful glance at Sakaki. "You may leave. Classes resume tomorrow." The tone implied that the recently extinguished lives were of no consequence, merely expendable. Sakaki nodded, departing with an emotionless visage, the specks of blood on his hands irreparable. He had no time for remorse. To preserve his own wretched existence, he needed to exert every ounce of effort. In the surrounding chambers, similar horrors unfolded. Carnage, frenzied slaughter. The stench of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. Boys clashed violently, while Pokémon engaged in savage combat. A vicious youth tightened his grip around a girl's neck, indifferent to her futile struggles. Behind him, an Arbok tore into a Rattata, its insides spilling forth. Another robust youth pummeled his adversary's head into a pulp. A Machoke strangled a hapless Psyduck, its fluffy yellow visage turning crimson from suffocation, eyes bulging with desperation. A boy, riddled with shurikens, lay in agony on the ground, drained by a relentless bat. Meanwhile, a girl coldly observed as a Bulbasaur infiltrated an opponent's body with Seed Bomb, siphoning their life force until they lay as a desiccated husk. Chapter 31. The accumulation of white bones, more than 100 youths dwindled to half. The remainder transformed into lifeless corpses, forming a staircase of bones. This day was meant for respite, yet not a single youth found joy. Some spent the entire day in the bathroom, desperately scrubbing the bloodstains from their skin. Despite their efforts, their skin became red and swollen, yet they still felt unclean. This state of distress persisted into the following day, and even during lessons, these youths could not alleviate their taut emotions. They remained vigilant, casting wary glances at their peers, a faint aura of lethal intent surrounding them, ready to strike at any moment. Indeed, some were unable to endure the pressure, reacting violently when others drew near, nearly taking down their assailants. Days passed, and finally, Dr. Liangmu was prepared. With the conclusion of several selection rounds and the unfortunate demise of many youths, a surplus of insect-type Pokémon had emerged. Now, only a few more insect-type Pokémon were needed, although Team Rocket was not yet formidable. Acquiring a multitude of insect-type Pokémon was certainly within their reach. To enhance the chances of success, Dr. Liangmu eliminated some excessively powerful insect-type Pokémon, ensuring that the remaining ones shared similar strengths. Having initially analyzed Sakaki's blood, Dr. Liangmu discovered potent genes within. Thus, he placed significant value on Sakaki, stating, "Are you certain? If you have second thoughts, it's all right. You may keep your Beedrill. Once I cultivate a true Bug King, I can gift it to you. If your Beedrill perishes, the subsequent selections will become troublesome." Sakaki patted his Pokeball confidently, replying, "It will be fine. I have faith in it." Dr. Liangmu gently patted Sakaki's shoulder, assuring him, "Very well. Should any issues arise, I will intercede with the boss on your behalf." Sakaki's expression remained unchanged. He understood that his relationship with Dr. Liangmu was merely transactional, and once he lost his value, the doctor would not hesitate to abandon him. This was a fundamental truth. "Doctor," Liangmu called out to his student and assistant, "let us commence, Ogawa." Ogawa gestured to Sakaki, inviting him to follow. Sakaki and Dr. Liangmu proceeded to a transparent glass door. Inside lay a completely sealed chamber containing 100 red and white Pokeballs, each housing an insect-type Pokemon. Dr. Liangmu instructed Sakaki, "Please place your Pokeball inside. We shall release all Pokemon simultaneously." Sakaki retrieved his Pokeball and encouraged his Beedrill, "Do your best." He placed the Pokeball within the room and closed the door. Once everything was prepared, Dr. Liangmu issued the command, "Begin." A special device within the chamber activated, disrupting the Pokeball's mechanisms. The sound of popping echoed as the balls opened in quick succession. A bewildered array of insect-type Pokémon emerged, their initial forms startling in number. Most were Caterpies and Beedrills, alongside a mix of Metapods, Paras, and even a few low-level Butterfrees. Dr. Liangmu gestured for the next phase. "Release the enhancement serum." Ogawa promptly pressed a button on the remote control. Suddenly, a pink mist filled the enclosed chamber, enveloping the insect-type Pokémon, who began to absorb it. The previously confused Pokémon stirred with newfound vigor, their eyes glowing red with fierce intensity. Sakaki's Beedrill reacted similarly, its inherent competitive spirit igniting as it launched an attack on a nearby insect. The chaos began. Sakaki's heart raced as he focused intently on his Beedrill, unwilling to divert his gaze. "Go, Beedrill." As the Beedrill initiated the carnage, all insect-type Pokémon turned on one another. The room erupted into a frenzied battle, each creature driven wild by the enhancement serum, shrieking and flapping their wings in a desperate struggle for survival. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Sakaki's Beedrill stood out among the chaos, its combat skills and strength honed under Sakaki's guidance far surpassing those of its counterparts. Poisonous needles erupted from its mouth, piercing through the bodies of weaker foes. Vivid green ichor splattered, staining the walls and releasing a foul odor. The Beedrill sunk its fangs into the struggling form of another Beedrill, violently tearing it apart and devouring its venom sac. With its eyes ablaze, the Beedrill became increasingly savage, its body and mouth drenched in green fluid, appearing even more ferocious. This was merely the beginning. It swiftly turned towards a nearby caterpie, unleashing a vicious bite attack, eliciting agonized cries. It then used its stinger to impale the caterpie's large, expressive eyes, causing a gruesome explosion of fluids. Next, it ensnared Aparas with string shot, greedily devouring the mushrooms atop its back before plunging its horn into the creature's skull. The Paras trembled violently before collapsing. The Beedrill resembled a deity of battle, mercilessly slaughtering one after another, its power surging, becoming even more frenzied. At this juncture, the Beedrill was completely coated in green ichor, its brown body transformed into a vivid green, resembling a radiant Pokémon. Dr. Liangmu could not help but express his astonishment. It seems I underestimated your Beedrill. It appears to be quite remarkable. In stark contrast, Sakaki furrowed his brow deeply. Through the power of his connection, he sensed that the Beedrill had spiraled into madness, wholly governed by brutality and bloodlust. Moreover, it was not the only formidable Pokémon within the chamber. A Metapod appeared to be thrashing about, seemingly on the verge of evolution. Chapter 32. Cultivating insects. As the minutes ticked away, the fierce battle within the room intensified, and the number of bug-type spirits dwindled rapidly. Some spirits fell to the ground, incapacitated by their injuries, while others, drained of energy, lost their will to fight. In that moment of defeat, they were destined to be devoured by their kin, becoming nourishment for the Bug King. Amidst the brutal conflict, the unicorn bug was also adorned with numerous wounds. Yet, it did not pause for a moment. Having just consumed a fluff ball, it set its sights on a Butterfree that was causing chaos by dispersing scales around the nearby bug spirits. The unicorn bug unleashed a barrage of venomous spines towards it. Butterfree flapped its wings, skillfully evading the unicorn bug's toxic attacks while conjuring a gust of wind. Its lithe form seemed to taunt the unicorn bug. With a fierce cry, the unicorn bug curled its body and then sprang upwards, soaring like an arrow into the air, tracing a perfect parabola aimed directly at Butterfree's abdomen. The unicorn bug's horn glinted coldly as it pierced the soft underbelly of Butterfree with precision. In a spray of bug fluid, Butterfree let out a mournful cry, its body trembling violently as its wings lost their power, and it slowly descended from the sky. With eyes aflame with rage, the unicorn bug began to crawl towards Butterfree. At that moment, however, Sakaki shouted, "Watch out, unicorn bug!" Dr. Ryomaku, standing nearby, explained to Sakaki with a hint of pity that the room was sealed off from them. Their voices could not penetrate the barrier. Originally, there had been no iron-shelled pupa. It was a recent evolution, and it was astonishing how quickly it had shed its shell. Inside the room, a newly emerged Vespiquen was advancing towards the unicorn bug, its two long white stingers poised to strike. The position it occupied was a blind spot, a perilous situation. Sakaki's eyes reddened with urgency as he silently screamed in his mind. Whether by chance or fate, the unicorn bug, originally crawling towards Butterfree, suddenly flipped over, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Although it suffered a gash from the stinger, it did not meet its demise and seized the opportunity to retaliate. A flurry of toxic spines shot forth. The malnourished Vespiquen swung its stinger, executing a flurry attack that deflected all of the unicorn bug's venomous projectiles. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it charged towards the unicorn bug. Left with no choice, the unicorn bug attempted to thwart the attack by spinning silk, but against the sharp stinger, the delicate threads were utterly ineffective, severed in an instant. The initial stage spirit was no match for the final stage spirit. At that moment, nearly 100 bug-type spirits had perished. The strongest combatants were the two of them, and it seemed likely that Vespiquen would emerge victorious, but the Bug King was no feeble creature. "Doctor," Ryomaku had already expressed his opinion that they were likely to fail this time. Suddenly, the stinger of Vespiquen struck the unicorn bug, piercing its body. The agonizing pain elicited a shrill scream from the unicorn bug as it was lifted off the ground by Vespiquen, which then swung it around in the air. Displaying its dominance, the unicorn bug, seemingly exhausted, allowed itself to be manipulated. Sakamaki, fixated on Vespiquen, felt the blood vessels in his eyes bulging. Nevertheless, he discovered a fleeting opportunity and shouted, "The power of Tokiwa within me grows stronger." Aim for its abdomen. It's injured there. Dr. Ryomaku, exasperated, reiterated, "I told you." Shouting 1T help. Even if it hears you, its state is too dire. Clenching his teeth, Sakamaki replied resolutely, "No, it can do it." Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless unicorn bug stirred with vigor. It attacked Vespiquen's abdomen with its sharp horn again and again. Vespiquen let out a pained scream. As the unicorn bug indeed pierced through its belly, its body began to tremble uncontrollably, wildly thrashing its stinger in an attempt to dislodge the unicorn bug. However, the unicorn bug clung to it tenaciously, launching relentless assaults. Vespiquen could no longer endure, plummeting to the ground as the two battled fiercely, green bug fluid splattering everywhere. The two spirits wrestled on the ground, exerting every ounce of strength to vanquish each other, their piercing cries echoing until they finally lay still. With their battle concluded, the room fell silent, void of any remaining bug-type spirits. It seemed as though all had perished. Dr. Ryomaku, somewhat helpless, patted Sakamaki on the shoulder, saying, "It's a failure, but do not worry, I will handle it, boss." Sakamaki, however, simply stated, "Open the door." Dr. Ryomaku cautioned, "They are all dead." "What is the point? The room is filled with toxic fluid. I will be sure to deliver you a true bug king when I cultivate one." Sakamaki, undeterred, insisted, "I said open the door." Seeing Sakaki's stubbornness, Dr. Ryomaku had no choice but to gesture to Ogawa to open it. As Ogawa complied, Sakamaki donned the gloves and gas mask he was handed and stepped inside, heading straight for the spot where the unicorn bug had just fought. The sticky bug fluid and toxins on the ground were repulsive, yet could not deter him. Upon discovering the corpse of Vespiquen, Sakamaki pushed it aside, revealing the unicorn bug beneath, its body marked by gruesome, deep wounds. It appeared devoid of life. In a panic, Sakamaki placed his hand on it, disregarding any lingering toxins, and summoned the full force of Tokiwa. As the toxic fluid corroded his palm, he grimaced, his complexion paling as he shouted, "Awaken! Did I ever permit you to die?" A green light filled the unicorn bug's body, igniting the remnants of its life force. Its eyes burst open, now a menacing crimson, filled with fury and bloodlust, and it bit down hard on Sakamaki's arm. Blood flowed down his arm and into its mouth. Seemingly oblivious to the pain, Sakamaki gently stroked its back, murmuring, "I'm sorry. It was my indulgence that led you into such peril." The grip of the unicorn bug gradually loosened, its bloodshot eyes softening as it emitted a low groan. "Ugh." Dr. Ryomaku gasped in astonishment. "It truly lives?" Unlike Dr. Ryomaku's fading vision, Ogawa's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Chapter 33. Iron Cocoon. Dr. Liangmu urged Sakamaki, "Hurry out. It is essential that it absorbs all the nutrients from these insect-type spirits to forge a true insect king." Sakamaki gently patted the back of his cater pie and encouraged, "Go forth and embrace your moment of ascendance." The cater pie nodded earnestly and crawled over to the large bee drill, extracting its venom sac. The sounds of chewing and gnawing gradually filled the air as Sakamaki slowly stepped outside. Upon noticing Sakaki's injured arm and corroded palm, Dr. Liangmu promptly instructed Xiaochuan, "Quickly fetch the antidote and bandage his wounds." Once Xiaochuan had departed, he turned to Sakamaki and said, "How careless of you." Sakamaki shook his head, dismissing it as a minor issue. Seeing that Sakamaki was relatively unharmed, Dr. Liangmu felt relieved but was astonished by the unexpected prowess of the cater pie. "I must conduct a thorough examination of its body later." Sakamaki simply nodded in agreement, acknowledging its impressive performance. At that moment, Xiaochuan returned. first handing Sakaki a vial of antidote. He then took a piece of gauze to clean Sakaki's wound, wiping away the blood before reapplying a fresh bandage. Sakaki decided to keep the remaining antidote for future use, saying, "Please give me the unused portion." The vial of antidote was of little concern to both Dr. Liangmu and Xiaochuan. The caterpie's metamorphosis took longer than expected, and Sakaki remained outside until the following day. Even when Dr. Liangmu suggested he rest, he chose to stay. Finally, covered in insect fluid and remnants of flesh, the caterpie crawled slowly to the glass door, clutching its pock ball in its mouth. It locked eyes with Sakaki, brimming with energy, exuding a barely perceptible aura. Although merely a caterpie, it conveyed the presence of a battle-hardened Beedrill. Meeting its questioning gaze, Sakaki smiled gently, "Evolve." Upon receiving Sakaki's approval, the caterpie opened its mouth and released a torrent of silk, enveloping itself completely. The silk coalesced into a white cocoon, which gradually solidified into a pale yellow, remarkably sturdy chrysalis. This chrysalis featured a rounded head and triangular black eyes, adorned with hints of crimson and green, rendering it strikingly unique. Iron Cocoon. Upon evolving into the Iron Cocoon, the caterpie's size doubled, and it ascended 2 levels in its combat prowess. Its aptitude shifted from a light green hue to a vibrant blue. This was merely a fraction of the energy it had absorbed. Once it fully assimilated the energy and evolved into a Beedrill, its aptitude might transcend to a deeper blue, and its levels would continue to surge. After its evolution, the Iron Cocoon found its movements somewhat restricted. Upon entering, Sakaki retrieved the Pockball with some effort, as the Iron Cocoon's shell was incredibly tough and still warm from the transformation occurring within. Sakaki exclaimed with joy, "Wonderful! Iron Cocoon!" The creature shared in his delight, sensing its newfound strength and its ability to protect Sakaki. "I must admit, I underestimated you." Sakaki recalled the Iron Cocoon into its Pockball, realizing that its nearly 1 meter stature made it cumbersome to carry. He smiled at Dr. Liangmu, saying, "It has truly excelled." Dr. Liangmu was equally pleased, as this marked the successful completion of his project. "Now you can finally rest properly." Sakaki nodded, thanking him and arranging to return once the Iron Cocoon evolved into a Beedrill. Upon waking, Sakaki continued to observe the state of the Iron Cocoon. Typically, an Iron Cocoon undergoes metamorphosis in 2 to 3 days at the fastest, or up to a week at the slowest. As for Sakaki's Iron Cocoon, due to the immense energy contained within, the complete absorption of this energy would likely take longer. Fortunately, with a capable master like Sakaki, he could utilize the power of the Tokiwa to expedite the energy absorption process, significantly reducing the time required. However, until the Iron Cocoon evolved, training was off the table, including practice sessions for battle classes. Given the unique nature of insect-type spirits, the members of Team Rocket acting as instructors would not impose any difficulties upon Sakaki. After class, Xiaosheng approached Sakaki, asking, "Sakaki, has your caterpie evolved?" Sakaki nodded. "Yes, although the process was somewhat convoluted, it has indeed evolved into Iron Cocoon." Xiaosheng congratulated him. "Congratulations to you both." Sakaki merely acknowledged, "Thank you, but I want to be able to train with Makhoke for a while." "That's no problem. We can still train together." Xiaosheng replied nonchalantly, before suddenly leaning in and whispering, "Have you heard about those guys? Their Pokémon strength?" Sakaki pondered for a moment, then surmised what Xiaosheng meant. "I know. Have others been approaching you recently?" Xiaosheng was candid, nodding. "Yes, a captain named Johnny reached out to me and provided considerable resources." "Isn't that great?" Sakaki remarked, not surprised, as Xiaosheng's skills were indeed commendable. Xiaosheng, taken aback by Sakaki's reaction, asked curiously, "Haven't you been approached?" Sakaki chuckled lightly, he refrained from revealing that those seeking him were higher-ups, and that he ultimately gained nothing. This led to subsequent risky ventures. Reflecting on this, Sakaki was puzzled as to why, apart from Eidos, no one else sought him out. Then it dawned on him. Given Eidos' presence, others likely hesitated to approach him. Xiaosheng expressed no jealousy towards Sakaki, understanding it's no wonder, given your prowess, you were bound to attract attention. Sakaki shook his head with a resigned smile. Fortunately, Even without relying on other strength, he and Caterpie had achieved success, albeit narrowly escaping danger. He had inadvertently revealed some of his secrets. Truly, circumstances can be beyond one's control. Iron cocoon type, bug poison gender, male aptitude, blue ability, shed skin, in battle at the end of each turn. There's a 13 chance to heal itself from any status condition except fainting. Level, 11 height, 0, 9 meters weight, 20 kilograms moves, poison sting, string shot, bug bite. Hardened inherited moves, none. Chapter 34. The second Pokémon, 10 days had passed, yet the evolution of the Iron Cocoon remained an elusive prospect. A troublesome situation arose unexpectedly. The long-awaited assembly left Sakamaki somewhat bewildered. With half a month until the end of the month, what was the meaning of this? If they were to face off prematurely, it would spell disaster for Sakamaki. The boys, having connected the dots, cast gleeful glances his way, eagerly anticipating a confrontation with him. Although Sakamaki furrowed his brow, he paid no heed to their gazes. He would not concede until the final moment. Clap. This time, Rika's Sakamaki was conspicuously absent, with only Miyamoto present. Under the curious and anxious gazes of dozens of boys, Miyamoto clapped her hands. Shortly thereafter, several members of Team Rocket wheeled in 2 small carts, each filled with Pokeballs. You need not worry. This assembly is not for battling, Miyamoto explained to ease their tension. She then pointed at the pile of Pokeballs and continued. These contain various initial Pokémon, which will be your second Pokémon. The purpose of your gathering is to receive these Pokémon and to learn the steps of capturing them. Upon hearing this, the boys collectively sighed in relief. Their spirits lifted at the prospect of increasing their strength. Miyamoto raised her hand and cautioned, do not celebrate too soon. The Pokémon within these balls are wild, some even having a taste for human flesh, exhibiting extremely aggressive behavior. If you lack capability, you may find yourselves devoured or turned against by these creatures. She added, if you cannot capture even a single wild Pokémon, you shall be eliminated. Having nurtured their Pokémon for over a month, the boys retained some confidence. With their own Pokémon supporting them, capturing another should not be overly difficult. Yet, those who were aware that Sakamaki's Pokémon had yet to evolve, still in its immobile iron cocoon state, harbored a desire to see him fail. Sakamaki's brow furrowed deeply. He was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. If the wild Pokémon were of a low enough level, akin to that Rattata he had encountered previously, he felt confident in his ability to contend with them. However, he was wary of facing a creature with significantly greater power, as that would pose a true dilemma. Xiao Sheng, standing behind Sakamaki, inquired, what shall we do? Has the Iron Cocoon not evolved yet? Sakamaki shook his head, affirming that it had not. It's fine, I can manage, he replied. Miyamoto continued, now one by one. Approach to randomly select a Pokeball. There will be designated rooms for you to tame the Pokémon, with a 2-day limit. Failure will result in elimination. As names were called, each boy selected a Pokeball. In truth, there was little choice involved. All were red and white spheres, their surfaces offering no clues. It was merely a matter of luck. Soon, it was Sakamaki's turn. He had no choice but to comply, despite Miyamoto's apparent interest in him. She could not favor him over the many others. Thus, he stepped forward and casually selected a Pokeball. The presence of the Pokeball rendered his Tokiwa power ineffective, and he sensed hostility emanating from the sphere with no sign of goodwill. A member of Team Rocket approached and gestured for him to follow. Sakamaki complied, soon finding himself in a familiar room, the very chamber where he had previously vanquished Pear and a walking grass type. It seemed there was a pattern to these rooms. Perhaps it was designed to test their courage. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, leaving Sakamaki alone in the empty chamber. Had it been any darker, one might have imagined Pear returning to exact vengeance. Though Sakamaki understood that ghost-type Pokémon existed in this world, and that the souls of the deceased might linger, he felt unfazed. If they were to haunt him, he would simply eliminate them once more. Sakamaki slowly raised the new Pokeball, opting to release the Iron Cocoon first. Although it was immobile, its mere presence could instill a sense of intimidation. If nothing else, it could serve as a shield for Sakamaki. The Iron Cocoon, being a bug type, possessed an aura that could indeed exert a form of deterrence. The question remained, however, what Pokémon would emerge from the ball. Within these Pokeballs, even final stage Pokémon might reside. Should they encounter such a formidable foe, their own Pokémon would be rendered ineffective. Ultimately, it would depend on Sakaki's fortune. A leader of a faction must possess a certain degree of luck. Drawing his dagger from his thigh offered him a semblance of security. Yet, the mobility of the Pokémon he would soon face remained uncertain. "Are you ready?" he murmured, whether to the iron cocoon or to himself was unclear, as he tightened his grip on the dagger and pressed the button on the Pokeball. With a snap, the Pokeball burst open, releasing a flash of white light. Before Sakaki appeared a Pokémon, its body of vibrant purple adorned with patches and poisonous spikes, resembling a porcupine, complete with large ears, small fangs, and a single horn. This was a Nidoran, a poison-type Pokémon. Once it evolved into Nidoqueen, it would possess both poison and ground types. Upon emerging, the Nidoran scanned its surroundings warily. Its demeanor was anything but timid. Instead, it exuded an aggressive aura. Its bright red eyes shone with malice as it locked on a Sakaki, revealing a murderous intent. A human, a mere human child. For a Pokémon that roamed the wild, its disdain for humans was palpable. Being treated as a mere tool to be passed around only fueled its rage, nearly clouding its judgment. "Growl!" It bellowed twice, charging fiercely at Sakaki. At that moment, the iron cocoon unleashed a formidable aura, exerting pressure upon the Nidoran. Startled, the Nidoran recoiled, finally noticing the presence of another Pokémon by Sakaki's side. Though the Nidoran was not a bug type, the sheer force of the iron cocoon's presence was sufficient to intimidate it. Such was the might of the Bug King. Chapter 35. Submission. Though this individual held a profound apprehension towards the hardened cocoon, it was not fear in the conventional sense. Rather, it stemmed from an uncertainty regarding the depths of the hardened cocoon's capabilities, rendering any rash actions unwise. Typically, wild Pokémon rarely encounter the hardened cocoon, as the Beedrill family are social creatures, ensuring that the cocoon is placed in the safest of locations. To confront the hardened cocoon, one must first overcome the vigilant Beedrill guardians. It was improbable for a Nidoran, being a mere initial stage Pokémon, to have ever laid eyes on one. Although Nidoran was not the final evolution, Sakamoto could discern its formidable strength, which posed a considerable challenge. Sakamoto was attuned to ground-type Pokémon. However, this Nidoran remained a poison type. The standoff could not persist indefinitely. With a resounding bark, it unleashed a test attack of Poison Sting upon the hardened cocoon. Sakamoto held no concerns regarding this. The toughness of the hardened cocoon rendered Nidoran's efforts utterly futile. The cocoon glimmered momentarily, employing a hardening technique, amplifying its already formidable defense. The poison stings merely sparked upon impact, causing no significant effect. The hardened cocoon remained unscathed, while Nidoran was forced to retreat a few steps in fright. Coupled with Sakamoto's confident demeanor, this only intensified Nidoran's trepidation. Sakamoto recognized this dynamic and resolved to project an air of dominance. He coldly commanded, "Nidoran, submit to me." Nidoran, fixated on Sakamoto, gradually lowered itself, as if conceding. Yet, the defiance and cunning in its eyes betrayed its true thoughts. Sakamoto was acutely aware of the rising aura and energy emanating from Nidoran. This crafty little creature was harnessing energy. Having stood against Sakamoto and the hardened cocoon for a while, Nidoran sensed something was amiss. If the hardened cocoon appeared so powerful, why did it not engage in a battle? Perhaps if it were to do so, it might just yield. Once Sakamoto had uttered his command, Nidoran solidified its resolve. After gathering energy, it charged directly at Sakamoto with reckless abandon. With a sudden leap, Sakamoto narrowly evaded the onslaught, causing Nidoran to crash into the wall with a resounding thud, leaving it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Sakamoto delivered a decisive kick to Nidoran's side, toppling it to the ground. However, his shoe became sullied with poison, suggesting that Nidoran's ability was indeed poison point. Had Sakamoto not been cautious, it might have been pricked by its venomous spikes. Though Nidoran was somewhat sturdy, it quickly rose to its feet and lunged at Sakamoto's chest with a biting attack. The reasoning behind Nidoran's use of flying-type moves eluded him, perhaps a question best posed to its creators. In the face of Nidoran's persistent assault, Sakamoto hastily brandished his dagger to deflect the attack. The force reverberated through his arm, a painful reminder of the encounter. Gritting his teeth, he swung his weapon with vigor, sending Nidoran flying once more. Yet, this resilient creature, seemingly brimming with energy, charged at Sakamoto again. How troublesome. Poison types were notoriously vexatious. One lapse in vigilance could lead to poisoning. Poisoning? Sakamoto recalled that he possessed a half bottle of antidote. With this thought, he began to relax. Unfazed by the potential for poisoning, he felt confident in his ability to handle this creature. To alleviate some of Sakamoto's burden, the hardened cocoon intensified its presence against Nidoran. At this point, however, Nidoran appeared undeterred, retaliating with a flurry of poison stings directed at the hardened cocoon. Though these attacks were ineffectual, they brought Nidoran a sense of satisfaction. Yet, this distraction provided Sakamoto with the opening he needed. He delivered another kick to Nidoran, knocking it back to the ground. With resolve, he pressed his hand against the side of Nidoran's head. Although his hand was pricked by the short, venomous spikes, causing blood to flow, he persisted. The potent toxin coursed through Sakamoto's body, bringing a tingling numbness to his palm. A glint of malice flickered in Nidoran's eyes, aware of its toxic capabilities. It believed this human child would not survive. Soon enough, he would succumb to the poison, becoming a lifeless, swollen corpse. Prepare to meet your end, Nidoran vowed, never to submit. Yet Sakamoto, with a cold demeanor, plunged his dagger into Nidoran's side. The sharp pain made Nidoran's eyes widen in terror, prompting a frantic struggle. The sheer force nearly allowed it to break free. However, Sakamoto's extensive training, coupled with the surge of adrenaline, fortified his grip. Muscles taut with effort, he bore down upon Nidoran despite the pain of its spikes piercing his skin, blood streaming freely. He relentlessly thrust his dagger into Nidoran, though the wounds were not fatal. Nonetheless, each stab inflicted pain. Nidoran emitted cries of agony, blood pouring from its wounds. Sensing imminent danger, fear overtook it as it beheld Sakamoto's impassive visage. In that moment, Sakamoto reversed his grip, pointing the dagger's tip towards Nidoran's eye. The blade glimmered ominously, inciting terror within Nidoran, which trembled at the specter of death. With a swift motion, the dagger descended, causing Nidoran to shut its eyes and emit a shrill scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Yet, the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. The wounds merely throbbed. Hesitantly, it opened its eyes, finding the dagger's tip perilously close to its eye. Sakamoto's icy voice pierced the air, "Submit to me, or perish." Should Nidoran dare to refuse, the dagger would undoubtedly strike, and Sakamoto was prepared to follow through. With a fearful nod, Nidoran acquiesced, its eyes reflecting submission. It had truly come to fear Sakamoto, for he was a figure of terror. Chapter 36. The temporarily submissive Nidoran. Once Nidoran succumbed, Sakamaki released it. Nidoran hurriedly wriggled away from Sakamaki, feeling intense pain coursing through its body. Yet, it remained vigilant. If Sakamaki were to perish from the poison, then its submission would mean nothing, especially as it observed Sakakaki's palms and body turning a deep shade of black. Even the pain it felt seemed to diminish slightly. Nidoran would never be a slave. However, when it saw Sakamaki retrieve an antidote from his pocket and consume it, the poison within him was instantly neutralized. Nidoran was left stunned. Anger surged within it, nearly overwhelming its breath. After all, it too bore substantial injuries. Sakamaki, inspecting the blood that had already turned crimson upon his skin, gazed coldly at the Nidoran bleeding profusely on the ground. "I know you have not fully submitted to me yet, but if you wish to live, you must heed my commands." Sakamaki pointed towards a nearby metapod and declared, "Do you see it? Once it evolves, you will battle it. Should you win, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you lose, you will obediently serve as my Pokémon." Though Nidoran sensed the formidable strength of Metapod, it was not one to concede, especially as it recognized this as its chance for liberation. It let out a defiant growl, "Woof," seemingly reaching an understanding with Sakamaki. Sakamaki inquired, "Can you stand? If not, it is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Nidoran, with sheer determination, rose to its feet. Woof. It resembled a stubborn little dog. Sakaki refrained from using the power of Tokiwa to heal it. He did not yet trust this Nidoran. Trust must be earned gradually. He cautiously instructed Nidoran to follow his commands, prompting it to perform various actions. Sakaki knocked on the door, causing the Team Rocket member outside to open it, somewhat perplexed. Has his fellow already succumbed? Upon seeing Sakaki drenched in blood, the member was convinced of this notion, declaring, "Since you emerged early, I deem you a failure. You are aware of the consequences, I presume?" He prepared to release his Pokémon. Sakaki countered, "Who says I have failed? I have already tamed a new Pokémon." The Team Rocket member was understandably skeptical. How could that be? Wild Pokémon are notoriously fierce. It has only been a short time. Even we require more time to tame them. As he stated, the other youths hesitated to even open their Pokeballs, much less tame them. Sakaki's speed was indeed astonishing, bordering on incredulous. Yet, Sakaki gestured towards the inside. "If you do not believe me, see for yourself." The Team Rocket member, slightly swayed by Sakaki's confidence, decided to take a look. Since he was responsible for monitoring this area, he had access to Sakaki's information and was aware that Metapod was Sakaki's prior Pokémon. Thus, the new Pokémon could only be the battered Nidoran. Sakaki called out to Nidoran, "Nidoran, sit." He continued directing it, "Stand," and now use Poison Sting against the wall. Reluctantly, Nidoran rose and unleashed a barrage of poison stings against the wall. The series of impacts shattered the Team Rocket members' doubts. Given Nidoran's already impaired mobility, Sakaki swiftly recalled both Nidoran and Metapod, turning to the Team Rocket member. "What do you think?" Consequently, the Team Rocket member was indeed convinced that Sakaki had truly captured this Nidoran. He marked a check on his form and remarked, "You are quite impressive. You may leave now." "Thank you." Sakaki nodded, turning to depart, blood dripping from his sleeves, yet he remained unfazed. The Team Rocket member behind him murmured in admiration. "This kid is indeed ruthless." Given Sakaki's connection with Professor Ryomu, a trip to the infirmary for treatment was hardly an issue. In fact, Professor Ryomu took the initiative to assist in treating Nidoran as well. Sakaki requested another vial of antidote, just in case. He had learned his lesson. Professor Ryomu examined Nidoran closely, then remarked, "This little fellow is a wild capture, isn't it? The boss is relentless in pushing you all to your limits." "Indeed," Sakaki replied nonchalantly. Those who ventured forth were not merely risking their own lives. Others were equally in peril, and he counted himself fortunate. Others had encountered Final Form Pokémon. Half a day passed, and some youths began releasing their Pokémon from their Pokeballs. However, when they beheld a Final Form Pokémon, they were left utterly paralyzed. If all went as expected, this would be the last Pokémon they faced. Whether they could tame this final form was a mere jest. Did they truly believe themselves the protagonists? Only gym-level trainers possessed the capability to tame such Pokémon. For these youths, the prospect of taming it was unfathomable. Thus, the ultimate outcome was merely to become food alongside their Pokémon, ultimately returning to the earth as detritus. Finally, the time spent taming Pokémon was extensive. Having captured Nidoran, it was time for it to receive sustenance. Upon seeing Sakaki, Hera expressed surprise. "Oh, young one, you arrived so quickly?" As resources flowed from her. Determining Sakaki's fate was effortless for her. She was merely astonished that Sakaki had managed to capture a Pokémon so swiftly. Sakaki, sensing her thoughts, offered a faint smile, attributing it to luck. Hera scrutinized Sakaki closely, noting, "You are indeed quite exceptional." Subsequently, she glanced at her computer, her astonishment deepening. "Your Metapod has yet to evolve. So how did you manage to capture that Nidoran?" Sakaki slowly drew a dagger from his waist, remarking, "This ultimately is thanks to you." Hera raised an eyebrow and then burst into hearty laughter. "You are truly amusing, young one. I eagerly anticipate that you shall emerge as the ultimate victor." Nidoran type, Poison gender, Male qualification, Yellow ability, Poison point, 30 chance to poison the opponent upon contact-based attacks. Level, 10 height, 0, 5 meters weight, 9 kilograms moves. Leer, Poison Sting. Peck, Focus Energy inherited moves. None Chapter 37. The imminent rule changes ultimately. Sakaki retrieved the food for Nidoran, and this time he also took 2 additional berries. However, He had no intention of sharing these berries with the disobedient wild creature. They were meant for the bee drill that would emerge from the kakuna, to ensure it received ample nourishment. In Sakaki's room, upon releasing Nidoran, the creature immediately retreated to a corner, watching him warily. It had yet to trust Sakaki and was merely subdued by his force. Similarly, Sakaki did not trust Nidoran either. Thus, whenever he returned it to its Pokeball, he would lock it securely to prevent any potential treachery. One must always be cautious, even with Pokémon. Sakaki placed a freshly acquired bowl on the ground, filled it with Nidoran's food, and added a little water, gently nudging it forward. "Eat up. This is prepared for you." Nidoran glanced at Sakaki, but remained still. Sakaki then turned and stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. While he appeared calm and collected, his hand rested near his dagger. Nidoran feared him, but he too harbored a sense of trepidation towards Nidoran. Sitting lightly on the bed, he released Kakuna. Outside, the sound of Nidoran munching food gradually filled the air, indicating that it was indeed hungry. After approximately an hour, Sakaki cautiously emerged from his room. Thankfully, Nidoran was not the kind of creature to hold a grudge without reason. At least it did not attack him after finishing its meal. Sakaki did not waste words. He simply withdrew it back into the Pokeball. Caring for Pokémon is akin to nurturing a cat or dog. It requires patience and gradual emotional development. Only when Nidoran fully lowers its guard against Sakaki will their bond flourish. The Pokeball still needed to be locked for now. Stability was paramount. Time quietly passed. The following afternoon, in the training arena, Sakaki wore an expression of indifference as he trained Nidoran. After consuming 2 days' worth of Pokémon food, Nidoran had indeed leveled up by 2, reaching the same level as its former counterpart, Caterpie. It seemed that wild food could not compare to the nourishment provided by humans. During this time, Nidoran had attempted to attack Sakaki several times, all of which he deftly evaded. Sakaki had sternly reprimanded it on a few occasions. Today marked Sakaki's first day taking it out for training. The past 2 days had at least made Nidoran aware that following Sakaki meant sustenance. Yet, deep down, Nidoran still yearned for freedom. Its gaze was resolute, as if envisioning the lush forests. Given the chance to escape, it would do so without hesitation. For Nidoran would never be a slave. Sakaki stamped his foot, coldly commanding, "Hurry up, what's with the dawdling? Use Poison Sting." Nidoran shivered at the command and decisively aimed at the target, unleashing its Poison Sting attack. The needles flew, but only a scant few struck the target. Sakaki sighed in exasperation. "Your accuracy is abysmal. At this rate, achieving 50% accuracy against an opponent is a challenge." Sakaki pondered aloud. "You wouldn't be this hopeless in close combat, would you?" Nidoran huffed in response, seemingly displeased, its spirit flaring as its body swelled slightly. It then charged at the target that had evaded its earlier attack. With a loud crash, the target was knocked over, and Nidoran turned its head to Sakaki, exuding a hint of pride. However, Sakaki merely chuckled mockingly, for the target swiftly flipped back up, slamming down hard upon Nidoran. The creature was sent sprawling, landing awkwardly on the ground. "Are you really that foolish, Nidoran?" Before Sakaki could continue, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Turning slightly, he saw Yalin, one of the esteemed trio S. Bulbasaur, standing behind him with an air of disdain. At her feet lay a charming Eevee, followed by an evolved Ivysaur. Upon hearing someone insult it, Nidoran sprang to its feet, filled with a murderous intent as it glared at Yalin, poised to retaliate. Yet, since it was still under Sakaki's guidance, it hesitated, waiting to see how he would respond. Sakaki coldly remarked, "Foolishness or not, that hardly concerns you." Nidoran looked at Sakaki in disbelief, questioning his meaning. Yalin scoffed derisively. "You're as arrogant as ever. I wonder where your audacity comes from. Is it from this dim-witted Nidoran? Or perhaps from that Kakuna, which has yet to hatch?" She mercilessly berated Sakaki, with the end of the month approaching. "Even if it hatches, it'll barely be at level 11. I'll be curious to see how you handle that." Sakaki cast a sidelong glance at Yalin's Ivysaur. Through his perception of the power of the forest, he could discern that this Ivysaur had overexerted itself to gain strength and evolve. It seemed that Eidos, despite his words, had resorted to underhanded tactics. After all, He too wished to survive and would not risk harboring a threat. Sakamaki disdainfully retorted, "Ah, the one deemed a fool by others." He then turned away, directing his attention back to the forlorn Nidoran. "Continue. Why are you still standing there? Keep training. Don't you enjoy charging?" Prompted by Sakamaki, Nidoran hurriedly dashed towards the target, repeatedly ramming its head against it. Yet, it could not fathom why it complied so readily with Sakaki's commands. Yalin, furious, shouted at Sakamaki, "What did you say? I'll kill you." She prepared to command her Pokémon to attack him. Before she could act further, Xian approached, sternly admonishing her. "What are you doing? Did we not agree to refrain from fighting in the training grounds?" Fuming, Yalin stomped her foot and glared at Sakamaki. "You better hope we don't cross paths again, or you will meet a gruesome end. I will have my Ivysaur drain you dry with leech seed." She shot a glance at Xian, "And you, once I become the leader of the organization, I will eliminate you as well." With that, she turned and stormed off with her Pokémon. Xian watched her retreating figure with cold eyes, filled with a palpable sense of hostility. Sakaki's voice resonated in his ear. "Do not dwell on her. You cannot act against her. Rest assured, if she continues this way, her days are numbered. When she encounters me, I will ensure her demise." Xian nodded in agreement. "Yes, I believe in you." Sakamaki inquired, "How many have perished this time?" 15 more have died. Now, fewer than 40 remain," Xian replied. Sakamaki chuckled darkly. "If I'm not mistaken, the rules are about to change again." Xian simply stated, "You will undoubtedly prevail." Chapter 38. Nidoran's change of attitude on this day. The young trainer Xiaosheng arrived at the training ground, fortunate enough to still be alive. Accompanying him was a battered and bruised, fearless boy, along with an arm strength that, despite some scrapes, remained quite lively. Upon witnessing Sakamaki diligently training Nidoran, Xiaosheng was pleasantly surprised. "Sakamaki, I knew you would be fine. Is this your new Pokémon, Nidoran? It looks rather promising." Fortunately, Nidoran was deeply engrossed in its training. Otherwise, it might have been infuriated, contemplating delivering a dose of poison to Sakamaki. Whether it would be accurate or not remained uncertain. Xiaosheng scratched his head and encouraged the fearless boy to step forward. "Clumsy? That's of no concern, as long as it possesses strength. Shall we let it spar with my fearless boy?" Sakamaki shrugged, indifferent. "If it can still fight, then why not?" Xiaosheng chuckled lightly and patted his chest, assuring no problem. "Don't let its appearance deceive you. It's tough as nails." Arm strength fought against it for 2 days before it conceded. Sakamaki shook his head with a smile, realizing why the fearless boy's face had become so swollen. Ultimately, Nidoran faced off against the fearless boy. However, due to occasionally disregarding Sakaki's commands, Nidoran was ultimately defeated. The fearless boy proudly lifted its head, implying that it was still quite strong. As for Nidoran, feeling somewhat ashamed in defeat, it retreated into its Pokeball. Xiaosheng patted the fearless boy's head and inquired of Sakamaki, "How is the Shelmet doing? Is it close to evolving? The end of the month is approaching." Sakamaki shook his head, uncertain of when it might evolve, hoping it would be soon. Xiaosheng pointed at the nearby arm strength with a smile. "Let us hope it's quick. This fellow can hardly wait to battle the evolved Shelmet. It has lost more than it has won, and still feels a bit resentful." Arm strength clenched its fist, eyeing the Pokeball containing Shelmet. "Rest assured, there will be another opportunity to face off. Time is still on our side," Xiaosheng said. Forcing a smile, he stretched his shoulders and extended a hand towards Sakamaki. "It's been a few days since we last battled. Shall we see if you've been slacking off?" Sakamaki eagerly accepted the challenge, and the two boys engaged in combat. Ultimately, the battle concluded with a narrow victory for Sakamaki. Thus, a delightful day came to an end. However, as Sakamaki watched Xiaosheng depart, his expression grew complex, the bruises on his face seemingly warning him against showing leniency. Likewise, Xiaosheng, with his back turned to Sakamaki, displayed a moment of uncertainty, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Intelligent individuals, like Sakamaki, were not alone in their perceptions. When one person deduces the truth, the rest are not far behind. Their paths were destined to diverge, leading to inevitable confrontation. That evening, had it not been mealtime, Nidoran would have remained unwilling to emerge from its Pokeball, still reeling from its defeat. This presented an excellent opportunity to foster bonds of trust and affection. To console it, Sakaki pointed toward Shelmet and remarked, "Did you know that before defeating that fearless boy, arm strength was once its subordinate?" Upon hearing this, Nidoran abruptly turned to gaze at Shelmet, realizing its strength was greater than it had anticipated. Did this mean it might not escape Sakaki's grasp in the future? Indeed, humans were cunning, and even their young were no exception. It felt deceived. Unaware of Nidoran's tumultuous thoughts, Sakaki continued, "Do you wish to grow stronger? To defeat your adversaries, and even surpass the powerful Pokémon you once could not withstand?" Nidoran recalled the time its family had been driven away by the bear Pokémon and nodded vigorously, its gaze aflame with determination. Sakaki spoke earnestly, "As long as you are willing to listen to me, none of this will pose a problem. I will help you grow beyond your own imagination." Although Nidoran felt a flicker of hope, skepticism quickly followed, and it shook its head in disbelief. Sakaki, anticipating this reticence, continued, "I understand your doubt, which is why I must prove it to you. But first, will you allow me to touch you?" Provoked, Nidoran immediately nodded, thinking, "Who fears whom?" I refuse to believe Sakaki can pull any tricks. Observing Nidoran's reaction, Sakaki recognized its vulnerability. He gently placed his hand on a spot on Nidoran devoid of poison spikes, and a gentle green glow emanated from his palm as he utilized the power of Tokiwa. The familiar and soothing energy flowed into Nidoran, prompting it to abandon its resistance, closing its eyes in comfort. Unlike Shelmet, which had forcibly broken free from its shell and suffered a loss of potential, Nidoran, having spent time in the wild, had inevitably squandered some of its innate abilities. Fortunately, its youth meant that the longer it remained unchallenged, the more potential it risked wasting until stagnation ensued. Thus, wild Pokémon, aside from those with exceptional talent or who had consumed rare treasures, rarely ascended to the ranks of elite trainers or champions. Sakaki's Tokiwa power effectively aided Nidoran in rectifying this loss, even restoring some of its previously squandered potential. After a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Sakaki's forehead, he withdrew his hand and asked, "How do you feel? I have not deceived you, have I?" Nidoran rose comfortably from the ground, sensing a notable increase in its strength. Complemented by the warmth of Tokiwa energy, it began to trust Sakaki. However, it still cherished its freedom, allowing Sakaki a temporary opportunity. Once it had utilized him fully, it would make its escape without hesitation. Sakaki gradually stood and addressed Nidoran. "As long as you follow my guidance, there will be sustenance and the chance to grow stronger." Nidoran nodded vigorously. Sakaki smiled, encouraging, "Rest now. Tomorrow we shall continue our training." This was a test to see if Nidoran had truly settled down. Naturally, during the night, Shelmet had to keep watch, and Sakaki held a dagger tightly in his hand beneath the covers, though he did not reveal this to Nidoran, allowing its imaginative mind to wander. As expected, in the following days, Nidoran's attitude towards Sakaki underwent a complete transformation. Time passed swiftly, and the end of the month arrived once more. Indeed, the rules had changed again. Chapter 39, Sakaki, Danger. The assembly was called early, but this time it was not a collective gathering. Rather, each class was to assemble separately. The three classes were allocated to three vast training grounds, stripped bare of any furnishings, exuding an overwhelming sense of heaviness despite their spaciousness. Upon entering this arena, the youths instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation that lay ahead. Each boy maintained a respectful distance from his peers, ever vigilant and wary. Sakaki had one hand resting on his dagger and the other poised over Nidoran's Pokeball, ready to act at a moment's notice. Not far from him, Shota mirrored this caution, his expression tense with alertness. One was the strongest in physical prowess, while the other was viewed as a formidable adversary in the minds of his peers, despite the fact that he could only utilize one Pokémon at present. This, however, did not diminish the respect others held for him, as Sakaki was shrouded in uncertainty. It was still Miyamoto who stood before them, while recently, Kurika had been preoccupied with her own affairs. Miyamoto, elevated upon a platform, addressed the youthful assembly below. "I trust you have discerned that due to unforeseen circumstances, The rules for this month must be revised. Upon hearing this, the already alert youths instinctively increased the distance between themselves and their neighbors. Miyamoto continued, I shall keep my words brief. The rules are simple. Only one person shall emerge alive from this training ground today. With that proclamation, the stage was set, leaving only the young boys and girls in the arena. With a flicker of white light, a myriad of eager Pokémon were released from their Pokeballs, filling the air with a palpable tension and intent to battle. Sakaki's fingers danced lightly, summoning Nidoran into the fray. Upon its release, Nidoran quickly assessed the surroundings and intelligently employed the move Focus Energy. Unlike Metapod, Nidoran lacked a profound connection with Sakaki, rendering it impossible for him to unleash an attack the moment Sakaki spoke. Thus, preemptive strikes were unrealistic. Should he have acted rashly, he risked inciting a collective assault from the array of youths surrounding him, placing his life in jeopardy. Nevertheless, utilizing Focus Energy was a feasible strategy. It was evident that even if Sakaki refrained from initiating conflict, he would still become a target. The same held true for Shota, who, unlike Sakaki, could only deploy a single Pokémon. At present, Shota was perceived as the greatest threat among the youths, drawing most of their attention. The remainder of the combatants descended into chaos. Sakaki found himself the focus of two youths, Renkyu and Ahua, who launched the first offensive. Makhop Meowth, take down that Nidoran and its trainer. Capture, knock them down, commanded Renkyu. Rattata, Sandshrew used Tackle and Scratch. The four Pokémon charged fiercely towards Sakaki and Nidoran. Shota glanced at Sakaki briefly before redirecting his attention to the battle alongside his own Pokémon. Sakaki's demeanor darkened as he faced the onslaught of the four Pokémon. Nidoran used Poison Sting to fend them off. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Nidoran, who understood the stakes. One misstep could spell doom for both it and Sakaki. The determination in their assailants' eyes conveyed that even if Nidoran managed to eliminate Sakaki, they would not relent in their pursuit. With a swift motion, Nidoran unleashed a barrage of poison stings, the sheer volume compensating for their inaccuracy. Quick dodge! Renkyu and Ahua shouted in unison. The four oncoming Pokémon were forced to evade and shield themselves from the poisonous assault. This was the advantage of a poison-type Pokémon, as it was unfazed by a multitude of attackers. Should it reach the elite level, it could transform an entire city into a toxic wasteland, leaving only bones in its wake. Sakaki contemplated for a moment before issuing his command. Charge in and engage them up close. We need not fear their melee attacks. With the benefits of Poison Sting, Nidoran now resembled a rolling stone, unafraid of confrontation. However, Sandshrew posed a potential challenge. These youths had trained for 2 months and battled for an additional 2. They were no longer naive. Thus, Ahua promptly shouted, Sandshrew, use Dig. Rattata, Tail Whip. Renkyu echoed, Meowth, use Growl. Makhop Leer. Sakaki's expression darkened as he continued to direct the increasingly fatigued Nidoran. Nidoran, ignore them. Use Peck on Rattata. Nidoran gritted its teeth and pressed forward. Dodge, Rattata. Ahua shouted anxiously. Sandshrew, use Scratch. Yet Renkyu did not suggest his Pokémon assist in the rescue. After all, they remained rivals. Nidoran pressed on relentlessly, attacking Rattata. The little creature was struck by the poisonous barbs, its body now marred with darkened wounds, black venom oozing forth. Ahua, not one to be outdone, yelled to Renkyu, if you don't act, we'll both be finished. With no other option, Renkyu commanded Meowth and Makhop to engage. Meowth, use Quick Attack. Makhop, use Scratch. As the two previously idle Pokémon surged forward at their trainer's insistence, Sakaki narrowed his eyes and declared now, unleash Poison Sting all around. Seizing the moment, Nidoran spun and unleashed a torrent of poisonous needles. Renkyu's eyes widened in horror. No, but it was too late. The unfortunate Meowth was struck directly by the poison sting, its fur darkening as a pained expression contorted its features. Thankfully, Makhop narrowly avoided the assault. Renkyu erupted in anger. You fool, this is all your fault. It seemed a confrontation was imminent, but they both understood that the current predicament did not allow for such disputes. Thus, a temporary alliance was forged. You direct Sandshrew to charge in. I'll have Makhop look for an opening, while Rattata and my Meowth can continue to attack. No matter what, we must eliminate him first. Rinkyu instructed. Ahua nodded and commanded go Sand Shrew. Use rollout. Sand Shrew curled into a ball, exposing its hardened shell as it barreled toward Nidoran. Under Ahua and Rinkyu's orders, Meowth and Rattata relentlessly wore down Nidoran's stamina. Machop remained poised for action. In this chaotic melee, Nidoran found itself in grave danger. Sakaki's brow furrowed with concern, for not only were his opponents failing to subdue him, but others were also beginning to take notice of the unfolding conflict. Sakaki was in peril. Chapter 40. The Arrival of Beedrill, the Chaotic Assault. With a resounding shout from Lianxio, the mischievous monkey seized the opportunity, lunging at the weary Nidoran. Its claws glimmered with a chilling sheen, seemingly capable of slicing through steel with ease. Nidoran gazed at the approaching monkey with a dazed expression, its body gradually succumbing to the ground. A kaleidoscope of memories flickered in its mind, spanning from birth to the present. I have yet to attain freedom. Just as it wearily closed its eyes, a flash of crimson light illuminated its form. The disoriented monkey momentarily paused, nearly striking down the Diglett instead. Fortunately, Sakaki showed a trace of conscience, refraining from dragging it into death alongside him. Rest assured, once Nidoran escapes, a monument will surely be erected in Sakaki's honor. Outside, Lianxio, Ahua, and the two others approaching this way exchanged glances, sneering at Sakaki, who was armed only with a dagger. Sakaki, it appears you've run out of tricks. You were so boastful before, always wearing that stern face. This time, we shall witness your demise. Sakaki calmly raised his hand, slowly placing it on another Pokeball, his eyes filled with unending frost. Lianxio and the others were momentarily taken aback, memories of the terrifying Beedrill resurfacing in their minds. Could have evolved? The newly arrived Xiao and I reminded Ahua and Lianxio, do not fear if we take it down now. Even if that Kakuna has evolved, it remains merely a Beedrill. Its level should be no more than 11. Another youth, the fiery sparrow trainer Shiba, felt a surge of irritation recalling past events, gritting his teeth as he declared, indeed. My sparrow is no longer what it used to be. Watch how I bring it down. The four youths shouted in unison, charge, take it down. Diglett, Rattata, Meowth. The monkey, the fiery sparrow, Budew, Arbok, and Kingler surged toward Sakaki. Their faces bore triumphant grins, eyes glinting with cruelty, as if they could already envision Sakaki torn to shreds. Suddenly, with a soft click, Sakaki pressed the button, and the Pokeball burst open with a flash of white light. The Kakuna emerged before Sakaki, radiating a searing aura. A terrifying force and momentum spread forth, causing all 8 Pokémon to pause in trepidation. The 4 youths felt as though a massive weight pressed upon their hearts. However, upon realizing it was still Kakuna, they shouted, don't just stand there. It's merely a Kakuna. It can't move. Let us all attack and shred it to pieces. Yet their words seemed futile. The 8 Pokémon grew even more frantic, some of the newly captured ones even beginning to retreat. Not just them, but dozens of nearby Pokémon felt their fur standing on end, gazing fearfully at the direction of Kakuna. The beleaguered Xiaosheng managed a strained smile at this scene. Beside him, his bruised Machoke exhibited unwavering spirit, silently burning with resolve. Before them, the fearless little ones had been torn apart under their assault, blood staining the ground, a scene of utter devastation. Thump! Thump! The sound of a heartbeat reverberated like thunder as Kakuna gradually expanded, fissures appearing on its surface. The searing aura suddenly flared and then retracted. With a crack, the entire cocoon shattered, leaving behind a gaping maw. A buzzing echoed throughout the training ground. Before the aloof, Sakaki hovered a Pokémon, its entire body gleaming a resplendent gold. It possessed 4 legs, 2 pairs of translucent, patterned wings, and a striped tail, culminating in a venomous stinger that resonated with a colossal white needle. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, brimming with deadly intent. Beedrill had arrived. The already terrifying force and presence intensified. The only remaining bug-type Pokémon, Butterfree, collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. This was the suppression from the Bug King. Moreover, With Sakaki's assistance through the power of the Tokiwa, Beedrill fully absorbed the nutrients from 99 Pokémon. Its aptitude surged to a brilliant blue. Its level skyrocketed, ascending 6 levels from 11. This was merely the beginning. Had it not emerged early, it could have leveled up further due to the residual energy still present. Yet this mattered little. It merely indicated it would progress even more swiftly in the future. Beedrill's stature surpassed that of an ordinary Beedrill significantly, appearing more robust. While a typical Beedrill might stand just over a meter, this one reached around 4 to 1, 5 meters, edging toward becoming a future Super Beedrill. Gently resting its head against Sakaki's outstretched palm, Beedrill prepared to unleash its might. Sakaki instructed, "Beedrill, turn and launch that spear-like stinger. Let your battle spirit soar." With a sharp sound, Beedrill struck its stinger, producing a resonant clang, its momentum focused, radiating lethal energy. A chorus of youth shouted fervently, "Let us attack together. Go, Sparrow! Go!" "Meowth!" Sakaki coolly commanded, "Poison Sting. Execute." At his command, Beedrill's crimson eyes ignited, akin to 2 miniature suns illuminating the darkness. It unfurled its wings, the ethereal, patterned appendages unleashing a violent gust that closed the distance between them and the frenzied youths and their Pokémon. Swish! Swish! A torrential downpour of poisonous stingers rained down. The Pokémon below could only scramble to defend themselves. Some unfortunate Pokémon and trainers struck by the stingers collapsed instantly, their bodies darkening, frothing at the mouth. Beedrill, having consumed such an abundance of toxin sacs, had its venom amplified to terrifying levels. While they defended, Beedrill streaked through the air like a golden bolt of lightning, leaving only afterimages and a slicing sound in its wake. With a fierce cry filled with murderous intent, Beedrill struck the unprepared Sparrow with a colossal white stinger. Blood sprayed forth, piercing through its chest. The Sparrow fell without uttering a sound, its body stiffening as it plummeted. Shiba screamed in despair, "Sparrow!" Suddenly, a dagger slashed through the air, embedding itself in his neck. He let out a cry of anguish, clutching his throat, his gaze meeting Sakaki's cold indifference. Stammering, he could not utter a single word as blood streamed from his lips, ultimately collapsing to the ground, a pool of crimson forming beneath him. Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Beedrill. The carnage wrought by Beedrill continued unabated. Its diaphanous, patterned wings sliced through the air like sharpened blades, each beat accompanied by a piercing sound that cleaved the atmosphere, leaving behind shimmering silver trails. Its speed was astonishing, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. "Run!" in a desperate shout, urged the bewildered Mankey. "Mankey, strike wildly!" The Mankey roared and swung its arms in a frenzied assault. Just then, Sakamoto's voice rang out, as Beedrill's twin stingers, resembling long spears, danced in the air, leaving behind ghostly afterimages. A series of attacks ensued, accompanied by a torrent of blood. As the Mankey, transformed into a pincushion, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, Ren sat despondently, his expression one of utter despair. Beside him, Meowth succumbed to its poison and fell as well. In the face of the relentless onslaught from the creatures, Sakamoto commanded Beedrill, "Beedrill, spin your silk." "Harden!" Beedrill expelled strands of silk that effectively countered many of the incoming attacks. It then raised its stingers, glinting with a metallic sheen, either blocking further strikes or evading them with astonishing agility. A reckless youth attempted to eliminate Sakamoto first, but upon turning, he found Beedrill had suddenly appeared before him. With its bloodied stingers swinging menacingly, he was either impaled or clasping his throat as blood seeped through his fingers, falling to the ground in despair, ultimately embracing his fate. Sakamoto's voice seemed to echo the whispers of death. Each utterance heralded the demise of yet another Pokémon or youth: Silk, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, and Twin Needle. The remaining Pokémon and youths fled in terror, beating against the closed gates in desperation, crying for help. The training ground was stained a deep crimson, marred by the remains of dismembered corpses. The gates bore witness to the tragic remnants of battle. Beedrill's wings, now drenched in blood, shimmered ominously. and its once vibrant red eyes appeared even more sinister, possibly tainted by the blood of its victims. A chilling scream pierced the air as a cowering Butterfree, paralyzed by fear, was cleaved in two by Beedrill. Its pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears, just as the cries of the youths had failed to sway Sakamoto. Beedrill plucked a bug egg from the battlefield and consumed it, a cruel glint of savagery flashing in its eyes as it turned its gaze to the last two standing, Wartortle and Keisei, its murderous intent palpable. Earlier, it had refrained from attacking Keisei due to their shared training history. But now, Sakamoto suddenly called out to Beedrill, positioning Keisei, bloodied and battered, against the pristine figure of Sakamoto, who bore not a single drop of blood. Wartortle, bruised and bloodied, stood defiantly against Beedrill, which resembled a blood-soaked demon. Keisei forced a smile, acknowledging, indeed, Beedrill is formidable. Wartortle likely cannot contend with it. Did you wait for this day, specifically? Sakamoto shook his head. No. It was originally stronger. It simply emerged prematurely. You remain exceptional. From the moment you hatched that cater pie, I knew you were remarkable, Keisei replied with a chuckle, relief flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he trembled as he spoke to Sakamoto. I am not your match, but I truly do not wish to perish. Sakamoto nodded. I understand, yet you must realize that none of this is within our control. If blame is to be placed, it should be on our lack of power to choose. Tears shimmered in Keisei's eyes indeed. Though still young, he possesses greater talent than I, and I often chastise him to keep his pride in check. A rare expression of embarrassment crossed his face. However, he quickly composed himself, donning a playful smile later. I encountered my mother on the street. She said she wanted me to be her son, and I thought she had lost her mind. Yet, she sent home a sum of 100,000 Pokémon dollars, surely sufficient for my family to live on, and perhaps even allow my brother to apprentice at the Golden City Gym. Thus, I bear no resentment towards her. I've said too much. Please don't be bothered. Sakamoto shook his head, unperturbed. It's all right. You are a commendable brother. Keisei smiled at Sakamoto, jokingly suggesting, if you get the chance, do help me keep him grounded. Just tell him you're my brother, sent by me to teach him a lesson. Make sure to say, I'm stronger than you, so he will strive harder. If he inquires about my whereabouts, inform him that he is still too weak and unworthy to know. Sakamoto recognized Keisei's resolute intent and nodded. If the opportunity arises, I shall. Keisei continued. Initially, I wish to face you in battle, to have you in my life. This could have fortified your defenses against this world, making you more akin to a future leader of the underworld. He gazed at Sakamoto's unyielding expression and icy demeanor, feeling a twinge of envy and sorrow. But I realize you do not need it. You are far stronger than any of us. He gently patted the injured Wartortle beside him, his gaze tender, filled with reluctance. And when the time comes, Wartortle may fight fiercely against you. I know that if it does, you will not hesitate to strike it down. I wanted to survive. Suddenly, he withdrew Wartortle into its Pokeball before it could react, the Pokémon struggling against its confinement, understanding Keisei's intentions. Keisei tossed the locked Pokeball to Sakamoto, knowing it was the only way to spare Wartortle's life. Sakamoto caught the Pokeball, while Keisei drove a dagger into his chest. The intense pain contorted his features, but relief washed over him. A person like him did not belong in Team Rocket. Even if he survived today, death would eventually claim him. With a thud, he collapsed, yet a smile graced his lips. Sakamoto refrained from indulging in any melodrama. He simply stated, from today forth, I shall carry your essence with me. I, Sakamoto, shall be invincible. Beedrill, bug poison type male qualification, blue ability. Swarm, Pokémon with the swarm ability have increased power for bug type moves when they are severely injured. Level, 17 height, 1. 49 M weight, 50 kilograms moves. Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Harden, Fury Attack, Twin Needle, Focus Energy inherited moves. None Chapter 42. Meeting with Sakamaki Rika moments later. Miyamoto reappeared, standing aloft as she gazed down at Sakamaki amidst the dismembered remains, her expression betraying little surprise. As a master-level trainer and the foremost figure beneath the leadership of Team Rocket, she was well aware of Sakaki's machinations. The so-called Bug King project had transpired under both her and Sakaki Rika's silent consent. The potential and strength of the Pokémon that managed to emerge alive from the chaos of countless bug-type Pokémon were not lost on her, a master-level trainer. Unlike those two novices who had allowed Eidos to manipulate them, rendering their starters utterly ineffective, Sakaki gently tapped the hard, sharp stinger of his Beedrill, remarking that it was commendable, though still far from her own Pokémon's prowess. Miyamoto chuckled softly, acknowledging that given the brevity of his training, the emergence of such a Beedrill was indeed impressive. It would not be long before he surpassed her. She cast a glance at the Pokeball containing his Machamp at his waist, suggesting that this Pokémon could remain with him for now, until she was ready to exchange it for something of greater worth. Miyamoto regarded Sakaki intently before nonchalantly releasing her powerful Houndoom. Holding the Pokeball, she cryptically informed Sakaki that she recalled an exceptional member of their team named Ashen, to whom this Pokémon would be aptly gifted. Indeed, she had seen through the veil of secrecy. Yet, since Miyamoto chose not to expose the truth, Sakaki remained taciturn, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Miyamoto showed no concern for whether this Pokémon would turn against Sakaki. Instead, she instructed her Houndoom to incinerate the human corpses littering the training ground. Houndoom cast a resentful glance at Miyamoto, silently questioning why she did not complete her command in one breath. Nevertheless, it understood its duty. With a fierce breath of flame, it engulfed the area, reducing the human remains to ash, leaving only the bodies of Pokémon behind. Both Sakaki and Beedrill remained unscathed. Once the task was completed, Houndoom retreated into its Pokeball, seemingly eager to avoid further commands from Miyamoto. Sakaki tapped Beedrill's stinger and reassured it, "Do not fret. One day, you will surpass it, and that day is not far off." Beedrill nodded, its eyes radiating confidence. The doors slowly swung open, and members of Team Rocket rushed in to dispose of the remains. Among them was Ashen, whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Sakaki as the victor, though he dare not show it. Miyamoto extended her hand to Sakaki, saying, "Come with me. As the victor, you shall meet the boss alongside the other two." Sakaki nodded, and Beedrill cradled him, lifting him into the air beside Miyamoto. Only then did Sakaki recall Beedrill. As they proceeded, Miyamoto inquired, "Aren't you curious who the other two youngsters are?" Sakaki shook his head, expressing indifference. "It matters not. Whoever they are, it is all the same to me." Miyamoto raised an eyebrow and playfully smacked Sakaki's shoulder. "You're quite audacious, aren't you? But I like that. Only those with strength can speak such words. Let me tell you, you are the first. The other two have yet to emerge. Not every Pokémon is as formidable as your Beedrill." Sakaki nodded, inhaling sharply as he felt the weight of her strength, which was genuinely painful. Miyamoto, feigning ignorance of his discomfort, continued, "Who do you think the other two are? Yalin and Aru?" Sakaki shook his head, a slender boy flashing through his mind. "I believe that Yadu will win." Miyamoto slapped her forehead and chuckled. "That little one who knows a bit of ninjutsu? I almost forgot about him." With Miyamoto leading the way, they descended several levels until they arrived outside Sakaki Rika's chamber, where a figure had been waiting for quite some time. Miyamoto frowned and coldly inquired, "Why are you here?" Eidos smiled gently. "Why can't I be here? After all, I am an officer. Is it not normal to meet the boss?" Miyamoto huffed, clearly displeased by his presence. Eidos then glanced at Sakaki, feigning surprise. "Oh, you actually won. Quite unexpected." "Meeting Lord Eidos was merely a stroke of luck," Sakaki replied. Eidos narrowed his eyes and took a couple of steps closer to Sakaki. "Laughing luck? Perhaps for the others, but not for you." Miyamoto interposed, her brow furrowed. "Eidos, what are you planning?" Eidos paused, refraining from advancing further. "Calm down. What could I possibly do? I wouldn't lay a hand on the future elite." "You better not." Miyamoto's hand rested on the Pokeball at her waist. Just as tensions escalated, Sakaki Rika's voice resonated from within. "Come in. What are you all arguing about?" Annoyed, Miyamoto huffed twice and led Sakaki inside. The room was lavishly adorned in red, exuding an air of opulence. Sakaki Rika sat gracefully at the center on a plush sofa, her slender form radiating an assertive aura. Not far behind her, the previously mentioned Jengar floated in midair, deep in meditation. Both Miyamoto and Eidos bowed respectfully, greeting Sakaki Rika, boss. Sakaki merely observed Sakaki Rika, recalling not only her previous words, but also Eidos' prior warning. Slowly, he uttered, "Mother." Sakaki Rika nodded, as if it were a matter of course. Gesturing to the adjacent sofa, "Please, take a seat." Chapter 43. The meeting silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the flickering images on the two grayish-white video monitors behind them. Rika Sakaki remained silent, and no one dared to break the stillness. After a considerable time, when each screen displayed only one person, she addressed Miyamoto and Eidos. "Could you two bring the remaining two little ones over?" "Understood." They promptly exited the room, leaving only Sakaki and Rika Sakaki, accompanied by meditative Gyarados. Sakaki occasionally cast a fleeting glance at the Gyarados. Rika Sakaki tapped the sofa lightly. "Little one, what are you pondering?" She met Sakaki's gaze deeply. "Oh, you noticed? Is it your ability?" "Indeed. I can perceive that you harbor no other energies within you." Rika Sakaki crossed her legs casually and remarked, "This is primarily because Gyarados has watched me grow since childhood. To me, and to it we are family. So there exists no disparity in our perception." Sakaki nodded in understanding. Rika Sakaki continued, "Your ability is quite unique, self-healing, enhancing your physique, and even augmenting the vitality of your Pokémon. Otherwise, your Beedrill's damage potential wouldn't have recovered so swiftly." As the leader of Team Rocket, even Professor Yanagi dared not conceal anything from her. Thus, as Rika Sakaki was already aware, Sakaki had nothing left to hide. "Indeed," he affirmed. Rika Sakaki pondered how to bolster his strength. "If you wish to continue developing, you should seek a tome on the cultivation methods of psychics. Although your abilities differ somewhat, you can certainly glean insights from them." Their exchange seemed to reveal that he was destined to be the sole victor, which warranted Rika Sakaki's assistance in strategizing. "Given that you are one of the remaining three, and you have passed through 3 selections, you should be rewarded. What do you desire?" Sakaki contemplated, brushing his fingers over Nidorann's Pokeball. "If possible, I would like a treasure of the poison type, to enhance Nidorann's potential and strength." Rika Sakaki acknowledged his request with a nod. "Very well, I shall arrange for it." The Pokeball containing Nidoran swayed gently at Sakaki's waist, seemingly in response. Rika Sakaki then inquired, "If you were to become the next leader of Team Rocket, what would you do? Overthrow the Alliance?" Upon reflection, he concluded that the first step would be to refrain from any immediate actions. Currently, an overthrow of the Alliance was unrealistic, as Team Rocket lacked sufficient strength. They needed to continue amassing power, gathering wealth and resources, recruiting more members, and cultivating talent, followed by infiltrating the Alliance from the grassroots to the upper echelons. Sakaki articulated only a rough outline of his thoughts, knowing that implementation would require a gradual approach. Rika Sakaki gently stroked her chin, considering the prospect of infiltrating the Alliance. If so, the opportunities to greenlight the organization would increase. However, Damaris is quite astute. Attempting to infiltrate the Alliance now would necessitate training some clean slate youths to gradually ascend. Sakaki did not refute this, merely nodding in agreement. Rika Sakaki smiled. "Your ideas are commendable, and they inspire an intriguing notion within me." She flicked her hair and remarked, "In relative terms, I envision you as the heir of Team Rocket. However, you will require some sharpening stones and a few shields. They will grant you more time to grow. But do not be complacent. Should they choose to eliminate you, the next leader could very well emerge from their ranks." "Understood. I will adhere to your arrangements, and I will not falter," Sakaki replied resolutely. Rika Sakaki glanced at him. "It seems you consider them not much of an adversary." Sakaki shook his head. "No, I merely believe that I shall prevail unchallenged." Rika Sakaki then identified Sakaki's most formidable opponent, laughing lightly. "Ah, the confident little one. If anyone poses a threat to you, it would be Eidos." Sakaki did not dispute this. Eidos, as a cadre of Team Rocket, with the support of 2 captains, wielded significant power, despite not being at the level of the Elite Four. Rika's Sakaki continued. I will have Miyamoto restrain him, and then it will all depend on your own abilities. From this day forth, you have truly become one of us, and you must contribute to the organization diligently. Sakaki nodded. Yes, I shall remember. I will. Rika's Sakaki waved him off. Go now. Someone will inform you of further tasks. Sakaki rose respectfully and exited. Retracing his steps, he encountered Miyamoto and Eidos, who were returning with two youths. One was Arai, and the other was Yadu. As Sakaki had surmised, Yalan ultimately met his demise at Yadu's hands. Upon seeing Sakaki, the two paused momentarily, then radiated palpable hostility. Sakaki remained unperturbed, harboring a silent intent to kill. Miyamoto approached Sakaki and gently patted his shoulder. Little one, your predictions were quite accurate. Sakaki brushed past Miyamoto and Yadu, approaching Eidos and Arai as they receded into the distance, moving in opposite directions. One group ventured toward the old era, while another stepped into a new future. For Sakaki, throughout history, the old ministers surrounding emperors were ultimately replaced. It was the foundation of a new dynasty that truly held the emperor's trust. Outside Sakaki's room, Asin, clutching a Pokeball, awaited him in silence. Chapter 44. Strength in the confines of Sakaki's room. Exion reverently presented the Pokeball, containing the fighting-type Pokémon, Armored. Boss, this Armored belongs to you. Lord Miyamoto has instructed me to deliver it. Sakaki accepted the Pokeball without hesitation, merely accruing another favor owed to Miyamoto. Upon releasing the Pokeball, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the room, revealing Armored, its face streaked with tears. The moment it emerged, it dashed towards the door. With a swift gesture, Sakaki summoned Beedrill from its Pokeball. In an instant, it stood before Armored, its two iron-like stingers crossed to firmly restrain it. Armored struggled relentlessly, but its injuries rendered it incapable of escape, only able to emit heart-wrenching cries. Sakaki coldly admonished, Armored, your eyes are red with fury. It seems you wish it were I who had perished. He continued, the reason I am alive is that Beedrill is powerful enough, while you are not. If you do not wish to betray his trust, then live well and become extraordinarily strong, until the day we no longer allow others to dictate our fates. Each of Sakaki's words pierced Armored's heart like daggers. Currently, you are incapable of protecting anything. Armored clenched its fists, pounding the ground until its knuckles bled. Consumed by impotent rage, you have heard his aspirations. If you desire, you can complete the duel with his brother on his behalf. You can fulfill his dying wish and even safeguard his brother. After a prolonged silence, Armored finally nodded resolutely, as if to say yes. Sakaki waved his hand, commanding Beedrill to release it. Exion gazed at Beedrill with envy. Although his own Abra was at a much higher level than Beedrill, their potential and aptitude were worlds apart. Boss, there's nothing pressing. I'll take my leave now. Sakaki waved dismissively, adding yes, go ahead. Soon, the resources I acquire may significantly increase. Do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. It will be yours as it rightfully should. Exion nodded earnestly, understood. With Exion's departure, only Sakaki and the two Pokémon remained in the room. Recently, it seemed prudent for Sakaki to refrain from utilizing Armored. Beedrill and Nidoran were more than sufficient. Speaking of Nidoran, Sakaki promptly released it. Initially, Nidoran had only a vague sense of its surroundings within the Pokeball, having only observed Beedrill's strength. Now, standing before it, the sight of Beedrill's crimson eyes made it acutely aware of its predicament. The chances of escaping Sakaki's grasp had diminished drastically. Even without Beedrill, Armored was not a foe to be trifled with, having been nurtured by the likes of Captain Daitu. Its level was already at 16. Defeating a Nidoran was hardly a challenge. Under the watchful gaze of Beedrill and Armored, Nidoran lowered its head submissively, retreating a few steps to diminish its presence, hoping the two would overlook it. Sakaki smirked wickedly. Did you not wish to challenge Beedrill before? Today presents an opportunity. Shall we test your mettle? Beedrill had observed Nidoran's past antics during its time as a Kakuna. Had it not been for its previous limitations, it would have dealt with Nidoran long ago. Now, the moment had arrived. With a light tap of its iron-like stinger, Beedrill's aura surged. Nidoran shook its head fervently, attempting to ingratiate itself by nuzzling against Sakaki's leg. Sakaki sidestepped, teasingly remarking, "If Beedrill is too much for you, would have Armored." Nidoran glanced back, its expression darkening at the sight of Armored, which appeared equally formidable. It shook its head once more, unwilling to face the imminent beating. In a moment of shamelessness, it even stuck out its tongue, obediently barking twice at Sakaki. "Woof! Woof!" Sakaki lightly kicked it aside, jesting, "Look at that ridiculous expression on your face." Though Nidoran feigned submission outwardly, internally it raged, 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River. Do not underestimate me, Nidoran. Sakaki sensed its rebellious thoughts and raised an eyebrow. Startled, Nidoran immediately rolled onto the ground. Woof! That day, Sakaki, as was his routine, abstained from training, opting instead for a day of rest. After having taken many lives, he experienced no nightmares, as if he had grown accustomed to it. It was not a matter of desire to kill, but rather a necessity. The following day, Sakaki appeared before the medical room. Having made an agreement with Dr. Ryumu, he felt no obligation to break it. Upon seeing Beedrill, Dr. Ryumu exclaimed with admiration, "What an exceptional specimen! Its aptitude surpasses that of 98 of Beedrill in the Pokémon world. Truly a marvel, akin to a work of art." With time to spare, Sakaki recognized the importance of maintaining his training regimen. 2 days later, in the training grounds, a soft white light flickered as Nidoran's level ascended to 13. It proudly raised its head, exuding an air of self-importance. Then, it charged toward the target, knocking it down with a sidestep, deftly avoiding the returning projectile. Sakaki's voice echoed approvingly. "Well done." Nidoran squinted with delight, but something felt amiss. It turned its head to survey the surroundings and spotted Armored lifting a target, vigorously performing squats, its muscles bulging, drenched in sweat. Armored radiated light, evidently having leveled up to 17. But that was not all. Glancing at Beedrill, it observed the Pokémon's wings vibrating as it soared past target. Crack! Crack! The target shattered like fragile glass, revealing numerous cracks before ultimately bursting apart. Moments later, Beedrill flashed twice, elevating its level to 19. Despair washed over Nidoran. What is happening? Why are they both leveling up while I remain stagnant? Can we not all enjoy this journey together? It had hoped that its own strength would allow it to regain its former glory, yet now it seemed increasingly unlikely. Sakaki's words struck deep, prompting Nidoran to consider throwing itself to the ground in defeat. "Ah, you two have leveled up. Quite impressive." Nidoran cast a resentful glance at Sakaki, realizing that it was never meant to be the focus of attention. Damn the human child, that insufferable Sakaki. One day, I, Nidoran, shall rise to be the master. Armored fighting type male aptitude. Green ability. Perseverance. Increases attack when in an abnormal state. Level. 17 height. 1 meter weight. 25 kilograms moves. Tackle. Leer. Focus energy. Revenge. Low kick. Knock off inherited moves. None. Chapter 45. The swarm of pigs due to the formidable presence of Beedrill. Sakaki no longer feared the backlash from Nidoran. Consequently, he began to utilize the power of Tokiwa to enhance the qualifications of both Nidoran and Mach-Hop. This initiative was primarily driven by the fact that Beedrill's qualifications had ascended to Blue, rendering Sakaki's current Tokiwa power somewhat insufficient. It would likely take a considerable amount of time before Sakaki's Tokiwa power underwent another transformation, enabling him to further elevate Beedrill's qualifications. Nevertheless, as a doting father, he prepared some berry trees for his beloved son as a special treat. Several days later, it appeared that Sakaki had been momentarily forgotten, but he was eventually recalled. The doorbell rang, and a Team Rocket member stood at attention outside. Upon seeing Sakaki, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes, and he spoke. "Lord Sakaki, per the boss's directive, you are to accompany a squad, led by a team leader, to complete a mission in 1 week." Sakaki furrowed his brow, acknowledging understood. The member then produced a box from behind him and handed it to Sakaki, stating, "This contains the necessary poison-type resources, a venomous spike from a gym-level Pokémon." Sakaki accepted the box, noting its substantial weight. The member continued, "In 1 week, someone will notify you." Upon completing this mission as commanded by the boss, you shall gain access to the resources of a mid-level commander. The other two will also need to complete a task similar to yours. With that, the messenger departed. Sakamaki closed the door and slowly opened the box, revealing a venomous spike, roughly the size of his palm, emanating a faint glow and a pungent odor. The contained energy was significant, but how to utilize it was not a concern for Sakamaki, as Pokémon instinctively understood its application. This gym-level venomous spike, while capable of providing energy and aiding in level enhancement for Beedrill, offered little in terms of improving its qualifications. Thus, Sakamaki released Nidoran from its confines. Initially perplexed by Sakaki's intent, Nidoran's confusion transformed into fascination as it caught a whiff of the toxic spike scent. The allure of the poison-type spike, with its potent energy, captivated Nidoran, causing it to drool. However, having been reprimanded by Sakamaki frequently, Nidoran hesitated to approach without permission, instead looking up at Sakamaki for guidance. Not only Nidoran, but Beedrill, standing nearby like a bodyguard, also gazed greedily at the spike. It was only due to Sakakaki's presence and Beedrill's status as the Bug King that it refrained from acting as impulsively as Nidoran. Even Makop, who had previously been performing squats in the room, was drawn to the allure of the unique treasure. Such resources held tremendous appeal for Pokémon. Although they did not enhance qualifications, they provided substantial energy. Nidoran, wary of Sakamaki, remained still. Sakamaki observed its behavior with satisfaction, encouraging, "Go ahead, it was meant for you." Thus, Nidoran approached and consumed the venomous spike. The powerful poison-type energy surged within Nidoran, eliciting a series of contented growls as the spikes on its body grew darker and more lustrous. It lowered its form, and with a flash of white light, it leveled up. Subsequently, it seemed fatigued as it closed its eyes. Sakamaki leaned down, inquiring, "Is it safe to swallow it all at once? Won't the energy be overwhelming?" Nidoran shook its head, indicating that this was just the right amount. Sakamaki respected Nidoran's choice, assisting its absorption of energy with his Tokiwa power. In the following days, Nidoran appeared noticeably weary, yet its internal energy swelled significantly. Within 2 to 3 days, it leveled up again and learned the move tackle. Its qualifications improved from yellow to deep yellow. Similarly, Beedrill also advanced a level, successfully breaking into the intermediate tier. With the strength of its Bug King status, Beedrill, now at the initial stages of the intermediate level, could contend with high-level Pokémon, making it nearly invincible among its peers. Beedrill also acquired the move Focus Energy. Though Makop lacked resources as advantageous as those of Nidoran and Beedrill, Sakakaki's aid through Tokiwa power, combined with previous support from the brigade leader, enabled it to level up as well. Matchup's provisions were supplied by Ashen, ensuring it was well fed. A week passed swiftly, and before long, an unfamiliar team leader appeared outside Sakakaki's room. Introducing himself, he said, "Lord Sakamaki, my name is Johnny, and my codename as a team leader is Little Pig. You may call me Johnny or Little Pig, whichever you prefer." Sakamaki nodded and casually responded, "All right, Little Pig Johnny." As he led Sakamaki, Johnny outlined the mission details, his tone somewhat ingratiating. "Our objective is to capture 100 Tauros. Though it may be a bit troublesome, rest assured, my team members are elite. You can simply observe." Sakamaki stroked his chin, contemplating 100 Tauros understood. While Team Rocket had not fully descended into the depths of villainy, poaching and trading Pokémon had marked the inception of their operations, a practice that continued into the future. The lucrative nature of this endeavor was undeniable, making it essential for rapid wealth accumulation. However, this also carried the risk of detection and pursuit by the Alliance's officers and rangers, rendering it a venture not without peril. Under Johnny's guidance, Sakamaki soon encountered 5 team members. Interestingly, Ashen was among them, though he displayed no signs of excitement, merely regarding Sakamaki with a neutral expression. Akin to the others, they did not underestimate Sakamaki. Despite his youth, he had risen from the remains of 1,000 corpses, a feat none could rival. Thus, rather than worry about Sakakaki's potential ineptitude, they were more concerned that he might become overly arrogant and unmanageable. There was a tinge of envy as well. for Sakamaki had the opportunity to become a future leader. Although they were already aware of this, Johnny still introduced Sakamaki to the group, saying, "This is Lord Sakamaki, who will be accompanying us on this mission. In addition to accomplishing our task, we must also ensure Lord Sakamaki's safety." As Johnny distributed masks, Sakamaki's gaze momentarily hardened, though the intensity quickly faded. Disguises were necessary for Team Rocket, who had yet to develop the audacity of their future selves. Sakamaki accepted a mask, affixing it to his face, and with the addition of his uniform, his true identity remained concealed. However, before departing, he cast a sidelong glance in a particular direction, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Chapter 46. The hunting grounds. The roar of the engine drowned out the howling winds as an off-road vehicle sped through the fields. While we have yet to reach the futuristic era of capturing Pokémon with helicopters and fighter jets, traversing the terrain in a Jeep remains entirely feasible. The mission's location lies within the hunting grounds near the city of Shallow Red. At this point in time, these grounds are not yet the domains where trainers can capture Pokémon, but rather an expansive ecological reserve teeming with Pokémon, all under the protection of the League. Given its proximity to Shallow Red, the area is also safeguarded by the local gym. After 5 days of relentless travel, the team finally reached the outskirts of the hunting grounds. Upon arrival, Johnny, the squad leader, addressed Sakura and the 5 team members. "Daylight is not conducive to our operations. We shall wait until nightfall, when the forest rangers are resting, to proceed." The team responded in unison, "Understood, Captain." As time passed, Sakura glanced up at the moon obscured by dark clouds, tightening his fists in anticipation. When the call of the wild echoed through the night, their operation officially commenced. Johnny signaled with his hands, instructing, "You 3 take the left flank, while Ashin and Sam maneuver to the right." As the orders were relayed, Ashin and his companions complied, releasing their Pokeballs one by one. Johnny, with a warm smile, said to Sakura, "You may stay close to me, Lord Sakura. I shall ensure your safety." Sakura did not decline, responding with a simple, "All right." Johnny then released his own Pokémon, 7 in total, including 3 Gyarados, a Weepinbell, a Diglett, a Beedrill, and a Masquerain, all of which were advanced Pokémon exceeding level 30. In summary, he was indeed an impressive figure among squad leaders, possessing a formidable team capable of safeguarding Sakura. Sakura produced a Pokeball and pressed the button, releasing a Nidoran. The creature looked around in surprise, bouncing in place as if in disbelief of its newfound surroundings. However, before it could revel in the moment, Sakura's voice pierced the air, causing it to tense up in fear. "Do not even think about running away. If you try, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." After contemplating, it turned to Sakura with a grimace, understanding the gravity of the threat. Despite Sakura's intimidating demeanor, he had been rather kind to the Nidoran recently, and it was not ungrateful. Rather, it feared for Sakura's safety, not because it dreaded his wrath. Yes, that was it. Johnny, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Your bond with your Pokémon is quite unique, Lord Sakura. However, misbehavior must be met with discipline." Despite his seemingly obsequious demeanor toward Sakura, a flicker of something else shone in his eyes. Johnny led the Pokémon forward, instructing Sakura to follow closely behind. As they advanced, the crisp sound of their footsteps echoed in the tranquil night, startling nearby Pokémon into a hasty retreat. Not far off, a dense congregation of Tauros resided in the fields, numbering at least 150, a significant size for a herd. To prevent conflict between Tauros groups and maintain order among all Pokémon in the hunting grounds, any gym-level Pokémon born among them would typically be captured by the League, presenting an opportunity for Johnny and his team. Pokémon possess a keen sixth sense for impending danger, and as Johnny and his group approached, the Tauros herd became agitated, rising to emit low growls. A few Tauros gathered protectively around a particularly robust leader, who, although not gym-level, was a formidable veteran Pokémon. It lowered its head and let out a bellow, focusing its attention on the source of its unease, Johnny and Sakura. With a powerful thrust of its upper body, it charged forward, resembling an off-road vehicle in motion. Following closely behind, the entire herd surged forth, shaking the ground beneath them and kicking up a cloud of dust. The commotion did not escape the notice of the 5-Team Rocket members. While Ashen sensed trouble, the others remained indifferent. This is bad. Lord Sakura is still out there, Ashen exclaimed. Sam, unconcerned, waved dismissively. What are you worried about? He'll be fine. Captain Johnny is here to protect him. Can't you see that Captain Johnny is practically groveling at his feet, eager to align with this future leader of the organization? Ashen frowned, harboring an uneasy feeling, and quickly set off with his Pokémon toward the commotion. Meanwhile, at the ranger station within the hunting grounds, a middle-aged man with a yellow-black complexion, sprawled over a desk in slumber, abruptly lifted his head. He stared into the darkness, then released a slowpoke. The creature followed his gaze, letting out a few low sounds. Slowpoke. The man sprang to his feet. A Tauros herd? They're usually quite docile. Something is amiss. He released a Pidgeot, leaving behind a note before instructing Pidgeot, go to Shallow Red Gym. The Pidgeot nodded, soaring into the night sky. The middle-aged man, accompanied by the Slowpoke, hurried toward the Tauros herd with urgency. Chapter 47. Insidious Johnny in the city of Shallow Red. There's an air of antiquity that sets it apart from other urban landscapes, embodying a non-modernized aesthetic. The Shallow Red Dojo, in particular, leans towards a retro style, nurturing Pokémon while simultaneously imparting the art of ninjutsu. The dojo master, possesses considerable prowess befitting his title, yet due to limited innate talent, he has no chance of reaching the elite level. Consequently, he has vested all his hopes in his son, Aki, treating him with a stern hand. Typically, dojo masters are inherited through bloodlines, resembling noble clans, making it exceedingly challenging for commoners to ascend to such ranks unless recommended by the current master and possessing adequate strength. As a majestic Beedrill descended from the sky, flapping its wings, it landed gracefully nearby. Outside the dojo, a small child with spiky black hair donned a ninja outfit, diligently sweeping the grounds even in the late hours. This was Ice's so-called training regimen. Upon spotting the Beedrill, the child was startled, yet quickly grasped the urgency of the situation when it delivered a letter, emitting a soft, anxious cry. Understanding the gravity of the matter, he hastily set aside his broom and dashed inside with the letter. He soon arrived at the training room where I and Aki were engaged in their exercises. Upon opening the door, Ice's brow furrowed at the sight of the breathless child, while Aki, seated in meditation nearby, expressed his displeasure, admonishing, Aki, are you seeking your own demise? Is this a place for you to enter? The reprimanded child, Aki, appeared intimidated and shrank back, timidly explaining, forgive me, senior brother. A Beedrill delivered a letter bearing the mark of the hunting grounds. I, upon hearing this, swiftly materialized before Aki, snatching the letter from his hands. After a brief glance, his countenance darkened. It was a message from Baobaba, indicating that Pokémon hunters had ventured into the hunting grounds. Aki nodded in affirmation. I released a Crobat, which then carried him towards the hunting grounds at a rapid pace. However, Aki, left behind, seemed disgruntled with Aki's actions, muttering under his breath, you think you could do it all? No matter how much you curry favor, the IGA lineage will still be mine to inherit. He shoved the frightened Aki aside and headed towards the hunting grounds. Aki, having been knocked to the ground, scrambled to his feet and hurried after Aki, pleading, senior brother, Master instructed us to guard the dojo. Aki shouted back, you coward. If you're scared, stay behind and mind your own business. I am to earn my father's respect. Aki, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow, knowing that if Aki encountered trouble, he would surely face Ice wrath, and he and his sister would be doomed. Amidst rising dust, the thunderous charge of a herd of Tauros echoed. Even Sakamaki felt a twinge of trepidation, instinctively resting his hand on the pokeballs at his waist, while the Nidoran by his side quivered in fear. Johnny declared, rest assured, Lord Sakamaki, watch as I drive them away. He pointed towards the approaching Pokémon, shouting commands. Arbok, use Screech. Gloom, release Acid. Diglett, throw Mud. Masquerain, use Bubble Beam. Beedrill, deploy Poison Sting. At his command, 7 Pokémon unleashed their moves. The 3 Arbok opened their mouths wide, emitting sharp roars that caused the leading Tauros to grimace in agony. Gloom spat a mouthful of corrosive acid, which dripped onto the Tauros, eroding their tough hides. The Diglett's mud throw mirrored Gloom's acid, while only the bubble beam from Masquerain and the poison sting from Beedrill could inflict any real damage. However, against the thick-skinned Tauros, this merely felled 2 or 3 of the nearest ones. Rather than intimidating the Tauros, Johnny's actions only served to further incite their fury. "Oh no!" Johnny exclaimed, realizing his miscalculation. "I didn't expect these Tauros to be so tenacious. But fear not. Once they engage, we shall slip away unscathed." However, as he spoke, he subtly distanced himself from Sakamaki, casting furtive glances elsewhere. Truth be told, had he not restricted his Pokémon to less damaging moves, Sakamaki might have believed him. Now, it was clear he had provoked these Tauros, and his intentions were evident. As the team leader, Johnny possessed the ability to evade the oncoming Tauros, but for Sakamaki, it was a different story. Moreover, his constant display of obsequiousness towards Sakamaki likely misled the others, who would hardly come to Sakaki's aid. Johnny intended to use the stampede of 150 Tauros to eliminate Sakamaki here. Though his allegiance remained unclear, his malicious intent was unmistakable. Sakamaki, once uncertain, felt the intensity of this apprehension grow stronger with each passing day. As for why he didn't simply kill Sakamaki himself, it was due to the formidable presence of Sakaki's Alakazam, a Pokémon of the elite rank, which was no mere decoration. No one could lie in its presence, and should it be revealed that he was responsible for Sakaki's demise, his own survival would be in jeopardy. Thus, orchestrating an indirect assassination was the most prudent course of action. Sakaki's face darkened, his fingers whitening as he clenched his fists. Very well. While his anger swirled, a flicker of resolve remained within him. As the Tauros approached, Johnny wore a smile, his fingers poised above several Pokeballs. He cast a disdainful glance at Sakamaki, his eyes glinting with malice. "Die, little brat." Beside him, Beedrill readied itself to evade any incoming attacks. Johnny calculated the distance, but Sakamaki was equally vigilant. A sudden flash of white light erupted as Sakaki's Beedrill was released. Pointing at Johnny, Sakamaki commanded his Nidoran, "Now, Nidoran, head towards that guy and unleash your poison sting." Having been briefed in advance, Nidoran immediately spat out its poison sting towards Johnny. "So you guessed correctly? What of it?" "You're still overestimating yourself," Johnny scoffed, as his Beedrill expertly swatted the poison sting aside. Just then, Sakamaki shouted, "Unleash all your might against that Beedrill. Every second of suppression counts." With its eyes glowing fiercely, Beedrill emitted an aura befitting a bug king, directing it towards Johnny's Beedrill. Johnny's flying Pokémon was indeed a surprise. Initially, Sakamaki hadn't expected to find such an opportunity to turn the tables, but upon seeing Johnny's Beedrill, the odds shifted substantially in his favor, prompting Sakamaki to take action. Chapter 48. Mutual Betrayal under the oppressive force of the Beedrill. Even the formidable high-level Beedrill found itself momentarily stunned. The poisonous stinger of the gym-level Pokémon began to emit its distinctive aroma and energy. The herd of Tauros, already in a frenzy, became even more frenzied, drooling and eyes aflame with greed at the allure of this resource. Although it was not of the same type, it still had the potential to provide energy to Pokémon of other types, albeit possibly diminishing their inherent potential. For wild Pokémon, this was of little concern, which is why they were so covetous. The Tauros charged straight toward Johnny, and not only he, but even the Pokémon around him could not suppress their insatiable greed upon catching sight of the poisonous stinger, restlessly eager to act. Devouring this gym-level treasure and breaking through to the advanced level was a foregone conclusion. Johnny, however, had a different realization. Unlike the other Pokémon drawn to the stinger, he immediately deduced what Sakamoto intended to do. His expression shifted from shock to one of intense murderous intent and fury. "You little rascal, how dare you betray me?" At that moment, Sakamoto had already taken to the air, fleeing sideways. Previously, Johnny had been tailing him closely, leaving Sakamoto no chance to escape. Now that Johnny was preoccupied, the tables had turned. If his deductions were correct, the Tauros herd likely couldn't kill Johnny, but they could severely injure a few of his Pokémon. So, if he managed to escape, Sakamoto would be in peril. Fleeing was now the wisest choice. Ignored in the midst of the stinger's lure, Sakamoto continued on without pause. The toros bellowed, charging forward like an unstoppable force, overwhelming Johnny and his Pokémon in an instant. Yet Sakamoto felt no relief, as the sense of danger still lingered. It seemed Johnny indeed had survived. Watching the powerful toros stampede below, Sakamoto's heart raced, the sensation of dread persisting. Coincidentally, the Beedrill had just flown out of the toros' charge zone, and Sakamoto encountered Asin and Sam head-on. Asin, relieved to see Sakamoto unharmed, exhaled deeply, his anxiety dissipating as he exclaimed, "Boss, are you all right?" With a grim expression, Sakamoto was brought down by the Beedrill, responding, "I'm fine, let us move. Otherwise, we might not be." Sakamoto, usually confident and assured, appeared unusually tense, prompting Asin to furrow his brow. What happened? Sakamoto merely gestured to the distance, saying, "I'll explain later." Asin nodded, refraining from further questions. However, they seemed to have forgotten about another presence nearby. "Boss," Sam suddenly realized, having assumed Johnny was the one trying to curry favor with Sakamoto, only to discover that Asin was already firmly aligned with him. Sakamoto shot a disapproving glance at Sam, subtly signaling to Asin. Asin raised his hand, his Pokémon eager for action, the air thick with murderous intent, poised to strike down Sam and his Pokémon at any moment. Asin was the second strongest in the team, just shy of a promotion to squad leader, while Sam had only recently become a full-fledged member, the weakest of the group, which explained why he was under Asin's command. The unusual tension sent a chill down Sam's spine. At that moment, the outer edge of the Toro's herd erupted in chaos, and a disheveled Johnny was dragged out by a Diglett, his face contorted with rage, eyes filled with venom. Dazed and disoriented, he was consumed with a desire for vengeance, having narrowly escaped the Toro's charge that had almost claimed his life. Besides the timely rescue by the Diglett, which had burrowed him to safety, he had lost 4 Pokémon in the fray. The first casualty was the unfortunate Beedrill, utterly crushed. The 2 serpents had failed to secure any stinger and were instead trampled, their innards spilling forth. Another was a vile flower that had exerted all its effort in using sleep powder but was trampled into a bloody pulp by the relentless toros, who would have surely devoured it had it not been for its desperate attempt to hypnotize the toro's leader, granting Johnny and the Diglett a brief reprieve. Now Johnny, filled with rage, longed to exact revenge on Sakamoto. "Sakamoto, you wretched scoundrel, what do you think you're running off to?" Asin Sam holding back, his gaze fixated on the Beedrill beside Sakamoto, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He recognized the Beedrill's uniqueness and exceptional potential, capable of subduing Pokémon of a higher level. Even as a Pokémon hunter, this Beedrill could pave his way to greatness. Excited by the prospect, he felt the urgency swell within him. After his shout, Sakamoto and Asin wore expressions of grim determination, while Sam's face reflected despair. "Brother, are you trying to get us killed?" He hurriedly addressed Sakamoto. "Wait, I'm willing to serve." Before he could finish, Sakamoto decisively commanded Asin, "Take action, eliminate him." Asin's arm moved swiftly, and his Pokémon surged forward, overpowering and obliterating Sam's Pokémon, devouring their potent treasures. As for Sam, the moment Sakamoto issued his order, the Beedrill flapped its wings, its sharp stinger piercing through Sam's chest, violently splitting him in 2. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground as he gasped, unable to utter a single word, his life force slipping away amidst confusion. Sakamoto was once again lifted by the Beedrill, calling out to Asin, who had similarly dispatched the remaining Pokémon. "Let us go." Asin promptly directed his Golbat to carry him, following Sakamoto in their escape. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Johnny first felt disbelief, followed by an eruption of fury. "Asin, how dare you betray me?" Asin scoffed. "You fool, a mere squad leader, did you truly believe I would pledge allegiance to you?" Johnny roared in madness, releasing more Pokémon to pursue Sakamoto and the others. Chapter 49. Desperate measures. As for the other 3 unfortunate souls, they were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Upon witnessing the Kanto's sudden halt, they mistakenly assumed it was Johnny who had taken action. They quickly commanded their Pokémon to launch a flanking assault on the Kanto, simultaneously tossing Pokeballs in an attempt to capture them. They were rather diligent in their efforts. The Kanto on the flanks began to stir, emitting a chorus of roars. Without the guidance of a leader, they appeared somewhat foolish. Under normal circumstances, Johnny would have instructed his Oddish to use sleep powder on the Kanto leader, allowing them to capture several Kanto while they were incapacitated before moving on to the next group. Completing the task should not have been overly challenging. However, in the current situation, that was no longer feasible. Moreover, as they engaged the Kanto, the commotion drew the attention of Bao Ba, who had just arrived. Bao Ba bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you sneakily capture Pokémon in a hunting ground? Do you not fear the League's repercussions?" One of the official Team Rocket members, noticing Bao Ba's camouflage attire and meek demeanor, immediately commanded his Pokémon, "Forest Ranger, don't get in our way. Take him out, Grimer." A Grimer sluggishly approached Bao Ba, as if it were certain of its victory. Yet Bao Ba pointed at it and shouted, "Drowsy, use Hypnosis, then follow up with Water Pulse." Emerging slowly from behind Bao Ba was a comically adorable head, its wise eyes fixed on Grimer. It murmured, "Drowsy." Its eyes shimmered with a blue light, and its pudgy forelimbs aimed at Grimer, sending forth a series of waves. Grimer was instantly immobilized. It opened its mouth and expelled a massive water sphere, which struck Grimer with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Grimer was obliterated by the water ball, its goo splattering across the 3 Team Rocket members and several Pokémon. Immediately afterward, Bao Ba pointed at them and commanded, "Attack. Take them down, Drowsy, Kanto." If Drowsy were merely of high-level strength, they might have been able to flee. However, at Bao Ba's command, they slowly turned to discover that the Kanto leader had awakened from its slumber. Its fierce, red eyes locked onto the intruders. A poisonous stinger clutched in its mouth, delivering a tingling sensation of pain and pleasure that it found irresistible. The awakening of the leader signified that the Kanto were now once more under capable leadership. Observing the fallen Kanto, it was inconceivable that it would spare the 3 of them. As a forest ranger, Bao Ba was familiar with all the Pokémon species inhabiting the hunting ground. He had watched the Kanto leader grow from a young age, ensuring that the Pokémon of the hunting ground would not harm a ranger. He could temporarily command these Kanto. The 3 unfortunate souls glanced around in confusion, failing to recognize any familiar faces, and let out a despondent cry. "We're finished." The Kanto roared in fury and charged forward. Even Bao Ba could not deter the wrathful Kanto. Their fate was all but sealed, likely to be trampled into oblivion. Bao Ba sighed helplessly, while Drowsy tugged at his shirt and pointed towards the direction in which Sakamoto and his companions had fled. Bao Ba rubbed his chubby face, pondering if there was anyone left. Drowsy nodded affirmatively. Bao Ba chose not to pursue further. He glanced up at the Spearow circling above and merely uttered, "Which direction? Shallow Red City?" They had better rely on their own luck. In pursuit of Johnny, Sakamoto and his group were indeed acting out of desperation, fleeing haphazardly towards Shallow Red City. Coincidentally, this direction aligned with that of the gym leader of Shallow Red City, Sakamoto, possessing a keen sensitivity to energy, quickly sensed a powerful force approaching. Furrowing his brow, he asked Asen, "Something's off. What direction is that?" "It's Shallow Red City." Immediately, Sakamoto deduced the identity of the approaching individual, exclaiming, "Oh no, that must be the gym leader of Shallow Red City." Asen appeared visibly alarmed. A gym-level expert? Sakamoto's mind was racing. He concluded that, given Team Rocket's current standing, they had not yet fully descended into the ranks of a truly nefarious organization. Engaging in poaching Pokémon might merely result in capture without dire consequences. Asen still expressed concern. "But if we fail the mission, won't we be killed?" Asen nodded. "Then shall we surrender directly?" Sakamoto, contemplating, said, "Let us not rush. Isn't there someone to help us share the burden? He should attract more attention than we do." Asen nodded in agreement, hearing Johnny's loud shouts nearby. Yes, he will likely deal with this noisy individual first. As they gauged the distance, Sakamoto and Asen descended from the sky. Johnny, who was in pursuit, assumed they were preparing for a decisive battle. "What? You think you can fight back? Do you have the strength for that?" Sakamoto turned grinning. We may not, but someone certainly does. The clouds obscuring the moon parted, revealing a silhouette descending from the sky. Clutching a Zubat. Upon spotting the three below, he released his grip, spinning in midair before landing gracefully. Above, the Zubat flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp air blades. This Zubat exhibited remarkable control over its power, directing most of the air blades towards Johnny and his Pokémon, with only a few aimed at Sakamoto and Asen. Caught off guard, Johnny was fortunate that his four Pokémon reacted swiftly, utilizing their moves to temporarily block the onslaught of air blades. Asen, having prepared in advance, shouted to his Weezing and Zubat, "Protect us." The two Pokémon positioned themselves in front of Sakamoto and Asen, glowing with a green light to form a protective energy shield. However, despite their best efforts, the attacks of a gym-level Pokémon were formidable. Even with their strongest defensive moves, the shield shattered, and while Weezing and Zubat were not eliminated, they were sent flying. Instantly incapacitated, they were simply outmatched. The gym-level strength was indeed overwhelming. Not much more to say. Let us move on. Chapter 50. Johnny's Demise. I cast a fleeting glance at Sakamaki and Ashen, lightly tapping a Pokeball, for which a gym-level Mothim emerged. Though it merely fluttered its wings towards Sakamaki and Ashen, the aura of its gym-level presence was palpable, effortlessly overwhelming even the might of Beedrill. Sakamaki, quick to act, raised his hand to withdraw Beedrill, exclaiming, "Wait, we surrender." Ashen hastily mirrored this gesture, withdrawing his Pokémon. For anyone daring to resist at this moment would be a fool, I coldly remarked. Hunting Pokémon in the hunting grounds is a slap in the face to the shallow red gym. Thus, you must pay with blood. Upon hearing this, Sakamaki was taken aback by the lethal intent behind Ice words. He exchanged a glance with Ashen, and in an instant, they made their decision. They fled with all their might. I disdainfully observed their retreat, knowing that escaping before a gym-level Pokémon was nothing short of a delusion. He casually commanded Mothim, "Go, eliminate them." Mothim flapped its wings and pursued them relentlessly. I then turned his attention to Johnny, who was retreating quietly. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, I mused, "Though I know not why you pursue them. Perhaps over an uneven distribution of spoils. Such matters are irrelevant. You too must perish." Johnny was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a gym leader, his face paling. The gym leader was renowned. As a captain of Team Rocket, Johnny was well aware of the league's gym leaders. I, the gym leader of Shallow Red City, had claimed many lives. If Johnny were to engage him, it would surely lead to his demise. Placing his hand on Dugtrio, Johnny shouted to his Pokémon, "Attack. Block him. Dig, Dugtrio." The three Pokémon, upon hearing their master's command, displayed a glimmer of disappointment, realizing they had been cast aside, treated as mere shields. Yet, Pokémon are loyal creatures. If they truly serve a worthy master, they would fight valiantly until the very end, even when abandoned. They roared in defiance and charged toward Crobat and I. "Crobat, use Supersonic." Despite the pitiful state of his Pokémon, I showed no mercy, promptly ordering Crobat to unleash its attack. Crobat clasped its wings together before violently unfurling them, emitting a silent sound wave. The wave expanded, visible even to the naked eye. The three Pokémon collapsed, writhing in agony, blood seeping from their orifices. Meanwhile, the earth beside Johnny and Dugtrio began to stir as they sank into the ground. I sneered, "Run? Do you truly believe you can escape? Crobat, use Black Eye. Do not allow this selfish wretch to flee." Crobat emitted a low cry, its orange eyes replaced by a sinister black hue. Simultaneously, Dugtrio's eyes darkened. Its descent halted as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Though Black Eye was a psychic-type move, it exerted a powerful mental influence. Escaping was no easy feat. Upon recognizing this predicament, Johnny's countenance darkened, cursing, "Damn it." He hastily withdrew a Pokeball, calling back the unaffected Masquerain. "You, take Masquerain's place," he shouted to the now ineffective Dugtrio before making a hasty retreat. Dugtrio, with no choice, charged towards Crobat. I regarded Johnny's flight with contempt, finding him utterly laughable. "Crobat, let him witness despair. Use Cross Poison." Crobat screeched sharply, its wings flapping as it unleashed a torrent of poisonous blades, descending like a torrential storm. The blades, though venomous, were extraordinarily sharp, cleaving into the three Pokémon, their cries echoing as blood splattered. The toxins infiltrated their wounds, causing them to emit agonized wails, their bodies swelling grotesquely. Yet, the pitiful cries did not deter Johnny. He did not pause, nor did he falter, even for a fleeting moment. His retreating figure was resolute, leaving the three Pokémon to face their grim fate. I expressed his disdain, stating, "A man unworthy of being a trainer." He commanded Crobat, "Crobat, use agility, then follow with leech life." Crobat flapped its wings, moving with astonishing speed, becoming a blur. In an instant, it appeared behind Johnny, sinking its fangs into his neck. Johnny screamed in agony, attempting to unleash Masquerain from its Pokeball, but he lacked the strength to do so. Ultimately, he collapsed, his body drained of life, leaving not a single drop of blood or moisture. The lone Pokeball rolled to rest before his skeletal visage, stopping at his vacant eye sockets. I had no worries regarding Mothim, for it was a gym-level Pokemon. He had initially intended to check on Bayoba, but upon finding that everything was settled and having searched thoroughly, he was approached by Bayoba, accompanied by Drowsy. "Mr. I, you have arrived," Bayoba greeted politely. "Aside from a few Tauros that were trampled after being put to sleep, all is well, though there are minor injuries. I lost 3 men to the wrath of the Tauros." "And what of your situation, Mr. I?" "I have disposed of one, and the other 2 are being pursued by Mothim. They cannot escape." Just as Bayoba nodded, having witnessed Mothim's formidable prowess, Drowsy tugged at his sleeve, gesturing animatedly. Bayoba pointed towards the direction Sakamaki and his companions fled, questioning I, "Did they flee that way?" I, somewhat puzzled, nodded, "Yes, what of it?" Bayoba elaborated. "Drowsy indicates that there are 5 humans in that direction." Though I acknowledged Drowsy's unique abilities, he trusted his own observations. 5 individuals seemed improbable, for there had only been 2 moments ago. Bayoba continued, "It appears that 2 others are approaching from Shallow Red City, and another." Chapter 51. Encounter with Achi and Aju. A cacophony of piercing insect cries resonated through the still night sky. The aura of a gym leader emanated, sending nearby Pokémon scurrying in fear, reluctant to approach this place. Banmu and Ashen, in their frantic escape, covered their ears in agony, blood seeping through their fingers. Above them, the Morla moth, with its pale blue eyes glinting with mockery, seemed to toy with its prey. Ashen howled in torment, his mohawk nearly toppling over. "Boss, why don't you run first? I'll hold it off." Bama clenched his fists, biting his lip until it bled. "No, don't overthink it. Is that creature not going to make its move?" Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air. Their Pokeballs opened one by one, releasing their Pokémon, including the injured Abrak and Zubat. Even the frightened Nidoran emerged. The Morla moth, gazing disdainfully at the underleveled Pokémon, flapped its wings, generating powerful gusts that sliced through the air around it. A single strike would spell doom for Banmu, Ashen, and all their Pokémon. At that moment, a youthful voice called out from nearby, "Wait. Morla moth, don't act so hastily." It was Achi, the son of Ai, followed closely by a breathless Aju. The 2 children had run all the way from Qinhong City, fortunate enough to have avoided other Pokémon along the way. As IS Pokémon, the Morla moth could not fail to recognize its young master. Although puzzled, it obediently ceased its air slashes, though its focus remained trained on Banmu, Ashen, and their Pokémon, ready to strike at any moment. Aju, finally catching up, gasped for breath and asked Achi, "What are you planning to do?" Achi, pushing Aju down in irritation, snapped, "Shut up. You don't need to meddle in my affairs." He sized up Banmu and Ashen, ultimately fixing his gaze on Banmu. "You. Yes, you. You seem to be about my age, yet you're a Pokémon hunter. Let's battle. If I lose, I'll let you go." While the proposition sounded fair, losing would mean Banmu's freedom. Achi was confident in his victory. After all, he was the son of the Qianhong gym leader. With Pokémon, they were the offspring of gym-level creatures, naturally gifted. How could a Pokémon hunter's Pokémon compare? Despite being shoved down, Aju continued to worry about Achi. "Brother, if you do this, what will Master think?" "Shut your mouth, or I won't hesitate to be unkind." Achi interrupted sharply. "I want my father to see my capabilities, unlike you, who lacks foresight. With Morlamoth here, They can't escape, and neither will we be harmed. Mind your own business, or both you and your sister will have to pack up and leave. Without the Qianong gym, you two would likely starve on the streets in just a couple of days. The bitterness of living under someone else's roof weighed heavily on Aju. Yes, he muttered, lowering his head, a hint of resentment in his eyes. If only he had Achi's resources, he would undoubtedly excel beyond him and provide a better life for his sister. He was also more astute than Achi. Instead of engaging in this unnecessary battle, why not let Morlamoth simply eliminate those two? Achi, brimming with arrogance, taunted Banmu. So, what do you think? Banmu wiped the blood from his ears, casting a glance at Ashen before gesturing for him to stand down. Slowly rising, he regarded Achi with indifference. If you want to play, I'll entertain you. Just be cautious not to lose your life. Achi retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, sneering. You'd better have the ability to back that up. Upon pressing the button, he released a robust-looking Zubat, estimated to be around level 24. Banmu waved his hand, Beedrill. The Beedrill flitted over to Banmu's side. Achi observed the Beedrill, clicking his tongue. Beedrill, huh? It looks decent enough, but let us hope it's not all show. Banmu scoffed, a powerful aura rising around him. Don't worry, defeating you will be a breeze. His confidence in both words and demeanor suggested he felt assured of victory, a testament to his control over his fate. Aju, though young, found himself momentarily entranced by Banmu's confidence, wishing he could possess such self-assurance. With a cold huff, Achi retorted, How stubborn! Zubat, attack with Supersonic. Before he could finish, Banmu had already commanded, String Shot. In perfect harmony with Banmu's command, Beedrill had prepared and launched a barrage of white silk, ensnaring Zubat's massive mouth. Zubat, unable to use Supersonic, struggled to break free from the silken binds. Despicable! Achi cursed, using his claws to tear at the strands. However, Banmu had already issued the next command, Poison Sting. Beedrill unleashed a flurry of poisonous needles aimed at Zubat. Achi finally regained his composure and shouted, Use Rapid Defense. With its broad wings folded, Zubat shimmered with a faint glow, blocking the onslaught of needles with a series of clangs. Yet, under Banmu's directive, Beedrill was already channeling energy for a powerful strike. Achi roared in anger, dreadful. Use Air Slash. Zubat flapped its wings powerfully, sending a razor-sharp wave of air hurtling forward, its speed too swift for evasion. Banmu decisively commanded, Tackle. Beedrill, trusting Banmu implicitly, raised its stingers and began to slash through the air, creating afterimages that shattered the incoming air slash. Banmu issued another command, Hone Claws. With a gentle tap of its stingers, Beedrill concentrated its energy, transforming into an elegant weapon poised for battle. Achi, undeterred, shouted, Use Hyper Beam. Thanks to the air slash, the multitude of silk strands have been severed, granting Zubat the opportunity to attack. It opened its mouth wide, gathering energy, a golden sphere forming before it. Achi, somewhat envious of Banmu's Zubat having access to such resources, shook off the thought. Now was not the time for distractions. Banmu gestured, let witness the speed of bug types. Then use Fury Cutter. With a powerful buzz, Beedrill's wings vibrated rapidly, emitting a resonating hum as it moved with remarkable speed, akin to a high-speed maneuver. Chapter 52. The Downfall of Archie-Boom. A searing beam of destructive energy surged forth, its immense power creating an atmosphere so heated that the air itself seemed to thin. However, the Zubat was only at level 24, and its true might was not as formidable as it appeared. It was merely an illusion of intimidation. Buzz. Under the moonlight, the Beedrill transformed into a golden afterimage. The Zubat slowly pivoted, directing the destructive beam toward the Beedrill. The Beedrill darted about, almost brushing against the beam as it evaded the attack. Moreover, it was closing in on Zubat with increasing speed, its stinger glinting ominously, its crimson eyes brimming with lethal intent. Seeing this, Archie shouted urgently, Zubat. He seemed unable to bear the situation any longer and called out to his Mothim. Mothim, act now. Pin that Beedrill in place. Mothim, hearing Archie's command, felt a twinge of reluctance. If not for the fact that Archie was the child of its trainer, it would have preferred to disregard this troublesome situation. Its eyes widened, emitting a faint blue glow as it prepared to use the immobilization technique on the Beedrill. Beside them, Akin called out urgently, "Gas leech! Use your provocation on that Mothim." One of his gas leeches immediately flitted about, making an infuriatingly cheeky face as it taunted Mothim. Though the words were unintelligible, they were undoubtedly offensive. The pride of a gym-level Pokémon was unmistakable. Upon being insulted by the gas leech, Mothim glared furiously at it, its eyes reddening with anger. The gas leech, feeling intimidated, shrank back. Meanwhile, Mothim began to flap its wings, preparing to unleash an air slash to transform the bothersome gas leech into a double gas leech. Fortunately, Akin quickly recalled the gas leech. However, by the time Mothim remembered its intended action, it was too late. The Beedrill had already zipped past the Zubat. Puff! The energy within Zubat diminished and gradually dissipated. Pain flickered across its face as a ghastly wound opened up on its body. The Beedrill's attacks were always so fierce, each strike lethal. This time was no exception, as the Beedrill's onslaught had pierced straight through Zubat's chest, shattering its heart. Zubat violently expelled a torrent of blood, its body swaying precariously before plummeting from the sky. Archie was clearly in a state of panic. He never expected to suffer such a significant setback. "Zubat, this cannot be. It's impossible." He glared venomously at Akin. "You've harmed my Zubat. I will make you pay." Akin scoffed dismissively. "So your previous words were mere nonsense?" Akin's statement puzzled Ashen, who wondered how Akin could be so brazen when a gym-level Pokémon was glaring at him. Similarly, the young Archie shared this sentiment. With gritted teeth, Archie spat. "If I kill you, no one will know." Little Ashen, confused, pondered his own role in all this. Akin's words dripped with sarcasm. "This is what a league trainer is like. I see little difference between us." Archie roared in fury, "Mothim, eliminate them." Yet, despite his shouts, Mothim remained still. When he turned to see I and Baobab, realization dawned upon him, but the thought of Zubat's demise filled his eyes with dread. Ashen respectfully approached and bowed, "Master." Archie lowered his head in trepidation. "Father." Observing the chaos, with Akin and Ashen enscathed on one side and the lifeless Zubat on the ground, Is' expression darkened considerably. He looked up at Mothim in the air, slowly opening his mouth. "Did I not instruct you to kill them, Mothim?" Mothim flapped its wings twice, letting out soft chirps in response. Generally, Pokémon do not possess the complex thoughts of humans. Mothim was merely reflecting the events that had transpired. As Mothim's trainer, I understood its meaning all too well. He glared coldly at Ashen and Archie. "Was I not clear in telling both of you to stay put at the gym?" Archie, nervously stammering, began to fabricate excuses. "Father, it was all Ashen's fault. He insisted on coming here, and I was worried for his safety, so I followed to protect him. But then we encountered these two, and I intended to help Mothim deal with them. But Zubat was just too weak." Ashen found himself at a loss for words. And under Archie's frigid gaze, he could only kneel and beg for ice mercy. I could easily see through Archie's lies, yet Archie was still his child. The saying goes, like father, like son, and in this situation, it held true. With Baobab present, I could not afford to lose face as the leader of the Shallow Red Gym, so he found himself slightly biased toward Archie. He turned to Ashen and questioned, "Is that true, Ashen?" Young Ashen, feeling utterly alone, closed his eyes, beads of sweat on his forehead as he pressed his head to the ground, his tiny fists clenched. Stifling a sob, ready to nod in agreement. At that moment, Akin interjected with a cold laugh. "Huh, is this what the gym leader of the league is reduced to? This little brat possesses no strength. How could he dare come here? ISNT, that courting death. And this fool here clearly outmatched. Wasted the potential of that Zubat and now shifts blame onto it." He mockingly clapped his hands. "If the future heirs of the league are of this caliber, we are surely doomed." Terrified, Ashen opened his eyes wide, disbelief etched on his face. Meanwhile, Archie, who had thought he might escape unscathed, furiously shouted at Akin. "You wretched Pokémon hunter, death is imminent, yet you still run your mouth." "Silence." I rebuked Archie sharply, who immediately covered his mouth, fearing punishment. I did not waste further words with Akin. He merely glanced at the Beedrill. Was it this Beedrill that killed Zubat? Yes, it was that Beedrill, I nodded. recognizing its potential to take Zubat's place. Archie felt a surge of joy. Indeed, his father still cared for him. Ashen, however, cast a sorrowful glance at Akin. Yet seeing Akin's unwavering confidence only deepened his confusion. Akin smirked coldly. "Do you truly believe you have his corner today?" I narrowed his eyes at Akin, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. "Do you think that shadowy figure can save you? I am the gym leader of Shallow Red City." He gestured to the Beedrill. "Eliminate them." The Beedrill emitted a piercing cry, its form blurring as it surged toward Akin and Ashen. Akin opened his mouth to command. "Are you not going to act?" Chapter 53. Captain Matt would be disingenuous to claim that Sakamaki was entirely unafraid. Deep within, he harbored a sense of uncertainty. He remained unsure whether that individual would take action. However, it was undeniable that the person was affiliated with Team Rocket. Having followed him all the way from the Tokiwa base, and the benevolent energy emanating from them was unmistakable. The mere fact that they had trailed him indicated a substantial likelihood of aggression. Otherwise, such a pursuit would serve no purpose. On this chilly night, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on Sakakaki's brow. Fortunately, he had made the right gamble. Rika Sakamaki had indeed dispatched someone to follow him. For this was their inaugural mission, and it was not uncommon for those within to harbor ulterior motives, seeking to eliminate Sakamaki under the guise of opportunity. After this instance of making an example, it would potentially resolve matters once and for all. This predicament was not unique to Sakamaki. Both Arisher and Yudu had encountered similar challenges. However, the identity of the assailant remained a mystery. Indeed, the individual did strike. A voice rang out from a distance. Beedrill. Fury attack. A brilliant blaze of light erupted in the night sky, enveloping a lithe Beedrill, which transformed into a fiery avian deity, soaring swiftly towards them. A gym leader. IS expression shifted, taken aback by the hidden foe's formidable strength. He immediately shouted, "Zubat, defend quickly." The Zubat, initially heading towards Sakamaki and Ashen, swiftly folded its wings, a faint glow coalescing into a sturdy energy shield around its form. Boom! A tempestuous wind and violent tremors surged forth. Sakamaki and Ashen were forced to retreat uncontrollably. The Beedrill, executing its fury attack, crashed into the Zubat's energy shield, shattering it with a resounding force. The Zubat was sent flying, flapping its wings desperately to regain stability. The assailant did not cease their assault. Instead, they commanded Beedrill, wing attack. Beedrill unfurled its expansive wings, which shimmered with blinding white light. It then lunged downward in a dive. I scoffed, "Zubat, let's also employ wing attack." The Zubat's wings glimmered as it surged through the air, colliding with Beedrill in a fierce aerial clash. Mothim used disable. Mothim's eyes glimmered, prepared to execute its disabling maneuver. Yet, as fate would have it, a similar technique interrupted it, this time executed by another, even more powerful Pokémon. Weezing taunt. A gym-level Weezing approached from afar, mockingly berating Mothim. Mothim lost its composure, enraged and ready to confront the Weezing. Bang! In the skies above, a dull thud resounded as Zubat could not withstand Beedrill's might and was sent crashing down. A masked man approached from the distance, commanding Beedrill once more, use a full-force tornado. With the gleaming light fading from its body, Beedrill forcefully flapped its wide wings. In an instant, fierce winds erupted, generating formidable tornadoes that surged towards Zubat, Mothim, and I. Before I could regain his composure, the voice reemerged, dark fog. Weezing chuckled mischievously, releasing a thick cloud of black mist. The fog rapidly expanded, enveloping the area under the influence of the raging winds. I shouted, "Zubat, clear the fog." The violent hurricane dissipated the dark mist, but Sakamaki and Ashen had already vanished from their positions. Aki coldly inquired of Baobab, "Where did they go?" Baobab quickly glanced at the nearby Drowsy, which pointed skyward, indicating their escape via flight. Pursuit was futile. The tornado had hindered Zubat from utilizing its dark pulse in time. This was rather embarrassing. The esteemed gym leader of Shallow Red Gym had allowed 3 individuals to slip away so easily. Moreover, his son's Pokémon had been slain and publicly humiliated. IS expression was one of deep discontent. I recall that insignia. It belongs to an organization called Team Rocket, right? Very well. I shall remember. Aki, still unsatisfied, murmured, "Father, that drill." I raised his hand, poised to strike. Silence. You disgraceful fool. You've brought shame upon us. Aki cowered, hastily shielding his head. Baobab turned his gaze away, unwilling to involve himself in others' family affairs. Aki glanced at the spot where Sakamaki had been, his eyes flickering with what seemed to be admiration, though he quickly masked it. Beneath the bright moonlight, a robust drill soared, bearing the individual who had just rescued Sakamaki and Ashen. Behind drill floated a Weezing, supporting Sakamaki and Ashen. Bathed in moonlight, Sakamaki gazed down upon the expansive hunting grounds, slowly extending his palm. One day, I shall claim this territory for Team Rocket. The breeding of Pokémon within this hunting ground would provide the finest foundation for Team Rocket. Sakamaki clenched his fist, filled with murderous intent. And with a shallow red gem, I and Aki await my return. You shall inevitably perish at my hands. Once they had traversed beyond the hunting grounds, the individual instructed drill and Weezing to descend. Upon solid ground, Sakamaki expressed gratitude to the stranger. Thank you. No need for thanks. I merely follow the orders of the boss, the individual replied nonchalantly. Sakamaki did not alter his demeanor based on the stranger's appearance. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the gratitude. As Ashen was a formal member of Team Rocket, on the verge of attaining the rank of squad leader, he recognized a newcomer. You must be Captain Matt. Matt did not conceal his identity, merely nodding, indeed. Such was his character. He remained indifferent to everything, including the rank of leader. Since Sakamaki Rika had saved his life, he adhered solely to her commands, resisting submission to Eidos. Consequently, he did not question how Sakamaki had anticipated his arrival, nor offer explanations for his presence. Sakamaki, aware of Matt's identity, refrained from further inquiries or requesting him to investigate who had instigated Johnny. He knew he was not yet worthy. If such inquiries were to be made, it would be Rika's Sakamaki who would undertake them. Matt glanced at the communication device in his hand and stepped aside to report to Sakamaki Rika. According to the boss's orders, due to special circumstances, your mission has been altered. The new objective is to capture a high-level Pokémon, and I will oversee the operation. Compared to the arduous task of capturing 100 Tauros, capturing a single high-level Pokémon, while not without its risks, was relatively simpler. Sakamaki and Ashen exchanged glances, promptly nodding in agreement. Understood. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Chapter 54. Mission accomplished 2 days later in a forest several dozen kilometers away from the hunting grounds. The somewhat disheveled Sakamaki and Ashen stood atop a towering tree, gazing down below. Following their line of sight, a creature resembling a small dinosaur, known as GLGL, was leisurely swaying, its head adorned with a white skull and its body cloaked in deep brown, wielding a large bone club. This GLGL, possessing a level of 33, was slightly above the advanced tier, a commendable target. After much searching, it was a fortunate find for Sakamaki and Ashen, as most other creatures they encountered were either too powerful or too weak. They had captured a few weaker ones. As Ashen mentioned, they could be exchanged for points, which could then be traded for resources. Sakamaki, assured of an abundance of resources, merely assisted Ashen in capturing these creatures. As the GLGL approached an optimal distance, Sakamaki and Ashen exchanged a knowing glance and nodded, swiftly springing into action. Ashen called out to his ABO monster, Big Snake Glare. The eager ABO monster burst forth from the underbrush, unfurling its wings and standing tall, emitting a piercing cry that startled the GLGL. The intricate patterns on its wings seemed to come alive as it utilized its glare ability, alongside its intimidation trait, causing the GLGL to momentarily freeze in fear. Ashen continued to direct the ambushing Pokémon, commanding the Zubat to use Supersonic, while the gas bomb unleashed a torrent of toxic gas. The Zubat swooped down from above, its mouth wide open as silent sound waves radiated outward. The gas bomb, from the side, belched forth a cloud of noxious fumes. Caught off guard by the successive assaults, The GLGL staggered back, clutching its head in pain, a hint of purple appearing on its face from the poisonous gas. However, the resilience of wild Pokémon was well known. Despite its higher strength, the GLGL endured, managing to shake off the poison and retaliate. It swung its bone club, executing a series of strikes to deflect the incoming attacks, and with a furious roar, hurled its bone club towards the assailants, knocking several Pokémon to the ground. In response, Sakamaki commanded his Pokémon to engage Nidoran. Fury attack. Arm thrust low kick. Nidoran leaped from the bushes, charging headlong at the GLGL, launching a series of assaults with its poisonous horn. The GLGL, nimble and agile, evaded Nidoran's attacks, and upon realizing Nidoran's strength was lacking, unleashed a headbutt. With a resounding thud, the GLGL's hard head collided with Nidoran's, leaving Nidoran dazed and reeling, stars dancing before its eyes. Yet, the GLGL did not relent. It lifted its head once more, poised to crush Nidoran beneath its might. Fortunately, in this moment of peril, arm thrust arrived just in time, executing a low kick aimed at the GLGL. The powerful attack sent arm thrust flying, crashing to the ground and remaining incapacitated for a prolonged period. A dent now visible on its side. The GLGL regarded the fallen Pokémon with disdain, twirling its bone club, ready to eliminate them all. However, I seen south that Uganti, Abo Monster, Poison Sting. The ABO monster, having initiated the assault, immediately unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles. The GLGL, swinging its bone club, attempted to ward off the needles, creating a flurry of white shadows that clashed against the projectiles. Ixion's commanding voice alerted the GLGL to his presence. Upon spotting the human, a fierce glint of malice ignited in its eyes. It scooped up a handful of dirt and hurled it at the ABO monster, covering its face in mud. As the ABO monster frantically tried to shake off the dirt, the GLGL seized the opportunity to strike at Ixion, launching its bone club with lethal intent. If it struck true, Ixion would surely be in grave danger. Yet Sakamaki was quick to react, shouting now, "Beedrill, no need to gather energy, fury attack. Use string shot to entangle the club." In a flash, Beedrill appeared before Ixion, its stingers dancing like lances, creating a series of afterimages as it deflected the bone club away. Subsequently, a flurry of white threads shot forth, ensnaring the club and binding it to a nearby tree. The GLGL, now apprehensive due to Beedrill's formidable presence, grew increasingly frantic as it lost its weapon. With fervor, Sakamaki commanded, "Go, hone your skills, then unleash a slash." Beedrill lightly tapped its stingers, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that surged towards the GLGL, unable to evade. The creature retreated while repeatedly executing headbutts. The impacts of its hard head against Beedrill's stingers sparked bright flashes. However, Beedrill was not foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation continuously. With one head versus Beedrill's 3 stingers, Beedrill's tail stinger thrust forward, piercing through the GLGL's flesh with a squelch. The GLGL let out a pained cry, its fury driving it to strike wildly at Beedrill. In a moment of rage, it managed to briefly repel Beedrill, but its condition was deteriorating rapidly. Panicked, the GLGL began to hurl mud at Beedrill, seeking an escape. At this juncture, Ixion commanded, "ABO monster bind." Now free of mud, the ABO monster charged forth, ensnaring the GLGL and bringing it crashing to the ground, wrapping its body tightly around the creature and constricting it relentlessly. The GLGL emitted agonizing cries, soon succumbing to its loss of strength and fighting capability. Seizing the opportunity, the ABO monster retreated as Ixion and Sakamaki leapt down from the tree. Ixion casually tossed the Pokeball, striking the GLGL and capturing it within. The Pokeball shook vigorously before emitting a triumphant beep. Successfully captured. Chapter 55. Nidoqueen Asen cheerfully approached and picked up the Pokeball, smiling at Sakamaki. "It's done." Sakamaki returned the smile, relieved that the task was finally completed. However, he glanced around and urged Asen, "Let us move." The commotion might have attracted other Pokemon, which could be troublesome. Asin nodded in agreement, and together with Sakamaki, they collected the injured Pokémon. Accompanied by Arbok and Beedrill, they quickly exited the forest. Mission accomplished, Captain Matt, Sakamaki remarked. Matt merely cast a casual glance, affirming with a simple Sakamaki continued, Matt, let us go. The others should have arrived by now. A cloud of dust rose as an off-road vehicle sped toward them. Their arrival was heralded by Matt's subordinates, eliminating any worries of encountering ill-intentioned individuals like Johnny again. In just a week since their departure, Sakamaki had already faced considerable trials, nearly losing his life. He had contended not only with the internal threats of Team Rocket, but also with the ruthless gym leader of Shallow Red City, along with two unfortunate children. Although he lost a resource related to the poison type, at least he preserved his life. Just as Sakamaki was contemplating, Matt suddenly extended his hand, presenting the wrapped poison stinger to him. This is a gift from the boss, right? Since it's from the boss, cherish it and protect it with your life. Sakamaki was taken aback by this gesture. Without further ado, he nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds, Bao Bao gazed helplessly at the dismembered Kentaro leader lying in a pool of blood, sighing. What kind of trouble have we stirred? As for Matt, he had already departed with his team before Sakamaki and Asin could express their thanks. Nearby, some Team Rocket members bowed their heads in respect upon seeing him. Upon returning to his room, Sakamaki released Nidoran from its Pokeball. Nidoran looked at him with confusion, and upon seeing the recovered poison stinger, tears welled up at the corners of its mouth. It barked urgently, woof, woof. Sakamaki shook his head, realizing it was indeed Nidoran's. Here, it's yours, he said, feeding the stinger back to Nidoran. However, this time it was somewhat special. As soon as Nidoran swallowed the stinger, a soft white glow enveloped its body, causing its level to rise directly to 16. Is it evolving? Sakamaki mused, surprised by the timing. Considering the delay caused by their mission, it seemed Nidoran was indeed due for evolution. As the white light gradually faded, the evolved Nidoqueen made a spectacular entrance. Its height surged from 0.5 to 1 m, and its weight increased significantly. It transformed from a rabbit-like creature into a wild boar-like form, with more pronounced poison spines, enlarged horns and ears, and tusks protruding from its mouth. Its claws became three-fingered, while its ability remained unchanged. Both its strength and potential had significantly improved due to the consumption of a poison-type treasure, enhancing its toxicity. Its potential upgraded from deep yellow to deep green, maintaining its poison type until it evolved into Nidoking, which would then possess ground-type attributes. After evolving, Nidoqueen felt the surge of power within and appeared somewhat elated. It bared its teeth in a grin, recalling its original intentions. It glanced at Sakamaki. Though you've been kind to me lately, I must apologize. Nidoqueen shall never be a servant. Even if Beedrill were to emerge, it would hold no sway over me. Sakamaki, discerning Nidoqueen's fanciful imagination, remained unfazed. With a stoic expression, he retrieved the Pokeballs, releasing Beedrill and Mach-Hop. Beedrill hovered in midair, its red eyes glinting menacingly at Nidoqueen, while Mach-Hop cracked its knuckles ominously. Nidoqueen shivered at the sight of Sakamaki, Beedrill, and Mach-Hop, forcing a smile that suggested regret for its earlier bravado. Yawning, Sakamaki headed toward his bedroom. I'll let you learn your lesson. I need some rest. I'm utterly exhausted. After Sakamaki closed the door, a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by Nidoqueen's pig-like wails. Nido. When Sakamaki awoke, 10 hours had passed. He had endured several restless nights in the wild, surviving on meager, instant meals. His experience underscored the advantages of having a nurturing home. Future Ash was indeed fortunate. The next morning heralded a new beginning for Sakamaki. The doorbell rang, prompting him to rise early for training. Upon opening the door, he found a young man who had been delivering his meals, this time accompanied by a vigilant East Cat. The young man first retrieved some food from East Cat. Lord Sakamaki, this is a premium Pokémon food package you receive as a mid-level commander. The energy within far surpasses that of ordinary Pokémon food. Sakamaki nodded good. The young man then produced a box. Within this is the equipment you are entitled to. As a mid-level commander, you will enjoy first-hand resources developed by the organization. For instance, This attire can withstand attacks from fire-type Pokémon below the senior level. Along with these newly developed capture devices, Sakamaki accepted everything without hesitation. Additionally, mid-level commanders receive a senior-level treasure resource every 2 months. Do you have any specific requests? I can assist you in applying to Lord Hera. Sakamaki contemplated for a moment before responding. Poison type, never mind. I'll accompany you. Nidoqueen, poison type, male potential. Deep green ability. Poison point, 30 chance to poison the opponent upon receiving contact attacks. Level, 16 height. 1. 4 meters weight. 48 kilograms moves. Glare. Poison sting, peck, focus energy, fury attack, inherited moves. None. Chapter 56. The shortcomings of Sakamaki. Boss, you call for me? Ashen pushed open the door that Sakamaki had left ajar and stepped inside, locking the door behind him once more. Sakamaki sat casually on the sofa, gesturing lightly towards a box on the table. Ah, the contents of that box are prepared for you. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Ashen approached the box, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find a venom sac from a seasoned Pokémon. What is this? Sakamaki replied nonchalantly, it's for you. Your Arbok's potential is rather limited, and without resources, its progression is exceedingly slow. No, I cannot accept this. You are in dire need of resources to enhance your strength. How could I hinder your progress? Sakamaki waved his hand dismissively, and Beedrill emerged slowly from the room. Do you think I fear those two? He continued. I do not wish for my subordinates to lag behind. If that happens, your value to me diminishes. I'm sure you understand the consequences. Do you desire that? Ashen fell silent for a moment before nodding vigorously. I do not want that. Sakamaki stood, thumping his chest with satisfaction. Excellent. Then accept it and strive to keep pace with me. After all, you are my first confidant. Yes, I will not disappoint you. Sakamaki waved his hand. Go now. I await your good news. A month swiftly passed, with designated individuals serving as training partners, feeding Sakamaki's Pokémon with techniques. The intensity of training had evidently increased. In short, Sakamaki was quite occupied. In the spacious training arena, Sakamaki directed his Pokémon in their drills. Over the course of the month, due to the introduction of superior quality Pokémon food, the energy contained within was immense. Consequently, Beedrill and Nidoking experienced a significant boost in their capabilities. As for Machoke, after a recent field mission, Sakamaki officially included it among his Pokémon, and it too received appropriate sustenance. Beedrill leaped 3 levels, reaching level 23 and learning the move Venoshock. Meanwhile, Nidoking, having just ingested gym-level resources, surged 4 levels, catching up to Machoke and achieving intermediate status while learning Poison Sting. Naturally, with its newfound confidence, Nidoking became quite boastful until Beedrill swiftly put it in its place. In the training arena, the 3 Pokémon clashed fiercely. Clang! Beedrill unleashed a flurry of strikes, utilizing the move Fury Attack to deflect all of Nidoking's Poison Sting attacks. The aura and pressure emanating from Beedrill intensified, suppressing Nidoking and Machoke. Sakamaki observed their sparring from the sidelines, allowing them to act independently. Given Beedrill's superior strength, it often faced off against 2 opponents. As Nidoking drew attention, Machoke suddenly leaped high, appearing behind Beedrill, delivering a forceful strike with its hands. Revenge. Beedrill winced in pain, sent crashing down from above. Just as it regained its balance, Nidoking charged forward, using its massive horn to execute Fury Attack. Beedrill crossed its stingers in front of itself, blocking Nidoking's relentless strikes. At the same time, it summoned its energy and unleashed focus energy. Realizing the imminent threat, Nidoking panicked. Beedrill seized the moment, flipping Nidoking over with sheer force, followed by a series of slicing attacks. Nidoking was pushed back repeatedly, ultimately being knocked flat, rendered unable to continue fighting. At that moment, Machoke rushed in, targeting Beedrill with revenge. However, Beedrill's speed was remarkable. A mere flutter of its wings allowed it to evade Machoke's assault and retaliate mid-air with a barrage of Poison Sting attacks. Machoke scrambled to dodge, its agility having been sharpened through Sakamaki's training, allowing it to evade the incoming projectiles. Nevertheless, Sakamaki chuckled, shaking his head, as Beedrill's Poison Sting was precise. Once Machoke was cornered, Beedrill swiftly employed string shot, ensnaring Machoke with resilient white threads, binding it firmly in place. Machoke struggled frantically, using its immense strength to gradually tear through the threads. However, Beedrill was already prepared, and as it unleashed Venoshock, Machoke could only exert futile efforts. Training within the team required moderation. Sakamaki waved his hand. "All right, cease. Beedrill is the victor." Beedrill, ever obedient to Sakamaki, immediately halted its actions. Machoke finally broke free from the threads, while Nidoking, having regained composure, rose from the ground. Sakamaki beckoned them closer. "Come, let me help you relax. This is something I've recently mastered, combined with the power of Tokiwa. The results are exceptional." Beedrill and Nidoking exchanged glances, and the clever Beedrill and Nidoking stepped back, leaving the slower Machoke to face its fate. As Sakamaki approached, Machoke let out a piercing scream, a sound so tragic it stirred sorrow in the hearts of listeners. Beedrill and Nidoking shrank into the corner frightened. After assisting Machoke in relaxation, Sakamaki offered a warm smile to the two Pokémon. "Now it's your turn." They both resolutely shook their heads. Sakamaki glanced at Machoke, lying on the ground with tears in its eyes, and sighed, realizing he was perhaps not suited to be a nurturing trainer. The three Pokémon nodded vigorously. Sakamaki had no choice but to relent, contemplating the need to find a dedicated nurturer in the future. It was troublesome. He had hoped that with the enhancement of Tokiwa's power, his skills would be commendable. Sakamaki waved his hand. "Come here. I won't massage you anymore. Let Tokiwa's power aid in restoring your stamina." Only then did they dare to approach. Meanwhile, Machoke lay on the ground, its tears soaking the ground. Had it truly endured such torment in vain? Chapter 57. The Viper. 2 days later, a new mission presented itself. A member of Team Rocket approached Sakamaki and stated, "Master Sakamaki, according to the assignment, there's a new task that you and the Serpent Squad must undertake. Please follow me." Sakamaki frowned. The Serpent Squad? Last time, Johnny's Pig Squad had been reduced to just Ashen, and now another squad was to take action. This was the second occurrence, and it was likely that Matt would no longer accompany them. Sakamaki would have to manage any issues himself. The captain was not Sakaki's caretaker. As a stalwart of Team Rocket, Matt had burdens and tasks that Sakamaki had yet to shoulder. In the face of adversity, he would prevail. In the span of a month, Sakakaki's strength had undergone a transformation. As a seasoned squad leader, he still possessed formidable prowess against any challengers, provided they were not seasoned veterans. Despite some uncertainties, there were benefits to acting alongside a squad. Sakamaki closed the door behind him and stepped out. The Team Rocket member produced a Meowth mask and handed it to Sakamaki, saying, "Please wear this mask in advance. This mission requires your secrecy." Sakamaki furrowed his brow but complied, realizing that Matt truly would not be joining them this time. Following the Team Rocket member, they arrived at the assembly point, where 5 unfamiliar members of Team Rocket awaited them. Upon seeing Sakamaki, their expressions revealed confusion. It appeared they were unaware of his presence beforehand. However, what surprised Sakamaki most was their subsequent question, "Are you the captain?" The Team Rocket member explained in Sakakaki's ear, "This Serpent Squad is newly formed. The captain is a recently promoted high-level trainer who has just ascended to squad leader. These members were meeting for the first time and embarking on their inaugural mission." Sakamaki nodded, comprehending the situation. The Team Rocket member said, "I will take my leave now." "Very well," Sakamaki replied, dismissively waving his hand as the member departed. The 5 members of the Serpent Squad regarded Sakamaki with evident apprehension. Although they were unaware of his true identity, they sensed his elevated status, perhaps as a relative of a squad leader or captain, given his enigmatic demeanor. Ultimately, it would depend on their captain's directive. After approximately half an hour, the captain of the Serpent Squad finally arrived. Sakamaki focused his gaze and recognized a familiar face. To his astonishment, the captain of the Serpent Squad was none other than Ashen, who had successfully reached high-level strength with his ABO, now at level 32, thanks to dual resources. His tardiness was due to finalizing the mission paperwork before seeking out Sakamaki, only to be met with a closed door. He possessed knowledge of the mission and his subordinates' profiles, thus was aware that Sakamaki would be joining them. Realizing Sakamaki might have arrived earlier, he hurried over. Even with Sakamaki donning the Meowth mask, Ashen recognized him instantly. However, upon seeing Sakamaki wave, Ashen chose to conceal his surprise and approached his 5 subordinates. The 5, realizing who he was, quickly saluted and exclaimed, "Captain." Ashen waved his hand and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ashen, the captain of the Serpent Squad, a high-level trainer, codenamed Viper. During missions, you shall address me by my code name, Viper Captain, or simply Captain. This is a crucial point you must remember." With a military background, Ashen's demeanor exuded a sense of authority, amplified by his recent elevation to high-level trainer. Under the pressure of his presence, the 5 members immediately nodded and responded, "Yes. Viper Captain. Viper, is it?" Sakamaki mused, his eyes glimmering slightly. One member, eager to make an impression, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Captain, I am." Ashen interrupted, "Carl, right? No need for superfluous introductions. I'm well acquainted with your profiles, including your names and strengths." The others nodded in agreement. Ashen then produced several sheets of paper and distributed them, saying, "Let us commence. Here are the details of this mission. You may review them as we proceed." A copy was also handed to Sakamaki. Originally, the others were curious about Ashen's attitude towards Sakamaki, but they gleaned nothing. Sakamaki skimmed the document and quickly understood the mission's brevity. The task was straightforward: kill. Besides their relentless pursuit of wealth and the trafficking of captured Pokémon, Team Rocket, as a nefarious organization, could not shy away from bloodshed. The assassination business was highly lucrative. Their target was a businessman competing with a Team Rocket subsidiary. While the industries involved were few, the interests of Team Rocket were not to be trifled with. After failed attempts to acquire his enterprise, the only recourse left was to eliminate the problem at its source. This individual possessed no significant strength, though he had funds to purchase Pokémon. He lacked the knowledge to cultivate them, relying instead on under-resourced trainers as bodyguards. One might wonder if a squad leader or captain could resolve this matter more swiftly. Yet there was a rationale behind it. Typically, unless absolutely necessary, squad leaders and captains refrain from direct involvement to avoid drawing the Alliance as scrutiny by displaying excessive strength. Currently, Team Rocket was biding its time, unable to withstand unnecessary upheaval. Such trivial matters were best left to squads to handle. Ashen donned a mask resembling his ABO and asked, "Are we all clear?" The 5 Team Rocket members also donned their masks, nodding in affirmation. With a wave, Ashen declared, "Let us proceed." The 7 of them swiftly departed from the Tokiwa base, making their way to the outskirts of Tokiwa City. Daylight was not conducive to their operations. As the saying goes, it is on dark, windy nights that one commits murder, thus they ventured out in the evening. The time for action would be when night deepened. The Alliance, at present, was not particularly formidable. Aside from essential law enforcement, the Pokémon inspectors that often troubled Team Rocket were still few in number, alleviating fears of an encounter. Chapter 58. The Assassination Mission. On a moonless night with a howling wind, the villa on the outskirts of SH City remained brightly illuminated. Outside stood a cadre of robust young bodyguards, while inside resided true trainers of remarkable prowess. The businessman Akira Matsumoto, having declined Team Rocket's acquisition offer, since he had unwittingly offended the wrong individuals. He sought refuge in this clandestinely acquired property, hoping to evade impending doom. Yet, rest eluded him. He spent his days plagued by anxiety, dreading the moment he would awaken to find an unfamiliar presence before him. Trouble, however, is inevitably drawn to those who flee from it. In the shadows not far from the villa, Ashen issued directives to his subordinates. The individuals outside are mere commoners. Leave them to Carl and Ono. Nick, Mars, Matsuzawa, you 3 will accompany me to confront the trainers. The 5 promptly acknowledged, "Yes, Captain." Ashen then addressed Sakamaki. "Can I entrust Matsumoto to you?" Sakamaki nodded. "Certainly, leave him to me." Carl, puzzled, inquired, "Captain, is he capable?" Ashen shot him a sharp glare. "Spare me your doubts. If he falters, you'll falter even more." Carl recoiled slightly, aware that provoking Ashen, a squad leader, could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even his own demise. Ashen surveyed them with a fierce gaze and reminded them, "Remember, our objective is singular. Leave no one behind." "Understood. Let us move." as Ashen's command echoed. The sounds of Pokeballs opening filled the air. Rattata, Grimer, and Gyarados emerged one after another. Sakamaki released his Beedrill as well. Under Ashen's leadership, Nick and his companions ascended into the night, carried by their respective Pokémon. Sakamaki, too, was lifted aloft by Beedrill, soaring through the darkened skies. Meanwhile, Carl and Ono charged towards the villa with their cadre of Pokémon. The bodyguards stationed outside the villa had been lethargically yawning when one elder among them clapped his hands, admonishing, if you wish to avoid being overrun, keep your eyes peeled. Yes, Brother Akamoto. Just as their attention shifted behind Akamoto, their eyes widened in alarm. Brother Akamoto, what is that? Akamoto, perplexed, turned his head. In the pitch blackness, pairs of eyes glimmering with an eerie green light approached menacingly. His pupils contracted. Were they Pokémon? Suddenly, a Rattata lunged forth, and before Akamoto could react, it bared its gleaming fangs and lunged at him. With a swift motion, Rattata's incisors, sharp as blades, severed Akamoto's throat, tearing with such ferocity that it nearly decapitated him. He collapsed to the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to stillness. Scarlet blood pooled beneath him, staining the earth, while Rattata, drenched in crimson, exuded a terrifying aura. The remaining bodyguards drew their weapons, shrieking in horror, "Everyone, be cautious. Back to back, do not leave any gaps." One shouted, fear evident in his voice. They quickly formed a circle, believing this would suffice. "Quick, notify the boss. We need reinforcements." Another bodyguard fumbled with his walkie-talkie, trembling fingers struggling to press the button. But as Rattata launched its attack, Pokémon surged forward, their green-lit eyes brimming with murderous intent, instilling terror. "Do not panic. Maintain formation." Though Akamoto lay dead, Vice Captain Moro feigned calm, yet sweat soaked his back. While ordinary humans stood no chance against Pokémon, they still possessed weapons. Given Matsumoto's wealth, procuring firearms was not beyond reason. This was Moro's slender thread of composure. "Engage." With Moro's command, they opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Firearms proved ineffective against higher-tier Pokémon. While they could temporarily deter Rattata, the limited ammunition posed little threat. Their actions only provoked the encroaching Pokémon further. The sounds of bullets striking in vain echoed, sparks illuminating the night. Suddenly, a Geodude emerged from the shadows, delivering a crushing blow that shattered their defenses. A single punch sent two bodyguards flying, their anguished cries piercing the air as they struck the ground, blood spilling forth, signaling their grim fate. Witnessing this, panic erupted as their line of defense crumbled. "Run!" Someone screamed, and chaos ensued as they scattered in all directions. Yet in the face of the pursuing Pokémon, their speed seemed futile. Relentless attacks rained down upon them, mercilessly obliterating their ranks. The ground soon bore witness to numerous corpses, severed limbs, and bloodshed. A Grimer feasted upon one of the fallen. Carl and Ono emerged from the night, observing the carnage with cold laughter. Just ordinary people, mere ants. Did they truly believe that wielding a couple of firearms could enable them to battle Pokémon? They seek their own demise. Annihilate them all. Within the villa, 5 trainers lounged languidly on the sofas, engaged in casual conversation. Do you think Matsumoto has lost his mind? It's been days, and no one has shown up. Indeed, he specifically chose this desolate place. There's not even a chef. If it weren't for the generous pay, I would have left long ago. They're all here to cultivate Pokémon. Otherwise, how could we esteemed trainers lower ourselves to this? I heard the league is planning something significant. Rumor has it that the top few from the next league tournament may get a chance to bang. Bang! A barrage of gunfire erupted, interspersed with screams, startling them into an upright position. They exchanged alarmed glances. What is happening? Are Pokémon really attacking us? Damn it, I thought this was an easy payday. I didn't expect to face real danger. Chapter 59. The arrival of Sakamaki as the acrid scent of blood permeated the room. One of the trainers turned pale with shock. A death? Such a scenario was indeed rare for these ordinary trainers within the league. In a flurry of panic, they hastily summoned their Pokémon, urging, quickly, release your Pokémon. Yes, even if they managed to break in, it would take them time. When they did arrive, We would unleash our Pokémon to catch them off guard. Their thoughts were remarkably optimistic. However, before they could adequately prepare, the sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Ashen, accompanied by 3 subordinates, had already crashed through the window. Simultaneously, a multitude of Pokémon was released. Just like the others, Ashen unleashed his Pokeball, summoning a powerful Arbok. With a mighty roar, Arbok unfurled its wings, emitting a chilling screech. The intimidating gaze of the massive serpent heightened its menacing presence. Under this dual pressure, the trainer's Pokémon were swiftly subdued, rendered motionless in place. In a state of panic, they cried out, "It's a high-level Pokémon." Their exclamations revealed their lack of experience at that level. After all, if they were truly high-level trainers, they would not be concerned about earning Pok coins, let alone venture into such a perilous situation. Ashen quickly commanded Arbok, "Acid Bomb." Responding to the order, Arbok leaned back slightly, its abdomen contracting violently as a thick, pungent green liquid rapidly coalesced in its mouth, an acid bomb potent enough to corrode metal. With another ear-splitting roar, Arbok unleashed the deadly acid, which sliced through the air with a hissing sound, hurtling towards the immobilized trainer's Pokémon. "Dodge! Quickly dodge!" the trainers shouted anxiously. But their Pokémon remained paralyzed by fear and intimidation, unable to respond effectively. A series of explosions erupted within the room, acid splattering and corroding everything around. The trainer's Pokémon, caught off guard, shrieked in agony as they were struck by the acid bombs, some collapsing in pain, while others writhed helplessly on the ground. The acid devoured their flesh, exposing ghastly white bones and writhing innards. Ashen chuckled coldly, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Was this what the League called trainers? A band of worthless fools. The sound of their wails grated on his ears. "Do not waste time. Swift resolution." He ordered his subordinates coldly, while his Arbok readied itself for the next onslaught. "Yes, Captain." One by one, the Pokémon surrounded the trainers and their Pokémon, initiating a relentless massacre. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Matsumoto Akira and his family, hidden beneath the covers, trembled at the commotion below. His young son, barely 2 years old, was in tears, his face smeared with snot and tears. Had it not been for Matsumoto's wife covering his mouth, he would have been wailing uncontrollably. Matsumoto's wife, her voice trembling, reproached him. "What should we do, dear? This is all your fault." Matsumoto steadied himself and offered her some comfort. "Do not fear. Even if they cannot succeed, I have a plan. I prepared a secret passage. We will escape through it and head straight to the police station. They will surely protect us this time." With this thought, he threw off the covers and intended to lead his wife and child to safety through the secret passage. At that moment, however, his child suddenly pointed at the window ledge and shouted, "Meow." The next voice was that of his wife, filled with terror as she exclaimed, It's real. There's someone outside." Matsumoto turned to look outside, his heart sinking as he caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes, filled with murderous intent, freezing him in place. Before him stood a massive bee drill. What his wife and child had seen was a person being held aloft by the bee drill, a human wearing a Meowth mask. Those indifferent eyes radiated only an endless chill. Sakamaki had arrived. Matsumoto felt as though his heart were being squeezed tightly, but upon noticing the iron railing outside, he felt a momentary sense of relief. "Do not be afraid. The railing outside will protect us." But in a flash, the bee drill swung its sharp stingers, executing a slicing attack. The transparent glass encasing the railing, which had provided Matsumoto with a semblance of security, was cleanly severed and shattered to the ground. With wide eyes, Matsumoto watched as Sakamaki stepped inside. He swallowed hard, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He retrieved a Pokeball and reassured his terrified wife and child. "Do not fear. It's just a Pokémon. I still have a trump card. Go Butterfree." A beam of white light flashed as a relatively powerful Butterfree, nearing high-level strength, materialized. Though Matsumoto was not a true trainer, he had invested heavily in this Butterfree, which was easier to command after being tamed and nurtured. If it were any other Pokémon, it might have stood a chance. Yet, it was faced with Beedrill, the insect monarch. Matsumoto shouted urgently, "Go Butterfree!" But after repeated calls, there was no response, Butterfree was trembling, paralyzed by fear. Matsumoto, filled with rage, shouted Butterfree, "You useless creature! Have I not fed you well?" Under his verbal prodding, Butterfree mustered the strength to act. However, Sakaki coldly commanded, "Eliminate it. Unleash chaos." In an instant, Beedrill became a blur, appearing before Butterfree, its stingers moving in a flurry, spraying dark green insect blood. It was as if Butterfree were blooming with tiny flowers. In a mere exchange, Butterfree fell, lifeless, onto the ground, its innards devoured by Beedrill. His wife and child looked at him with despair. Matsumoto hurriedly reassured them. "Do not fear. I have another plan." "Yes, I still have a plan." The other executives will soon make their appearances. Chapter 60. Rooting out the problem under a relentless barrage of blows, he found himself in a daze, his garments thoroughly soaked with perspiration. In a state of frantic urgency, he pressed his hand against the switch of the hidden passage. Sakaki merely parted his lips slightly, summoning the Beedrill. In an instant, the Beedrill appeared before Akira Matsumoto, its stinger poised to strike. With a swift motion, it lunged forward. Splash! Blood splattered 2 feet high. Matsumoto emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His face drained of color as his hand was severed by the Beedrill. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his severed hand, his cries echoing in the air. His wife and child stood frozen in terror, their faces a mixture of tears and snot, as a foul odor pervaded the room. Faced with the merciless Beedrill and the unblinking Sakaki, Matsumoto, trembling with fear, pleaded, "Wait. Spare my family. I am willing to offer all my assets to you." Sakaki's voice was icy as he replied, "Had you foreseen this day, perhaps you would have acted differently. You have forfeited your right to negotiate. Your blood shall serve as a warning for others." Matsumoto felt his strength wane further upon hearing these words. Did he regret his actions? Certainly. Remorse coursed through him. Had he known he would provoke such a madman, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. Thud, thud, thud. He suppressed the pain in his hand, repeatedly bowing before Sakaki, imploring, "Please, even if you are magnanimous, I will bear the consequences of my wrongdoings. I beg you, spare my wife and child." Sakaki cast a cold glance at the woman clutching the child, then waved his hand dismissively, instructing the Beedrill, "Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind." Rooting out the problem was a lesson Sakaki had learned since childhood. The Beedrill sprang into action at his command, its stinger swinging, painting the room in crimson, the splattered blood seemingly redecorating the space. The lifeless bodies of a family, 2 adults and a child, lay amidst the blood-soaked floor, heads severed from their bodies. Sakaki murmured, "A family should be harmonious and whole." Though it was the Beedrill that executed the deed, the fate of the 3 corpses lay firmly in his hands. If not for being compelled, could this truly be Sakaki's first act of murder? When had he transformed into someone capable of killing without a flicker of hesitation? Seated leisurely upon the sofa, Sakaki picked up a cigarette from the table, lighting it gently. He lifted a corner of his mask to take a drag, the acrid smoke swirling between his fingers. Note: in the realm of fiction, the protagonist's past age permits smoking. Smoking is harmful to health. This is a fictional narrative. After a moment, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Just as the Beedrill prepared to advance, Sakaki waved it off, confident in the abilities of Ashin, who was no ordinary figure. As anticipated, Ashin and his 5 companions, bloodied from their exploits, ascended. Upon witnessing Sakaki lounging on the sofa, flanked by the imposing Beedrill, they were momentarily taken aback. Their expressions shifted upon seeing the 4 corpses on the ground. Murder was not unfamiliar to them, yet the thought of harming a child like Matsumoto's son made them uneasy. Observing Sakaki's youthful appearance and voice, they were astonished by his ruthless demeanor. And that Beedrill, its presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. How could a mere insect evoke such dread? This was no ordinary individual. Sakaki regarded them coolly, and one by one, they instinctively lowered their heads. He extinguished his cigarette and gestured nonchalantly. "Clean this up. There should be plenty of valuables here." The passage can be opened using the hand on the ground. Before Ashin could speak, Carl and the others responded without hesitation, "Understood." As they began to move, they hesitated, glancing nervously at Ashen. "Captain, what about? Why are you still standing there? Get to work. No keeping anything for yourselves. You know the rules." They nodded and hastily set to their tasks. Once they were in motion, Ashen approached Sakamaki slowly. Sakamaki inquired, "Must the spoils from this mission be submitted?" Ashen nodded, "Yes. Unless they are specifically noted in the task, the rest can be kept." Sakamaki stroked his chin, pondering. "That seems unreasonable. If these are rewards earned through perilous endeavors, they should be retained. There is no need for such disingenuousness." He waved his hand dismissively, proposing, "Let us amend this rule in the future. That way, our subordinates will feel more trust and a sense of belonging to the organization." Ashen replied respectfully, "If it is your desire, it shall certainly be done." While the others were unaware of the conversation between Ashen and Sakamaki, they discerned Sakakaki's elevated status upon observing him lounging on the sofa, while Ashen stood attentively. Carl felt a pang of anxiety. He had previously spoken out of turn. They had indeed uncovered numerous items from the Matsumoto residence, but according to the rules, everything must be submitted. In truth, whether or not these items were submitted mattered little to Sakamaki. For even if he completed the task and captured additional creatures, it would not yield him any points. He was independent, merely undergoing training at the behest of Sakamaki Rika, and two others shared a similar predicament. Completing a minor task was trivial for Sakamaki. However, he had contemplated several issues, such as the ambiguity of tasks and points. Primarily, he discussed establishing a hierarchical system for tasks, ranging from E and D to A and S, with corresponding points awarded for each task level. This structure would benefit both task management and reward distribution, streamlining the process. As for the spoils acquired during tasks, Sakamaki chose not to address that particular rule, as he had no intention of challenging it at this time. Initially, Sakamaki had intended only to propose this idea to Sakamaki Rika, and if she disagreed, he would let it be. He was relieved that she not only accepted his suggestion, but also swiftly implemented the decision, enhancing and refining the process. Her decisiveness in handling matters left Sakamaki in awe. It was no wonder she was capable of sustaining an organization and establishing the foundations of Team Rocket. It was only fitting that she held the title of boss. Chapter 61. An unending stream of tasks. The intervals devoid of tasks are often quite mundane. Sakamaki commenced yet another month of training and classes. During this period, some individuals began to curry favor with him, attempting to stake their claims prematurely. Unfortunately, Sakamaki had yet to acquire what they sought, and such opportunities were swiftly dismissed by Miyamoto's subordinates. In truth, no matter their efforts, they could never penetrate the inner circle of Sakakaki's confidence, unless they were akin to Ashen, who pledged loyalty during Sakakaki's darkest hour. Possessing neither a high rank nor considerable age, the future subordinates of Sakamaki should ideally be those without established backgrounds, allowing for better control. This is not to say that Sakamaki lacked the strength or charisma to command their allegiance. Rather, he found it unnecessary. To Sakamaki, the potential and limitations of these individuals appeared rather limited, destined to be replaced in due time. It remains uncertain whether it was intentional on Sakamaki Rika's part. But for the past month, Sakamaki had not encountered the other two individuals. Their circumstances and capabilities were unknown to him. Throughout this month, as his strength grew increasingly formidable, the leveling up of his B-drill and Nidoking began to decelerate slightly. Their progress hinged on their innate qualities and the resources provided by the squad leader. B-drill advanced 2 levels, while Nidoking matched that feat. And only Machop saw a mere single-level increase due to its comparatively lower aptitude and the lesser resources at its disposal. B-drill's enhancements were primarily attributed to the sustenance procured through the Bug King project. Having never received high-level resources, a shortcoming Sakamaki felt responsible for. Thus, the forthcoming decision regarding resource allocation weighed heavily on Sakakaki's mind. Before making this choice, Sakamaki found himself tasked once more. It seemed a team had been established, once again led by Ashen. Outside, Ashen informed Sakamaki, "Boss, there's a new mission, a D-rank task requiring the capture of 100 Pokémon of level 10 or above in the Tokiwa Forest. I've heard several teams have already ventured there, including some squad leaders. having been a trainer and interacted with Pokémon for a considerable duration. Sakamaki could discern the levels of low-tier Pokémon without the need for instruments or abilities. The same could be said for Ashen and his companions. Sakamaki furrowed his brow in contemplation, puzzled as to why such a multitude of low-level Pokémon was necessary. Was there some significant undertaking in the works? Ashen pondered for a moment before awkwardly responding, "I'm not sure, but during our last outing for Pokémon, it was mostly, well, more about Pokémon eggs." Sakamaki recognized what he was alluding to, yet he believed Sakamaki Rika would not engage in such excess. Aside from that, it was plausible that new Team Rocket members were to be cultivated. Sakamaki waved dismissively and remarked, "This matter is unrelated. There are likely other tasks at hand that do not concern us." With Sakakaki's assertion, Ashen naturally accepted it. "Understood, my superior." Donning his Meowth mask, Sakamaki strolled out of the room. "Let us proceed. Did you not mention capturing Pokémon?" Ashen hurriedly followed suit. At this point, Carl and his 4 companions had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Sakamaki and Ashen approach, their prior joviality was swiftly replaced by silence. Observing Ashen trailing behind Sakamaki, they all nodded in understanding, their eyes filled with envy. It was no wonder Ashen had been appointed squad leader at such a young age. He had clearly latched onto the right person early on. They had previously been kept in the dark. Ashen's demeanor towards them was markedly different from that towards Sakamaki. He addressed them with utmost seriousness, stating, "We've already gone through the process once, so are you all clear on this mission?" The 5 nodded in unison, affirming their understanding. Ashen distributed the Pokeballs he had received. "Let us set off. These are the allocated Pokeballs. Each of you will receive 10 Pokémon, and we will retain the remainder. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed." The Tokiwa base was located quite close to Tokiwa Forest, and they would arrive in no time. The dense and expansive forest stretched endlessly, housing a myriad of Pokémon. The forest operated under intriguing rules, the deeper one ventured. The higher the levels of Pokémon encountered, while the outskirts were populated by common low-level creatures. In the innermost depths, one might even encounter high-level Pokémon, some rumored to be near the champion tier. Previously, Sakamaki, with his frail physique, could only meander about the outskirts, fortunate enough to gather a few berries to sustain himself for a while. However, during his last ill-fated encounter with a Rattata, which he deemed unfortunate, it actually marked a pivotal turning point in his life. Despite the convoluted journey, had it not been for that incident, he would not have joined Team Rocket, nor would he possess the strength he commanded now, along with his Beedrill and the others. Stepping lightly at the edge of Tokiwa Forest, adorned with his Meowth mask and flanked by 6 companions clad in Team Rocket uniforms, Sakamaki felt a surge of renewal. The flurry of Pidgeys took flight, startled, darting deeper into the thicket. Months had passed, and as Sakamaki stood here once more, he had undergone a profound transformation. No longer was he the weak youth struggling for survival. He now exuded an air of dominion. Ashen produced a few signal devices and distributed them to Carl and the others, instructing, "Commence your tasks. Pair off into groups of 2 or 3, and let us reconvene here by evening. Should any troubles arise, use these signals, and we shall swiftly regroup." The group acknowledged his command and promptly dispersed. Left alone were Sakamaki and Ashen. Rather than act independently, Ashen inquired, "Boss, will you be operating solo, or do you require my company?" Sakamaki surveyed the dense forest and waved his hand dismissively. "Separate. Unlike them, our joint efforts would only squander time." Ashen nodded respectfully. "Understood. Please exercise caution." With that, he released his Arbok and Zubat, striding confidently into the heart of the forest. Sakamaki then retrieved a Pokeball and gently tossed it, releasing 3 Pokémon. Beedrill, Nidoking, and Machop all hailed from Tokiwa Forest, which, in many ways, was their homeland. However, given Team Rocket's practices, their parents had likely either been slain or sold off, akin to Matsumoto's Butterfree. For Sakamaki, Tokiwa Forest had once seemed a potential resting place for his remains, but now he felt the power of Tokiwa pulsating within him. The entire forest emanated a sense of familiarity and warmth. Chapter 62. Capturing spirits. The Beedrill and Machop were relatively unremarkable, as they were merely Pokémon eggs at that time, devoid of consciousness. However, Upon arriving in the Viridian Forest, Nidorino recalled the joyful moments spent there in the past. It was eager to rush inside, but soon halted, not out of fear of being reprimanded by Giovanni, but due to the painful memory of its relatives, who seemed to have been captured as well. With this thought, its spirits dampened. Giovanni approached Nidorino and gently inquired, "Are you thinking about your family?" Nidorino let out a soft, mournful growl. Giovanni's tone was notably softer than usual, lacking the usual sternness he exhibited towards Nidorino as he earnestly proclaimed, "From now on, we shall be your family." Beedrill and Mac Hop slowly approached Nidorino, resting their arms on it and whispering in comfort. Nidorino raised its head, a flicker of emotion crossing its eyes before it quickly concealed it, allowing a smile to blossom on its face. Suddenly it shook its body, causing its poisonous barbs to rattle and startling both Beedrill and Mac Hop. Beedrill almost retaliated fiercely, but instead, it let out a triumphant cry, "Nido, Nido." It was still the same Nidorino. Giovanni smiled with satisfaction and instructed, "Let us proceed to accomplish our task." Should Nidorino feel any reluctance, it may take a moment to rest. Nidorino shook its head, insisting Nido. It was not one to idle idly. It had work to do, after all. With Nidorino's willingness, Giovanni did not hesitate to agree. "Very well then, we must capture 25 Pokémon. It shall not be an easy task. Life is often punctuated by small incidents." Giovanni and his companions navigated through the dense Viridian forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, elongating their silhouettes. Before long, Giovanni encountered several targets. If one were to inquire about the most prevalent Pokémon in Viridian Forest, it would undoubtedly be bug-type Pokémon. After a mere stroll, Giovanni spotted a few caterpies climbing the trees. He chuckled at the memory of how he would flee upon encountering even a single caterpie. Just as this thought crossed his mind, one caterpie spat a strand of silk at him. Giovanni shook his head, too lazy to respond. Indeed, these caterpies were rather foolish. Suddenly, a golden figure darted in front of Giovanni as Beedrill deftly sliced through the silk strand with its sharp stingers, exuding an aura befitting a bug king. The caterpies stiffened in fear and plummeted from the trees. Mac Hop charged forward, delivering a series of kicks that sent the caterpies flying against the trunks, knocking them unconscious. One caterpie, however, persisted in crawling forward. Giovanni swiftly produced a capture device and pulled the trigger. A white net shot forth, ensnaring the caterpie effortlessly. Following this, he launched a series of Pokeballs. For caterpies were captured. Although their potential was modest, Giovanni was unconcerned, as fulfilling the task was paramount. Perhaps it was the lateness of the hour that made the surrounding Pokémon scarce. Even the usually circling Pidgey were absent. After searching for a while, he finally stumbled upon some smaller targets. This time, the type he had previously considered adversaries. These were Rattatas, easily found in the Viridian Forest, and the very Pokémon that had nearly bested Giovanni before. However, the tides had turned, and Giovanni was no longer the inexperienced trainer he once was. Observing a group of Rattatas clustered around tree fruits, he signaled to Beedrill, "Go." Beedrill responded immediately, darting towards the Rattata swarm like an arrow, its stingers gleaming ominously, poised to catch the unsuspecting rodents off guard. Giovanni understood Beedrill's temperament well and was aware of its ruthless nature. Do not rush. Surround them to prevent their escape. Render them unconscious, but do not slay them. Upon hearing this, Nidorino and Mac Hop adjusted their strategy, flanking the Rattata group to form a perfect encirclement. One Rattata cautiously raised its head, puzzled by its surroundings, only to lock eyes with Beedrill's crimson gaze. Terrified, it trembled, nearly losing control. The other Rattatas sensed danger, their expressions shifting to panic as they attempted to flee, but it was too late. Nidorino unleashed its poison sting, scattering the toxic projectiles around them, leaving the Rattatas with no chance to escape. "Now attack," Giovanni commanded, and the three Pokémon launched their assault in unison. Beedrill vanished from sight, its stingers striking with precision at the vulnerable points of the Rattatas, incapacitating them instantly. Mac Hop utilized its arm thrust, knocking several Rattatas to the ground as they attempted to escape. Nidorino charged in, its head colliding repeatedly, executing a flurry of attacks that swiftly dealt with the remaining Rattatas. These unremarkable Rattatas were no match for Beedrill and its companions. Had they been permitted to unleash their full power, Beedrill could have dispatched them effortlessly. Giovanni tossed out several Pokeballs, easily capturing the unconscious Rattatas. Just as he secured the last Rattata, Giovanni abruptly turned, firing his capture device multiple times. White nets flew toward a brownish figure that was charging at him. With a furious cry, a net ensnared a wildly thrashing Rattata. It appeared to be the leader of the Rattata group, hence its furious demeanor, ready to exact revenge on Giovanni. Its large fangs glinted menacingly, and its eyes burned with rage. As it struggled against the net, it began to gnaw at the fabric with its teeth, managing to bite through and escape. Giovanni frowned. The technology of Team Rocket had indeed regressed significantly. While they had the capability to capture legendary Pokémon, their current equipment felt primitive. After breaking free, the Rattata lunged at Giovanni once more. Its level was surprisingly high, exceeding 20, making it a formidable opponent in the area. Unfortunately for it, it had encountered the wrong adversary today. Chapter 63. The furious Beedrill in the face of its assault, Sakamaki merely sidestepped gracefully. Behind him, the Beedrill, its compound eyes glowing with murderous intent, surged forth in a flash. Just moments ago, it had nearly been thwarted, leaving it seething with rage. Now, this audacious foe dared to strike again, inciting a desire within the Beedrill to tear it to shreds. Since this opponent was not its target, it was destined to perish. Fueled by fury, the Beedrill shot towards the Rattata with astonishing speed. Its twin stingers traced silver arcs through the air, each strike accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound, an onslaught of fury. The Rattata, sensing the imminent threat, opened its maw to reveal its sharp fangs, bracing itself for the impending clash. Yet, the Beedrill's velocity surpassed its wildest imaginings, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the Rattata, its stingers darting like lightning towards its vital points. Though the Rattata reigned as a local tyrant, its combat experience was considerable. Startled by the Beedrill's aggression, it nevertheless refused to yield. With a desperate twist, it narrowly dodged a fatal blow, yet still sustained a gash that stained its coarse fur with crimson. The pain ignited its ferocity. It let out a furious roar, its fangs glinting ominously, and launched a fierce counterattack against the Beedrill. The Beedrill emitted a shrill cry, leveraging its advantage of strength. Both stingers struck simultaneously, piercing the Rattata's eyes with uncanny precision. The creature screamed in agony as its vision was obliterated. The excruciating pain caused it to lose its balance and collapse to the ground. Its eyes, now blinded, bled profusely, and the darkness, coupled with the torment, finally instilled fear within it. With a desperate scramble, the Rattata managed to rise, being a creature of considerable level. Its vitality was notably resilient. Although sightless, it still possessed a keen sense of smell, and in panic, it turned to flee, employing a quick burst of speed. The enraged Beedrill would not permit its escape. Having dared to strike at Sakamaki, it was destined to pay a bloody price. With the Beedrill present, none could lay a finger on Sakamaki. The Beedrill pursued relentlessly, its wings creating a tempest that rapidly closed the distance between it and the Rattata. It fixated on the Rattata's frantic form, relishing the thrill of the hunt. Soon, the Beedrill launched another assault, its form flickering as it unleashed a barrage of poison stings. The toxic projectiles rained down like a storm. Although the Rattata was blind, its acute olfactory senses and survival instincts alerted it to the encroaching danger. It exerted every ounce of strength to evade the onslaught, but the sheer breadth of the poison's reach left it powerless to do anything but watch as the lethal stingers drew nearer. With a sickening thud, a poison sting struck true, injecting potent venom into the Rattata's body. It let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body convulsing as if besieged by countless biting ants, writhing in agony. Yet, the Beedrill's assault did not relent. Seizing the moment of impact, it surged forward once more, its stingers transforming into lethal blades. carving brilliant arcs through the air in a series of slashes. As the air was cleaved apart by the rapid strikes, the Rattata, his hollow eyes gazed skyward, reflecting its tragic fate. Sakamaki could only shake his head in resignation, observing the tempestuous nature of his companion. A perfectly fine Rattata had been reduced to nothingness in an instant. The Beedrill raised its head defiantly, exuding an air of indifference, as if to declare that anyone who dared to challenge Sakamaki would meet a similar fate. With no recourse, Sakamaki recognized that he must indulge his fierce companion. However, gazing at the lifeless form of the Rattata, he contemplated briefly before releasing a small Rattata he had just collected. Typically, creatures that operate in groups possess a lair, and even among the ordinary, some may harbor treasures. Though likely not of immense value, they could prove useful. Sakamaki gestured, and the Beedrill, alongside Nidoking, encircled the trembling little Rattata. The small creature, already quaking in fear, was nearly paralyzed with terror upon witnessing the gruesome fate of its leader. Sakamaki pointed towards the remains of the fallen Rattata, patiently instructing the small one, "Guide me to your den. Do not attempt any tricks. Your freedom is contingent upon my mercy. Should you dare deceive me, this shall be your end." The small Rattata, following Sakamaki's finger, caught sight of its leader's grim remains and was so frightened that it nearly lost control of its bladder. Particularly terrified by the Beedrill and Nidoking's menacing expressions, which seemed more frightful than any ghostly visage, it contemplated feigning death to evade Sakamaki's wrath. However, Sakamaki's cold smile thwarted its plan. "If you choose to play dead, I shall simply feed you to Nidoking." The latter obligingly smacked its lips in anticipation. The small Rattata, initially poised to collapse, quickly regained its composure, frantically shaking its head in denial. Sakamaki, unperturbed by its distress, continued, "So, did you comprehend my earlier instructions?" The small Rattata nodded vigorously. Sakamaki signaled to the Beedrill, instructing it to remain close. Should the Rattata attempt to flee, it was to be dispatched without hesitation. The Beedrill nodded in agreement, emitting a series of unsettling insect-like sounds. The small Rattata cast a pained glance at Sakamaki, recognizing that it was not incapable of understanding his words. There was no need for such severity. The Beedrill gently prodded it, prompting the small creature to hastily comply, albeit cautiously, taking small steps while attempting to appease the Beedrill with nervous smiles, fearful of being skewered. Sakamaki maintained a leisurely pace, accompanied by Nidoking and the ever-watchful Beedrill. The small Rattata, fully aware of the futility of deceit, soon led Sakamaki to the base of a large tree. It pointed upwards at a tree hollow obscured by bark, making soft, subservient sounds as it beckoned Sakamaki closer. Sakamaki observed the hollow, feeling assured that this small Rattata would not betray him. Indeed, was this not the place? However, as he spoke, he glanced elsewhere, raising an eyebrow and signaling to Nidoking. While Sakamaki's intellect may have faltered at times, Nidoking was astute, quickly grasping Sakamaki's intent and subtly maneuvering to the side. Chapter 64. The thief Sakamaki waved his hand at the Beedrill, signaling it to proceed. The creature's wings buzzed frantically as it ascended to the level of the tree hollow. Then, with a swift motion, it thrust its stinger forward, transforming it into a formidable weapon. With a rustle, a multitude of fruits tumbled down, alongside remnants of some sprites. These were of little use, merely gathered by Rattata for its nest. The fruits fell with a series of crackles, and Rattata hurriedly rushed below, attempting to catch them all in a flurry of motion. Yet, with only 2 paws, it was impossible to gather them all, and as it watched the fruits tumble, it lamented its lack of extra limbs. Fortunately, the Beedrill descended, spearing the fruits one by one with its stinger. A couple of fallen fruits were caught by the resourceful Rattata. This Rattata, with a cheeky grin, intended to present the fruits to Sakamaki. However, at that moment, a pale yellow figure abruptly appeared behind it. A large head cast a shadow under the sun, obscuring the Rattata's small frame. Puzzled, it turned its head, only to be nearly blinded by the gleaming gold coins. Yet, upon seeing the figure, fear filled its eyes, causing its fur to bristle in terror. It shrieked, "Purata!" With a swift motion, a sharp tooth sank into its neck, producing a crisp sound, and after a few violent shakes, the Rattata met its demise. Sakamaki's Pokeball clicked open, resetting itself. He gently closed it, observing the Pokémon that had claimed the Rattata. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, squinting slightly. Meowth. Following Sakamaki's gaze, a Meowth with pale yellow fur stood on all fours, disdainfully clutching the lifeless Rattata in its mouth, while casting a condescending look at Sakamaki. The sight of this haughty Meowth elicited a few clicks of Sakamaki's tongue. Not all Meowths were the chatty variety. He scrutinized the creature, noting its fluffy coat, well suited for survival in the wild, and felt an urge to stroke its fur. The Meowth, sensing Sakamaki's gaze, grew uncomfortable, feeling as though he harbored ulterior motives. It deftly used its tail to grip two fruits and scampered away, still holding the Rattata. Sakamaki chuckled softly, Nidoking. Suddenly, Nidoking leapt in from the side, blocking the Meowth's path and unleashing a barrage of poisonous spikes, completely sealing off its escape route. The Meowth quickly retreated 2 steps, but soon devised a countermeasure, leaping up the trunk of a nearby tree. Nidoking shook its head, launching the spikes toward the Meowth. Yet, the Meowth reacted swiftly, employing a move that summoned golden coins from its head, which successfully deflected each spike. With a disdainful roll of its eyes, it continued its escape. Meanwhile, Sakamaki called out, "Beedrill!" In an instant, Beedrill's golden form appeared before the Meowth, its stinger poised for attack. Startled, the Meowth quickly dodged the assault. Beedrill, undeterred, pressed on with its offensive. The Meowth let out a low whimper, its eyes sharpening with a fierce resolve, as if ready to retaliate. Beedrill crossed its stingers in defense, while Sakamaki covered his face. Realizing it was merely a feint, realizing it had been outmaneuvered, Beedrill glared at the Meowth, which turned its head slightly, its eyes brimming with mockery and challenge. Frustrated, Beedrill pursued it once more. Sakamaki called out again, "Mac Hop, use Karate Chop." Yet, standing in the Meowth's way was Mac Hop, who tightened its fists, legs bent, preparing to unleash its move. At that moment, the Meowth suddenly called out, its large eyes shimmering faintly. Mac Hop was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if lead weighed down its eyelids, and it collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. Ah, youth is a blessing. Sakamaki shook his head at the scene, recognizing the use of hypnosis. In the dense forest, the abundance of trees hindered Beedrill's speed, whereas a nimble creature like the Meowth thrived amidst the foliage. In a matter of moments, the Meowth vanished into the thick underbrush, letting out a disdainful growl that only fueled Beedrill's frustration. "Do not be upset. Our treasures are not so easily taken, and it will surely face consequences," Sakamaki consoled, patting Beedrill and tossing it a fruit. Beedrill, still fuming, gestured towards the trees, indicating that had it not been for their presence, the Meowth would not have escaped. Sakamaki mused quietly, an intriguing little creature with considerable potential. Hypnosis must be a move from its egg, suggesting that its parents are likely powerful Pokémon as well. Its potential must be remarkable. With a thud, Nidoking hastily dropped Mac Hop to the ground and hurried to Sakamaki's side. The fall roused Mac Hop, who, recalling its recent encounter with the Meowth, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over it. Sakamaki offered words of encouragement. "Do not dwell on it. The Meowth possesses impressive abilities, and its use of hypnosis caught me off guard as well." Distributing the fruits evenly among the 3 Pokémon, Sakamaki ensured no favoritism was shown. After consuming the fruits, the trio felt a surge of energy, and it would not be long before they would level up once again. Chapter 65. Black Eats Black. After a brief respite, Sakamaki addressed the 3 Pokémon. "Let us proceed without further contemplation. We must complete our task. With 1 less Rattata captured, we still need to catch a dozen more Pokémon." The Beedrill nodded in agreement and continued to lead the way. It appeared that Sakamaki's thoughts were mirrored in reality. Their delayed departure had resulted in the nearby Pokémon being captured. After scouting the area for a while, Sakamaki encountered 2 solitary Pidgeys, which Beedrill effortlessly knocked down and incapacitated before capturing them. Aside from these, no other Pokémon were sighted, not even a single Caterpie or Weedle. The only option left was to venture deeper into the area. Several hundred meters ahead, they might encounter more Pokémon at levels 20 to 30, potentially of intermediate or advanced strength. Fortunately, with Beedrill's prowess, they could contend with Pokémon of level 30 or below. As long as they were not faced with a swarm of Pokémon above level 30, Beedrill could handle even a group of low-level Bug-type Pokémon. However, should they encounter stronger Pokémon, they might have to resort to observing their minions or offspring. After wandering for some time, Sakamaki finally came across members of Team Rocket, who were paired off like his old acquaintances, Carl and the others. They donned uniform drowsy masks, suggesting a bond formed through shared pasts. At that moment, they were in pursuit of two adorable Picus. Interestingly, these Picus, cornered and desperate, dashed directly towards Sakamaki's position. By the time they spotted Sakamaki and Beedrill, it was too late. Beedrill and Machoke wasted no time in unleashing their moves, swiftly rendering the two Picus unconscious. The two Team Rocket members, seeing Sakamaki alone, shouted without hesitation, "Hey, those are our prey." Sakamaki cast a casual glance at the duo and, without courtesy, threw a Pokeball onto the incapacitated Picus. The red light flickered, and he successfully captured both. Observing the unmistakable change in the masked members' expressions, he felt no fear. He merely retrieved the Pokeball. There would be no concessions on his part. Prey that came before him was inherently his, especially since he had already captured them. Upon hearing Sakamaki's audacious proclamation, the two Team Rocket members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with greed and malice. They roared at Sakamaki. "You seeking death, are you?" Sakamaki surveyed the Pokémon at their disposal. Several Rattatas, a few Zubats, and some Machops, typical fare for Team Rocket grunts. He waved his hand lightly. Buzz. Beedrill flapped its wings rapidly, its compound eyes glowing ominously red, still stained with the coagulated blood of previous encounters, creating a chilling sight. Nidoking took a step forward, its sharp teeth glistening with a viscous liquid. Machoke flexed its muscles, bulging with power. Sakamaki narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. "Since you have spoken so boldly, may I assume I am justified in defending myself?" The Team Rocket members were evidently taken aback by Sakamaki's unwavering resolve. Instead of retreating, he responded with arrogance. Their expressions darkened as they braced for battle. While Beedrill appeared formidable, they were still only 3 Pokémon, and the outcome remained uncertain. Don't think we fear you. Rattata, Machop, tear them apart," commanded one member. Rattata, use Tackle. Zubat, unleash Supersonic. Machop, go for Flurry of Strikes. A few Rattatas and Machops lunged at Beedrill and its companions, their sharp fangs bared. After all, in the world of crime, infighting was commonplace. Where there were disputes over interests, bloodshed and conflict were never far behind. A cold smile crept across Sakamaki's lips. Beedrill, execute Fury Cutter. Beedrill had been poised for action, and with a swift flap of its wings, it transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, weaving seamlessly through the Rattatas, its stingers slicing through the air with precision. The sounds of tearing flesh mingled with agonized cries, accompanied by splatters of blood. Sakamaki clapped his hands lightly. Nidoking used Poison Sting. Nidoking opened its mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of sharp, poisonous needles towards the swarm of Zubats. The Zubats screeched in terror, desperately attempting to evade the onslaught, but many were struck, incapacitated by the assault. Although the toxins inflicted minimal damage, the needles had indeed pierced their wings. Under Sakamaki's guidance, Nidoking had compensated for the shortcomings of its poison sting technique. While its accuracy may have wavered, the sheer volume was overwhelming. But that was not the end. Sakamaki's voice rang out once more. "Machoke, use Low Kick." Machoke bellowed, its powerful form leaping into the fray, delivering a devastating kick to an incoming Machop. The unfortunate creature collided violently with a tree, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as its back cracked upon impact. How is this possible? One Team Rocket member gasped in disbelief, staring at the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated that Sakamaki, all alone with just 3 Pokémon, would decimate their ranks. Could this truly be happening? He appeared much younger than them. Suddenly, a realization struck. Wait, Beedrill? Nidoking? They recalled the 3 candidates for the position of Team Rocket's young master. Wasn't one of them rumored to possess an exceptionally powerful Beedrill? With shock, they pointed at Sakamaki, exclaiming, "It's you." Sakamaki paid no heed to their recognition. It mattered little to him. His gaze grew colder, aware that in an organization like Team Rocket, any sign of weakness could lead to unforeseen consequences. "Since you have chosen this path, be prepared to pay the price." His voice was low and authoritative as he gestured for Beedrill to continue the assault. In a desperate plea, the two members cried out, "Wait. We surrender. We give up." Nidoking and Mac Hoke paused momentarily, but Beedrill remained resolute, pressing onward. It understood Sakaki's intentions perfectly. Once he had spoken, there would be no mercy. With enmity established, leaving them alive would only sow the seeds of future troubles. Sakaki's tone remained unchanged, icy and resolute. "Finish them." Chapter 66. The deceitful Meow, look at you all. So filthy. Sakamaki observed the bloodied Beedrill and Nidoking, shaking his head in resignation. Upon hearing his remark, Beedrill hastily shook its stingers, flinging off the blood that splattered onto a pale face, landing on those vacant, unblinking eyes. Sakamaki glanced at the two mangled corpses and took several Pokeballs from the hands of Hitmonlee. They were the ones they had captured, now belonging to Sakamaki. He kicked aside two signal devices and casually released a few Rattata, coldly instructing, "Feast upon them, render them unrecognizable." The Rattata, upon hearing Sakamaki's words, dared not refuse. With a tearing sound, they pounced upon the corpses, voraciously gnawing. Soon, the bodies were beyond recognition, the cause of death indiscernible. However, having feasted on human flesh, the Rattata's eyes turned crimson, issuing savage roars, their aggression directed towards Sakamaki. Sakamaki's eyes flickered momentarily as he waved his hand lightly. Beedrill flew forward, merely tapping its stingers, producing a sharp sound. The once fierce Rattata instantly wilted, trembling on the ground. Sakamaki collected them without hesitation. As for whether they would develop a stronger aggression towards their captor, that was a matter for those individuals to ponder. Sakamaki cast a disdainful glance at the two disfigured corpses, shaking his head in contempt. Two paupers, devoid of anything of value. "Let's go." With Beedrill and the others in tow, he vanished into the shadows. After a while, a magneton descended from the sky, and a gaunt figure leapt down. Observing the corpses, he rasped, "Did Pokémon do this? Or was it a trainer from the league? Do they think that by covering their tracks, we cannot discern the internal strife within Team Rocket? Which bold little brat could it be?" Clutching 3 sheets of white paper in his hand, his gaze grew cold, brimming with murderous intent. "And you all?" With a crackle, dazzling bolts of lightning erupted within the forest. Once the brilliance faded, only heaps of ashes remained on the ground, swept away by the howling wind. After a prolonged search, Sakamaki managed to catch 6 or 7 more Pokémon, drawing closer to the completion of his task. However, he had yet to encounter that elusive Meow. He had anticipated the opportunity to unleash his fury upon it. To his surprise, this little creature had yet to show itself. Just as he contemplated this, an enraged roar echoed from afar, accompanied by the furious cries of Pokémon. "Damn that Meow! We shall slay you! Curse it! We fell for the trap. This is the territory of the Ursaring." Only that Meow could incite such rage in the forest. However, leading them into Ursaring's territory was perilous, as encountering the bully itself could result in being attacked, or worse, devoured. One could only conclude that this Meow was truly mischievous. Sakamaki chuckled with interest and promptly headed towards the source of the commotion. Suddenly, a pale yellow figure darted swiftly ahead, its eyes filled with mockery. Before Sakamaki could utter a word, Beedrill surged towards it. Since its debut, Beedrill had never stumbled nor allowed a Pokémon or human to escape. This Meow would be its first. It could not possibly hold back. Sakamaki made no attempt to restrain Beedrill. This Meow was quite formidable and clever. If Beedrill sought to eliminate it, it would certainly be a challenge. Zzz. Beedrill shot forth like a dragon, but the sound of its wings was so loud that it alerted Meow in advance. Although surprised to encounter Beedrill and Sakamaki so soon, Meow reacted swiftly. In an instant, as Beedrill charged, it flicked its tail, releasing a flurry of golden stars formed from energy. The speed was astonishing, transforming into streaks of golden light. The move swift. Beedrill had no choice but to shift from offense to defense. It swung its stingers, shattering the golden stars into shimmering energy. Though unscathed, by the time the golden glow dissipated, Meow had already made its escape, turning back with a mocking grin that taunted Beedrill. Infuriated, Beedrill felt a surge of energy, leveling up to 26. Curiously, it had just learned the move, Pursuit, which was quite fitting. At this moment, Sakamaki was preparing to have Nidoking and Hitmonlee block Meow's path. However, Meow merely smiled at Sakamaki, casting a glance upward. Sakamaki paused, instantly sensing something amiss. Looking up, he was startled to see an Ursaring perched upon a towering tree, having descended just beyond the reach of his perception. Its eyes glowed ominously as drool dripped from its jaws, poised to leap down upon Sakamaki. Meow gleefully called out Meow, before swiftly vanishing into the trees. Sakamaki could only shake his head in exasperation. This little creature was truly crafty. Ursaring. The beast leapt from the tree, its maw wide open, intent on devouring Sakamaki's head. Despite his enhanced physique from daily training, facing a Pokémon of Ursaring's caliber, he was destined to become its meal. Fortunately, Nidoking and Hitmonlee were by his side. Moreover, Beedrill had fortuitously learned the move Pursuit. Sakamaki calmly shouted, "Look up! Knock it down! Prepare to use Fury Attack! Pursuit!" Nidoking and Hitmonlee, alerted by Sakamaki's command, swiftly glanced upward, spotting the descending Ursaring. They charged forward, launching their assault. However, their efforts seemed insufficient against the thick-skinned, high-level Ursaring. Meanwhile, Beedrill, witnessing Ursaring's audacious attack on Sakamaki, flapped its wings furiously, nearly igniting sparks. With a strike of its stingers, it unleashed the move Pursuit. Chapter 67. Battling together with a powerful leap, arm power struck towards the formidable Circle Bear above. However, the seemingly robust creature of the initial sprites proved to be an insufficient match when faced with the Circle Bear. The bear's massive paw, as large as a basin, swept through the air, sending arm power flying with a single blow. A cry of anguish escaped Arm Power's lips as it experienced the harsh reality of defeat for the first time, spitting blood as it fell to the ground like a discarded rag. Thud! The colossal Circle Bear landed heavily, shaking the ground and raising clouds of dust. It raised its enormous paw at Sakamoto and Nidoking, ready to unleash its wrath. Upon witnessing this scene, Nidoking's eyes narrowed. It recalled this Circle Bear, the very creature that had once driven its family away, having been tormented by these bullies since its youth. Yet, despite the fear it harbored, Nidoking stood its ground. It was no longer the timid Nidoran. It would no longer allow any sprite to bully its family. Nidoking roared, shaking its head vigorously as it unleashed a flurry of attacks towards the Circle Bear. The barrage of strikes, indeed, forced the bear to stagger back a few steps, inflicting some wounds. However, this was merely a fleeting setback. The Circle Bear disdainfully scoffed, tightening its massive paw before bringing it down upon Nidoking with great force. The devastating blow struck Nidoking squarely on the head, leaving it dazed and weak. Though the bear's paw was laced with venom due to its toxic ability, it had often raided Beedrill nests for honey, enduring attacks from swarms of Beedrill, thus building a resilience to toxins. The poison that afflicted Nidoking was inconsequential to the Circle Bear. Though it was poisoned, the bear quickly metabolized the toxins, which ironically enhanced its tenacity, causing its body to swell with newfound strength and muscle. With a powerful swipe, the Circle Bear merely used a standard claw attack, sending Nidoking hurtling through the air. The bear then turned its attention to Sakamoto, harboring a deep-seated disdain for humans. They were the most frequent prey of the Circle Bear, devouring ordinary people and trainers alike. It opened its gaping maw, revealing yellow fangs dripping with foul liquid, an utterly revolting sight. After just a few months of interaction, the bond with Sakamoto had deepened significantly. He was now more than just family to it. As the Circle Bear prepared to strike, Sakamoto remained calm, operating the capture device in his hands. White nets flew forth, but the Circle Bear, with its sharp claws, easily tore through them with disdain, regarding Sakamoto as nothing more than a feeble human. Suddenly, a colossal and furious buzzing filled the air as Beedrill arrived, unleashing a powerful attack. The circle bear hastily raised its claws to defend itself, but the sharp stingers of Beedrill pierced deeply into its flesh, causing blood to spray. The bear let out a pained roar, staggering back several steps. Circle. Beedrill flapped its wings, positioning itself in front of Sakamoto. Arm Power and Nidoking struggled to rise as well, standing resolutely beside Sakamoto to confront the circle bear. Sakamoto opened his mouth slightly. The battle had only just begun. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he gathered energy. Beedrill's aura began to surge, intensifying with fervor. Beedrill unleashed toxic spikes. Nidoking, Arm Power, use Leer. At Sakamoto's command, Beedrill ascended with a powerful flap of its wings, gathering a potent surge of toxins in its abdomen before releasing a torrent of purple-black liquid directly at the circle bear's face. The bear attempted to shield itself with its claws, but the venomous onslaught was too overwhelming, swiftly seeping through its fingers and corroding its features. Despite the circle bear's tough hide, it found itself momentarily blinded and hindered by the sudden attack. Seizing the opportunity, Nidoking closed its eyes, inhaled deeply, and summoned its inner strength to unleash a flurry of toxic needles aimed precisely at the bear's wounds. The interaction between the toxic needles and the venom resulted in an even louder roar from the circle bear. Lay down toxic spikes, Sakamoto commanded. Nidoking swiftly obeyed, spreading a layer of sharp spikes across the ground, encircling the circle bear. The bear roared in anger and anxiety at the imminent threat. In a frenzied motion, it swung its massive paw, using the cleaving strike against Beedrill. Unperturbed, Beedrill was poised to retaliate, but Sakamoto cautioned, "Do not engage directly." Thus, Beedrill retreated just in time, avoiding the oncoming strike. The circle bear, oblivious to the subtle maneuver, stepped directly onto the toxic spikes, which pierced its paw, causing blood to flow and agony to ensue. The pain compounded with fury as it stomped around, inadvertently clearing away several spikes in its frantic movements. The combination of pain and rage intensified its murderous intent toward Sakamoto, and it charged forward, ignoring its injuries. Sacrificial charge. Beedrill, reinforced with hardened defenses, braced itself for the circle bear's desperate assault. Sakamoto anticipated this final push, swiftly commanding his Pokémon. As Beedrill's body glimmered with a tough sheen, akin to an invisible armor, the circle bear collided with it, unleashing its overwhelming strength. Even with the prior defense, Beedrill was sent flying. The bear let out a roar, releasing its pent-up frustration. Arm Power, low kick. Sakamoto seized the moment. Despite having been severely injured earlier, Arm Power gritted its teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to leap and deliver a devastating kick to the circle bear's lower body. The bear, weakened by poison and injury, lost its balance and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Now all-out attack, Sakamoto commanded. Seizing the moment when the circle bear's momentum faltered. Toxic surge, flurry of strikes, retaliation. Under Sakamoto's orders, the three Pokémon surrounded the circle bear, attacking in succession until it succumbed to defeat. With a thunderous crash, the circle bear collapsed, utterly motionless. In just a couple of days, the debut would commence, so let us get those ratings sorted first. A humble bow to all the readers from your devoted caretaker. In truth, I am immensely grateful that you have reached this point. I wish all my esteemed readers prosperity and beauty in abundance. Chapter 68, another group Nidalino, was overjoyed after the defeat of the circle bear, practically soaring with delight. It trampled upon the fallen creature, throwing its head back in a triumphant roar. Nido, all right, that's enough, Bamu responded with a bemused smile. Nevertheless, it was indeed impressive that the trio, each with levels exceeding 20, could vanquish a foe exceeding 30. The circle bear, formidable in its own right, possessed valuable bear gall and flesh that would greatly benefit the Beedrill and its companions. Bamu issued a brief command to Beedrill, who immediately sprang into action, retrieving the necessary components. The three Pokémon feasted, their maws smeared with fresh blood, yet the energy they acquired was substantial. It seemed there were advantages to foraging in the wild. The energy from the blood and bear gall was particularly potent. If consumed by an ordinary Pokémon over time, it could indeed lead to complications. Compared to processed materials, this was somewhat lacking, and excessive consumption would surely hinder a Pokémon's potential, rendering them more irritable and ferocious. However, with Banmu's power, mitigating such side effects was remarkably effortless. If Banmu could handle the Circle Bear, then another group could certainly manage as well. Indeed, from a distance, human voices echoed with complaints. "Where's that damn Meowth? I swear I will kill it and skin alive. How dare it betray us and steal the berries I painstakingly gathered?" The continuous complaints of several individuals seemed to irk one among them, who snapped, "Shut it. Instead of whining, let's find that creature." The previously boisterous group now appeared somewhat deflated. "Yes, sir." Banmu's ears twitched slightly. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. As the speaker came into view, he recalled the individual. Despite the mask, the figure and the Kamekame beside him were unmistakable proof. Was that not Arui? Just days prior, Banmu had pondered over their whereabouts, and now fate had brought them together, which was rather amusing. Upon spotting Banmu, along with several Team Rocket members and a small squad leader, recognized that Banmu had not managed to escape. The Team Rocket members chuckled upon seeing him. "Which squad are you from, kid?" Their words were lighthearted, yet their gaze fixated on the Pokeballs at Banmu's waist, each representing a captured Pokémon. The squad leader, lacking any sense of courtesy, remarked, "Looks like you've had a fruitful day. Why not share a few with us?" At this, Banmu's eyes chilled. Just as the squad leader finished speaking, a sharp-eyed member spotted the Circle Bear's corpse behind Banmu, along with the 3 bloodied Pokémon. "Captain, look over there." Following the direction of the gaze, the squad leader noticed the fallen Circle Bear. Though somewhat apprehensive, he was still a squad leader and possessed sufficient strength. They had recently taken down a few Circle Bears themselves, so he felt emboldened. What is there to fear? It's just one person with 3 Pokémon. How much trouble could that be? His companions quickly echoed his sentiment. "You make a good point, Captain." In stark contrast, upon seeing Banmu, clad in the Meowth mask, Arui recognized him instantly, the build, the gaze, and the Beedrill. Banmu. This revelation startled the squad leader and the Team Rocket members. "Who?" "The boss." Arui's face twisted with malice beneath his mask. "Not the mother, but Banmu, my brother." Upon Arui's cue, deep-seated hostility emerged from the squad leader and his companions. "Beedrill? So it's him. Arui, you're quite fortunate. This saves us some trouble. Let us take advantage of the moment and eliminate him." Arui grinned sinisterly at Banmu indeed. "Wouldn't you agree, my brother?" Banmu's gaze grew colder, yet he refrained from acting. He was no fool. Attacking 7 individuals at once would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Banmu called out to Beedrill and Nidalino, "Unleash your toxic spikes." In an instant, Beedrill and Nidalino sprang into action, sending a barrage of toxic needles hurtling toward Arui and his companions. Banmu did not concern himself with whether his attack would harm them. He understood that if he did not flee now, he would miss his chance. He swiftly recalled Nidalino and Machoke and dashed forward, with Beedrill providing cover for behind. This strategy would enhance his escape speed. Immediately after Banmu's assault, furious shouts erupted from the pursuers. "You little brat! You sly devil! Chase him down! Kill him!" Pokémon were unleashed, racing after Banmu. Arui relentlessly pursued him, unaware that the squad leader had thrown a Pokeball behind them. With a pop, a Pangoro burst forth, seizing the opportunity to burrow underground. "Mud shot! Toxic spikes!" The shouts continued to echo as Banmu, aided by Beedrill, managed to distance himself from his pursuers amidst the dense forest. However, the gap was narrowing. He had no choice but to gamble. Gritting his teeth, Banmu pressed deeper into the heart of the J-Band forest. With J-Band's power, he could sense the positions of the Pokémon, allowing him to evade them. As for the group behind him, if they were foolish enough to follow, he was eager to see if they had the courage to pursue. Regardless, even if they did, they would likely hesitate, filled with trepidation. The pursuers soon sensed something amiss. "Why are we heading deeper into the forest?" Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? They promptly halted. Captain Yamamoto, this doesn't feel right. That kid is throwing caution to the wind. Yamamoto, equally fearful, understood that unless one possessed gym-level strength, venturing into the depths of J-Band Forest was akin to courting death. Ordinary trainers typically traverse the forest's outskirts. His own strength was evidently insufficient. Recklessly advancing would also lead to disaster. However, Arui seemed unfazed, perhaps emboldened by naivety. His mind was solely focused on eliminating Banmu, his formidable rival. Why aren't you all pursuing? Hurry up, or he'll get away. Yamamoto patiently explained, but Arui remained obstinate. He needed to witness Banmu's demise with his own eyes to feel at ease. After all, Banmu was too extraordinary. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Arui pressed forward, commanding, "No. I want to stop until I see it for myself. Come with me, where you want to pass through Brother Ank's territory." Chapter 69. Mutual Pitfalls. Yamaguchi was not the first to pledge allegiance to Eri. Previously, there had been a squad leader who sought to eliminate him. However, he was rescued by one of the commanding officers, a rather slender man named Ank, who had appeared in Edo's chamber before. Under the orders of Sakamaki Rika, Yamaguchi dared not let any harm come to Eri, even if he had 10 lives to spare. After preserving Eri's life, he assigned one of his subordinate squad leaders to accompany him in completing their mission, effectively placing a bet on Eri and seizing an opportunity to gain control over him. Another commanding officer engaged in similar subterfuge. This led to Eri's recent verbal threats towards Yamaguchi. However, Eri, focused solely on his escape, failed to notice that the others behind him were not looking at him, but rather turned towards Yamaguchi, their eyes filled with inquiry. As Yamaguchi observed Eri's retreating figure, his expression darkened, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. How could such a juvenile possibly lead Team Rocket to greatness? Indeed, the words of that esteemed individual rang true. The others exchanged glances, taken aback by the stark contrast in Yamaguchi's demeanor, who had always shown utmost deference to Eri. "What shall we do, Captain?" one inquired. Yamaguchi scoffed. "Let us follow him. If we encounter an insurmountable Pokémon, we shall retreat and let him perish alongside that Sakamaki brat." The others nodded in agreement and continued their pursuit of Eri, oblivious to the exchanges that had transpired amongst Yamaguchi and his team. Meanwhile, Eri pressed onward in his chase of Sakamaki. Upon noticing Yamaguchi and his team trailing behind, he merely chuckled derisively, dismissing them as mere sycophants destined to be his underlings. His sights were set on someone of Ank's caliber. It appeared that, under the deliberate manipulation of Ank and Yamaguchi, Eri had strayed off course. Ahead, Sakamaki was fleeing frantically, just as he prepared to ease his pace. He was astonished to find the relentless pursuers closing in. Frustration welled within him as he grappled with the need to assess for formidable Pokémon ahead, while simultaneously worrying about the relentless pursuit behind. Meanwhile, his pursuers seemed unburdened, singularly focused on chasing him, conserving their energy. Sakaki's brows furrowed, but upon spotting a familiar figure bounding atop a distant tree, his expression shifted. "That Meowth!" he exclaimed, incredulous at the twist of fate that brought them together once more. The creature, audacious enough to venture deep into the Evergrande Forest, seemed oblivious to the danger it courted. Sakamaki bore no affection for it. After all, it was the catalyst of his troubles. He dashed toward it, determined to confront the source of his woes. Upon reaching the Meowth, his Beedrill instinctively took flight and positioned itself behind the creature. When Meowth sensed an impending threat and turned its head, it immediately bristled in alarm. This human is like a persistent adhesive. How can it not be shaken off? It snarled at Sakamaki, clearly irate. "What's the big deal about 2 berries and a Rattata?" With a flick of its tail, Meowth unleashed a swift attack. Beedrill, however, retaliated with a poison sting, effectively countering Meowth's assault and emitting a triumphant buzz. Yet now was not the time to dwell on rivalries. First, this bothersome human had to be dealt with. As it shifted its ears, Meowth caught sight of Eri and his entourage in pursuit, inciting a fury within. "That Meowth! What a stroke of bad luck! Let us eliminate it alongside that brat." they exclaimed, their tempers flaring. Meowth, sensing the peril, made a swift retreat, but Sakamaki was unrelenting. Follow it. Don't let it escape. Use string shot. He commanded Beedrill, who was prepared, and unleashed a strand of silk, ensnaring the Meowth's back. Meowth's speed diminished, becoming Sakamaki's unwitting steed. As it struggled to shake off the sticky threads, it realized the futility of its efforts. The silk was far more resilient than it had anticipated. Enraged, it hissed at Sakamaki, "Don't blame me for your troubles. You brought this upon yourself." Yet Sakamaki felt no guilt. Merely refraining from slaying Meowth was a feat in itself. Caught off guard by Sakamaki's audacity, Meowth would have normally torn apart the absurdly fake mask it wore. But with Ares' pursuers hot on its heels, it had no choice but to concede. As the distance between them dwindled, Sakamaki gritted his teeth and asked, "You are most familiar with the Evergrande Forest. Are there any powerful Pokémon nearby that can thwart our pursuers? Ideally, something to turn the tables on them. Isn't that your specialty?" Upon hearing this, Meowth perked up, its ears standing erect and a glimmer of cunning flashing in its eyes. It called to Sakamaki before darting off in a specific direction. Beedrill, carrying Sakamaki, had no choice but to follow. "Be cautious. This creature is cunning, and we might also be ensnared," Sakamaki whispered to Beedrill, who nodded in agreement, maintaining its wariness towards Meowth. After a while, they arrived at a desolate area. The remnants of trees strewn about as if ravaged by some colossal force. The surrounding stones and soil bore signs of destruction. Suddenly, Meowth leaped onto a massive rock and gestured to Sakamaki. This mischievous little creature was truly crafty, leading them here. Sakamaki's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and he smiled slightly, signaling Beedrill to land atop the boulder, maintaining a respectful distance from Meowth. Despite their frantic escape moments ago, they now adopted a stance of ambush, particularly Meowth, who sported a hint of arrogance. Chapter 70. The treacherous Meowth and Sakamaki. Upon observing Sakamaki and Meowth come to a halt, the individuals trailing them instantly revealed expressions of exhilaration. "That little brat and that accursed Meowth have stopped. Surely they have reached a dead end." "I believe so." After taking a moment to catch his breath, Ari coldly taunted Sakamaki. "Sakamaki, your demise is imminent." Sakamaki cast a languid glance down at him, sneering. "We shall see if you possess the capability to bring that about." Witnessing Sakamaki's unwavering arrogance despite their apparent desperation, Ari furiously bellowed, "Eliminate him and that Meowth. Attack together. I demand to see nothing but a mass of flesh. I want them utterly obliterated." Yamaguchi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in the current situation. First, despite having ventured so far, they had yet to encounter a single formidable Pokémon. Furthermore, Sakamaki and Meowth's brazen demeanor left him bewildered. Clearly, they had driven Sakamaki and Meowth to a corner, yet it felt as though the tides had unexpectedly turned. Yamaguchi, a seasoned squad leader entrusted with significant responsibilities, silently stepped back, aware that something was off. Ari howled, "What is it that troubles you? Are you defying my orders?" Months of turmoil had undoubtedly warped Ari's perspective. Indeed, adolescence is a period most susceptible to transformation, easily influenced by external forces. Yamaguchi clenched his jaw, his gaze toward Ari tinged with impatience and even a hint of coldness. Ari felt a prickle of unease in his chest, but stubbornly commanded Yamaguchi, "What is the matter? Are you not concerned about Brother Ank's wrath? Do you still wish to retain your position in this squad?" Upon hearing this, Yamaguchi grew even more irritated. Allowing himself to shield this insufferable brat was one thing, yet this brat had the audacity to treat him as an underling. Compared to the calm and collected Sakamaki before him, he felt woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, it was not the time for confrontation. Yamaguchi scrutinized his surroundings, confirming the absence of immediate danger before instructing his subordinates, "Engage." The Team Rocket members swiftly commanded their Pokémon to attack, Yamaguchi doing the same. A cascade of dazzling assaults surged towards Sakamaki and Meowth. Should these attacks connect, Sakamaki, Beedrill, and Meowth would surely meet their doom. However, both Sakamaki and Meowth remained undaunted. Meowth was the first to act, unleashing a scratching move downward. Sakamaki promptly ordered Beedrill, use Fury attack on the ground. Though Beedrill did not fully grasp Sakamaki's intent, it complied without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds echoed against the stones, sending shards flying. To their astonishment, the massive boulder began to tremble. A colossal figure formed from the massive rocks twisted and turned, ultimately raising its head in a thunderous roar. After completing its maneuver, Meowth flashed a sly grin at Sakamaki and leapt downward with remarkable agility. Unbeknownst to anyone, it had stealthily severed the silken threads tethering it. Sakamaki felt the ground tremble beneath him. He nodded at Beedrill, who promptly whisked him aside. Boom! Boom! A series of attacks rained down upon the giant figure as it rose. The earth-shattering roar reverberated through the forest, sending waves of sound that sent Pokémon scattering in alarm. A faint haze enveloped the area as a colossal rock tail swung violently, dispersing the smoke with brute force. Out of the earth erupted a gigantic onyx, measuring over 10 meters in length. To make matters worse, this onyx was of senior rank. Awakening from slumber to find itself under assault would incite fury in anyone, and this onyx was no exception. Its eyes were bloodshot with rage as it turned to glare at Ari and Yamaguchi's squad. Compared to a solitary Meowth, Sakamaki, and Beedrill, the throng of Pokémon and 7 humans proved far more enticing. Sakamaki and Beedrill dared not make a sound in the air, fully aware that discovery by this onyx would spell certain doom. Upon sighting the onyx, Yamaguchi finally understood what had fell amiss. Was this not an utterly treacherous trap? He swiftly ordered a retreat, shouting to his subordinates, its senior rank. Fall back! Ari reacted the quickest, turning with his Pokémon to flee. Yamaguchi's frightened subordinates scrambled to escape as well. Yet the onyx would not grant them mercy. It reared back and unleashed a tremendous roar, its massive tail crashing down upon the ground. Boom! Boulders rained down from above, crushing their escape route. Rock Tomb. The sight left them paralyzed, their heads slowly turning to behold the furious onyx before them. With no other options left, they resolved to fight back rather than await their doom, hoping against hope to carve a path to survival. In a frenzied display, they pointed at the onyx, commanding their Pokémon, attack with all your might. Though terrified by the onyx's formidable power, the Pokémon obeyed their master's orders to the best of their abilities. Countless attacks surged towards the onyx. It coiled its body tightly, utilizing Harden to bolster its already formidable defenses, its form shimmering with a metallic sheen. Roar! The onyx bellowed once more, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath. The scorching breath descended upon the underleveled Pokémon, one after another, eliciting anguished cries. Flesh was seared away, leaving behind nothing but skeletal remains. The brutality of the scene was horrifying. A few battered and barely clinging to life, the Team Rocket members, now resembling mere skeletons, uttered their final curses. Curse Meowth! Curse Sakamaki! I condemn you to a fate without burial, your souls toyed with by ghostly Pokémon for eternity. Boom! The onyx lashed its thick tail, obliterating their frail bodies, scattering them like refuse. Yet, the onyx did not cease. It had spotted Ari and Yamaguchi fleeing. Those who had provoked its wrath would not be permitted to escape unscathed. With a roar, the onyx charged after Ari and Yamaguchi, demolishing trees in its path like a force of nature. As the sounds of destruction echoed behind them, Ari and Yamaguchi silently lamented their fate, cursing the wretched Sakamaki and Meowth. Chapter 71. Coerced Affection. Achoo! Achoo! The sound of 2 sneezes echoed through the silent ruins and piles of corpses. On the other side, there was the same sound from Meowth. Sakamaki exchanged glances with the Meowth opposite him, and in their eyes, mutual admiration was evident, intertwined with an unmistakable sense of rivalry. Boom! A muffled thunderclap sounded, akin to the firing of a starting gun. Sakamaki shouted to the Beedrill behind him, Beedrill. In an instant, Beedrill scooped up Sakamaki and darted towards the location where the onyx had just been. Seeing that Sakamaki had outpaced it and was indeed heading towards the former position of the onyx, Meowth felt a surge of urgency and hurried after him. The fallen Team Rocket members were unlikely to possess anything of value, and Sakaki had no interest in whatever scraps they may have had. However, the Onyx, being a seasoned rock and ground-type Pokémon, had no business lingering in the depths of the forest if not for some ulterior motive. Thus, its previous location surely held significance. As Sakaki made the first move, he arrived there ahead of the others. Without regard for fairness, he released Nidoking and Machoke. Pointing at the irate Meowth, he instructed, "You three just need to block it." Ding! Beedrill lightly tapped its stingers, its red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Machoke and Nidoking grinned, surrounding Meowth. Faced with the trio of Pokémon, Meowth could only emit furious growls. Sakaki, indifferent to Meowth's anger, leaped into the large pit left by the Onyx. The pit was filled with debris, bearing bite marks likely made by the Onyx itself. Upon landing, Sakaki sensed a powerful energy within. It emanated from the scattered stones, though it was not the primary source of energy. Closing his eyes, he concentrated with all his might to perceive the source of this energy. Soon, he discovered its origin. Ignoring the dirt, he began to dig with his dagger. After unearthing several half-eaten stones, a metallic ore emerged into view. This was the very source of energy within the pit. Sakaki frowned as a name flashed through his mind: metal membrane. This was likely a raw form of the metal membrane, and of quite good quality at that. No wonder the Onyx had lingered here. Should it consume this raw metal membrane, it might very well evolve into a Steelix, potentially elevating itself to gym leader status. Unfortunately, after gnawing for so long, it had only consumed the surrounding stones infused with the energy of the metal membrane, leaving the real treasure unattained. Now, having been robbed of its lair, the Onyx was left entirely bereft of its prize, a most unfortunate fate. Yet, the metal membrane? Sakaki had no Pokémon that could utilize it. Suddenly, a thought struck him: Beedrill. It dawned on him that Beedrill, being a bug type, could certainly benefit from this material. It made sense, didn't it? Beedrill's stingers had yet to reach their peak in hardness and sharpness. This addition could enhance its defenses and compensate for its weaknesses. When it mega-evolved, those formidable stingers would be terrifying. Even before that, it would significantly boost Beedrill's strength while providing additional energy. The only question remained: how to utilize it. Sakaki scoured the area once more, but besides the raw metal membrane, there was nothing else to be found. Indeed, there was little to expect from a stone-eating Onyx. Acquiring the metal membrane was already a stroke of luck. Looking up at the towering pit, Sakaki awkwardly called out, "You three, come down and catch me." At this moment, he had to rely on his trusty Pokémon. Buzzing, Beedrill flapped its wings and swiftly descended, scooping up Sakaki and rushing towards the ensnared Meowth. Clearly, Beedrill was not yet satiated, nor had it vented all its frustrations. Upon seeing Sakaki emerge from the pit, Meowth called out to him, "Meow." Though Sakaki could not decipher its words, he could guess its meaning. Was it asking what he had found? He waved the raw metal membrane in front of it in a display of mockery, signaling that this item held no value for Meowth. Meowth glanced at the raw metal membrane in Sakaki's hand, its eyes reflecting disdain. Indeed, it was of no use to it. Meowth preferred rounder treasures. It harbored no fears of Sakaki deceiving it. After all, creatures like Onyx were far more inclined toward such rocks and ores. Hope was futile. With a flick of its head, Meowth unleashed its coin snatch move, temporarily forcing Machoke and Nidoking back. It then distanced itself, clearly preparing to make its escape. Hiss! Beedrill hissed defiantly, shaking its stingers in a provocation. Meowth cast a dismissive glance at it, adopting an air of superiority, seemingly unconcerned with the brash insect, which only served to infuriate Beedrill further. Sakaki, however, was intrigued by Meowth. Its potential was remarkable, and as a seasoned cat lover, he spoke to Meowth with unexpected kindness. "Hey Meowth, would you be interested in becoming my Pokémon? Join me in exploring a broader world." The aura of the power of the earth slowly radiated from him. Meowth looked at Sakaki, puzzled, not anticipating such an offer, especially given the fervor in his gaze. Noticing that his words had failed to sway Meowth, Sakaki continued, "This mere forest is but a trivial corner of the world. Don't you crave treasure? Beyond this forest lies countless riches. If you join me, you might witness a far grander realm and uncover innumerable treasures." Under Sakaki's enticing description, Meowth found itself drifting into fanciful thoughts. After all, it had grown weary of the confines of the forest. Every Pokémon yearned to glimpse the wider world. Meow. The allure of Sakaki's proposition had indeed tugged at Meowth's heart. Sakaki smiled. If you wish, I can challenge you to a battle. Otherwise, I may have to forcefully take you with me. He raised his hand toward Meowth, clutching it gently, exuding an air of determination. I have set my sights on you, and even if I must seize you, I will. Meowth was taken aback by Sakaki's coercive affection. However, glancing into the depths of the forest, it shook its head in refusal of Sakaki's offer, though its body remained unmoved. Perhaps, deep down, it secretly anticipated that Sakaki would indeed compel it to join him. Chapter 72. Uninvited guest Sakamoto discerned Meow Meow's underlying intentions. Although the source of its anxiety eluded him, he was resolute in his decision regarding Meow Meow. As he spoke, "Go, Beedrill!" The creature stirred to action. However, Meow Meow emitted a fierce roar directed at Sakamoto's rear. Sakamoto's eyelids fluttered uncontrollably as he and his Pokémon hastily darted forward, swiftly pivoting to confront the source of the disturbance. What greeted their eyes was a formidable tri-attack Magneton, accompanied by a gaunt middle-aged man. The man scrutinized Sakamoto and Beedrill, retrieving 2 sheets of paper from his pocket. After a cursory comparison, he grinned maliciously, remarking, "That little brat and that useless one did not deceive me. It is indeed you. What splendid fortune to have located 2 of you." His words, laced with insidious intent, belied an air of casualness. Curiously, he donned the uniform of Team Rocket. Ripping apart the document containing Sakamoto's information, he flashed a grin. "Allow me to introduce myself, Lord Sakamoto. I am Gale, dispatched to take your life." Malevolence and murderous intent surged toward Sakamoto. The latter, confronted by Gale and the intimidating Magneton, felt his heart race uncontrollably under the weight of the imminent threat. Narrowing his pupils, he managed to utter a single word: "Run." Without hesitation, Beedrill, Nidorino, and even Meow Meow turned on their heels, fleeing into the depths of the forest. Gale chuckled, clapping his hands, seemingly unfazed by Sakamoto's retreat. "Run? I am most eager to see how far you can escape." Magneton levitated slightly, its aura intensifying. This was a gym leader-level threat. Beyond the 3 commanding officers of Team Rocket, other gym-level adversaries existed. Electric energy surged through Magneton, forming flickering arcs of electricity. With a crescendo, the arcs converged into a colossal bolt of lightning. Boom! The electric attack unleashed, striking the ground and relentlessly pursuing Sakamoto and his companions. The earth fractured beneath the onslaught, revealing deep rifts. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Sakamoto as he frantically activated his signal device. This was not a summons for Xian to meet his demise. Rather, upon witnessing the lightning and realizing its source lay deep within the Tokiwa forest, he feared something dire had transpired. However, despite his desperate attempts, the device proved useless. The recently unleashed electromagnetic waves had disrupted the local magnetic field, rendering the signal device ineffective. A bead of sweat trickled down Sakamoto's forehead as he internally cursed Rue and Yamaguchi. Those 2 were truly insufferable. Yet, both Gale's ominous words and the silence of the once menacing Onyx indicated that those 2 had likely met their fate. Gale possessed audacity. It appeared that previous ambushes by Johnny and his fellow captains were merely appetizers. The true feast awaited them here. Eidos was indeed treacherous. Only he could train subordinates of such gym-level prowess, sent to assassinate Sakamoto and his team. Previously, he had belittled Sakamoto, yet now he sought to eliminate them preemptively. However, Eidos, by nature a villain, was capricious. Believing in his words was a path to oblivion. Moments earlier, while Sakamoto stealthily approached Onyx's lair in search of treasure, Rue and Yamaguchi were fleeing in terror from the relentless Onyx. Rue, drenched in sweat, chastised Yamaguchi. "You fool, why don't you intercept it? Where's your Onyx? You can die, but I cannot." Yamaguchi shot a cold glance at Rue. "Shut your mouth. If you wish to avoid my wrath, Keep your insolent tongue in check. You think you hold any significance? Arue was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yamaguchi's sudden shift in demeanor. Acknowledging Yamaguchi's superior strength, he refrained from making a reckless move. His expression soured as he threatened. "Aren't you afraid I'll report you to Brother Anchor?" "Report?" Yamaguchi scoffed. "You are still such a child." Upon noticing the distant Onyx, his respect evaporated. Coldly, he advised Arue, "First, ensure your survival." In disbelief, Arue watched as Yamaguchi kicked him to the ground before hastily advancing toward Onyx. "How about it, my lord?" Onyx trembled, glancing skyward. Following its gaze, Yamaguchi spotted the descending magneton, along with Gale perched atop. Excitedly, he greeted, "So, it is Lord Gale. What a surprise to see you here." Magneton descended slowly, causing the previously pursuing Onyx to halt, now wary of the new arrivals. Arue, fortunate to have survived a moment longer, soon recalled that it was supposedly immune to electric attacks. After all, it wasn't a foolish creature like a certain overpowered Pikachu. Why then could it not retaliate? Gym-level Pokémon were not invulnerable. With a roar, Onyx charged forward. "Foolish creature, do you truly believe I lack a water-type Pokémon?" Gale retorted, tossing out a Pokeball that released a formidable Psyduck. Though not at gym level, it was indeed a seasoned contender. Gale commanded, "Eliminate it, Psyduck." Hydro Pump. Upon Psyduck's emergence, Onyx sensed imminent danger and attempted to burrow underground. However, Psyduck's movements were lightning quick. Inflating its cheeks, Psyduck unleashed a tremendous torrent of water. The deluge struck Onyx, eliciting a piercing cry of agony. Had it not regularly consumed minerals infused with metallic energy, this assault might have proven fatal. Psyduck's follow-up attack came swiftly, a water gun barrage. Boom! Onyx's massive form collapsed, emitting a mournful wail, its eyes swirling as it lay defeated on the ground. A seasoned specimen could fetch a handsome price. Displaying frugality, Gale refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, he tossed a Pokeball to capture the incapacitated Onyx. The ball trembled on the ground before emitting a confirming beep, signifying Gale's successful acquisition. Chapter 73. A corner of the world after the effortless defeat of the Onyx by Golduck, a flicker of envy appeared in Yamaguchi's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. He flattered Gala, saying, "You possess remarkable skills, as expected of you." Gala, however, remained indifferent, remarking that it was merely a wild Pokémon, not worthy of such praise. He then turned his gaze towards the spot where Arai was, observing him pulling out a paper detailing Arai's information. After a careful comparison, he inquired of Yamaguchi, "Is it him?" Yamaguchi nodded vigorously, confirming, "Indeed, it is he. Ank, that fool, instructed me to protect him, intending to control him once he becomes the victor." Little did they know, every move he made was under the watchful eye of Lord Eidos. Gala gently tore the document, dismissing the individual as someone who wouldn't last long, merely possessing some utility for the present. On the other side, Arai, witnessing the demise of Onyx, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He struggled to rise from the ground, exhaling heavily. Unaware of the conversation between Gala and Yamaguchi, he merely noticed Gala, donned in Team Rocket attire, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I will remember this day and repay you in the future." He had subdued his demeanor, refraining from addressing the earlier incident with Yamaguchi, yet deep within him simmered a profound resentment and fury. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on Yamaguchi. However, he soon caught a glimpse of mockery in Yamaguchi's eyes. Yamaguchi sneered, "Rescue you? Poor little brat. You truly are deluding yourself." Arai felt a twinge of unease, instinctively gripping the Pokeball at his waist. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by a sharp pain in his neck, leading to a disorienting whirl. The sensation of the Pokeball slipped from his grasp, as if his body were entirely numb. He then beheld Golduck, shaking the blood from its claws, and the familiar headless body crumpled on the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. Ultimately, he was engulfed in an endless darkness. Arai perished, his demise abrupt and inconsequential. Despite being a rival to Sakamaki and possessing the potential to ascend as the leader of Team Rocket. This was the grim reality, a shadowy corner of the world. Regardless of who one was, lacking fortune and making a misstep could lead to an irrevocable fall into the abyss. Arise simply lacked both luck and strength, leading to his downfall on this unfulfilled path. Even if he had miraculously survived and risen to lead Team Rocket, given his current temperament, he would merely become a pawn in Ank's hands, nothing more than a coerced sovereign. Golduck spat, cleansing its claws of the blood, then retrieved the Pokeball from Arai's lifeless body, swiftly approaching Gala to hand it over. Under Yamaguchi's envious gaze, Gala locked the Pokeball containing Arai's Squirtle at his waist. The starter Pokemon are not meant to be wasted on such a child. Only through my nurturing can they flourish in greater futures. Wouldn't you agree? Yamaguchi, filled with envy and desire, understood the boundaries of what should and should not be pursued. Indeed, Lord Gala, you're absolutely correct. The starters would only be squandered in the hands of such a child. Only you possess the capability. Gala chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes slightly as he addressed Yamaguchi. You performed admirably this time. Your role in eliminating this brat deserves recognition. Gala's laughter rang out, yet his narrowed eyes grew colder. You are indeed clever, and your eloquence is commendable. Your future is bright. Yamaguchi quickly lowered his head, attributing his success to Gala and the Lord's guidance. Suddenly, a thought of Sakamaki crossed his mind, another credit to his name. Though he would have to concede the lion's share of the credit, earning goodwill with Gala was still worthwhile. He hastily continued, by the way, Lord Gala, that brat named Sakamaki was also involved in this operation. The Onyx was his doing. I nearly fell victim to his schemes. Gala's eyes glimmered. Is that so? This is indeed a significant achievement. That brat is within our grasp? Yamaguchi eagerly replied, yes, I will take you to him. No need for trouble. Gala shook his head as the magneton beside him floated forward, playfully regarding Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi instinctively took a few steps back, nervously stammering. What do you mean, Lord Gala? Gala grinned widely, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. You are far too clever. It has awakened a hint of apprehension in me. Yamaguchi's eyelids fluttered anxiously as he desperately hoped to dissuade Gala from any ill intentions. My lord, that is not the case. We are all loyal to Lord Eidos. There is no threat here. You are destined to be Lord Eidos' right hand. I am merely a pawn. Lord Eidos cherishes his subordinates. Have you forgotten? Yet Gala showed no signs of relinquishing his thoughts, coldly stating to Yamaguchi, have you never considered that without Lord Eidos' consent, would I dare to take your life? Yamaguchi was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. Impossible. Lord Eidos. Know why? Gala chuckled, gesturing towards Arai's corpse. Fool. Someone must bear the responsibility. You are that chosen one. From a very beginning, your fate was sealed. He advanced menacingly, ensuring that the boss's wrath would shift towards Ank, that worthless fool. Yamaguchi cried out in desperation. I can cast blame on Ank. I can do it. No. Gala shook his head. You must understand, no one can lie before the boss. So only the dead may escape this fate. The color drained from Yamaguchi's face as the realization dawned on him. He was doomed. He felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. He had thought he had grasped a golden opportunity, finally able to ascend to the coveted position he had long desired. Yet in the end, all he faced was death for taking such a perilous risk. He felt a surge of defiance, roaring, I refuse to accept this. In an instant, a flash of lightning struck, leaving only charred remnants where Yamaguchi once stood. His body disintegrated into a pile of ash. The Onyx met the same fate, captured by Gala's new Pokeball, likely to be sold off together. Gala also retrieved Golduck, leaping lightly onto the magneton, directing it to swiftly navigate the path Arai and the Onyx had traversed. Chapter 74, at a dead end. What to do? Bamboo was drenched in sweat, his mind racing for solution. The surrounding electric energy relentlessly assaulted him, causing sharp stings throughout his body. This was the first time he felt utterly helpless, as the pursuing Jala was overwhelmingly powerful. His only hope now rested on Meow Meow, trusting that within the depths of the Token Forest, there existed stronger Pokémon. He turned to the fleeing Meow Meow and inquired, Meow Meow, are there any beings in the forest stronger than that tri-attack Magneton? Meow Meow lifted its head, deep in thought, appearing quite troubled. Bamboo sensed that Meow Meow likely knew of such a Pokémon, yet seemed reluctant to confront it. However, under the current circumstances, hesitation was not an option. They were in grave danger. Meow Meow, this is not the time for doubt. If that creature catches up to us, we might be finished. Meow Meow, visibly conflicted, ultimately realized there was no alternative. With a low growl, it shook its head in a particular direction. Hope ignited in Bamboo's eyes as he immediately followed Meow Meow, sprinting towards that direction. Behind him, Jala sneered, quite the escape artist. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the tri-attack Magneton. Magneton, unleash a discharge. At Jala's command, the electric energy surrounding the Magneton surged once more. A golden light flickering as arcs of electricity shot forth at astonishing speed, aiming directly for Bamboo. Crack! Nidoking caught sight of the electric arc and, in a desperate rush, collided with Bamboo, knocking him to the ground. Although Bamboo fell heavily, he narrowly avoided a fatal strike. The faint current grazed him, leaving a charred mark on his thigh. The pain searing through him like fire, nearly rendering him unconscious. While Nidoking saved Bamboo from the attack, it was struck by a current itself, letting out a pained cry as it was nearly electrocuted into oblivion. The intense agony coursed through its body, but thanks to the ground energy it had begun to absorb, it survived, albeit severely injured and dazed. The attack's area of effect was considerable, affecting even Beedrill and Mac Hop, who sustained minor injuries. Bamboo struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his thigh caused him to collapse once more. Beedrill and Mac Hop quickly halted and turned back to help lift him. Only the wounded Bamboo and the injured Pokémon remained in the clearing. Seeing this, Jala's lips curled into a smug smile as he approached, filled with disdain. Thought you could escape far? He turned to the Magneton, preparing to issue the final command for the attack. Bamboo, mustering his strength, struggled to his feet and asked, wait. Before I die, can you satisfy my curiosity? Whose side are you on? Jala let out a cold laugh. You little brat, trying to stall for time? Don't bother. My superior has instructed me to be wary of you, to watch out for your tricks. Bamboo chuckled softly. Even if you don't say, I can guess. Your superior must be Eidos. With a sweeping gesture, Jala replied, so what if you know? You still have to die. Eliminate him, Magneton. Don't let him speak another word. The Magneton's electric energy surged violently, seemingly poised to eradicate both Bamboo and his Pokémon in one fell swoop. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the forest, shaking the trees and even causing Jala to furrow his brow. Emerging from the shadows was a robust, lustrous feline, radiating an aura of formidable energy, clearly extraordinary. Beside it was Meow Meow, now appearing emboldened, its head held high. Could it be the mighty cat? A quasi-king level? Jala squinted, clearly unprepared for such a powerful wild Pokémon in the Token Forest. Yet, he quickly dismissed it with a derisive laugh. What did it matter if it was quasi-king level? It was still a wild Pokémon. With a flick of his hand, he summoned several seasoned Pokémon, revealing a formidable lineup of 6 or 7. Jala, it seemed, indeed possessed some strength. Bamboo, however, was astonished that Meow Meow's ally was a quasi-king level mighty cat. This explained much. The Token Forest was truly enigmatic, harboring such powerful beings. What of king level, champion level, or even legendary Pokémon? Bamboo shook his head. Although he longed for legendary creatures, he was not yet strong enough. Besides, his Beedrill was no weakling. Battling level 1 legends would soon become commonplace for him. Returning to the present, the mighty cat faced the arrogant Jala with a disdainful growl, meow. It then flicked its head towards Meow Meow, who promptly leaped aside, playfully beckoning Bamboo and Beedrill to follow. Beedrill and Mac Hop quickly aided Bamboo, while the mighty cat, noting Bamboo's presence, saw only a mere human child who had earned Meow Meow's affection, radiating a friendly aura, and thus refrained from attacking him. Initially, Jala had commanded the Magneton to strike Bamboo, intending to eliminate him first but the mighty cat effortlessly intercepted the Magneton's attack. He now regretted having spoken too much to Bamboo. He should have dealt with him immediately to avoid this predicament. In a swift moment, the mighty cat, the quasi-king level sovereign of the Token Forest, was far beyond Giala's expectations. With a sudden burst of speed, it closed in on the Magneton, its eyes glimmering with cunning. Leaping fiercely, it unleashed its treasure-gathering technique, golden light coalescing between its claws, unleashing a barrage of massive gold coins that came crashing down upon the Magneton. The Magneton, quick to react, attempted to counter with an electric attack, but the treasure-gathering technique effortlessly ignored the electricity, the golden rays piercing through the electric net. With a resounding crash, the Magneton was sent flying. Chapter 75. The Mighty Cat Leader Meow. The cat leader, unyielding in its demeanor, swiftly unleashed a cunning maneuver. A faint aura of energy enveloped its form, enhancing the ferocity of its forthcoming assaults. It leapt once more, this time employing the high-speed star technique. With countless golden specks shooting forth like a meteor shower towards the tri-element magnet, the latter was compelled to divert its attention to defend itself. This high-speed star was far more formidable than the one utilized by Meow Meow. The Beedrill observed with fervor, its blood boiling with the desire to join the fray. Had it not been for its lack of strength. Upon witnessing this, Gale's expression shifted, and he promptly commanded Psyduck to join the battle. Psyduck, robust in stature, emanated an intense aura of pressure as it entered the fray. With a fierce roar, water energy converged around it, readying itself for an attack. Gale bellowed, "Watertail!" Psyduck immediately swung its powerful tail, conjuring a torrent of water that surged forth like a tumultuous waterfall aimed directly at the cat leader. The cat leader deftly evaded, all the while retaliating with successive high-speed stars, the dazzling radiance weaving a net in the air that forced Psyduck to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the moment, the cat leader charged at the tri-element magnet, its claws slicing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, striking the creature's weak point with precision. The tri-element magnet faltered, its electrical energies destabilized, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. The cat leader's tail flicked, dark purple energy swirling around it, coalescing into a sphere, the wave of evil. This move contained immense power. Should it connect with the tri-element magnet, it would undoubtedly sustain severe damage. In a panic, Gale shouted to Psyduck and the other Pokémon. Psyduck used Disable. Psyduck's eyes glowed blue, instantaneously freezing the cat leader in place. Subsequently, a barrage of various attacks hurtled towards the cat leader, each formidable in its own right. Meow Meow, beside Sakamoto, voiced its concerns with a cry, "Meow." Observing this, Sakamoto urged Meow Meow to remain calm. "Do not worry. I can see that the cat leader has it under control." Indeed, as a quasi-legendary Pokémon, how could the cat leader be restrained by a season-level creature? With a mere exertion of its strength, it effortlessly broke free from Psyduck's grip. Boom! The attacks rained down, raising clouds of dust. Gale sneered, "Let's see if you survive this." Meow Meow, in a fit of urgency, nearly lunged at Sakamoto in desperation. Sakamoto, with his heightened perception, reassured Meow Meow, "Have faith. Do you not trust the cat leader?" Meow Meow paused at his words. As the dust settled, a massive crater remained on the ground. In a last-ditch effort, the cat leader had employed the dig technique, narrowly evading the onslaught of attacks. Gale's face soured as he exclaimed, "This is impossible." Suddenly, the cat leader darted out from the side, capturing the attention of several Pokémon in an instant. Meow! At that moment, the cat leader unleashed its hypnosis. Its hypnosis was far superior to that of Meow Meow, enveloping the nearby Pokémon in a potent wave of drowsiness, causing them to slump into a deep slumber. The cat leader turned its gaze mockingly towards Gale, its tail swishing as the wave of evil hurtled towards him. In the wild, Pokémon do not abide by the rules of combat. Attacking trainers is not uncommon. If the Pokémon were evenly matched, Sakamoto too would engage the trainer directly, for eliminating the trainer would render the opposing Pokémon nearly helpless. As Gale faced imminent peril, the battered tri-element magnet rushed forward, shielding Gale from harm. With a resounding crash, the severely injured tri-element magnet was sent flying, crashing to the ground, completely incapacitated. The surrounding magnetic field dissipated, and the signal device in Sakamoto's hand finally responded. Although the tri-element magnet had lost its fighting capability, the cat leader was relentless. Had it not been for Sakamoto diverting Gale's attention, Meow Meow might have met a grim fate. In a swift motion, the cat leader appeared beside the tri-element magnet, its sharp claws pressing down as it executed the Dark Strike technique. Bang! 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 3 successive blows rendered the tri-element magnet into a mere heap of scrap. Its 3 heads crushed. Thus fell a gym-level Pokémon. Gale's heart ached. The tri-element magnet had been a significant investment of resources bestowed upon him by Eidos, serving as his future ally. How could he not feel anguish for his fallen companion? My tri-element magnet. Before he could mourn, a chill crept down his spine, accompanied by a wave of warmth at the nape of his neck. Turning his head stiffly, he was met with the gaping maw of the cat leader. With a crisp snap, Gale's neck was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth from the wound, pooling on the ground. His body went limp, and after being tossed aside like refuse, his eyes glazed over with despair, his body convulsing in its final throes. Though it was evident from the droop of his head that he had already perished, the phrase "killers are invariably hunted" resonated with Sakamoto, should that day ever arrive. He would accept it with composure. Observing Gale's demise, Sakamoto cast a glance at Meow Meow, realizing that they had both learned from the cat leader. After dispatching Gale, the cat leader leisurely proceeded to eliminate the Pokémon it had put to sleep. For wild Pokémon, those captured by trainers are deemed traitors, and their hostility towards such creatures runs deep. There was no chance of mercy. Moreover, it devoured the organs infused with the most energy from these Pokémon. Bloodied and gruesome, it appeared quite macabre as it feasted, its eyes occasionally glancing towards Sakamoto, sending shivers down his spine and soaking his back with sweat. He dare not move. The cat leader delicately licked the blood from its lips before sauntering towards Sakamoto. Meow Meow joyfully rushed towards the cat leader, only to be swatted aside by its tail. Although Beedrill and Machoke quivered in fear, they steadfastly positioned themselves in front of Sakamoto, showing no signs of retreat. Noticing the flicker of impatience in the cat leader's eyes, Sakamoto quickly instructed them, "Stand down." Beedrill and Machoke hesitated, but reluctantly complied, retreating to the side while keeping a vigilant watch on the cat leader, ready to defend at a moment's notice. Chapter 76. Full Acceptance Before Sakamaki. The seemingly modest figure of the cat lord loomed like a terrifying giant beast. This was the Near King level, capable of annihilating towns and even small cities. Cold sweat trickled down Sakamaki's forehead as he desperately unleashed the power of Tokiwa, hoping it would serve some purpose. The cat lord gently nudged its nose towards him, sniffing twice, then let out a meow. Sakamaki forced a smile, his heart racing wildly within his chest, as if it might leap out at any moment. Fortunately, the cat lord did not eliminate him. After a few sniffs, it turned away and distanced itself from Sakamaki. He exhaled in relief, his erratic heartbeat gradually calming. This was an exhilarating thrill. The cat lord lightly padded back towards its original direction, but halted midway, letting out a low growl towards Meow Meow, who remained frozen in place. Meow Meow, torn between feelings, glanced at Sakamaki, then back at the cat lord, taking 2 steps back and calling out twice, "Meow Meow." Upon hearing Meow Meow's cries, the cat lord's fur bristled, its previously calm gaze now turning fierce once more. It turned to Sakamaki, its eyes filled with potent malice and primal instinct. A sense of dread washed over Sakamaki. Had he inadvertently touched its sensitive spot? The cat lord began to approach Sakamaki once more, realizing it was Meow Meow's fault for leading Sakamaki into danger. She hurriedly positioned herself in front of the cat lord's path, calling out repeatedly and shaking her head, as if to signal she would not leave. However, she could not dispel the cat lord's murderous intent towards Sakamaki. After all, her child had ventured out and nearly fallen victim to humans, and now she was expected to accompany this seemingly weak human. No one would be pleased with a blonde-haired figure attempting to abduct their offspring. The cat lord was even more resolute. It aimed to extinguish any lingering thoughts Meow Meow had and eliminate Sakamaki to prevent future troubles. With a swift swipe, it sent Meow Meow flying, then lunged at Sakaki. Just as he thought he had evaded Yamamoto and Ari, and even managed to dodge Gal, he found himself unable to escape the grasp of the Cat Lord. In that dire moment, a shadow leaped in from the side, tackling the Cat Lord to the ground effortlessly. The once formidable Cat Lord was now subdued with ease. Then, Asen rushed over, supporting the nearly collapsing Sakaki. "Are you all right?" Sakaki smiled faintly at Asen, grateful for his cleverness. "You signaled, and seeing you were deep in the forest, I suspected you might be in trouble, so I took the initiative." Sakaki patted Asen's shoulder in gratitude. "If we were to express thanks, you ought to acknowledge my contribution too." A slender figure emerged from Asen's direction, offering Sakaki a faint smile. Sakaki turned to Miyamoto, now accustomed to saying, "Having been saved by you so many times, I feel indebted. Perhaps when you have children, I shall repay you then." Miyamoto raised an eyebrow. "You little rascal, are you jesting with me?" Only after her arrival did Sakaki truly feel a sense of safety. This was the real assurance. With Miyamoto present, it was clear that the one who had subdued the Cat Lord was her king-level Houndoom, the only one capable of effortlessly subduing such a creature. Miyamoto surveyed the scene, glancing at Gal's lifeless body, along with the 3-in-1 Magneton and Psyduck, before speaking coolly. "Squad leader, gym level, veteran level, and near-king level Pokémon. You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. What could I do? It seems someone wanted me dead. I suspect that fellow named Ari is already gone." At this, Miyamoto's expression hardened. "Already dead?" Sakaki pointed at Gal's corpse. "Yes, it was likely that guy who did it. Unfortunately, I was the only one who heard him. That scoundrel. Utterly audacious." Miyamoto cursed, though whether she was referring to Gal or Eidos was uncertain. The Houndoom, firmly pinning the Cat Lord, turned its head to Miyamoto, barking as if inquiring how to deal with the Cat Lord. "A near-king level Cat Lord, you say? With some nurturing, it could potentially break through to king level." Miyamoto regarded the Cat Lord, retrieving a Pokeball from her waist, preparing to capture it. Just then, Meow Meow, who had been struck away, dashed forward, positioning itself before Miyamoto and hissing at Houndoom. Houndoom disdainfully exhaled a plume of flame from its nostrils, which landed at Meow Meow's feet, causing it to retreat in distress. However, it quickly steeled itself, disregarding the pain, rushing towards Houndoom to save its mother. The restrained Cat Lord, witnessing this, began to thrash violently, attempting to escape Houndoom's grip. Miyamoto stroked her flawless chin, momentarily casting aside her troubles. "How intriguing. Are they mother and child? Quite touching indeed. I suppose I shall capture them both." Such was the nature of the dark forces. Once they set their sights on something, they would seize it. Even Sakaki could not intervene. Had it not been for Miyamoto's timely arrival, he might have perished at the hands of the Cat Lord. However, he was still reluctant to part with Meow Meow. With a hint of resignation, Sakaki addressed Miyamoto. Miyamoto-san, I had my eye on this Meow Meow first." Miyamoto examined Sakaki, then Meow Meow, contemplating the possibility of nurturing it, and casually waved her hand. "Very well, you can have it. I lack the time to train it anyway." Sakaki nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." With a resounding thud, Houndoom collided with the Cat Lord's head, rendering it unconscious. Miyamoto tossed a Pokeball, effortlessly capturing the Cat Lord within. The ball shook a few times before the near-king level Cat Lord was easily subdued. Such was the power of strength. Upon witnessing the Cat Lord captured, Meow Meow panicked, rushing toward Miyamoto. Meow Meow. Yet, against the king-level Houndoom, it was no match. Houndoom swiftly positioned itself before Miyamoto, releasing a gust of hot air that sent Meow Meow tumbling backward. Had Sakaki not intended to capture Meow Meow, Houndoom could have dispatched it with minimal effort. Though Meow Meow was no opponent for Houndoom, its stubborn spirit shone through as it was willing to sacrifice everything to save its mother. It was simply too weak. The searing heat had already inflicted great pain upon it. Miyamoto looked down at the struggling Meow Meow, her voice cold and unyielding. "You are far too weak. If you wish to rescue the Cat Lord from my grasp, you must first grow strong enough." Chapter 77. Taming the Meow Meow. The Meow Meow lay on the ground, absorbing Miyamoto's heart-wrenching words its eyes brimming with reluctance. It rose and called out to Sakaki, "Meow, meow." Sakaki, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Do you mean to say that if you follow me, you can defeat her?" He broke free from Ashen and took a couple of steps toward Meow, meow. Then confidently declared, "As long as you and I put in enough effort, nothing is insurmountable." Miyamoto chuckled at Sakaki, who donned the Meow Meow mask, and at Meow Meow itself, saying, "Then I shall await the challenge from you two little kittens. Just don't keep me waiting too long." Together, Sakaki and Meow Meow voiced their assurance, "We won't." Meow. Sakaki turned to Meow Meow and asked, "Are you willing to become my Pokémon?" Meow Meow growled softly, preparing for battle. Sakaki waved his hand. Beedrill. Buzz. Beedrill rapidly flew over, facing Meow Meow, its stingers twitching with a palpable battle intent. Miyamoto reminded Sakaki, "Hurry up. There are some mysterious Pokémon deeper in the Tokiwa forest. If they show up, I might not be your match either." She then rummaged through Gal's remains, retrieving several Pokeballs and other items. She commanded Ashen to extract all useful parts from these Pokémon, as she had subordinates to reward. Hiss. Beedrill lightly tapped its stingers, its aura intensifying. Hiss. Meow Meow arched its back, fur bristling with wild energy. The atmosphere of battle was taut, ready to snap at any moment. Beedrill made the first move, its transparent wings buzzing, showcasing its speed advantage in the open space. It transformed into a golden blur, charging toward Meow Meow. Sakaki called out, "Flurry attack." Following Sakaki's command, Beedrill's assault came like a tempest, its stingers slicing through the air. Yet, Meow Meow displayed remarkable agility, twisting its body to narrowly evade the piercing strikes that could penetrate steel. Then, with a powerful leap, it clenched its claws, seemingly imbued with immense strength, and struck decisively at Beedrill's head. The surprise strike. This blow not only left Beedrill momentarily dazed, but also managed to gain a temporary control over it. However, Beedrill was not easily defeated. With a flap of its wings, it swiftly distanced itself from Meow Meow. Sakaki calmly commanded, "Toxic spikes." Beedrill's abdomen swelled with fierce toxic energy, and a torrent of venomous liquid shot toward Meow Meow. Faced with the sudden onslaught of toxins, Meow Meow's eyes flickered with seriousness, yet it did not retreat. Golden pentagrams streaked through the air like meteors, hurtling toward Beedrill at breakneck speed. But Beedrill and Sakaki were no strangers to battling Meow Meow, and they were well prepared. Rapid slash. Beedrill swiftly wielded its stingers, forming a dense defensive net in an attempt to knock down the high-speed stars one by one. However, the sheer density of the attack taxed Beedrill's strength. Though it blocked most of the stars, several still penetrated its defenses and struck its body. Hiss! Beedrill cried out, trembling slightly, yet it did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, the pain seemed to ignite its fighting spirit, making it even more ferocious. Meow Meow lunged at Beedrill, its claws glinting ominously, executing a malicious pursuit attack. Sakaki immediately ordered Beedrill, cross stingers, then hardened. Without hesitation, Beedrill crossed its sturdy stingers in front of itself, their surfaces gleaming like metal. Clang! Meow Meow's claws struck against them, sparking fiercely but failing to inflict any damage on Beedrill. In Beedrill's red compound eyes, a glimmer of provocation shone as its wings buzzed even more loudly. Meow Meow, infuriated, bared its teeth, yet its claws could not advance further. Seeing the close proximity, Sakaki wasted no time, shouting to Beedrill, "Poison needle." Beedrill's lower stingers rose, unleashing a flurry of toxic needles that sparkled with lethal venom. Meow Meow dared not take the hit. It hastily pushed against Beedrill's stingers, falling from the air just in time to evade the deadly onslaught, continuously dodging the poison needles. Observing the distance between Meow Meow and Beedrill widening, Sakaki gestured to Beedrill, "Finish it with the final move. Sharpen, then ensnare it with string shot, followed by malicious pursuit." Upon receiving Sakaki's directive, Beedrill's muscles tensed, its focus sharpening as if gathering strength for the impending attack. Sharpen. Meow Meow sensed the impending danger and immediately unleashed its coin shower technique. Golden coins flew toward Beedrill, but it flapped its wings, vanishing from sight, evading the coin shower before reappearing above Meow Meow. Beedrill quickly expelled resilient silk threads that, as if alive, wove into a vast net, swiftly descending upon Meow Meow. Upon realizing this, a flicker of panic crossed Meow Meow's eyes. It immediately attempted to leap away, but the speed of the silk threads proved too swift, ensnaring Meow Meow tightly in an instant. Meow Meow struggled to break free from the silk's grasp, but to no avail. Beedrill's silk was specially cultivated for resilience, far surpassing ordinary threads. Malicious pursuit. Sakaki's voice resonated coldly. Beedrill dove downward, its hardened stingers transforming into sharp blades, like two silver lightning bolts, poised to strike at the ensnared Meow Meow. The sheer intensity of Beedrill's intent to kill startled Meow Meow into closing its eyes, sensing an impending doom. However, the anticipated pain never came, prompting Meow Meow to slowly open its eyes. Before it stood Beedrill, retracting its offensive stance, and Sakaki, who approached to gently remove the silk entangling Meow Meow. Sakaki carefully produced a Pokeball and placed it in front of Meow Meow, saying, "I look forward to working together, Meow Meow." Meow Meow gazed at Sakaki and nudged the button on the Pokeball with its head. A flash of red light enveloped it, and it was drawn inside. Beep. Meow Meow. General type, male quality, deep green. Ability, Skill Master. Increases the power of weaker moves by 50. Level, 25. Height, 0. 49 meters. Weight, 15 kilograms. Moves, Surprise Strike, Faint Scratch, Coin Shower, Bite Provocation, Malicious Pursuit. High-Speed Stars. Inherited Move, Hypnosis. Chapter 78. The Sword and the Stone. Miyamoto did not hold back in his praise for Sakaki, remarking on his commendable strength, yet noted that to catch up to him, much effort was still required. Sakaki smiled faintly, retorting that Lord Miyamoto, too, must continue to strive, should he become complacent. Sakaki might indeed surpass him. Miyamoto patted the imposing horn of the nearby Houndoom and proceeded toward the forest's edge, casually admonishing Sakaki, "You boast quite boldly, young one. Had I not arrived, your fate would have been sealed." Sakaki withdrew his Beedrill and Mac Hoke, nodding at Ashen beside him before swiftly matching Miyamoto's stride. Unfazed by Miyamoto's taunts, Sakaki felt no disheartenment. After all, survival indicated his superiority, even if it was merely by fortune. Hearing Sakaki's words, Miyamoto smirked slightly, amused by the audacity of the young man. He then picked up the bloodied backpack belonging to Galena and coldly remarked, "You should comprehend that this trivial matter holds little weight against Eidos. Your solitary testimony cannot topple a cadre member." Sakaki scratched his head, his gaze icy. He understood that Eidos had indeed targeted the three of them, and it was evident that Sakaki had become a target for elimination. With an adversary now, vengeance was inevitable. Though he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts, the subtle aura of menace he exuded conveyed all that needed to be said. Miyamoto turned her head slightly, her expression complex. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. As they traversed the path, the overwhelming presence of Houndoom dissuaded any nearby Pokémon from daring to venture forth. Upon exiting, Miyamoto addressed Sakaki and Ashen. "Continue with your mission. I shall remain nearby. Should any unreasonable circumstances arise, I will intervene. However, if you fail to uphold your own standards, do not expect my assistance." Sakaki and Ashen nodded in agreement, yes. With the imminent threat diminished, capturing ordinary Pokémon posed no challenge to Sakaki and Ashen. As night deepened, Sakaki lay upon the soft bed, his eyes wide open, harboring a faint glimmer of contemplation within his dark irises. He murmured, "Eidos, mother, did you share your previous words with them? Are they all the same?" The scene shifted to Sakaki Rika's chamber. Exuding an aura of authority, Rika lounged on the sofa, her gaze drifting over the Pokeballs and bloodied backpack arranged on the table, softly musing, "Did one perish?" Across from her sat a composed Miyamoto, who remained silent for a moment before addressing Rika, "Boss." However, Rika interrupted her, coldly stating, "No need to elaborate. Your intuition serves you well." "I am fully aware." Miyamoto fell into silence, realizing it was merely a sharpening stone. But what of the sword? Would it be discarded if broken? Rika rested her chin on her hand and waved dismissively at the silent Miyamoto. "Enough pondering. Simply know that you are my most trusted ally." "Understood." Miyamoto rose slowly and exited the room. Upon opening the door, she encountered Eidos waiting outside. Noticing Miyamoto's demeanor, Eidos inquired with concern, "Miyamoto, what troubles you?" "What could possibly trouble me? I am quite well, unlike you, who resorts to underhanded tactics." Eidos chuckled lightly. "What a peculiar accusation. I have done nothing. It is merely that my subordinates tend to overthink and act excessively." Miyamoto scoffed. "Your words are your own. Speak as you wish." With that, she attempted to leave. Eidos called after her, "If you're feeling discontent, I can accompany you for practice later to help you vent." Miyamoto paused momentarily before walking away. Eidos shook his head gently, turned, and knocked on the door to Rika's room. "Boss, you summoned me?" The following morning, with Ashin gathering various intelligence daily, Sakaki was well informed of the situation. After Ashin concluded his report, he curiously asked, "Boss, has Eidos been dismissed?" Sakaki smiled nonchalantly. "Then we must hasten our strength. As my future cadre, you cannot afford to lag behind." Ashin nodded vigorously, clenching his fists. "I will strive to do my utmost." Sakaki offered a faint smile and gently patted Ashin's shoulder. "I am fully confident in you." "Yes." Ashin felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, his fervor igniting every fiber of his being. After capturing Meowth in the Tokiwa forest, Sakaki finally had 4 Pokémon under his command. Although all were at intermediate levels, both Beedrill and Meowth possessed the capacity to compete against and even defeat advanced-level opponents. Their potential was the highest, and a breakthrough to advanced levels would certainly emerge between the two. Due to the circumstances surrounding Cat King's capture by Miyamoto, Meowth was now filled with fervor, training tirelessly to grow stronger. This was indeed a positive development. While typical trainers might worry about exhausting their Pokémon's potential, Sakaki, benefiting from the Tokiwa power, had no such concerns. Instead, Meowth's enthusiasm inspired Nidoking, Machoke, and Beedrill, elevating their training efforts to new heights. To address the earlier challenges encountered in the Tokiwa forest, Beedrill engaged in obstacle training, guided by Meowth, who quickly found its rhythm. Meanwhile, Machoke and Nidoking focused on honing their physical prowess, as they lacked overall strength. Sakaki gradually approached them, calling out, "All right, take a break." He strolled over to the tirelessly training Meowth, placed his hand on its fluffy fur, and tenderly said, "Do not overexert yourself. We will strive together." Chapter 79. The Spirit of Scientific Inquiry. Due to the previous insistence on giving Meow Meow a bath, its fur is now fluffy, soft, smooth, and pleasantly fragrant, much to Sakaki's delight. However, this evident favoritism has sparked dissatisfaction among the other 3 little creatures. Sakaki, endowed with the power of Tokiwa, can sense their thoughts and quickly offers a sheepish smile, halting his actions. After all, he is a devoted cat servant. Having finally acquired a kitten, he cannot resist the urge to indulge it. After restoring Meow Meow's stamina, Sakaki proceeded to rejuvenate the vitality of the Beedrill and Nidoking one by one. Managing 4 Pokémon at once truly drained Sakaki's energy. Fortunately, his relentless training has transformed his physique, which is now far superior to what it once was and continues to improve. Who knows, perhaps he might eventually rival the likes of a super rookie, capable of engaging in close combat with Pokémon. There are aspects of training that the Machoke can guide Sakaki on, as it possesses an innate sensitivity to such matters. Being a fighting-type Pokémon, in the realm of martial arts literature from his past life, prowess and strength would be the hallmark of a martial genius. Although today's training has concluded, there are still matters to address. Sakaki slowly extracted the raw stone of the metallic membrane, gesturing to Beedrill. "Go ahead." Beedrill, somewhat puzzled, approached without correcting Sakaki's pronunciation. Sakaki instructed, "Raise your stingers." Though Beedrill did not comprehend Sakaki's intentions, it obediently lifted its stingers. Sakaki carefully placed the raw stone of the metallic membrane atop Beedrill's stingers and concentrated, channeling his Tokiwa power to sense the energy fluctuations. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brows and lightly rubbed the raw stone against Beedrill's stinger. Ineffective? Could it be that I miscalculated? Or perhaps it must be processed into a metallic membrane first. Just as Sakaki pondered, Beedrill realized his intention. It deftly lifted its stingers, causing the raw stone to soar into the air, and with a swift bite, swallowed the metallic membrane raw, akin to a Gyarados. Indeed, normal Pokémon do require consumption to gain strength, and despite its difficulty, Beedrill managed to ingest it. Meow Meow and Machoke observed Beedrill's actions with disdain, while Nidoking drooled. As it too possessed ground-type energy and could potentially benefit from the metallic membrane raw stone. Ignoring the trio, Sakaki inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Beedrill gently patted its abdomen and nodded in affirmation. Sakaki placed his hand on Beedrill's belly, closing his eyes to slowly attune to its energy. With the activation of Tokiwa power, he soon detected the metallic membrane raw stone within Beedrill's abdomen, sensing the energy dispersing throughout its body, notably converging towards its two stingers and tail stinger. This confirmed its efficacy. Perhaps serendipity had favored him? Surprised, Sakaki touched his face, recognizing that a true researcher must embody an innovative spirit and daring imagination. At this moment, he was entirely capable of becoming a distinguished researcher, possibly even surpassing Professor Oak. After all, he possessed knowledge of many undiscovered studies, such as the variations of EV, Sunshine EV, and Moonlight EV. Not to mention his extensive understanding of evolution stones and items like the Mega Stone, which pertain to Steelix and Scyther. He was also aware of concepts like communication evolution and intimate value enhancement, with no literature to substantiate them. Moreover, he held insights into the concept of Pokeballs and the enigmatic legendary Pokémon. He had become a mobile repository of knowledge. However, due to his insufficient strength and research status, any indiscriminate publication of his findings would merely serve others' interests. Undoubtedly, such occurrences transpired in both his past life and the Pokémon world. It would take years to bring these studies to fruition. Thus, Sakaki needed to ascend in power swiftly, attaining an influence that could not be easily swayed by others. The idea of becoming a leader of a nefarious organization while simultaneously being the most formidable and esteemed researcher in the Pokémon realm was indeed intriguing. Of course, before making any public declarations, Sakaki would ensure to thoroughly exploit all resources, cultivating a wave of such Pokémon for Team Rocket, including evolution stones and megastones. He felt a twinge of guilt towards the Zubats, knowing that once he had developed Team Rocket, he would undoubtedly seize a share of their assets. He hoped that by then, Daigo and his father would not be left in despair. Setting aside these unrealistic notions, Sakaki smiled at Beedrill. "Take your time to absorb it. I will assist you further when evening comes." Beedrill nodded, seemingly unconcerned, but turned to Meow Meow with an air of superiority, as if asserting, "I am the favored one." Meow Meow scoffed at Beedrill, too lazy to act, but thought it could easily teach Beedrill a lesson in humility. With Beedrill having acquired treasure, the next resource was undoubtedly destined for Machoke. It anticipated a significant level increase, and given its already high aptitude, it could potentially rise even further. Once Sakaki prepared the necessary resources for its evolution into a Machamp, it would undoubtedly experience remarkable growth. In terms of aptitude, Machoke indeed possessed high potential. Had Beedrill not participated in the Bug King program and subsequently elevated its own aptitude, there would be no comparison. Time once again elapsed. A week later, after submitting an application, the resources designated for Machoke arrived, accompanied by the familiar young man and his quirky feline companion. The resources and treasures for fighting types are quite unique, as they primarily enhance physical strength, rendering resources from other types somewhat superfluous. If possible, they could consume ample amounts of Pokémon meat to fortify their bodies and become stronger. The resources Sakaki received were specially selected by Hela. This treasure was a fragment of a flame orb. However, the power contained within was ample for Mashoki's needs. The young man informed the dazed Sakaki, "Please sign here." Hela mentioned she would like to chat with you when you have the time. Sakaki, recalling the enchanting Hela, smiled sheepishly, understood. I will visit when I can. Chapter 80. The Strengthening Spirits and the Fragments of the Flame Orb. Sakaki murmured a few words, then realized why Hera had chosen this resource for him. Under the burn status, the tenacity characteristic of Wanli would manifest. As for why it was merely a fragment, it was because Sakaki was not yet capable of acquiring superior resources. Furthermore, Wanli's level was insufficient. Using a complete flame orb would likely result in its demise. At present, this fragment sufficed. Sakaki gently placed the box before Wanli, urging it to take it. The taciturn Wanli nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a soft thank you before cradling the fragment in its palm. The searing fragment scorched its hand, producing a sizzling sound. Yet it did not relinquish its grip until the tenacity characteristic was activated, enhancing its muscular vitality. It then turned and commenced training, yearning for greater strength. Whether it was Beedrill or Meowth, it found itself outmatched. Even the Nidoking it had previously dominated had now surpassed it, a reality it could not accept. It shared the same fierce ambition as Beedrill. Despite being drenched in sweat, it pressed on relentlessly. Sakaki could only sigh softly, knowing Wanli's determination. However, with the resources at hand, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed its current self. Taking a deep breath, Sakaki began to run across the expansive training ground. He, too, sought to grow stronger, willing to endure any transformation to become the mightiest. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months elapsed. During this period, Sakaki accompanied Ash and the others on 2 missions, albeit only 2 E-rank tasks, in the familiar training ground, which had now become Sakaki's private domain, a privilege he had earned. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. More than half a year had elapsed since his accidental arrival, and after consuming a substantial amount of nutrition, engaging in rigorous training, and enhancing his strength through the power of Tokiwa, Sakaki had transformed from a frail youth into a robust figure standing at 175 meters, his body now defined with sharp contours and muscles brimming with explosive power. This starkly contrasted with his previous form. His hair remained cropped close, freshly shaved, and his countenance bore a more resolute expression, with finely shaped eyebrows and a piercing gaze reminiscent of a hawk, laced with a hint of lethal intent. All complemented by the standard Black Team Rocket uniform. He was the very epitome of a villain. Sakaki tossed the towel aside, clenched his fists, and assessed the vigor coursing through his body. Given the right tools, he now possessed the capability to vanquish a spirit of level 20 or below. He glanced upward, spotting a golden figure soaring through the training ground. After darting in one direction, it executed a swift turn, appearing in another location in mere moments, showcasing a rapid return maneuver. This was Beedrill, having learned of its shortcomings after months of battling Meowth. Through relentless training, it had inadvertently mastered this technique. While not as swift as high-speed movements, it was adequate for its needs. Beedrill's twin stingers struck a target, cleaving it into multiple pieces. Suddenly, several dazzling golden stars hurtled toward it, a high-speed star attack capable of piercing metal. Faced with this unexpected assault, Beedrill showed no inclination to evade. It simply raised its stingers to block the incoming projectiles. The sound of clashing echoed, just a few crisp notes as the powerful attack was effortlessly deflected. Upon inspection, Beedrill's stingers bore no scratches, instead shimmering with a metallic luster. The enhancement from the metallic film allowed Beedrill to break through the defenses of a senior Onyx when it unleashed its full strength. During these 3 months, thanks to Beedrill's innate talent, Sakaki's Tokiwa power, daily nourishment, and the energy provided by the metallic film, Beedrill's aptitude had risen to a light blue hue, and its level surged by 6, now reaching 32 and advancing to a higher tier. It had also learned the moves Toxic Spikes and Pin Missile. Defeating a senior opponent was no challenge for Beedrill at this stage. It lightly tapped its stingers together, producing a metallic clang, and let out a cry toward the ground. Screech. Following Beedrill's gaze, one could see a pale yellow fur ball Meowth. The high-speed star attack had originated from it. Logically, 3 months should have sufficed for Meowth to evolve from level 25 to level 28. However, due to its prior squandered aptitude, it had only just been refined and promoted to blue. Sakamaki had continually urged it to restrain itself, resulting in Meowth remaining at level 27. Additionally, Sakamaki believed that senior resources were unworthy of Meowth, fearing that an evolution might waste its potential. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma, inadvertently delaying Meowth's evolution. With the backing of a quasi-champion level Persian, acquiring the resources for Meowth's evolution should have been a trivial matter. Yet, with Sakamaki's current lack of strength, he could only make do, postponing Meowth's evolution until he possessed the requisite resources. In another corner of the training ground, Nidoking and Wanli engaged in a friendly sparring session. Nidoking, initially sporting a cheerful demeanor while observing Wanli, who bore several poison thorns, soon found its expression stiffening upon realizing that Wanli displayed no signs of retreat. Instead, it grew increasingly fierce. With a perplexed Nidoking was taken aback. Suddenly, bolstered by its newfound strength, Wanli executed a kick that sent Nidoking sprawling. Slowly rising from the ground, Nidoking felt irritable, its mind racing with thoughts of Wanli's characteristic. Wanli beckoned Nidoking, its fighting spirit unabated. Nidoking charged forth, executing a double kick. Over the past 3 months, while Nidoking had not surpassed Beedrill's progress, it had gained 4 levels, reaching 26 and learning the double kick move. In response to Nidoking's onslaught, Wanli adeptly evaded while seizing Nidoking's leg, utilizing a leverage throw to topple it. After acquiring the fragment of the flame orb and through its own diligence, Wanli had remarkably ascended 5 levels, also reaching 26, and had mastered the leverage throw technique. When it comes to hard work, fighting-type spirits truly exemplify dedication. Chapter 81. The Affable Ankh. Just as Sakamaki concluded his training and exited the training grounds, an incongruous voice pierced the air. Lord Sakamaki. Sakamaki raised an eyebrow, slightly turning to face the speaker, seemingly unperturbed. Captain Ankh? Indeed, the individual before him was none other than Captain Ankh, who had previously formed a rapport with REI. Despite his seemingly frail physique, he was a gym-level trainer of considerable strength. Upon hearing his name called by Sakamaki, Ankh's face lit up with delight, and he spoke amicably. It is truly an honor to be recognized by you, Lord Sakamaki. What brings you to seek me out? Sakamaki, however, did not let his guard down due to Ankh's congenial demeanor. After all, this old fox harbored countless ulterior motives. His words were a veiled warning. For under the orders of Sakamaki Rika, neither squad leaders nor captains were permitted to bother Sakamaki and his companions outside of official duties. Should Rika learn of any transgressions, severe consequences would surely follow. Ankh chuckled lightly. Having approached Sakamaki, he had clearly prepared his words. What could I possibly want? I merely happened to pass by and thought I might greet you. Everyone possesses a touch of cleverness, but whether Sakamaki chose to engage was entirely his prerogative. Sakamaki merely nodded, intending to depart. Oh, if that is the case, I shall take my leave then. Observing Sakamaki's evident desire to dismiss him, Ankh remained unperturbed and remarked, If you wish to leave, I wholeheartedly support your decision. However, there is something you might not be aware of. Sakamaki halted mid-stride. Ankh's face broke into a grin, a glimmer of triumph evident in his eyes. Sakamaki turned back, coolly inquiring, Go on. Ankh stepped closer, whispering, The imp vying for your position, known as Yadu, has established a connection with Captain Kawaii. They intend to find a suitable opportunity to eliminate you once and for all. A glint of malice flickered in Sakamaki's eyes, an aura of menace radiating from him. He coldly interrogated, How do you know this, Captain Ankh? Sakamaki's expression remained icy, his gaze filled with skepticism. And why would you divulge such information to me? In an effort to gain Sakamaki's trust, Ankh responded, You must be aware that I previously placed my bets on that imp named REI. Seeing Sakamaki's reaction, Ankh continued, That little brat met an untimely demise. He was of no further use. Sakamaki furrowed his brow. So you intend to treat me as you did REI? Ankh hastily shook his head. Absolutely not. You're not comparable to that child. We both know you are not easily manipulated, which is why we initially opted for the other two. This statement rang true. From any perspective, Sakamaki was not someone to be controlled. Thus, They chose to invest in the weaker REI and Yedu, believing they could genuinely dominate them. However, should Sakamaki rise to power, they would merely become his pawns. Sakamaki narrowed his eyes. Is that so? This is the first I have heard of it. Do you believe you can control me? Of course not. Aang quickly clarified, that is not my intention. Otherwise, I would not be sharing so much with you. He continued, in the realm of true power, competition is inevitable. I am no exception. I have already suffered setback, and now I must bear the risk. I understand Kawaii, just as he understands me. If Kawaii triumphs, I will undoubtedly find myself in peril hence. Sakamaki scrutinized Aang. So you wish to gamble once more? But be forewarned, I am not REI. You will gain little from me. Aang gritted his teeth. I am aware. I merely wish to survive. Should you truly possess sufficient strength, I will wholeheartedly refer to you as boss. A confident smile crossed Sakamaki's face, his aura swelling. That day was not far off. Aang's eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension as he produced a small box and presented it to Sakamaki. I know you have a Meowth ready for evolution, yet feel the resources are inadequate. I have prepared a small token as a gesture of sincerity. You are quite the investor, Sakamaki remarked. This time, he did not refuse the offering, nor did he question Aang's source of information. He simply accepted the box, recognizing his need for such resources and the temporary necessity of Aang's support. Your sincerity is acknowledged. Sakamaki gently tapped the box before expressing a modicum of confusion. However, I do have one query. Aang immediately adopted a listening posture. Please go on. Sakamaki stroked his chin. If I recall correctly, were you not previously in Eido's employ? Logically, you would be better off serving under Eido's. With Eido's, Aang replied, we are merely pawns waiting to be replaced. Once he ascends, our utility vanishes. He presumes we are oblivious. Yet if we were, why would we have made our choices as soon as the selections began? Moreover, he has disrupted all of my plans. Sakamaki mused. But should I decide to replace you as well? Aang clenched his fists, responding, then, at the very least, I would have time to prove my worth. I still hold value in your eyes. I am aware you treat loyal subordinates well. Sakamaki regarded him intently. Ah, it appears you have indeed conversed with Ashen. Aang did not conceal the truth. Indeed, it was I who sought out Brother Ashen. Sakamaki had suspected Aang's connection to Ashen the moment he mentioned Meowth, so he was not taken aback. As for Ashen's loyalty to Sakamaki, this was the territory of Team Rocket. It could be concealed for a day or two, but the truth would eventually surface. Sakamaki narrowed his eyes slightly, acknowledging Aang's initiative. Aang hastily added, yes, he is exceptionally loyal to you. Sakamaki began to stride toward his room. Come, let us go see my loyal subordinate. Aang sensed something amiss and rushed to explain himself. Yet, upon seeing Sakamaki's retreating figure, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon reaching the entrance to Sakamaki's room, Ashen was indeed standing patiently outside, awaiting his arrival. Chapter 82. The domineering Sakamaki within the confines of Sakamaki's room. He reclined on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, a visage of icy detachment. In his lap lay a visibly excited Meow Meow, his slender fingers gently stroking its head. Beside him, perched on another sofa, was the somewhat awkward Aang. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Ashen dropped to his knees in the center of the room, pressing his forehead firmly against the floor while presenting a box before him. Boss, it was my own decision. Please punish me, he implored. Boss. Aang mused inwardly, taken aback by the audacity of Ashen's words. However, when he turned his gaze towards Sakamaki, he was struck by a revelation, the enigmatic aura, the frigid gaze, and the familiar posture. At that moment, Sakamaki seemed to merge with Rika Sakamaki to an unknowing observer. They would undoubtedly appear to be mother and son, cast from the same mold. It became evident why the boss was so invested in him. As Lord Miyamoto had repeatedly come to his aid, and the notoriously unyielding Dr. Yashiki, known for his brusque demeanor in the infirmary, was rumored to have a cordial relationship with him. Additionally, there were whispers of Lady Hera personally selecting nurturing resources for him. Could it be? He dared not delve deeper into that thought. What was the boss's motive behind such efforts? Was it merely superfluous? And who was this man with such exceptional capabilities? If Rika Sakamaki knew that Aang was conjuring images of her having a child, he would likely find himself at a loss as to how he might meet his demise. After his mental frolic, Ank's gaze towards Sakamaki shifted subtly. Sakamaki, oblivious to Ank's imaginative wanderings, continued to look down at Ashen. While Ashen had indeed acted unilaterally, his intentions were noble. He had not concealed matters from Sakamaki for personal gain. Rather, he awaited outside Sakakaki's door, promptly acknowledging his wrongdoing without retaining any of the supposed benefits for himself. Sakamaki held a favorable view of Ashen. His subordinates ought to possess their own thoughts. Relying solely on Sakamaki would render them redundant, even if it was clear that they might ascend to leadership roles. Sakamaki could easily replace them with just a flick of his wrist. Sakamaki slowly opened his mouth. While you have erred in concealing matters from me, your prompt acceptance of responsibility mitigates my ire. Therefore, this shall be your sole warning. Do not let it happen again. Yes, thank you for your mercy, boss. Ashen bowed deeply in gratitude. As a penalty, I shall accept this item. Sakamaki glanced at the box before Ashen and stated matter-of-factly. Understood, Ashen replied, not daring to voice any objections. But then Sakamaki continued, however, as a reward for your consideration, I shall return this to you, balancing the scales of merit and demerit. Ank felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sakamaki had transformed the item intended as a gift for Ashen into one bestowed by Sakamaki himself. Yet this also served as a lesson for Ank. Being Sakakaki's subordinate meant relinquishing any ulterior motives. Even if others sought to curry favor, it could only proceed with Sakakaki's consent. Ank rose and bowed to Sakamaki. Please forgive me as well. Sakamaki waved his hand dismissively. No matter, please take a seat. Once Ank observed Ashen sitting upright on the sofa with the box in hand, he too promptly settled down. Though Ank had not yet fully become Sakakaki's subordinate, he was, for the time being, considered part of Sakakaki's faction. His desire to invest in Yudu had grown tardy. Phrases like right-hand man were mere facades. Even if he were willing, gaining control over Yuda's Karyai would not be permitted. He found himself with no alternative. Thus, Sakamaki showed no courtesy towards him. Ank, you will keep a watchful eye on Karyai, correct? Absolutely. I assure you he will not escape my gaze. Should he take action against you, I will not hesitate to eliminate him. Though spoken with bravado, both were masters of the dojo, and the outcome of a confrontation between them was uncertain. Sakakaki's tone turned frosty. Very well. I shall observe when he dares to strike against me. If he delays too long and grants me more time, I shall personally relieve him of his baldness. Ank couldn't shake off the notion that Sakamaki was boasting, for Karyai was indeed a formidable dojo-level expert. Sakamaki had only recently become a trainer. Despite the resources amassed, his subordinates Pokémon were likely only of intermediate strength at best. Their potential had undoubtedly been squandered. If he wished to grow stronger, he would need to replace his Pokémon, and catching up to Karyai was still a distant dream. In contrast to Ank's skepticism, Ashen, who regularly trained alongside Sakamaki, was acutely aware of his terrifying prowess and the rapid ascent of his strength. The formidable Beedrill and Meow Meow boasted exceptional potential, and their ascension to dojo level or even elite status was merely a matter of time. Once they departed, Sakakaki's gaze flickered with intrigue. Eidos, Karyai, this is becoming increasingly interesting. Ank, I hope you do not disappoint me. The following day, in an effort to demonstrate his worth to Sakamaki, Ank dispatched 2 squad leaders to serve diligently before him. This was not a superficial arrangement like that of Yamaguchi's. These were genuinely obedient subordinates. Furthermore, with only 2 squad leaders at his disposal, Sakamaki had already dismissed them as inconsequential since his Beedrill had reached intermediate rank. Aside from the 2 squad leaders, Ank's middle-ranking officers could also be summoned at Sakakaki's whim. Having failed once, he was now more committed than ever, willing to go all out to support Sakakaki's rise to power. The 2 squad leaders were introduced by Ashen. Boss, these 2 are squad leaders sent by Captain Ank. His exact words were that you may dispatch them as you see fit. Upon arriving at the training ground, Sakakaki's interest was piqued by the 2 young squad leaders flanking Ashen. One sported green, slightly curled long hair, while the other donned a brown pineapple hairstyle with several tufts. Their heights were comparable, though the pineapple-haired one was slightly sturdier. Given their youth, the fact that they had attained squad leader status suggested they possessed considerable potential. They were likely Aang's prized recruits. However, their youth also bred a certain arrogance, as they felt a twinge of resentment upon encountering someone of similar age. Why should they defer to a mere child? Had they been afforded Sakaki's opportunities to participate in the selection program, they were confident they could best him. This was the unique pride of youth. Yet, due to Aang's orders, they were compelled to swallow their displeasure. "Greetings, Lord Sakaki. I am called." Sakaki raised his hand, cutting them off mid-sentence. Under their incredulous glares, he remarked nonchalantly, "Enough. I have no need for your self-introductions. I can see the defiance in your eyes. If that is the case, prove yourselves through your strength." Chapter 83. The tyrannical captain upon hearing Sakaki's words. The two captains exchanged glances, a flicker of malice evident in their eyes. Yet they feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What do you mean, my lord?" Sakaki tossed the Pokeball lightly in his hand, his gaze sweeping over them with indifference. "If you can defeat me, you may leave at any time. I will inform Aang, so do not worry." In an apparent attempt to provoke them further, Sakaki disdainfully remarked, "If you lack the courage, then you shall remain as my loyal hound." As spirited youths, they could hardly tolerate such an insult from Sakaki. The brown-haired boy with the pineapple hairstyle was the first to take action. However, in an instant, Sakaki was upon him, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. The Pokeball in Sakaki's hand opened, and Beedrill materialized, its sharp stingers poised threateningly at the boy's throat. Before the brown-haired boy could regain his footing, he found himself nervously swallowing, exclaiming, "Coward! You fight dishonorably." The green-haired boy beside him regarded Sakaki with a look of contempt. "Dishonorable? You two are captains of Team Rocket, and you think battling is child's play? Were this in the wilderness, you would have perished by my hand long ago." Sakaki retorted scornfully, "In a contest of equal strength, if I eliminate the trainer first, it is still a victory. Moreover, are we to wait until both sides release their Pokémon before we engage? That is absurd. The one who releases their Pokémon first assumes the advantage." Upon hearing Sakaki's words, the two captains felt a deep sense of shame, yet their eyes remained defiant. Even if they acknowledged the truth in Sakaki's arguments, they were oblivious to the rules beforehand. The brown-haired boy, unwilling to concede, stood up and declared, "You are merely taking advantage of our ignorance." Sakaki scoffed, patting Beedrill before turning to sit on a chair brought over by Ashen. "If that is the case, I shall grant you another opportunity. You two are not qualified to face me one-on-one. Come at me together, and it will save me the trouble of dealing with you one at a time." Seeing Sakaki's blatant disdain, the two captains were incensed. Since he was so arrogant, they resolved to teach him a lesson. They exchanged glances and promptly released their Pokémon. One was a Lyron, composed entirely of rock, while the other appeared somewhat dim-witted, yet possessed considerable strength, Kingler. As captains, they commanded high-level Pokémon, both at level 35. The formidable defense provided by their rocky exteriors was impressive, especially with one possessing the ability Rockhead and the other with shell armor, creating a situation seemingly unfavorable for Beedrill. Had it not been for the use of Metal Coat, the situation might indeed have been disadvantageous for Beedrill. However, in this moment, Beedrill regarded them with utter disdain. Sakaki coldly smiled. "You only released 2 Pokémon. Are you afraid I will lose 2 embarrassingly? Is this a deliberate act of restraint?" This thought crossed the minds of the two captains. After all, they were bound by Aang's orders, and despite their fiery tempers, they dared not go too far. There was also the concern for their pride, feeling that a group assault would be somewhat undignified. To be frank, if not for Beedrill's formidable strength, why would they resort to a one-on-one battle? They stubbornly declared, "This is more than sufficient." Sakaki waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, do as you please. Just remember, I have given you your chance. Beedrill, unleash your potential." Ding! Beedrill nodded, its stingers clashing together, producing a resonant sound as its aura surged. Focus energy. The pressure was palpable, causing their temples to throb. The two captains sensed something amiss. This Beedrill seemed rather unorthodox. Yet, having committed to their course of action, they steeled themselves for battle. "Go, Lyron. Kingler. Rock Slide, Mudshot." In the face of the simultaneous attacks from Lyron and Kingler, Beedrill remained remarkably composed. The rock slide attack echoed with thunderous sounds as boulders rained down, attempting to crush Beedrill from above. Simultaneously, Kingler's mud shot followed swiftly, thick clumps of mud hurtling toward Beedrill. Yet, one should never underestimate Beedrill's speed. It nimbly darted through the air, evading every falling boulder and muddy projectile. Its combat intuition remained sharp. Beedrill first employed string shot, laying down sticky threads across the battlefield to impede Lyron and Kingler's movements. Then, with a rapid flap of its wings, Beedrill transformed into a streak of golden lightning, darting toward Lyron. With its stingers poised, it executed a fury attack. Beedrill's stingers became two silver flashes, striking Lyron with blinding speed. The green-haired boy shouted in alarm. Lyron hardened. Lyron curled its body, its defenses seemingly fortified. While Lyron's defense was formidable, it was still caught off guard by Beedrill's relentless onslaught. It struggled to block most of the attacks, but ultimately sustained cuts across its rocky exterior, shards flying with anguished cries. Yet, due to its rockhead ability, Lyron did not lose its fighting spirit. The green-haired boy, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible! How could a mere Beedrill breach Lyron's defenses?" The brown-haired boy, undeterred, commanded Kingler, "Use Crab Hammer." Seeing Lyron injured, Kingler bellowed and lunged at Beedrill, claws raised. However, Beedrill anticipated this move, swiftly retreating while unleashing a toxic spikes attack. A stream of corrosive poison sprayed forth, aimed directly at Kingler. Kingler hastily raised its claws to shield itself, yet the venom splattered upon its shell, eating away at its defenses and causing it to wail in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Beedrill launched another attack, twisting its body as its stingers targeted Kingler's vital points. With a burst of speed, Beedrill closed the distance, its stingers piercing through Kingler's shell. Then, with relentless precision, Beedrill unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending Kingler flying. In mere moments, both Pokémon had been thoroughly defeated. The two captains, refusing to accept defeat, shouted, "Rock Smash!" Bubble Beam. Beedrill would not allow them to recover, preparing its pin missile attack. Countless needles wrapped in white light rained down like a torrential downpour, enveloping Lyron and Kingler. Boom! The sound of explosions rang out as both Pokémon collapsed to the ground. Chapter 84. A test of skill. This is impossible? The two squad leaders spoke with faces stiffened in disbelief. Sakamaki, however, was not sparing his praise, acknowledging their efforts as commendable. The Beedrill narrowed its eyes with a sly grin, hissing softly. Once the two leaders withdrew their primary Pokémon, Sakamaki's tone softened slightly. "So what do you say? Do you need another chance?" The two squad leaders exchanged glances, a sense of conviction dawning upon them, particularly given how effortlessly the Beedrill had vanquished their two main Pokémon. Any other Pokémon they might send forth would merely be fodder, especially considering that Sakamaki had yet to reveal his other Pokémon. Bowing their proud heads, they conceded, "We yield, Master Sakamaki." A subtle smile graced Sakamaki's lips. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. They dared not defy him, nodding in agreement. "You are right. Codename, real name," Sakamaki inquired. The green-haired youth stepped forward. "I'm Ken, leading the Stone Squad." Sakamaki nodded and turned his gaze toward the brown-haired boy with a pineapple haircut, who appeared familiar, though his memory eluded him for the moment. The boy promptly stepped forward. "I am Bishaz, leading the Crab Squad." "Bishaz?" Sakamaki repeated, a figure flashing through his mind, an unfortunate high-ranking member of Team Rocket, donning a mask and attempting to capture Shalebi with a dark ball. Upon scrutinizing Bishaz's appearance, with a slight mustache, it was indeed that very individual. Was he not trying to conquer the world with Shalebi? Under Sakamaki's piercing gaze, Bishaz felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He could not fathom why his heart raced with trepidation. Cautiously, he addressed Sakamaki. "Master Sakamaki?" Sakamaki stroked his chin, devoid of murderous intent, yet his aura steadily intensified, pressing down upon Bishaz. The latter's legs weakened, and he found himself kneeling involuntarily. For Sakamaki, having ambitious subordinates was entirely normal. Without ambition, how could one grow stronger and strive for progress? However, one thing was certain: as long as Sakamaki remained, they must serve under his dominion, suppressing their ambitions as best they could. In the face of absolute strength, all delusions were but fleeting clouds, a fact beyond dispute. Moreover, he was Sakamaki, the Dark Emperor of the Pokémon world, the architect of Team Rainbow Rocket. This was the foundation of Sakamaki's confidence. Drip! Vicious's sweat splattered onto the ground. His eyes filled with dread as the faint pressure emanating from Sakamaki rendered him breathless. Beside him, Asin had grown accustomed to it. Yet, Naitaro felt as if he were facing the wrath of Anku, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. They had always believed their talents were exceptional, with a guaranteed future as squad leaders or even executives. Yet in the presence of this future commander, they felt utterly inadequate. Previously, Anku's words had merely been the wind in their ears. Perhaps this was the essence of hubris. Yes, Bises hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Rising from the ground, his pride utterly extinguished, replaced by sheer fear. Sakamaki slowly rose, stretching languidly, his body emitting crackling sounds akin to popping beans. From today onwards, you shall serve as my sparring partners. My Pokémon will spar with me. Bises and Naitaro exchanged glances, hastily nodding in agreement. Yes, Sakamaki removed his outer garment, revealing a well-defined physique. Asin, you join as well. They had anticipated battling Sakamaki one by one, only to discover Asin standing alongside them. Confusion washed over them. Even if their Pokémon were formidable, Sakamaki himself could not be that strong, as they had heard the Serpent Squad's Poison Master was quite adept. Wasn't a 3-on-1 a bit excessive? But soon, they sensed something was amiss. Sakamaki assumed an offensive stance, throwing a few punches that resonated with explosive sounds. What was happening? With the continuous enhancement of the power of Tokiwa, Sakamaki had transformed. His physical prowess rivaled that of an average fighting-type Pokémon, though he did not possess the ability to manipulate aura like that one child. Sakamaki gestured toward them, saying, "Come at me together." At that moment, the 3 squad leaders reached a consensus and charged at Sakamaki in unison. Naitaro, being smaller and relatively agile, was the first to close in, his fist slicing through the air towards Sakamaki's face. A faint smile curled on Sakamaki's lips. He slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the swift strike, while his left hand transformed into a claw, deftly grasping Naitaro's wrist. With a forceful twist, Naitaro stumbled backward, his face paling instantly. Not to be outdone, Bises clenched his fists, muscles taut like a coiled beast, and lunged at Sakamaki. Sakamaki's lips curled into a cold smirk. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting Bish's punch head-on. Upon impact, Bises let out a cry of anguish, feeling as though his fist had collided with solid stone. Reeling back, he repeatedly shook his hand in pain. Asin, still possessing some combat experience, noted Sakamaki's focus was solely on the front and stealthily maneuvered behind him, launching a silent attack. Yet, it was as if Sakamaki had eyes in the back of his head. He subtly angled his body, easily dodging Asin's assault, and countered with a swift sidekick that struck Asin's waist, sending him staggering backward. Realizing that solitary combat was futile, Asin exchanged a glance with Naitaro and Bises, and they decided to join forces for a collective assault. They adjusted their positions, forming a triangular formation, attempting to attack Sakamaki from 3 directions simultaneously. However, this proved insufficient. Sakamaki nimbly darted between the 3, evading and counterattacking with precision and ferocity, making it exceedingly difficult for them to close the distance. As time wore on, the trio began to feel overwhelmed. Their attacks grew increasingly disordered, while Sakamaki thrived in the fray, perspiring profusely, yet his eyes sparkled with vigor and excitement. He had not anticipated such a significant improvement in his abilities recently. It was rather exhilarating, and the training had evidently paid off. The battle swiftly reached its conclusion. Seizing a prime opportunity, Sakamaki leaped into the air, delivering simultaneous kicks to Naitaro and Bish's chests, sending them both flying. He then pivoted, landing a punch squarely on Asin's face, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 85. Exceptional qualifications. Sakamaki received the towel handed to him by the Beedrill, wiping the sweat from his face and body as he surveyed the 3 unfortunate souls. Without a hint of politeness, he remarked, "You 3 must enhance your physical strength and combat skills. It's primarily because Lord Sakamaki is simply too formidable. If we were to encounter an ordinary opponent, we would still. Ashen raised his hand to interrupt Bishaz, speaking earnestly. It is our inadequacy that has disappointed the boss. We shall double our efforts from now on. Sakamaki nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Bishaz cast a somewhat resentful glance at Ashen. However, given that Ashen was Sakamaki's trusted aide, they were merely outsiders at his beck and call, which inherently created an imbalance in Sakamaki's regard for them. Sakamaki unceremoniously commanded them, "Take a break and let my Pokémon train as well." After all, their purpose for being there was to serve Sakamaki, so there was no need for him to be courteous. Bishaz and Yataro immediately nodded in agreement. Aside from Beedrill, the likes of Nidoking had yet to reach the level of battling multiple high-tier Pokémon independently. However, they could still manage to handle individual Pokémon without issue, and they could even secure victories in matches against stronger opponents. This realization only served to deepen Bishaz and Yataro's sense of inadequacy, as this experience offered them a stark recognition of their true capabilities. With Sakamaki as their target, they felt a renewed determination. Ashen, too, driven by the need to not fall behind his master, was resolute in keeping pace with Sakamaki. Fortunately, the resources gifted to him by Ink, which Sakamaki had passed along, provided him with opportunities for rapid improvement. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they would find it nearly impossible to match Sakamaki's pace, as his growth was astonishingly swift. When the training grounds were left solely to Sakamaki, he retrieved the resources that Ink had bestowed upon him. "Meow, are you ready?" "Meow." The eager Meowth nodded vigorously before him, brimming with anticipation. After being stagnant for so long, it was indeed growing restless. Were it not for its unwavering trust in Sakamaki, it would have evolved in secret long ago. Sakamaki slowly opened the box, a chill wafting from within. This container had undergone special treatment, maintaining an extremely low temperature to preserve its contents and prevent energy loss. Sakamaki carefully extracted a claw from an unknown Pokémon, which resembled that of a Ursaring, albeit significantly larger. The energy it contained was immense, unmistakably confirming it was the claw of a near-elite Ursaring. Even the mighty Meowth would likely find it impossible to procure such resources, making this a rare boon for Meowth. Yet, it was only the likes of Team Rocket, those nefarious forces who dared to be so brazen. The primary reason for this was the scarcity of such items, most of which remained under the control of the League, leaving them with no alternative. Sakamaki gently stroked Meowth's large head, offering a slight smile. "Let us begin. You desire to grow stronger, do you not?" With a decisive clap, 3 Pokeballs opened simultaneously, releasing Beedrill, Nidoking, and Machoke. Indeed, Sakamaki had long since lifted their restrictions, allowing them to emerge freely without fear of them turning against him. For he possessed unwavering confidence. They had come forth to witness Meowth's transformation, with the exception of Beedrill. Nidoking had one more opportunity to evolve, while Machoke had 2, and once they underwent evolution, their strength would significantly increase. Thus, they were all filled with curiosity. Meowth twitched its nose, its gaze growing resolute. It slowly approached the claw of the Ursaring, opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth and biting down fiercely. With vigorous tearing and swallowing, it devoured the precious resource entirely. And at that moment, the energy within it peaked. Sakamaki quickly placed his hand on Meowth, channeling the power of Tokiwa to assist it in absorbing the energy within. However, the energy was that of an elite level, and soon Sakamaki found his stamina drained, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Meowth nuzzled Sakamaki's hand gently, its face displaying a mix of pain and unwavering determination. It let out a low growl, its body gradually enveloped in a white glow. Its originally petite form began to elongate, its limbs stretching more elegantly, as its levels soared higher and higher. 28, 32, 36. 2 months of accumulation allowed it to fully manifest its latent potential. Meow! With a resounding roar, a sleek and powerful Meowth, more agile than the previous elite version, emerged. Its creamy white fur appeared irresistibly soft, with ears taking on a rounded shape adorned with black stripes. A red gem sparkled on its forehead, flanked by 3 whiskers on each side of its face. Unlike typical Meowths, its eyes gleamed a sharper, more intense red, and its claws, possibly due to consuming the Ursaring claw, appeared broader. Its level had soared to 36, jumping an astonishing 9 levels, as if propelled by a rocket. Its aptitude escalated from blue to deep blue, and upon fully absorbing the residual energy within, it would attain purple aptitude, qualifying it for the championship level, successfully surpassing its mother. Simultaneously, it learned the moves Power Gem, Fury Swipes, and Screech, along with the inherited move Hypnosis. The sharp-eyed Meowth focused intently on Beedrill. After 2 long months, it had endured enough. It needed an opportunity to prove itself. In its gaze, alongside the fervor of battle, flickered a hint of ferocity reminiscent of the Ursaring, and it let out a fierce roar. Meow! The atmosphere surged with intensity. Beedrill lightly flicked its stinger, its wings buzzing as it took to the air, gazing down at Meowth, emitting a bug-like cry. SSH. Although Beedrill's level and aptitude were currently inferior to Meowth's, as the proud Bug King and Sakamaki's initial Pokémon, it would never cower before any threat. Sakamaki clapped his hands, motioning for Nidoking and Machoke to clear the area, allowing the two to face off without hindrance. Rather than suppressing them, it was better to let them fully unleash their pent-up energy. They were all his Pokémon. The outcome mattered little, but a battle must surely ensue. Sakamaki spoke calmly. Since you wish to fight, let it be a decisive clash. Both Meowth and Beedrill nodded in agreement, their spirits and resolve igniting, leaving Nidoking and Machoke with no choice but to bow their heads in submission. Meowth type, normal gender, male aptitude, deep blue ability, technician, increases the power of weaker moves by 50, level, 36 height, 1, 39 meters weight, 50 kilograms moves, fake out, feint scratch, covet bite taunt, pursuit, swift, power gem, fury swipes, screech, switcheroo, inherited move, hypnosis. Chapter 86. The fiercest battle within the team. The training ground lay desolate, permeated with an intense aura of combat. The Beedrill and the Meowth stood facing each other, the atmosphere taut with tension. Meowth initiated the confrontation, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, its forepaws swiping in a flurry of clawing strikes. The air was laced with the sharp shadows of its claws, relentlessly approaching Beedrill. Though the power of its clawing attack was modest, enhanced by its unique ability, it exhibited surprising ferocity. However, Beedrill's ability was equally formidable. Should it sustain injuries, its own attributes would unleash a more potent force. Beedrill, unperturbed, deftly evaded Meowth's assault in midair. It unleashed the Toxic Spikes technique, littering the ground with dark purple spikes that were not only sharp but also laden with a fierce venom that was no trifling matter. Faced with this predicament, Meowth had no choice but to abandon its pursuit. Realizing its clawing attack was ineffective and having endured a reprimand from Beedrill, Meowth leaped high, vaulting over the toxic spikes in an attempt to surprise Beedrill with a claw attack. Anticipating this move, Beedrill swiftly adjusted its stance, flapping its wings with force to retreat, effortlessly dodging the sudden onslaught. In retaliation, Beedrill executed the Poison Sting move, launching a barrage of toxic needles toward Meowth. The rapid-fire needles zipped through the air like lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound, closing in on Meowth. Quick to react, Meowth twisted its body, skillfully avoiding the majority of the needles, yet a few still grazed its skin, leaving behind slender wounds. The sting of pain ignited Meowth's fighting spirit. It roared with fury, a savage glint flashing in its eyes, and unleashed the newly mastered Power Gem technique. A red gem atop its head pulsed with light, and gradually, energy-formed purple crystals emerged around it. These crystals spun continuously before releasing dazzling beams of energy. The speed was astonishing, leaving little room for evasion. Sensing the imminent threat, Beedrill immediately employed the hardened technique, positioning its stingers in front, its body glimmering with a metallic sheen in an attempt to withstand the lethal strike. However, the Power Gem might exceeded Beedrill's expectations. Though its stingers absorbed much of the impact, Beedrill was still propelled backward, tumbling in the air before barely regaining its balance. With a sharp and furious cry, Beedrill flapped its wings and surged toward Meowth, seeking to leverage its speed for a surprise attack. Its stinger glinted menacingly, aiming for Meowth's vital points. Yet, Meowth was no easy target. Swiftly adjusting its posture, it braced its sturdy hind legs, guarding its vital areas with its forepaws, while letting out a deafening screech to disrupt Beedrill's judgment. This maneuver proved effective. Beedrill's attack veered slightly off course, striking Meowth's shoulder but failing to inflict a fatal wound. Seizing the opportunity, Meowth launched a barrage of star shards toward Beedrill. Having witnessed this move before, Beedrill promptly countered with a fury attack. Its stingers danced in a whirlwind, shattering each shining star. Yet, Meowth was well aware of Beedrill's tactics. As Beedrill shattered the stars, Meowth, concealed in the aftermath of the explosion, prepared its malicious pursuit. With sharp claws extended, it lunged at Beedrill. The impact was solid, sending Beedrill hurtling away and leaving a deep gash upon its body. Beedrill's stability faltered. Seizing this moment, Meowth advanced once more, the gem on its forehead glowing anew. This time, it unleashed the gathering treasure technique. A flurry of energy-formed gold coins rained down upon Beedrill. Should they collide, the consequences will be dire. Beedrill, understanding the gravity of the situation, abandoned its quest for balance and executed the needle bomb technique. Energy-wrapped stingers shot forth, colliding with the coins, resulting in a series of explosive detonations, echoing loudly. As the smoke cleared, Beedrill regained its composure, its aura surging as it employed the gathering energy technique. Observing this, Meowth felt a twinge of apprehension, and with a roar, it provoked Beedrill. As Beedrill turned its gaze toward Meowth, its eyes glowed with a cerulean light, and it swiftly cast a hypnosis spell. However, Beedrill had anticipated this tactic. As Meowth initiated the spell, Beedrill unleashed a surge of venom. A torrent of venom surged toward Meowth. Should it connect, Meowth would undoubtedly succumb to incapacitation. Aware of the risk, Meowth hastily dodged, interrupting the hypnosis spell. Meanwhile, Beedrill had already activated its sharpened technique. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a golden lightning bolt, charging toward Meowth while its stinger swung in preparation for a series of slashes. Meowth resorted to a feint attack, misdirecting Beedrill while narrowly evading the onslaught of slashes, avoiding defeat in that moment. Yet, as Beedrill soared past, it executed a rapid turn. This move not only reversed Beedrill's direction, but did so with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful impact that sent Meowth flying. Meowth let out a cry, crashing heavily to the ground. Though unwilling to concede, it struggled several times but ultimately could not rise. Beedrill emitted a triumphant chirp, its body shimmering with a white light as it leveled up to 33. The battle had not been in vain. Sakamoto approached slowly, neither praising Beedrill nor criticizing Meowth. Instead, he utilized the power of Tokiwa to mend their wounds. In a gentle tone, Sakamoto remarked, "Well done. The battle is over. We are still one family." Beedrill and Meowth exchanged glances, a paw and a stinger lightly touching, devoid of any animosity. They smiled at one another. Nidoking charged in, startling both them and Sakamoto, casting a disdainful glance at the spiked creature. Nidoking shot a resentful look at Beedrill, as if questioning its bond with Meowth and their trainer. Beedrill raised its head slightly, hovering lightly, exuding an air of superiority. Nidoking, agitated, bellowed on the ground, its nostrils flaring with annoyance. Wataru approached gradually, and Sakamoto smiled at him, placing his hand gently on his head in a comforting gesture. Chapter 87. Recruitment. After a few days of rest, both Wanji and Nidolan had leveled up to 27. During this time, Sakaki Rika had sought out Sakaki once, and finally, a new mission had emerged. As Asin walked slowly into the training ground, he delivered a report to Sakaki, who was engaged in a fierce spar with Bixias and Yetaro. "Boss, a new mission, D rank, just as you guessed, recruit 10 qualified newcomers. And there is ample time, 3 months to complete this task." Sakaki casually shook his hand, remaining remarkably composed, and recalled his encounter with Sakaki Rika a few days prior. The scene shifted. Sakaki respectfully addressed Sakaki Rika. "Mother, you summoned me?" Sakaki Rika gestured toward a nearby sofa, indicating for Sakaki to sit. Once seated, she spoke. "Has Ankh made his intentions clear to you?" Sakaki Rika was aware of this, and Sakaki felt no need to conceal anything. "Yes, he mentioned that Edo and Kawaii do not accept him, and they sent me some resources, which I accepted without question. As for his true thoughts, they currently hold little significance." Sakaki Rika smiled slightly. "You clever little rascal, unlike your previous brother, who was led astray by him. And your remaining brother is under Kawaii's control." Sakaki Rika rested her chin on her hand and asked Sakaki whether he felt cornered. "That's of no importance. You just need to keep him in check. Do you have that confidence?" Sakaki scratched his head, his eyes brimming with assurance. "If you believe in my capability, then I shall succeed." Sakaki Rika chuckled lightly. "Ah, you are indeed audacious. Perhaps it's my fault for not providing sufficient resources, leading to this predicament." She gazed deeply into Sakaki's eyes and continued, "In truth, among the 3 captains aside from Matt, they hold no potential for advancement in my eyes and will inevitably be eliminated. You should be well aware of this." Sakaki nodded in agreement, acknowledging her insight. Sakaki Rika then advised him, rather than retaining him, it would be wiser to cultivate a few loyal confidants. Of course, it's not to say he is entirely without value. For now, he still serves a purpose. You may replace him when the time is ripe. "I've noted that," Sakaki replied. Sakaki Rika smiled with satisfaction, pleased with her son's understanding. She proceeded to discuss the day's agenda. "You must have deduced the purpose behind my request for you to capture so many Pokémon." Sakaki responded, "Somewhat. It pertains to recruiting new members, correct?" Sakaki Rika sighed softly, "Indeed. This world is not as beautiful as one might imagine. It is rife with deceit and class struggles." Sakaki interjected, "I understand. If everything were so idyllic, why would our Team Rocket exist? And why would so many choose to join us?" Sakaki Rika's gaze flickered. "You perceive the world with remarkable clarity. Sometimes I forget you are merely a child. I hope you continue this way, bringing a unique vision to Team Rocket." She then elaborated, "I will assign a series of tasks to recruit new members. You may personally select promising candidates to nurture as your trusted aides. Your identities are already arranged, including that of a trainer. You remain yourself, unless caught red-handed. Your identity remains pristine." "Understood," Sakaki affirmed, recognizing that Sakaki Rika possessed considerable influence. She continued, "This is a skill befitting an organizational leader, an eye for talent. I will initiate a new plan among them. While at 1T result in casualties, the victors will receive resources for development." Pausing, she contemplated, "You must strive to select suitable individuals and compete with your brothers and the captains. I will leave 3 captains at the base, but you must handle their subordinates." Sakaki nodded vigorously. "Yes, I've taken note." Sakaki Rika waved her hand, granting him leave. "Go now. Enjoy your current life, my son. Once you become the leader, you will understand the burdens of maintaining an organization." Sakaki rose respectfully and bowed. "Yes, mother." Though Sakaki Rika had confided in Sakaki, such matters would not escape the notice of the captains. Observing Bixias and Yetaro, both appeared bewildered, suggesting that Ankh had kept some secrets and had yet to fully open up to Sakaki. Nevertheless, this did not concern Sakaki. To him, Ankh was merely a useful pawn. Having captured so many Pokémon without selling them must serve another purpose. "I merely guessed correctly," he mused. "That is indeed a testament to your capabilities, boss." Asin praised Sakaki before addressing Bixias and Yetaro. "The Pokémon captured last time were plentiful. You two should be expecting notifications soon." They turned their attention to Sakaki. "Lord Sakaki?" Sakaki waved his hand. "Go ahead, do not delay. And please relay to Ankh to instruct his subordinates to keep a close watch on Kawaii's people." Bixias and Yetaro nodded hastily and exited, understood. Asin, somewhat puzzled, inquired of Sakaki, "Boss, shall we not act alongside them?" Sakaki narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to leave the training ground. "Not this time. Too many people could complicate matters. If we encounter trouble, we will address it then. What of Carl and the others? Sakaki considered this should be the most suitable approach. Upon exiting the training ground, Sakaki spotted a group of individuals standing not far away. Although they were dressed casually, he distinctly recognized the figure at the forefront, Sakaki Yadu, whom he had not seen in ages. No, it should be Sakaki Yadu. The two exchanged glances, their silence thick with icy tension and an undercurrent of lethal intent. This was truly brotherhood. Chapter 88. The obstacle contrary to expectations. There was no confrontation. Yadu and Sakaki merely exchanged glances before parting ways. This time, without the need for concealment, Sakaki chose not to wear a mask. However, whether he revealed his true identity or not was inconsequential, as Carl and the others were already well aware of it. They looked at Sakaki with expressions of ingratiation, as they were adept at currying favor. Ashen inquired, "Boss, where are we headed?" There are hardly any suitable individuals left in Tokiwa City. The nearest city is Nibi City. Sakaki pondered for a moment before responding. You mentioned Nibi City is nearby. Do you think others share that sentiment? Upon reflection, Ashen realized that it would indeed lead to a scramble for individuals. You make a valid point. Let's take a detour and travel by boat to Kureha City instead. Sakaki nodded in agreement, yet a fleeting figure crossed his mind, causing the pock ball at his waist to give a slight tremor. He gently tapped it twice and casually remarked, "Let's first visit Kureha City. It's close to Kinka City. Afterwards, we shall proceed to Kinka City." The pock ball eventually stilled. Although Ashen did not comprehend Sakaki's intent to venture further to Kinka City, he would not dare to oppose his command. Understood. He instructed Carl and the others. Normal trainers do not travel in groups of 7 or 8 like us. Once we exit the base, we will split up. Hua Xing will accompany us. You four will form a group and regroup in Kureha City. Carl and the others immediately acquiesced. Yes, Captain. Hua Xing, who was fortunate enough to accompany Sakaki and Ashen, was visibly elated. This was a splendid opportunity. If he performed well and earned Sakaki's trust, he could ascend to great heights. My lord, Captain, allow me to handle this minor task, he exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to assist Ashen and Sakaki with their backpacks. His obsequious demeanor elicited disdain from Carl and the others. However, had Carl and his companions been in the same position as Hua Xing, they would have been even more sycophantic. Time was of the essence. They had to depart swiftly, averting their gaze from the situation at hand. Since Hua Xing was eager to prove himself, Sakaki and Ashen acquiesced to his enthusiasm. Sakaki gradually stepped forward, heading towards the exit of the base. Let us go. Yes, they replied in unison, hastening to follow Sakaki outside. Not far from the base, Sakaki let out a cold chuckle. It seems we've kept them waiting. Ashen, standing beside Sakaki, surmised the implications. His eyes flickering, he turned to Carl and the others, split up. The 7 of them divided into 2 groups, swiftly advancing into the distance. After running for a while, Sakaki closed his eyes, sensing a reduction in numbers. Have we lost a few? It must be them, he deduced. Boss, should I lure them away? Ashen inquired. With only a squad leader present, Sakaki felt confident. Currently, he sensed the energy of a seasoned Pokémon trailing behind, indicating that it was not overly challenging. Moreover, there were still others. Sakaki lightly shook his head. No need. Let us see if Ankh is diligent and gauge the caliber of Cayman's subordinates. Ankh had concealed information, aiming to cultivate and select some subordinates for himself. But Sakaki was indifferent to that. However, he had previously agreed that Cayman's subordinates would be dealt with by his own. Hua Xing, burdened with heavy bags, was filled with trepidation upon hearing Sakaki's words. Ankh, Cayman? Captain Ankh, who are we luring away? Are we being pursued? Hua Xing's eyes darted nervously around, clearly panicked, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, footsteps echoed around them, and several teams emerged from the shadows, numbering approximately 20 to 30. At the forefront was a menacing bald squad leader, flanked by 4 team leaders. Deploying such forces against Sakaki was already a considerable concession. After all, in Cayman's view, Sakaki was at most a squad leader, as the current Yadu, under his support, was only at the level of a squad leader, while Sakaki was unique. he was not significantly stronger. Thus, sending such a sizable force against him was more than sufficient. With a series of clicks, Pokeballs opened, and the area was instantly surrounded by a multitude of Pokémon, numbering over 100. Given that the base was situated in a relatively remote part of Tokiwa City, Sakamaki had already exited the city after a brief run. The expanse here could accommodate so many Pokémon and people. In the face of such an overwhelming assault, Sakamaki remained remarkably composed. He, along with Ashin and the trembling Huoxing, released their Pokémon. Initially, Sakamaki intended to ambush them, eliminating a portion first. Yet, it was evident that these adversaries were well prepared, and their arrival thwarted his plan. Ashin, possessing greater insight, recognized the bald squad leader and immediately informed Sakamaki. That bald-headed fellow is Tao Ikaru, a squad leader under Kamen, notorious for his ruthlessness. Sakamaki glanced at Tao Ikaru's gleaming head and clicked his tongue. While there is a saying that the less hair one has, the stronger they are, I find this individual rather unremarkable. Huoxing, upon hearing Sakakaki's remark, nearly buckled at the knees in fright. What kind of situation is this? Brother, how can you be so audacious? Tao Ikaru glared furiously, roaring at Sakamaki, you little brat. Repeat that. His menacing demeanor resembled that of an enraged deity. The fiery monkey in front of him pounded its chest, or perhaps its face, emitting ferocious roars. Sakakaki's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing as he replied, and what of it? His Beedrill and Meowth instantly readied for battle. Tao Ikaru, in a fit of rage, bellowed, arrogant little brat. I will personally end your life. You go eliminate those two. Leave this little brat to me. A wave of malice surged from all directions. Sakamaki cast a cold glance into the distance, muttering, it appears they wish to see me falter before making their move, hoping to gain some favor. Behind him, Ashin asked with concern, Boss? Sakamaki turned to the two and instructed, do not worry. I am confident in handling this bald-headed fool. You two prioritize your safety. I will conclude this battle swiftly and assist you afterwards. To reassure Sakamaki, Ashin promptly replied, understood. Wishing you victory in battle. Chapter 89. The fierce battle with a mere flick of his wrist, Sakamaki provoked his opponent, confirming his suspicion that the bald-headed adversary was rather dim-witted. The surrounding team leaders and ordinary members had no choice but to step aside. Sakamaki gently raised his hand, gathering energy, producing a piercing sound. Beedrill, Nidoking, and Hitmonchan simultaneously unleashed their charged attacks, their auras swirling before erupting with ferocity. Meowth let out a thunderous roar, its sharp voice resonating through the air, causing an unsettling, tingling sensation on the scalp. Tao Ikaru glanced at Beedrill and Meowth, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite their levels being merely advanced, they exuded an aura that seemed to surpass even his own Pokémon. It was not a given that an experienced trainer's team consisted solely of advanced-level Pokémon. Typically, only a few main Pokémon would reach such a level, while the others gradually improved until they all attained advanced status. However, it was generally understood that the journey from advanced to gym level was a lengthy endeavor, and by the time all Pokémon reached advanced status, the main ones would not attain gym level. Tao Ikaru's team included only Zubat, Monferno, and Pidgey at the advanced level, while the rest were still merely advanced. Nidoking and Hitmonchan were more than sufficient to contend with them. With a dismissive flick of his hand, he commanded his Pokémon, go eliminate them. Zubat, Monferno, Pidgey, Rattata, Arbok, and Grimer were a formidable lineup indeed. Underestimate me? Sakamaki smirked coldly. It was all too perfect, as he had been pondering how to feign weakness. Beedrill, Nidoking, Toxic Spikes. Beedrill and Nidoking promptly obeyed Sakakaki's orders, scattering sharp toxic spikes across the ground, creating a hazardous area that blocked Monferno's path. However, the toxic spikes could not hinder Zubat and Pidgey, who soared high into the sky, diving towards Sakamaki. Sakakaki's mocking laughter echoed. Toxic spikes, knock them down, Needle Rain. Beedrill and Nidoking swiftly responded, unleashing a barrage of shimmering green needles that rained down upon Zubat. Hitmonchan, not to be outdone, leaped powerfully, aiming a strike at Pidgey. Meanwhile, Meowth swung its tail, unleashing the full force of its needle rain attack. Energy transformed into countless twinkling stars, filling the sky, darkening it like a night sky. Tao Ikaru, being a mid-level captain, could not be so easily dismissed. He quickly reacted, wing attack, air slash. Pidgey executed the wing attack, its wings glistening like razor-sharp blades. Slicing through the air. With a swift dive, it interrupted Hitmonchan's strike, sending it crashing down. In a deft maneuver, Pidgey shattered the barrage of stars that filled the sky. Zubat flapped its wings, summoning an air slash that cleaved through the oncoming needles, scattering them into the air. Below, the toxic spikes posed no obstacle for Tao Ikaru. He commanded Grimer, consume those toxic spikes. Though Grimer was reluctant, it slithered forward, devouring the toxic spikes, causing gases to rise from its body, enhancing its vibrant colors. Tao Ikaru smirked coldly. Now, let us see how you will fare. In this situation, a group attack was no longer viable. The only strategy was to take them down one by one to swiftly force Tao Ikaru into a disadvantageous position and draw out the mid-level captain dispatched by Ink. At the very least, he aimed to ensure the survival of Ash and Mars. Sakamaki shouted to his Pokémon, Meowth, can you handle that Monferno and Rattata? Nidoking, Grimer are yours. Hitmonchan, Arbok, are you ready? The three Pokémon nodded in unison, their battle spirits ignited. As for Beedrill, it had already taken to the skies, its stingers glinting coldly, preparing to confront the most troublesome foes, Zubat and Pidgey. The first to strike was, in fact, Meowth, primarily because Sakamaki had called on it first, and it was eager to engage. Sakamaki noticed the bloodshot eyes of Monferno and quickly deduced, do not use hypnosis on Monferno. Its ability is vital spirit, rendering it ineffective. Use that move. With a fierce roar, Meowth initiated the attack, locking its gaze on Monferno and Rattata. In a flash, it vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage, as if executing a surprise strike. Tao Ikaru remarked, no need to rush, gather energy. Monferno and Rattata quickly began to charge their power in preparation for Meowth's impending assault. However, Meowth swiftly darted to their side, revealing its feigned attack. Cleverly, Meowth targeted the weaker Rattata first, executing a malicious strike that sent Rattata flying. Its claws left deep gashes on Rattata's body, blood gushing forth. Tao Ikaru's expression darkened as he growled, you cunning little fiend. Monferno, fury swipes. Monferno roared in anger, unwilling to back down. It clenched its fists, muscles bulging as it unleashed a flurry of swipes towards Meowth. The air itself seemed to tear apart with the force of its claws, producing a haunting whistle. Sakamaki remained composed, calmed down, evade first, then needle rain. Yet, Meowth nimbly dodged, effortlessly avoiding the attack, and with a flick of its tail, unleashed its own needle rain. Countless stars danced in the air like a dazzling meteor shower, forcing Monferno to retreat. Although the attack only caused superficial damage to Monferno, it was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Sakamaki shouted, continue, strike while it's down. Malicious strike. Meowth charged towards Monferno, its claws glinting ominously. Tao Ikaru bellowed to Rattata, Rattata, what are you waiting for? Quick attack. Then fury swipes. Rattata, hearing the command, displayed a flicker of fear but quickly rejoined the fray. It moved with lightning speed, appearing beside Meowth in an instant, preparing for its fury swipes. Sakamaki, ever vigilant, noticed Rattata's approach. Power gem. Faced with a mere Rattata, Meowth scoffed, instantly countering with power gem. Its gems sparkled brightly as a multitude of radiant power gems circled around, unleashing a barrage of beams that rained down upon Rattata. Before Rattata's fury swipes could land on Meowth, it was instead sent flying by the relentless beams, its body riddled with gaping wounds, a pitiful sight indeed. Chapter 90. The Assault of Strength. With a stern expression, Sakamaki continued to command Meowth, urging it to seize its opportunity and finish off Rattata. Hearing this, Meowth leaped into action, delivering a decisive bite to the most vulnerable part of Rattata's neck. Just like in its previous hunts, the powerful grip shattered Rattata's neck, causing blood to spray from the gaping wound. Rattata let out a mournful cry, its body going rigid and twitching in its final moments. Taichiro roared in fury. "You damn little brat. Explosive Monkey, use Furious Punch." Explosive Monkey sprang forward toward Meowth, as it was unable to retaliate after just having dispatched Rattata. The Furious Punch struck Meowth hard, sending it flying backward with a painful groan. Though it struggled to rise again, it coughed up blood, looking somewhat disheveled. Yet, true to its nature, it refused to retreat. Struggling to its feet, it charged once more at Explosive Monkey. Meanwhile, the battle between Nidoking and Grimer raged on, with Sakamaki focusing his attention on the 2-on-1 confrontation involving Meowth and Beedrill. He could only give the duo a cursory glance. However, both Pokémon were proving their mettle, which pleased Sakamaki immensely. Nidoking roared. Despite its modest strength, as Sakaki's Pokémon, it felt humiliated if it could not hold its own. Moreover, Grimer was not significantly higher in level, and being a poison type, neither could inflict substantial damage on the other. Their abilities complemented each other, making the encounter quite intriguing. Nidoking initiated the assault with the move Glare, its eyes gleaming with intensity, aiming to lower Grimer's defenses and narrow the gap in their power. Seizing the opportunity, Nidoking advanced, its fangs glinting like daggers, and unleashed the Peck attack. The successive strikes were formidable. Grimer, slow to react, was caught off guard. However, this did not hinder Grimer from countering. It retaliated with Mud Slap, flinging mud at Nidoking. Quick-witted, Nidoking deftly dodged the incoming assault, evading the barrage with ease. Sakamaki glanced over and instructed Nidoking, Toxic Spikes, use less poison-type energy, focus on quality. Following Sakaki's command, Nidoking unleashed Toxic Spikes. The toxic projectiles arced gracefully through the air, landing at Grimer's feet. As Grimer moved, its body was pierced by the spikes, causing chunks of sludge to fall away. Cautious of further movement, Grimer began to consume the toxic spikes slowly while retaliating with Sludge Wave, a dark wave of sludge rushing toward Nidoking. Nidoking nimbly evaded this attack and took advantage of the moment to close in on Grimer, relentlessly striking with Fury Attack. Under the relentless assault, Grimer appeared somewhat beleaguered and quickly used Minimize to increase its speed, dodging Nidoking's blows. Nidoking pursued without hesitation, embodying the very essence of persistence. Grimer, for the first time, felt the annoyance of facing a poison-type adversary that was more formidable than itself. The battle continued back and forth, with mud flying everywhere, the pungent odor making one gag. Next was the confrontation between Machoke and Arbok. At this juncture, Sakamaki had a perfect opportunity to strike at Taichiro. However, wary of any hidden tricks, he refrained from taking unnecessary risks. Machoke faced Arbok, possessing a slight advantage due to its abilities being heightened by shards of the Flame Orb. Encountering the poison-type Arbok, it risked poisoning itself, triggering its Guts ability, which would significantly boost its fighting prowess. Arbok, with its intimidating presence and glare, unfurled its wings, its patterns seeming to come alive as it hissed. Even a fighting type like Machoke found itself momentarily paralyzed under Arbok's pressure. Seizing the moment, Arbok unleashed Poison Sting, a flurry of sharp needles shooting toward Machoke. Machoke cried out in pain as the toxins invaded its body, followed by a roar fueled by adrenaline, its form taking on a deep purple hue. With Guts fully activated, it charged at Arbok, attempting to execute Low Kick to quickly incapacitate it. However, Arbok evaded with agility, skillfully dodging the attack. Not pursuing the fleeing Arbok, Machoke instead gathered energy with Focus Energy. Not one to remain idle, Arbok opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, rushing at Machoke to retaliate with Bite. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Machoke was prepared. Sakamaki shouted, "Revenge!" Machoke capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a heavy punch. The revenge attack unleashing its full force upon Arbok. The impact resonated through the air, a powerful blow that caught Arbok off guard. It felt a jolt of pain and let out a shriek as it was sent tumbling by the force of the punch. The battle was far from over. Machoke relentlessly pursued, following up with a low sweep, its leg muscles erupting with strength as it aimed to send Arbok flying. Despite Arbok's attempts to evade, it was grazed by Machoke's kick, causing it to stagger, and nearly lose its balance. Once steady, Arbok retaliated with a rapid series of acid bombs. The explosive barrage erupted, showering Mac-Hoke with corrosive liquid. The toxins began to eat away at Mac-Hoke's flesh, leaving it in a dire state, causing it to collapse to the ground. With a cunning smile, Arbok lunged forward, wrapping its long, thick body around Mac-Hoke, employing bind and tightening its grip. The immense pressure elicited agonized cries from Mac-Hoke. Sakamaki, witnessing the dire plight of Mac-Hoke and sensing the surging energy within, urged, "Mac-Hoke, enough. We'll soon head to Goldenrod City. One Tiwi? Do you wish to lose?" With a roar filled with determination, Mac-Hoke's eyes blazed with intensity as a faint white light enveloped it. Chapter 91. Howley, as the radiant white light intensified, an immense force erupted from it, forcibly breaking the bonds of the Abra. The once diminutive figure began to swell, becoming more robust. When the white light dissipated, a towering figure of a man, standing at 169 meters and weighing 85 kilograms, emerged in a brilliant display. Howley, his body was entirely gray, adorned with powerful muscles. His pectorals resembled armored plates, and around his waist was a belt, complemented by a pattern akin to black shorts. His limbs and fingers bore resemblance to those of a human, yet his muscular arms displayed 6 prominent red stripes, and his head was crowned with 3 tiles, presenting an appearance somewhat grotesque, reminiscent of a lizard. All the nutrients accumulated over the days surged forth, elevating Howley's level from 27 to 31, achieving an advanced status while mastering the move super strength. His aptitude ascended to a vivid blue. Tao Ichiro observed this transformation with astonishment. After years as a trainer, encountering such an evolution during battle was unprecedented. With a thunderous roar, Howley unleashed the super strength move, his muscles bulging as his arms expanded, completely freeing himself from the grasp of the Abra. Grasping the Abra's tail with his large hand, he grinned menacingly. Under the terrified gaze of the Abra, he hoisted it high and began to mercilessly slam it left and right. Boom! The ground was left with deep craters from the impact. After a series of brutal strikes, the Abra's body became as pliable as dough, its bones shattered beyond recognition. From its gaping maw poured forth a heap of mangled innards and a cascade of blood, indicating a fatal outcome. At last, having evolved and avenged its previous humiliations, Howley pounded his chest with a jubilant roar. Tao Ichiro cried out in anguish, "My Abra!" Casting a venomous glance at Sakamaki, he redirected his gaze skyward, his pupils constricting in shock. Meanwhile, the battle between Beedrill and Pidgeotto raged on with equal intensity. Tao Ichiro sneered, commanding Zubat, "Use supersonic." Zubat took the initiative, emitting a piercing sound wave that sliced through the air like a sharp blade. Sakamaki, confident in the bond between himself and Beedrill, urged, "Endure, Beedrill." Now, unleash Poison Jab. Though Beedrill felt a slight discomfort, it quickly regained its composure. The abdomen of Beedrill surged with energy, instantly executing the Poison Jab technique. A stream of green venom shot toward Zubat like an arrow, laden with corrosive potency that sent shivers down the spine. Zubat, undeterred by fear due to its innate ability, prepared to defend itself. "Quick defense," shouted Tao Ichiro, and Zubat crossed its wings, enveloped in a faint glow, forming a protective barrier that deflected the toxic assault. Tao Ichiro, dismissive of any notions of martial ethics, commanded Pidgeotto, "Join in. Use quick attack." Pidgeotto darted into the fray, akin to a bolt of lightning, launching itself toward Beedrill with astonishing speed, as though to tear the very air asunder. Sakamaki calmly instructed, "No need to panic. Use Pin Missile." Beedrill, ever composed, swiftly responded to the command, unleashing a barrage of energy-encased sharp stingers that rained down upon Pidgeotto, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. Upon striking the ground near Pidgeotto, the sharp needles erupted in a series of explosive detonations. Boom! The successive blasts sent Pidgeotto spiraling through the air, struggling to evade, appearing quite disheveled, its feathers scattered. Beedrill lightly tapped its dual stingers, emanating a sharp aura, its focus intensifying. With a swift beat of its wings, it transformed into a golden blur, charging toward Pidgeotto and Zubat, executing a slicing move. The stingers swung forth, resembling razor-sharp blades aimed at both Zubat and Pidgeotto, moving with remarkable speed, threatening to rend the air itself. Both Zubat and Pidgeotto shrieked in agony as they were sent flying. Yet, as seasoned Pokémon, they possessed considerable strength and could not be easily vanquished. Tao Ichiro, his expression darkening, bellowed, "Toxic Fangs." Quick Attack. Zubat, unwilling to yield, immediately retaliated with Toxic Fangs. Swiftly appearing before Beedrill, Sakamaki coldly smirked hardened. Beedrill quickly enacted the hardened technique, raising its metallic-glossed stingers defensively. The Toxic Fangs clashed against Beedrill's stingers, leaving mere white marks, failing to inflict any significant damage, almost shattering Zubat's fangs in the process. Pidgeotto, not to be outdone, executed Quick Attack, reversing its trajectory like a whirlwind, speeding toward Beedrill, its velocity akin to tearing through the air. Bang! This time, the impact struck Beedrill directly, sending it flying, blood spilling from its mouth, its form dented. Sakamaki, with a stern countenance, ordered rapid return. Yet Beedrill was struck by Pidgeotto's stingers, emitting a cry of pain, several large wounds marring its form. Tao Ichiro roared, "Supersonic!" Zubat opened its mouth wide, directing the supersonic move at Beedrill. Waves of sound rippled forth, causing Beedrill immense suffering. Seizing the moment, Tao Ichiro commanded, "Air Cutter, Quick Attack." Zubat flapped its wings, unleashing razor-sharp air blades that sliced through the air with lethal precision. Although Beedrill raised its stingers in a timely defense, it was still struck, leaving ghastly wounds across its body. At that moment, Pidgeotto swooped in with a powerful Quick Attack, sending Beedrill crashing to the ground. Rejoining the earlier moment, Tao Ichiro roared with ferocity, "I want your Beedrill dead." Just then, a seasoned Weezing appeared in the sky, unleashing the heat wave technique, a scorching gale that repelled both Zubat and Pidgeotto. Suddenly, a contingent of individuals emerged from all directions, led by a squad leader and several squad captains. The squad leader respectfully addressed Sakamaki, "Lord Sakamaki, I am Charlie, subordinate of Lord Ink. Do not be afraid. We are here to assist you." Sakamaki turned coldly. "Do I require your assistance?" Charlie's smile faltered. He had only intervened upon witnessing Sakamaki's peril, hoping to repay a favor. Yet, Sakamaki's indifference stung. Had it not been for Sakamaki's remarkable strength and potential, he would have turned away. But did Sakamaki truly need their help? Buzzing, the sound of flapping wings resounded as, to Charlie's astonishment, the battle-worn Beedrill slowly ascended, despite its injuries, radiating an aura of ferocity. Ability activated, full power unleashed. Howly Fighting Type Male Aptitude. Blue ability. Persistence, if in a status condition, will draw upon persistence, increasing attack power. Level, 31 height. 1, 69 meters weight. 85 kilograms moves. Tackle, Leer. Focus energy, Revenge. Low kick, Knock Off, Scary Face, Force Palm, Super Strength, Inherited moves. None Chapter 92. Clean the slate had it not been for insufficient strength. Sakamaki would never have placed his life and fortune in the hands of another, even if he had discerned their intentions through the power of Tokawaji. At this moment, the Beedrill was the sharpest spear in his possession, rendering him independent of any reliance on others. Let the assault commence. With a swift motion, the Beedrill transformed into a fleeting shadow, a streak of golden lightning. With a single strike, the Beedrill's stinger effortlessly pierced through the body of the Spearow, causing a spray of crimson blood and a shriek of agony as it plummeted to the ground. The Beedrill's blood-red eyes then turned towards the Zubat, its wings trembling as it vanished once more. Realizing he was cornered, Tao Ichiro gritted his teeth and shouted at the Zubat, "Zubat, defend quickly." The Zubat hastily crossed its wings, conjuring an energy shield before it. Clang! The first blow successfully repelled the Beedrill's attack. Yet the onslaught was far from over. Clang! 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 The cacophony of cracking energy shields sent a chill through Tao Ichiro's heart. Boom! The energy shield shattered completely, and the Beedrill lunged, piercing through the Zubat's body. The once pale stinger was now stained crimson as the Beedrill bit down, draining the Zubat of its venom. Today, it was not the blood-sucking bat that feasted, but rather the Beedrill that drained it dry. After consuming the Zubat's venom, the Beedrill discarded it like refuse onto the ground. Its scarlet gaze shifted towards the nearby Weezing, emanating a palpable aura of menace, chilling to the bone. Charlie felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He recognized that although the Beedrill was of high rank, his own Pokémon were no match. He slapped himself across the face, confessing to Sakamaki, "My lord, it was my folly to seek your favor. I was blinded by my own ambition." Not only Charlie, but even Tao Ichiro stood dumbfounded, gazing up at the Beedrill, which loomed like a deity of war, feeling the world spin around him. Sakamaki, unfazed by Charlie's apology, turned his icy gaze slowly towards Tao Ichiro, raising a finger with a cold command, "Eliminate him." Only then did the Beedrill turn its attention to Tao Ichiro, who felt a wave of terror wash over him. Kneeling in desperation, he pleaded with Sakamaki, "Please, Lord Sakamaki, I am willing to submit to you. I would give you everything, serve you as a loyal dog. Just spare my life." Sakamaki did not even blink. Blood splattered in droplets, landing on Charlie's face, the warmth of it sending shivers down his spine. Looking back at Tao Ichiro, he was gruesomely cleaved in two, his face still wearing an expression of fear and supplication. Yet his once rosy complexion had turned pale. The two halves of his body fell to either side, a horrific sight. After dispatching Charlie, the Beedrill showed no sign of pausing, swiftly appearing behind the Monferno and striking it with devastating force. The battered Meowth cast a glance at the Beedrill, but felt no anger. As the Beedrill prepared to deliver a final blow to the Monferno, Sakamaki interjected, "Spare it. Let it go and deal with those worthless fools. Just inflict heavy damage on the high-level Pokémon." Only then did the Beedrill halt, redirecting its flight towards the targets indicated by Sakamaki. Of course, the intended victims were not Sakamaki's men, but the squad leaders and regular members who had been attacking them. With the opportunity presented, Meowth rushed to assist. Seeing the executioner-like Beedrill and Meowth advancing, Charlie frantically called out to the squad leader and regular members who had followed him, "Retreat. If they attempt to flee, you must stop them." The group retreated in fear, desperate to avoid the carnage. After issuing the command, Charlie turned to Sakamaki, attempting to ingratiate himself with a nervous smile, as if to ask if he had acted correctly. Sakamaki ignored him, striding over to the corpse of Tao Ichiro without a hint of disgust. Bending down to retrieve his Pokeball, he captured the fallen Spearow and Monferno, sealing their Pokeballs with finality. He then collected Tao Ichiro's backpack, claiming its contents as his own. Charlie dared not look more than once, for the haunting screams that echoed around them made it abundantly clear why. The Beedrill was a terror beyond description. Meowth, too, was no mere creature. It savaged its victims, severing their necks and tossing their bodies aside like debris. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, as both the Beedrill and Meowth showed no mercy towards the squad leaders and members, leaving none alive. They were drenched in blood, and the chilling aura of death made the surrounding members of Team Rocket weak in the knees. Ashen, however, diligently collected the fallen Pokeballs, ensuring to retrieve the injured Pokémon, while also rifling through the bags of the squad leaders and regular members. Since Sakamaki had commanded it, he would comply. Initially paralyzed with fear, the timid Mars swiftly overcame his trepidation upon witnessing Ashen's resolve. As for the underlings of Ankh, despite their envy, they dared not move, their fear of death outweighing their greed. The scene was surreal, filled with the echoes of despair. The vast expanse had transformed into a slaughterhouse, with only the Beedrill and Meowth conducting the massacre until no life remained. This day's events would undoubtedly leave a profound mark on the hearts of the Team Rocket members. With a single-handed display of power, the Beedrill had vanquished a squad leader, several squad leaders, and dozens of regular members, all while fighting above its level. This terrifying achievement, amidst a sea of corpses and blood, would be forever etched in their memories. While some trembled in fear of Sakamaki, a glimmer of admiration flickered in their eyes. They were, after all, part of a nefarious organization, drawn to the most villainous of villains. Such was Sakamaki, the embodiment of their aspirations. Among them, even a familiar squad leader succumbed to this revelation, realizing at last the true extent of Sakamaki's strength. He felt honored to be a mere sparring partner to such a figure. Were it not for Charlie's presence, he might have already knelt before Sakamaki. The latter cast a cold glance at the sweating Charlie, issuing a single command: clean the slate. Chapter 93. This is the leader. Had it been anyone else speaking to Charlie in such a manner, he would have surely lost his temper. However, sensing the piercing gazes of B-Drill and the cat boss, he quickly forced a rather unpleasant smile and responded to Sakamaki with a respectful nod. Yes, Lord Sakamaki. He understood that this was a pivotal opportunity to alter his standing in Sakamaki's eyes. With such innate talent, he firmly believed that Sakamaki would undoubtedly become a leader in the future. Even Ankh would find it impossible to suppress him. Thus, lowering his pride seemed entirely reasonable to him. He would not hesitate to bow down if it meant being regarded as a trusted confidant by Sakamaki. Taking the lead, he disregarded his own status and urged the stunned individuals around him. Hurry up. Did you not hear Lord Sakamaki's orders? Clean this place up and submit anything that remains behind. Ensure you collect all usable Pokémon organs as well. It was only then that they sprang into action, eager to comply. Ashen and the respectful Mars approached with bags full of items. Boss, what about these? Sakamaki waved his hand dismissively without even glancing at them. Take them. Simultaneously, he tossed the Pokeballs of a Primeape and a Spearow to Ashen. Both Pokémon possessed commendable talent and strength, and he added, by the way, I will assist you in capturing them later. Ashen did not refuse, knowing that since Sakamaki offered, he must accept. His loyalty to Sakamaki was unwavering. Yes, Mars was equally exhilarated, realizing that these resources were something he could not have obtained in over a decade. He knelt down, exclaiming, Thank you, boss. Sakamaki glanced at him with indifference and replied, Rise. Your loyalty is commendable, but your strength is lacking. Sakamaki then turned his attention to Ashen, who threw several Pokeballs in front of Mars. These Pokémon are for you. Do not betray the boss's trust. Mars nodded fervently, yes. I am willing to face any challenge for the boss. The surrounding members of Team Rocket watched this scene with envy and resentment. Was this what it meant to be associated with the right person? The formal team members looked at the several squad leaders, as well as the diligent Charlie, unaware that those leaders shared the same yearning to bow at Sakamaki's feet, especially Charlie, who now regretted not having acted sooner. This was indeed the boss. Once the mess was cleared and the corpses were dealt with, feeding the usable ones to Mook and burying the rest, Charlie respectfully approached Sakamaki with the gathered items, ensuring he did not conceal anything. He nearly revealed his true feelings as he began, B-Boss Sakamaki, these are the items we overlooked. What do you think? The squad leaders behind him were on the verge of chastising Charlie for his excess. After all, he was still under Ankh's command. Nonetheless, if given the chance to meet Sakamaki privately, his allegiance to Ankh would no longer matter. Sakamaki glanced at the collected items, furrowing his brow. Charlie, perceptive to the situation, quickly offered, If you find any of these cumbersome, I can exchange them for points. I have plenty of subordinates who would benefit from them. Such a comparison was indeed telling. However, Charlie's subordinates were eager to exchange, recognizing this as an opportunity to make a lasting impression on Sakamaki. Sakamaki looked at Ashen and Mars and casually remarked, You two decide what to keep, retain what is useful. Ashen and Mars nodded in agreement. Charlie enthusiastically facilitated the exchanges, though it might seem to outsiders that he was diminishing his own value. Yet, Charlie understood that if Ashen could successfully capture the Primeape and Spearow with Sakamaki's assistance, he would likely ascend to the rank of a senior trainer. Furthermore, both Ashen and Mars had promising futures ahead, and winning their favor was undoubtedly prudent. Amid this fervor, the exchanges concluded swiftly. Sakamaki organized the items gathered from the Arbok and Mook, feeding them all to Nidorino. Once Machoke evolved into Machamp, it found itself at the rear of the line. As for the remaining corpses, before Sakamaki could suggest a course of action, Charlie rushed over with a smile, stating, Lord, allow me to handle this. I know points are of no use to you, but I have a Mook that could be of assistance. Sakamaki recognized Charlie's attempt at goodwill and his effort to amend past actions. Since Charlie was willing, Sakaki acquiesced. Very well. Seeing Sakaki's agreement and warmer demeanor, Charlie was elated. He released a senior mook, which promptly expelled a shard emanating a purple glow. Upon hitting the ground, it corroded the earth beneath. Sakaki, surprised, inquired, "Is it a fragment of a toxic orb? Are you really willing to invest such resources?" Charlie felt a pang of regret. The toxic orb fragment was far more valuable than the corpses. Yet, to dissolve any lingering resentment in Sakaki's mind, he had no choice but to proceed. With a forced smile, he replied, "Thank you." Sakaki, unceremoniously, gestured to Beedrill, which immediately seized the fragment and consumed it. The vast energy within the fragment surged through Beedrill, causing its own toxic energy to bubble and manifest a purple hue. Despite a hint of discomfort on its face, the overall sensation was one of relief, especially given its exceptional talent as a bug-type Pokémon. Once Sakaki accepted the toxic orb fragment, Charlie finally breathed a sigh of relief and directed Mook to consume the remaining corpses. He had also prepared a contingency plan. "Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to oversee your other subordinates. There will be no issues." To his surprise, Sakaki merely nodded slightly, showing no further reaction. Charlie quickly grasped the situation and asked, "Where are you headed? May I escort you?" Sakaki instructed him, "No need. Just ensure you relay everything here to Ankh, leaving no details behind." Hearing this, Charlie's expression stiffened. Sakaki glanced at him and casually remarked, "Do not worry. Your previous matters are behind you." Only then did Charlie's tense expression relax, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I'm immensely grateful. I assure you, I shall never show a hint of disrespect again." Chapter 94. Internal reactions at the Tokawadai base after Charlie recounted everything he had witnessed to Ankh. A myriad of emotions played across Ankh's face, his eyes reflecting astonishment. He was aware of Sakaki's prodigious talent, having received reports that surpassed those of Chaz and Yutaro. However, he had not anticipated the extent of Sakaki's brilliance. His audacious challenges and one-sided massacres, regardless of the angle, were enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. After all, we were speaking of a squadron leader and several team leaders, not mere trifles. If given more time, Ankh knew he would not stand a chance against Sakaki. It seemed as if there were no barriers for him. He envisioned the rise of a Dark Emperor. Although it felt inevitable that he would be subjugated by Sakaki, it also indicated he had placed his bet wisely, for only Sakaki could contend with Eidos. In light of this, he chastised Charlie. "Look at the mess you've created." Charlie, feeling somewhat wronged, responded, "But it was your instruction." Ankh retorted sharply. Do you dare to retort? Does he know? The implication of his words was whether Ankh could secure reimbursement for this situation. Yet, Ankh merely stated, "It is what it is. He is too clever. He will surely piece together some of it. We must prepare a resource as an apology." Noticing Ankh's lack of intent to reimburse him, Charlie's expression fell. Indeed, he would have to stick with Sakaki. After all, his actions were bold and he exhibited immense trust in his subordinates. Suddenly, Ankh recalled something and promptly instructed Charlie. "By the way, suppress this information. Do not let Kawaii and Eidos learn of it. This will grant him more room for growth." To his surprise, Charlie gasped, startling Ankh. Annoyed, Ankh inquired, "What now?" Charlie stammered, "It's a bit late. I know my subordinates' mouths. It may have already spread within the organization." Upon hearing this, Ankh sprang to his feet. "You fool." He then sat down again, resignedly stating, "Forget it. It's not crucial. As long as the captain does not take action, it is of no consequence unless a few squad leaders join forces." Charlie agreed. "You are right." Ankh then instructed him to keep a closer watch on Kawaii's people, reminding him not to leave a negative impression as they had previously acted similarly. Charlie promptly assured him, understood. As Charlie had predicted, the tale of Sakaki single-handedly annihilating a squad leader, several team leaders, and dozens of formal members swiftly spread throughout the ranks of Team Rocket. In the process of relay, the story became increasingly embellished. Whispers spread of a terrifying Beedrill that could momentarily reach quasi-king-level strength, delighting in plucking out human eyeballs. The infamous cat leader was described as elusive, favoring the act of snapping necks and devouring heads as if they were mere ratatas. especially concerning Sakaki. Rumors circulated that he was extraordinary due to a millennia-old nine-tailed beast residing within him, or that he was a creature with 3 souls. Ultimately, the narrative evolved into a mythos. Eidos, still stationed at the base, was informed of the situation. Bang! Inside Kawaii's chamber, he crushed a metal cup in his hands, slamming it onto the floor, creating a large dent. Like a volcano erupting, he bellowed furiously, "Useless. All of you are worthless." A squad leader, several team leaders, and dozens of men couldn't even kill a brat. He seethed. Am I raising a bunch of incompetents? The squad leaders were drenched in sweat. One of them tremblingly spoke up. "My lord, that boy is too peculiar. The word has spread throughout the organization, calling him a monster." Smack! Kawai delivered a resounding slap that nearly knocked the man unconscious. With a dark expression, Kawai retorted, "Do you have a pig's brain? A monster? Where in this world are there monsters? Do you think he killed Tohikairo and the others?" After a scoff, Kawai continued, "What else could it be? I've invested so much effort. That brat only reached the level of a senior trainer with my support. How could he possibly achieve that?" Grinding his teeth, he growled, "It must be that angst doing. His subordinates killed Tohikairo and shifted the blame onto that brat. Once it spreads, many will flock to him and that boy. It will also reveal that my organization attacked a candidate for the next leader, inviting punishment from the boss." The squad leaders quickly inquired, "Then, my lord, what shall we do?" Kawai snorted, "What can we do? Just like you all attempted to assassinate that boy. What does it have to do with me? Isn't that what Eidos did as well? Just a trivial punishment." The squad leaders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disappointment. This man's implication was clear. If they were to perish, it would be of no concern to him. Reflecting on Kawaii's usual harshness towards them, they contrasted it with the recent tales of Sakaki's generosity towards his subordinates, with many formal members attesting to the rewards he bestowed. With a gaze full of murderous intent, Kawai ordered, "You lot prepare yourselves. You will need to eliminate that brat. I refuse to believe that one of you can't handle him." The squad leaders, left with no choice, nodded in agreement. Indeed, shortly thereafter, one of Kawaii's subordinates entered and reported, "My lord, the boss is calling for you." Meanwhile, in Sakaki Rika's room, she listened to a report from one of the formal members present at the time and smiled slightly, thinking, "I underestimated that boy." She turned to Miyamoto, sitting nearby, and remarked, "I heard he made a bet with you. Let us hope you don't truly lose to him." Miyamoto shrugged off the concern. "If he can defeat me, that's only natural. Otherwise, how could he possess the ability to withstand the organization?" Sakaki chuckled lightly. "Indeed, that is a fair point." Far away in Blue City, Eidos received a report from his subordinate, wiping the blood from his hands, and coldly smiled. "So, he has swiftly reached the advanced level. How interesting. Monsters, you say? Aren't there monsters everywhere?" Following his gaze, several terrifying Pokémon stood amidst a sea of corpses composed of hundreds, thousands of individuals, and countless Pokémon remains. Chapter 95. Serendipity. 3 weeks later. Amidst a grove near Shinshin town, Sakaki sat upon a colossal rock, gazing into the distance at a realm regarded as the safest and most comfortable in this world. Why? One might ask. Because it was home to the first champion of a league, Professor Okido. In a decade or two, another world champion might emerge, alongside the strongest champion from parallel worlds and the one with the briefest tenure. Sakaki stroked his chin thoughtfully, parting his lips as he mused. Do you think Professor Okido will be there? Should we pay a visit to this inaugural champion? Logically, he surmised that the esteemed professor would likely not be present, as the league still required his presence for its FAA. "Stop, Fire Monkey, or I shall not hold back." Mars, his companion, chimed in, "Boss, let us avoid this peril. After all, you are to become the leader of the future underworld. Confronting the champion would be tantamount to courting death. Rattata, cease your antics. I can't endure much longer." Sakaki realized the futility of encountering Professor Okido and decided against it. He lowered his gaze upon the 2 unfortunate creatures attempting to tame their Pokémon, now fleeing in disarray from their pursuers, and shook his head in resignation. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sound of wings fluttering filled the air as Beedrill descended gracefully. Unlike 3 weeks prior, the Beedrill's stinger now radiated a purplish-black hue, suggesting a potent toxicity. Its presence exuded a formidable aura, having reached level 36. A remarkable ascent of 1 level per week, and it had mastered the poison sting move. Such progress was indeed impressive. In contrast, the cat Pokémon, whose qualities had begun to manifest a violet hue, had only ascended 3 levels to reach 39, nearing the threshold of advanced rank while also learning the cut move. Pokémon like Machoke and Nidoking had merely advanced by 2 levels, a feat aided by resources Sakamaki had inherited from Tameikairo. Without such assistance, their growth would have been even more stunted. Nidoking had also mastered the double kick. Sakamaki commanded Beedrill, assist those two, with an overwhelming presence. Beedrill swiftly subdued Rattata to the ground. Fire Monkey, still defiant, was met with Beedrill's swift movements as it appeared above, delivering a barrage of stings that left it battered and bloodied, ultimately pinning it down. The creature emitted a wretched cry, finally recalling the terror instilled by Beedrill. Sakamaki gracefully leaped down from his perch, beckoning Ashen to stand aside. He approached Fire Monkey, placing his foot firmly upon its head, pressing down with force until its face was buried in the earth. Despite its struggles, the relentless weight of Beedrill's presence bore down upon it, evoking pitiful whines of despair. Sakamaki's voice dripped with menace as he declared, "My patience is finite. Should you remain disobedient, I shall end your existence and procure another Pokémon in your stead." Fire Monkey trembled under the weight of Sakamaki's aura, continuing to apply pressure. Sakamaki's foot met the ground with a series of sharp cracks. His chilling words reached Fire Monkey's ears. "You possess intelligence, yet lack the prudence of a Pidgey. You must discern the veracity of my statements. I pose one last inquiry. Do you wish for life or death?" The terror-stricken Fire Monkey, tears streaming down its face, hastily pleaded for mercy. Only then did Sakamaki gesture to Beedrill, who withdrew its stinger, soaring gracefully into the air, shaking off the remnants of battle with an air of arrogance. Sakamaki lifted his foot, without a trace of compassion, and kicked Fire Monkey towards Ashen, instructing, "Ensure it is well disciplined. Should it dare to defy again, eliminate it without hesitation." Ashen nodded vigorously, affirming compliance. He tended to Fire Monkey's superficial wounds, applying ointment that would heal within days. However, the encounter had thoroughly frightened Fire Monkey, which now regarded Sakamaki and Beedrill with the eyes of a creature confronted by demons, filled with dread and terror. In contrast, Fire Monkey now perceived Ashen as a benevolent figure. As for Rattata, having witnessed the fate of Fire Monkey, it trembled in fear. When Sakamaki turned his gaze upon it and Beedrill raised its stingers, Rattata shivered and scurried to Mars, nuzzling against his legs in an effort to seek refuge, nearly resorting to a display of cuteness. Mars was left flustered by the turn of events. Despite their struggles, the duo had achieved far less than Sakamaki had with just a few gestures. Such was the disparity in their abilities. Ultimately, Ashen successfully ascended to the ranks of novice advanced trainers, while Mars reached the lower echelons of high-ranking trainers. Mars expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Sakamaki pondered briefly before instructing, "While outside, refrain from calling me boss. Simply use my name." The two shook their heads in unison, ultimately deciding to refer to him as Young Master Sakamaki in public. With his aura and appearance reminiscent of a young master from a noble family, provided he tempered his murderous intent, they accepted this designation. Having reached a consensus, Sakamaki acquiesced, and after recalling their Pokémon, he spoke softly, "Let us proceed to the dock." They nodded eagerly, "Yes, young master." Yet, as they exited the grove, they encountered 2 boys, both around 10 years old, one in front of the other. Their appearances bore an uncanny resemblance to figures from Sakamaki's memories. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze before vanishing. The reason for his unease became apparent as he noticed the robust Charizard towering behind the boys. Significantly larger than typical Charizards, its tail aflame like a torch. No need for any psychic prowess to discern the terrifying power contained within. Even with the naked eye, it was evident. Champion level. Undoubtedly a champion level Pokémon. Without a moment's hesitation, it was clear this was one of Professor Okito's Pokémon. The black-haired boy, lagging behind, called out to the brown-haired boy ahead, "Q, slow down. I can barely keep up." The boy named Q turned back disdainfully, retorting, "You're too slow." This prompted a spirited protest from the other boy. "I am the one destined to be the next league champion. I will defeat Uncle Okito first." The two children bickered incessantly, their voices echoing with youthful ambition. "In your dreams, I will be the one." "No, I will." Chapter 96. The two special imps, the two quarreling little imps, soon spotted Sakamaki and his companions ahead. As for the Charizard, it had undoubtedly noticed them much earlier, but chose to ignore them. In the eyes of a champion-level Pokémon, only those of legendary status could be deemed worthy of attention. Sakamaki and Ash were not even worth a single spark of its fiery move. When Tajiri Chiji saw Sakamaki and the others, he let out a soft exclamation. "Oh, there are people." However, Amura Kaimaru, being the son of Amura Yukachika, observed with far greater acuity than Chiji. His gaze fell upon the Pokeballs at their waists, and his eyes gleamed with recognition. Pokeballs? Trainers. Fortunately, Sakamaki and the others had only placed 6 Pokeballs at their waist for better disguise. Otherwise, it would have been quite a predicament. Trainers? Chiji's eyes instantly ignited with excitement. He hastened forward, inadvertently drawing Charizard's gaze as well. This made Sakamaki's heart sink, but he knew that even if he engaged, he could not overpower Charizard, so it was better to remain composed. A faint smile adorned Sakamaki's proud face. Chiji addressed Sakamaki and his companions, "Big brothers, are you trainers? Are you here to challenge Uncle Yukachika in Masera Town? What a pity, he has been away these days." Kaimaru slowly approached, scolding the oblivious Chiji. "Chiji, are you a fool? Why do you blurt everything out?" Chiji looked confused. "What's wrong?" Kaimaru admonished him sternly. "You don't even know if they are bad people, and you're casually chatting with them. What if they mean to harm you?" Though his words were blunt, they were filled with concern. He was indeed a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. However, even if Sakamaki were given the audacity to act, he would not dare to confront the two, especially not with Charizard, which Yukachika had left in Masera Town merely as an ornament. Sakamaki shook his head and retrieved his identification from his pocket. Under the watchful eyes of the two little imps, he stated, "I am not a bad person. We are trainers from the Alliance. This is my partner. We are not here to challenge the champion. I do not possess that level of strength. We simply wish to travel to Kureha City from the dock ahead." Ash and Hasha nodded in agreement. Kaimaru was more focused on Sakamaki's words than on the rest. He raised his chin, speaking with a proud demeanor. "At least you have some self-awareness." It seemed he held his father in high esteem. Traveling. Chiji, unlike Kaimaru, was primarily struck by the latter part of Sakamaki's statement, and upon hearing the word travel, he wore an envious expression. He eagerly asked Sakamaki, "Is it to become a Pokémon master, to make more Pokémon friends, and then travel around the world?" Kaimaru, though appearing haughty, had his ears perked up, revealing a hint of longing in his eyes. Sakamaki smiled gently. "Indeed, isn't that the very essence of travel?" Chiji gasped in awe before exclaiming, "That's amazing. Kaimaru and I have always wanted to travel, but Uncle Yukachika and my parents have consistently disapproved, saying we are still too young." Kaimaru lifted his head, scoffing, "It's not like you're strong enough. If it weren't for you, I would have set out traveling long ago." "That's not true. I am quite strong," Chiji retorted immediately, tossing out a Pokeball to reveal a Squirtle. "Come out, Squirtle." The adorably confused Squirtle tilted its head. "Squirt?" Sakamaki glanced at the Squirtle and couldn't help but marvel inwardly at its potential, which surely ranked at least as blue. He chuckled. "A commendable Squirtle. It appears you have nurtured it well." Chiji gleefully exclaimed, "Really?" Meanwhile, Kaimaru seemed unwilling to let Chiji bask in joy. He quickly shot him down. "Your Squirtle couldn't even defeat my Bulbasaur. It's just comforting you." Upon hearing this, Chiji eagerly urged Sakamaki, "Big brother, would you battle me? I want to witness the prowess of a true trainer." Sakamaki paused, taken aback by the audacity of this little imp. Clever Kaimaru intervened. "What are you thinking? You've only been raising Pokémon for a few days. If you want to see their strength, Why not let Charizard battle them? Roar. Charizard disdainfully huffed 2 jets of scorching flames, growling softly. A cold sweat trickled down Sakaki's forehead. Was this child doing this on purpose? He mused. Don't let me catch you later, he quickly declined. That's a champion-level Pokémon. I am not its match, so there is no need to seek unnecessary humiliation. Chiji seized the opportunity to counter Kayamaru. Right? Aren't you just bullying him? Initially, Kayamaru hadn't thought much of it. But Chiji's words made him realize there was indeed something amiss. He waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't mean it like that. Sakaki, embodying the role of a warm, understanding older brother, smiled at the two. No worries, even though I cannot be your opponent now. As long as you aspire to become trainers, we will undoubtedly meet again in the future. At that time, we can have a battle. Chiji clenched his fists, fervently exclaiming, All right, we will become trainers soon, and then I must battle you. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Sakaki smiled lightly and replied, Sakaki. Kayamaru looked at Sakaki with bright, intelligent eyes. Though he appeared somewhat proud, he remained quite polite. Big brother Sakaki, could you let us see your Pokémon? I want to understand what kind of strength is needed to travel. Chiji immediately chimed in, Yes, yes. Sakaki placed his hand on a Pokeball and retrieved the ones containing Machoke and Nidoking. All right, since you wish to see, I shall show you. With a snap, the 2 Pokémon were released, exuding a powerful aura. However, upon sighting Charizard, they were visibly taken aback. Though they exhibited the fearlessness of youth, their gazes remained resolute. Charizard, being a champion-level Pokémon, had no need to stoop to their level. Chiji exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, it's Machoke and Nidoking. Kayamaru meticulously observed Machoke and the others, commenting, regardless of size, spirit, or potential, they're all top-notch. Their potential could reach gym leader or even quasi-champion level. Their level should be around 30. Sakaki gazed deeply at Kayamaru, acknowledging him as the son of Amura Yukichika. He could accurately assess with just his eyes. Indeed, your observations are astute. Chiji tugged at Kayamaru's arm, pleading, Kayamaru, you're so impressive. When did you learn this skill? Teach me too. Forget it. You're too slow, Kayamaru retorted dismissively, though he added, I'll help you out later. Chapter 97. The Doc Nidalino and Howley showcased their skills before the 2 young ones, earning admiration from Chiji. With a beaming smile, Sakaki addressed them, saying, Both of you possess considerable talent. I believe you will soon attain this level of strength, and then you can embark on your travels. Chiji, ever the passionate soul, responded with enthusiasm, Yes, we will strive hard. Qingmao, possessing a modicum of hospitality, invited Sakaki, Brother Sakaki, you have been so kind to us. How about a meal at my home? Upon hearing this, Chiji chimed in, Yes, come to my house. My mother makes the best food. Sakaki shook his head, politely declining their offer. Thank you for your kind invitations, but we must continue our journey. Perhaps another time. Chiji's disappointment was palpable. All right then, he conceded. Qingmao patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, It's all right. One day we will meet Brother Sakaki again. Sakaki affectionately ruffled Chiji's hair, responding, Indeed, until we meet again. The innocent youths had already begun to regard Sakaki as a friend. Brother Sakaki, do you know where the dock is? Would you like me to guide you? The Charizard behind them nodded in approval at this suggestion. Chiji and Qingmao exchanged affirming glances. Sakaki chuckled softly, bidding farewell to the two. Until next time, Chiji. Qingmao, I hope when we meet again, you will have become formidable trainers. Kitsi nodded vigorously, absolutely. Sakaki nodded to Charizard and, accompanied by Ashen and Hoshing, strolled towards the dock. Qingmao, watching the retreating figures of Sakaki and Ashen, murmured pensively, I can't shake the feeling that Brother Sakaki's identity is far from ordinary. Chiji's head suddenly popped up, questioning what? Qingmao, what are you mumbling about? Charizard lowered its head, equally perplexed. Startled by the inquiries of Chiji and Charizard, Qingmao reluctantly explained, Did you not notice? Those two have remained closely behind Brother Sakaki, silent and clearly acting as subordinates. Now that you mention it, that is indeed true, Chiji exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and shouted, I've figured it out. You figured it out? Qingmao regarded Chiji with skepticism. wondering how he could arrive at a conclusion he himself had not. Chi declared loudly, "Brother Sakaki must be a wealthy young master, just like you." Qing Mao? His family likely sent him out with 2 bodyguards, and they just happened to be older than him. He stated confidently, just like how Charizard follows you, to ensure you don't get lost. Qing Mao's face flushed with embarrassment at this remark, and he retorted angrily, "Qi, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Following Qi's interruption, Qing Mao dismissed the thought and ran off playfully with him. Meanwhile, after walking for some time, Ashen finally spoke up, "Boss, that kid and his Charizard. Are they truly the champion's son and Pokémon?" Sakaki nodded. "Indeed, that Charizard is undoubtedly champion level." Ashen was taken aback. Not only did he worry about the possibility of abducting Qing Mao and Qi for Team Rocket, but he also felt a sense of being watched. Glancing around discreetly, he questioned, could there be League personnel nearby? Sakaki replied nonchalantly, "Do you think a champion-level Pokémon would require others to guard this place?" He lifted his gaze, a mix of longing and formidable confidence gleaming in his eyes. "The Muzhu Qing. This name defines an era. No one dares to provoke him," he declared resolutely. "But the next era, and all that follows, shall belong to me, Sakaki." With renewed determination, Sakaki quickened his pace, fading into the enveloping darkness of the setting sun. The cerulean sea met the sky, where a water-type Pokémon leaped from the ocean, its scales shimmering brilliantly, splashing water across the surface. Near the shoreline, a cluster of rudimentary structures composed a dock, where various fishing boats and cruise ships were tied up, bustling with sailors. The salty sea breeze brushed against Sakaki's face, seemingly sweeping away his weariness. Dressed in beach shorts and a loose shirt, he appeared as though he were on vacation. Squinting against the sun, he mused, "If I grow old, retiring by the sea wouldn't be such a bad idea." Removing his shoes to feel the sand beneath his feet, Ashen, as his subordinate, suggested, "Boss, let us inquire if there's a reliable boat heading to Kure City." Sakaki waved him off. "Go ahead, I will explore the area." Ashen and Huoxing nodded and temporarily left his side. Not far away, a frail, blonde-haired boy observed Sakaki and Ashen, hesitating to approach. When Sakaki sensed he was being watched, he turned his head, causing the boy to quickly avert his gaze and draw circles in the sand with his foot. Not detecting any malice from the boy, Sakaki chose to ignore him and continued along the beach. A protective barrier akin to a shark net kept Pokémon away from the shallows, where people swam, sunbathing on the sand. After a short stroll, Sakaki spotted an empty beach chair and was about to sit when a group of youths rushed towards him. The leading boy grinned and said, "Excuse me, the beach chair rental is 200 Pokémon coins." Sakaki frowned at the youth. He possessed wealth, having eliminated many and acquired substantial resources as a squad leader, receiving exorbitant Pokémon coins monthly. Coupled with the savings from Tao Yichiro, he currently held several million Pokémon coins. Yet he believed in prudent spending, having been poor for too long. 200 Pokémon coins? Do you take me for a fool? Sakaki scanned the beach chairs and replied, "I see no signs indicating a fee. Why should I pay you?" The boy, seemingly accustomed to this routine, promptly had his companions produce a sign, pointing to the words. "It's right here. I just put it away. See? I'm not lying, am I?" His demeanor suggested he was intent on taking advantage of Sakaki. Chapter 98. The eager youngster Sakamaki smiled gently, though his gaze was somewhat frosty. He produced 200 spirit coins and remarked nonchalantly, "I can offer you these spirit coins, but are you certain you wish to accept them?" Under Sakamaki's scrutinizing gaze, several boys felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising on their arms. They exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden drop in temperature. Yet, being young and unaware of the caliber of the individual they were provoking, they remained blissfully ignorant of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Sakamaki's oversized jacket conveniently concealed the pokeballs, leading them to foolishly rejoice over this trivial gain. What is there to fear? Anyone with spirit coins would be a fool not to seize the opportunity. As they reached out to take the spirit coins from Sakamaki's hand, a voice interjected, "Do not accept them. The beach chairs here are complimentary. They do not require spirit coins. They are deceiving you." Sakamaki cast a curious glance at the boy who had spoken. Despite his evident lack of courage, he dared to stand in front of him. Intriguingly bold. Was he truthful? The other boys exchanged glances and, with menacing glares, shouted at the boy, "You insolent brat from Kulu City, who gave you the right to speak? Do you want us to teach you a lesson?" Seeing that Sakamaki appeared to be of similar age, albeit a bit more robust, they felt somewhat emboldened by their numbers. They threatened, "And you, hand over the spirit coins if you know what is good for you." Upon witnessing their aggression, the blonde-haired boy anxiously grabbed Sakamaki, urging him to flee. However, as he pulled, Sakamaki stood firm, while the boy nearly toppled over. Sakamaki chuckled, steadying the boy. Flee? They were not worthy of such an action. As the group of boys closed in, Sakamaki casually rotated his wrist and beckoned them with a flick of his fingers. "Come at me together." Faced with Sakamaki's relaxed yet provocative stance, the boys exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily hesitating. Though they were typically brash, the individual before them seemed far from ordinary. Yet their youthful bravado and pride swiftly dispelled their doubts, and they exchanged knowing looks, deciding to attack in unison. "Don't think we won't dare," one boy snarled, baring his teeth as he charged at Sakamaki, followed closely by the others, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Sakamaki's lips curled into a faint smile. He remained unmoved, effortlessly sidestepping the initial attack. In a swift motion, he seized the wrist of the foremost boy, twisting it lightly to disrupt his balance, causing him to crash to the ground. He then lifted his foot and stomped down on the boy's chest, eliciting a pain scream and a retch. The blonde-haired boy watched in astonishment, surprised by Sakamaki's prowess. He had intended to assist, but, seeing Sakamaki handle the situation with ease, he hesitated, fearing he would only complicate matters further. Just then, a boy lunged from behind, brandishing a wooden stick aimed at Sakamaki. Sakamaki, keenly aware of the movement, sidestepped the attack. His expression turned icy as he snatched the stick from the assailant's grip, yanking it away and delivering a powerful kick that sent the boy flying 2 meters away. Sakamaki flicked the stick in his hand, squeezing it until it splintered into several pieces. The remaining boys, finally grasping the magnitude of their folly, halted in their tracks, fear etched on their faces. They exchanged glances and, in a flurry, scattered like rabbits, the leader of the group unable to resist shouting a final threat. "Just wait, don't get too cocky." Only a sign remained on the ground, whisked away by the wind. The blonde-haired boy turned to Sakamaki, astonished. "I had no idea you were so formidable. I was overly concerned." Sakamaki smiled. "It's nothing really. Had it not been for you, I might have relinquished my money." The blonde boy shook his head, sighing. "If only I possessed your physique and courage, I wouldn't fear them and could help more people." Sakamaki patted his shoulder. "I believe you already exhibit great bravery." The blonde boy's eyes widened in delight. "Really?" Sakamaki affirmed. "Indeed, truly." The blonde boy expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you. This is the first time someone has praised me so." "There's no need for thanks. I should be thanking you." Sakamaki waved dismissively, then looked at the boy curiously. "By the way, I noticed you watching me closely. Were you anticipating such an incident?" The blonde boy quickly waved his hands. "No, not all." He appeared somewhat bashful, even reddening slightly, and explained, "I overheard you mention heading to Kulu City. My family operates a boat service and can take you there. Rest assured, it's quite affordable, just 1,000 spirit coins per person, and very safe." As if to dispel any notion of deceit, he added earnestly, "I promise. I'm not lying. It truly is quite inexpensive." Noticing the disarray around them, one of the boys hesitantly asked, "Young master here?" Sakamaki waved his hand lightly. "It's fine, merely a trivial matter. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the blonde boy's once bright eyes dimmed. Sakamaki observed him and patted his shoulder again, addressing Ashen. "Step back. I have found a better option. This young man assures me that it's safer." Ashen dared not voice any dissent, promptly agreeing, "Yes." He gestured to Mars, who immediately rushed over. The blonde boy was momentarily taken aback, but soon a radiant smile illuminated his face. However, after a moment's thought, he said to Sakamaki, "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Our service cannot compete with a luxury cruise." Sakamaki reassured him, "Do not worry. I am indifferent to the mode of transport. Consider the likelihood of encountering pirates on such a grand vessel. Hence, I opted for the safer route." This was indeed true. Sakamaki would not gamble with his safety. However, the blond boy mistook this as Sakamaki's attempt to comfort him, and feeling reluctant to refuse further, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Chapter 99. Maji sure at this moment, the young man with yellow hair inquired of Sakaki, I still do not know how to address you. Nor this gentleman and those two. I am Majishur, replied Majishur. Upon hearing this, Sakaki scrutinized Majishur closely. Though somewhat frail, the yellow-haired lad hailed from Withered Leaf City and was evidently a sailor. Everything seemed to align. Familiar faces were increasingly appearing. First, it was Bishiasi, then Majishur. One could only wonder if the next would be one of the 4 generals or 3 beast warriors. Despite his surprise, Sakaki maintained a composed demeanor, merely stating, Majishur. I shall remember that. Majishur smiled shyly, replying, very well. Even if the owner of this luxurious cruise ship was a trainer who employed numerous trainers, he would not dare to shortchange them. Mars spoke to Sakaki. They have all retreated, young master. Sakaki nodded and instructed Majishur, let us proceed. This way, young master Sakaki, Majishur said, leading the way. The vessel Majishur mentioned was docked somewhat off the beaten path, not at the wharf, but rather behind an uninhabited grove. It was only to be expected. After all, this was not Withered Leaf City. As an outsider, the ship would inevitably face local hostility. This principle held true across all domains. To navigate such challenges more adeptly, one would need the support of a local ally or a partnership with a native. However, as they traversed the grove, the group of youths reemerged, this time accompanied by a sailor adorned with a Pokémon ball at his waist. With an air of arrogance, the sailor pointed at Sakaki and his companions, questioning, are these the ones? Several youths nodded vigorously, glaring at Sakaki and his entourage, affirming, indeed, they are the ones. The sailor removed the Pokémon ball from his belt, releasing a large ducklet, its strength merely in the teens. He taunted Sakaki and his companions, so, you are the ones who have been bullying my little brothers, huh? Speak up. How do you wish to resolve this? This is not the wharf. Even if I take you out, no one would know it was me. Such bravado was tinged with exaggeration. The youths proudly declared, our brother, Xiao Erlang, is a trainer sailor aboard the Sun Goddess. You have picked the wrong fight. One of the boys whispered into Xiao Erlang's ear, mentioning Sakaki's considerable wealth. Xiao Erlang's eyes darted as he turned to Sakaki, stating, now, compensate us with 5,000 Pak dollars, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, Majishur, standing beside Sakaki, took a couple of steps back in fear, saying, I am terribly sorry, young master Sakaki. It is my fault for bringing you into this. They have been waiting for us here. Sakaki waved his hand dismissively. No trouble at all. It is but a trivial matter. Seeing Sakaki's nonchalance only heightened Majishur's concern. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, shouting at Xiao Erlang and his gang. Our ship is just ahead. When the captain arrives, you will regret crossing us. Though Xiao Erlang exhibited some trepidation, he was predominantly brash. Do you think I would budge? Look at me standing here. Do you think he dares to strike? With your pathetic little ship from out of town, you think you can act here? You must be wishing for a demise. Even in Withered Leaf City, he will still have to keep a low profile. A discarded waste from the military is a waste wherever he goes. In a fit of rage, Majishur shouted silence. Do not speak ill of the captain. He charged forward recklessly. Sakaki, shaking his head from behind, remarked, a commendable spirit, yet lacking in composure. With a gentle wave of his hand, Mars stepped forward instantly. Xiao Erlang scoffed, commanding his ducklet, knock him away. Upon receiving the order, ducklet charged at Majishur. It was then that Majishur remembered the vast chasm in their abilities. Yet it was too late. He shut his eyes in fear, trembling with trepidation. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Tentatively, he opened his eyes to find the fierce ducklet pinned down by a Rattata. Meanwhile, Xiao Erlang and his companions stood frozen in fear, surrounded by 5 Pokémon. Surprisingly, Mars, who was evidently the weakest among Sakaki's group, stood firmly before Majishur, clutching several empty Pokémon balls. If Mars was a trainer, then what of Sakaki and Aoxine? Majishur turned in confusion. Sakaki approached, lightly patting Majishur's shoulder. Come, Mars will handle this. Majishar nodded anxiously. Yes, yes, young Master Sakaki. As Sakaki reached Mars, he stroked his chin, musing, I heard ducklet goes splendidly with its leeks in a beer duck dish. It seems quite delectable. The ducklet, pinned under rattata, quivered as its held leeks lost their appeal. Indeed, young master, Mars nodded, his gaze cold as he gestured to one of his Grimer. The Grimer writhed, its eyes glowing with a bloody red light. The Pokémon surrounding the group displayed menacing glares. Wait, we were mistaken. Young master, I am willing to apologize. But Sakaki interjected cryptically. I recall you just mentioned that here, even if you were to kill us, no one would know. What if it were you? This left Xiao Erlang and his companions in a state of terror. I was merely jesting. I was trying to frighten you. Once they emerged from the grove, Majishar cautiously asked Sakaki, young Master Sakaki, what you just said was. His heart raced with anxiety. Sakaki reassured him, a jest. I was merely trying to intimidate them. Fear not. Majishar hurriedly patted his chest, relieved. That is good. That is good. Yet, he failed to notice the slight upward curve of Sakaki's lips. In the depths of the grove, Mars stood coldly beside several corpses, while Grimer busily feasted on the remains. Chapter 100, The Unreliable Captain Small. No, not just small. This was Sakaki's first impression, primarily due to the diminutive vessel swaying precariously atop the waves before him. He could hardly fathom how such a craft would endure a long journey. Was this some sort of jest? Beside him, Majishar, evidently sensing Sakaki's skepticism, promptly patted his chest and assured him, young Master Sakaki, rest assured. Although the Golden Beauty is not large, it is remarkably experienced, having accompanied us on numerous voyages without a hitch. To further alleviate Sakaki's concerns, he continued, moreover, Captain Nishizawa is quite capable. Though he possesses some peculiarities, he was once a lieutenant in the Navy. Sakaki smiled reassuringly at him. I trust you. Upon hearing this, a smile finally returned to Majishar's face. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the captain. Sakaki glanced back at the approaching Huixing and said to Majishar, go ahead. Majishar noticed Huixing catching up quickly, feeling relieved, as he assumed there had been no time for any wrongdoing. After all, Huixing bore no traces of blood. He swiftly made his way onto the ship. Moments later, two children of similar age to Majishar emerged onto the deck, thin yet with sparkling eyes. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony erupted from the deck. It was Majishar exclaiming, Captain, Captain, how could you be drunk in broad daylight? Then a disheveled, middle-aged man staggered onto the deck. Clutching the railing before heaved a colorful spectacle overboard. Sakaki frowned at the sight. Suddenly, the man lost his balance and tumbled over the railing, plunging into the sea, quickly disappearing beneath the surface. However, observing Majishar and the other's nonchalant demeanor, it seemed this was no cause for alarm. Indeed, moments later, the surface of the water churned, and the man slowly resurfaced. Majishar and the others rushed to the shore, casting a fishing net to haul him back. His disheveled appearance within the net was quite unbelievable, with a few resounding slaps and persistent pats on his chest from several youths. Nishizawa coughed up seawater and gradually regained consciousness, exclaiming, Huh? Why am I all wet? One of the children beside Majishar replied helplessly, Captain, you've fallen into the sea again. Nishizawa scratched his head, appearing unconcerned. Oh, is that so? Well then. Majishar cast a glance at the oddly pale Sakaki, feeling his face and ears flush with embarrassment. He regretted calling for Nishizawa. Had it not been for the lack of provisions on the ship, he might have reconsidered inviting Sakaki aboard. Young Master Sakaki, I assure you, beyond this peculiar trait, the captain is quite competent and the voyage is exceptionally safe. Sakaki raised a hand to interrupt him, causing Majishar's face to darken. Little did he know, Sakaki turned to Exan and Huixing, instructing you two, go catch a few water-type spirits. Otherwise, this safety truly raises concerns. Yes, young master. Exan and Huixing nodded, preparing to take action. Just as Majishar and the others felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, Nishizawa seemed to have sobered up. He wiped his face, his gaze deepening, his weathered features giving him the air of a disheveled, yet handsome man. He stood and addressed Sakaki. Wait, do you not trust me, Nishizawa? Sakaki regarded him, and despite his current state, he nodded without hesitation, indeed. Nishizawa's legs nearly buckled beneath him. He shook off his damp clothing, revealing several Pokeballs at his waist. He retrieved one, releasing a mosquito Pokémon, which appeared to be around level 34. To Sakaki's surprise, this man was not an insignificant trainer. Realizing that Sakaki was the leader among the three, Nishizawa promptly declared, "What do you think? Aside from the mosquito Pokémon, I possess 5 equally formidable creatures." Majishur wished to reign in Nishizawa, knowing full well that Sakaki and his companions were indeed powerful trainers. Bang! As if intolerant of Nishizawa's bravado, the mosquito Pokémon struck him on the leg, causing him to hop in pain and gasp. Nishizawa shouted, "Mosquito, what do you think you're doing? Are you rebelling?" However, the mosquito Pokémon merely turned its head disdainfully, regarding Nishizawa with contempt. Observing the peculiar duo and the 5 empty Pokeballs, Sakaki frowned. A trainer whom even his Pokémon cannot respect seems far from credible. And with merely one Pokémon, there is no need to put on airs. A drunken fool. Sakaki addressed Majishur. "You are a commendable young man, but alas, you are encumbered by this inebriate. I would have liked to board your vessel, but it appears unnecessary." He then instructed Xian and Huoxing, "Let us depart. We shall take that cruise ship instead. It is preferable to risking our lives at sea." Sakaki's words pierced Nishizawa's heart like a dagger. As for Majishur, upon hearing Sakaki's remarks, he lowered his head, feeling despondent yet too embarrassed to call after him. Sakaki decisively turned away. He had no intention of jeopardizing himself for Majishur. Should they meet again in the city of Kureha, perhaps Sakaki would consider taking him along. But at this moment, the burden felt too heavy. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Nishizawa suddenly called out, "Wait." Sakaki halted. Nishizawa bowed his upper body apologetically. "It was my mistake. I was drunk and lied. Please forgive me. But, at the very least, allow this child one chance. Do not let my folly nullify his efforts." Sakaki scoffed, "I am no paragon of virtue, nor will I risk my life to show pity for others. You're asking too much." Nishizawa clenched his fists, swept his unruly hair back, and a commanding aura reminiscent of his military days emanated from him as he earnestly stated to Sakaki, "I am willing to wager my life to ensure your safe passage to your destination." Sakaki scrutinized this suddenly transformed individual, his voice calm yet firm. "How am I to trust you? I am prepared to stake my beliefs as my wager. That gentleman beside you also hails from the military, does he not? He will understand that what I offer is more significant than mere life." Chapter 101. Each has their own methods. Shiza raised his head, a hint of sorrow surfacing in his gaze. Gently, he caressed the 5 empty Pokeballs. His voice choked as he spoke to Sakaki. "The ones who have perished were my comrades, my family. If I could, I would have preferred it to be me who died that day." Beside him, Muscovy, arms crossed and shaking its head, heard Shiza's words and felt a complex mix of emotions. Its disdain for Shiza dissipated, replaced by a shared sorrow. It turned out that its defiance towards Shiza was merely a form of rebellion. Deep down, it did not wish to see Shiza in despair, for it too was his companion and family. How could it harbor ill feelings towards its kin? It approached Shiza and gently patted his shoulder. Shiza earnestly begged Sakaki once more, "Will you grant me this opportunity to prove myself?" He quickly raised his palm in eagerness. However, Sakaki brushed past him, heading towards the swaying Golden Beauty ship. Confused, Shiza turned to Sakaki, his raised hand caught in indecision. Should he lower it or keep it raised? Sakaki lifted his hand, revealing a wine jug that had mysteriously appeared. With a nonchalant glance at Shiza's head, he said, "I won't touch your family's belongings, but I can keep your things safe." Shiza, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "All right, it's a deal." Sakaki then turned to the bewildered Maji and instructed, "Kid, why are you still dawdling? Go prepare the room, otherwise I won't pay with Pak dollars." Maji nodded hurriedly, "Yes, Master Sakaki." He then grabbed a nearby youth and dashed onto the ship. The remaining 2 boys timidly addressed Sakaki, "Please, this way, Master Sakaki." Sakaki nodded and effortlessly leaped onto the deck. His graceful movement caught everyone's attention. The two boys exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, that's amazing." Shiza was also taken aback. Such agility was rarely seen, even among the military. He turned to Ashin beside him and inquired, "Who exactly is this Sakamaki?" "The heir of Team Rocket, the future Dark Emperor," Ashin replied. Soon, Ashin and Huashing boarded the Golden Beauty as well. Shiza scratched his head, wondering if he was still inebriated. Yet he shook off his thoughts, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Muscovy stared with wide eyes and then nodded. Together, they stepped onto the Golden Beauty. After a considerable while, the ship had yet to raise anchor. Inside, Sakaki's voice rang out, "What? We're departing at night as well." As Sakaki's voice faded, Shiza awkwardly chimed in, well, my current strength is indeed insufficient. If it were in the past, never mind. A true hero does not dwell on past glories, for now. We must follow the Sunshine Goddess and clear some obstacles. Rest assured, we will safely reach Kurei City in a week. However, Shiza's voice echoed again, could we possibly withdraw some $dollars first? The provisions on board are insufficient. I spent it all on alcohol before. Sakaki's cold voice nearly froze the Golden Beauty into a popsicle. What did you say? You dare sail without provisions? Shiza clumsily bolted from a cabin. We can have Muscovy catch fish. I'm just worried you might not like it. Sakaki did not pursue him. Only his voice echoed, go. This is the $dollars for the tickets, and these are the supplies we need. They have been prepared. Fruits, vegetables, and meat must not be lacking. Then, Maji emerged from the cabin, looking puzzled, with a handful of $dollars. Shiza took the money from Maji. You're just a child. It's unsafe for you to hold so many $dollars. I'll handle the purchases. Under Maji's skeptical gaze, Shiza asserted, rest assured, I will not squander it. Nor will I buy alcohol. Maji glanced at the Pokeball at Shiza's waist and said, Muscovy, please keep an eye on the captain. Maji finally agreed to let Shiza buy the supplies while he tidied up the deck, working diligently. Shiza shook his head helplessly, yet his tone remained earnest. You all. Don't worry, I won't make a mistake. Inside the finest room of the Golden Beauty, Sakaki sat on the sofa, facing the somewhat bewildered Ashin and Huashing. Boss, do you have an interest in that boy? He seems a bit too old, doesn't he? There are essential rules for this mission. Only boys age 10 or younger qualify, as they possess training potential and loyalty to the organization. As for Maji, he is clearly above the age limit. Ashin nodded in agreement. Understood, no problem. Sakaki now had ample resources to cultivate him, at the very least elevating him to an advanced level. If Sakaki acquired sufficient resources later, training him to gym leader level would be a mere formality. Ashin spoke up. However, I noticed that the young lad seems quite reliant on that drunken captain. Sakaki cast a casual glance at him and replied, Shiza is a clever individual. He knows when to let go. If he remains obstinate, he is merely a discarded old soldier. Huashing slowly rose, placing his hand on a Pokeball, his aura of menace gradually enveloping him as he respectfully addressed Sakaki. Boss, I will eliminate them immediately. Sakaki frowned, irritated, and retorted, Tell me if you kill him. How will we proceed to Kurei City? Chapter 102. An eerie atmosphere among two groups under the expectant gazes of several young boys. He broke into a gentle smile, exhaling lightly towards them. Indeed, there was not a trace of alcohol on his breath. Shiza let out a smile. How about it? If I say I want tea drink, then I shall not. The boys erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming wonderful. Yet, the grip of alcohol addiction is not easily shaken off, and ultimately, he would disappoint them. For now, he was merely holding on due to a wager with Sakaki. Resisting the urge for a drink, he forced a smile and declared, Let us prepare to set sail. Our voyage must commence. The boys cheerfully replied, Aye, Captain. Noticing someone's gaze upon him, Shiza turned his attention forward. Indeed, at the forefront of the ship's cabin, Sakaki stood still, quietly observing him. Beside him, Ashin and Huashing, at Sakaki's gesture, began to disembark, temporarily vacating the scene. The inky darkness of Sakaki's eyes, for reasons unknown, instilled a sense of trepidation in Shiza. Having truly sobered up, he recognized the enigmatic aura surrounding Sakaki, a subtle yet palpable menace that was far beyond that of an ordinary trainer. He could distinctly perceive the tremendous threat Sakaki posed to them. Just who was he? Though a twinge of anxiety coursed through him, it appeared they had no opportunity to abandon ship. As a former soldier, Shiza could discern the underlying tension from Sakamaki and his companions. He sensed that any act of defiance would lead to dire consequences. At his current level, he was no match for Sakamaki and his crew. All he could do was offer a strained smile and nod in acknowledgement to Sakamaki. What made matters more uncomfortable was Sakamaki's gradual approach. Observing Shiza, who had noticeably retreated a couple of steps, his energy fluctuating like a flickering flame, Sakamaki spoke coolly. "You seem rather tense." At this, Shiza felt his breath hitch. It was as though Sakamaki's piercing gaze penetrated through him entirely. He quickly shook his head, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. "No, not at all. I'm just a tad warm. That's all." Though he uttered these words, the night air by the sea was indeed brisk and tumultuous. Sakamaki did not press further, but inquired, "You mentioned we are ready to set sail? Why at night? I've heard that the sun goddess also departs at night." Upon hearing this, Shiza sighed. "You've noticed, I see." Sakamaki casually articulated his assessment. "You intend to trail behind their route, do you not? Only in such a manner can we ensure our safety, rather than harboring resentment for this opportunistic maneuver." Sakamaki regarded it as quite normal. If one lacks strength, one ought to resort to cunning. Shiza managed a wry smile. "It would have been different in my former days, but now I must rely on others." Sakamaki waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not to me. As long as we reach Leaf City safely, everything else is inconsequential." Shiza was slightly taken aback. "Thank you for your understanding." Sakamaki strode to the bow of the ship, gazing at the moonlit sea, murmuring to himself, "What will this journey hold for us?" Only 2 hours had passed. The cruise ship's horn echoed across the horizon, the sun goddess gliding over the water, its dazzling lights illuminating the surface. This was the might of a grand cruise liner. Countless trainers nurtured by the precious sprites aboard. Not to mention the ship's substantial construction capable of withstanding attacks from quasi-king level creatures. Such technology was indeed sophisticated. On the Golden Beauty, Shiza called out to Maji Shur and the others, "Prepare for departure. Make sure you're ready." Hearing the commotion, Sakamaki, accompanied by Ashen and Huashing, climbed aboard, casting an amused glance at the Golden Beauty, which dared to operate in shadows. This situation mirrored that of Team Rocket. One could say that no one was in a position to mock another. Upon boarding, Sakamaki noticed 2 men and 1 woman emerging from the cabin. No one could evade Sakamaki's probing perception, especially not in the confined space of the Golden Beauty, where he could easily sense everything. Upon seeing Sakamaki and his companions, the trio exchanged furtive glances, their eyes betraying a sense of unease. The aura exuded by Sakamaki and Ashen was potent. Anyone with blood on their hands could sense an impending danger emanating from them. After several exchanges of glances, the trio seemed to conclude that they were not to be trifled with. Sakamaki merely responded with a chilling smile. He had no interest in their intentions. However, should they dare encroach upon Sakamaki's interests, they would find no mercy. While lacking Sakamaki's discerning prowess, Ashen, being a military man, observed them closely and quickly detected something amiss. He leaned towards Sakamaki. "Boss, something feels off about these 3. Indeed, their continuous observation of the sun goddess suggests they have designs on it," Sakamaki noted. Ashen nodded. "They bear the semblance of pirates, as if they are surveying the scene." Sakamaki glanced at Shiza and Maji Shur, realizing that someone had exaggerated their reputation. Drawing the attention of these individuals, Ashen inquired, "Shall I take care of them?" Sakamaki waved his hand nonchalantly. "Not yet. Let us observe for now." He then addressed the trio. "Have you succeeded in capturing the water-type sprites I requested?" Ashen and Huashing nodded affirmatively. "We've captured 9 in total. Even if the Golden Beauty were to sink, it would not matter. As previously stated, Sakamaki would not entrust his safety to others again. Thus, taking precautions was indeed necessary." Sakamaki offered them a brief commendation. "Well done." They quickly nodded. "It is our duty, boss." The eerie atmosphere emanating from the 2 groups aboard the ship loomed over Shiza like a pair of ominous sprites, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead, and he found himself at a loss for words. The boys remained blissfully unaware of the grave trouble they had attracted. cheerfully reveling in the passengers they had gathered. Yet the stark reality was that a moment's inattention could lead to their complete annihilation. Chapter 103. A seed planted the first night of the journey was peaceful and uneventful. The Golden Beauty, gracefully trailing behind the sun goddess, sailed smoothly through the waves. It must be said, Shiza's navigation skills were commendable. The small vessel felt remarkably stable. Inside the cabin, Sakamaki observed his 4 Pokémon, gradually channeling the power of Tokiwa to adjust their bodies. Both their potential and levels needed further enhancement to fully absorb the energy within and store new energy, thus facilitating their transformation. Moreover, Sakamaki currently lacked premium moonstones, and the research on communication evolution or intimacy evolution had yet to emerge. If they wished to evolve, it would pose certain challenges. At that time, he would only need to prepare resources rich in energy, preferably those pertaining to divine beasts, to enable their already exceptional talents to break through once more. The Beedrill now possessed shards of a toxic jewel, so there was no need to consider new resources for the time being. Meanwhile, the immense residual energy within Meowth would eventually lead to their strengthening. Sakamaki gently patted their heads, advising them to absorb their internal energy thoroughly and strive for a breakthrough in their levels. The 4 little ones nodded earnestly, scuttling around the corners of the best cabin on the Golden Beauty, diligently absorbing their inner energy. They also served as Sakamaki's most loyal guardians, for they were the only ones he could trust completely, even more than Ashen. The night passed without incident. The next morning, a voice echoed from outside Sakamaki's door. "Master Sakamaki, it's time for breakfast." It was Maji, who looked at the indifferent Sakamaki without fear, holding a tray adorned with simple yet exquisitely prepared food. Clearly, they had put considerable effort into it. After receiving the tray, Sakamaki nodded appreciatively, acknowledging Maji's diligence. Maji waved his hands, somewhat flustered, insisting it was no trouble at all, and requested Sakamaki to inform him once he finished so he could tidy up. Sakamaki gently patted his waist, causing the Pokeball to shake, and Howley emerged to take the tray from him. Maji gazed at Howley with a mix of surprise and envy, exclaiming, "It's Howley! So strong!" Indeed, Master Sakamaki. He had previously surmised that Sakamaki was the strongest among Ashen and the others, so he was not entirely taken aback. However, witnessing Sakamaki's Howley in action still filled him with envy. Sakamaki's dark eyes scrutinized him. "What is this? Envy, perhaps? A hint of jealousy?" Maji nodded slightly, then vigorously shook his head. No. Master Sakamaki is a trainer. I merely aspire to that. I assure you, no ulterior motives. Sakamaki placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "Don't be tense. I was merely jesting." He then continued, "Have you ever considered becoming a trainer?" Despite his youth, as a boy who survived in the bustling port, he exhibited a certain maturity. He spoke somewhat complexly to Sakamaki. They say after the establishment of the alliance, everyone has a chance to become a trainer and change their lives. But in reality, realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly waved his hands. "Not like that. The alliance is quite good. For instance, individuals like you, Master Sakamaki, can truly showcase their talents." Sakamaki waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. "The alliance? Who said I rely on it? It's merely a rudimentary framework, filled with flaws and thus worthless." Maji, who initially thought his previous slip of the tongue was audacious, found Sakamaki's remarks even more shocking. He quickly replied, "Master Sakamaki, please refrain from such talk. If this were spread, it could cause great trouble. A world without rules needs strong individuals to establish them," Sakamaki remarked, his gaze piercing. Maji felt a twinge of panic under Sakamaki's scrutiny, hastily shaking his head. No. How could I trouble you?" Sakamaki simply regarded him intently. "I will leave opportunities for you. I hope you cherish them." With that, Sakamaki turned and retreated into the room, the door closing slowly behind him. Left outside, Maji stood before the door, his thoughts swirling. On one side lay the aspirations of a remarkable individual. On the other, the plight of an obscure sailor boy. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingers turning pale. Meanwhile, Sakamaki sat quietly in his chair, utilizing Tokiwa's power to observe the ever-changing energies outside. A slight smile gracing his lips. Meowth nudged Sakamaki's palm gently, prompting him to offer its food. This time, Maji did not enter, yet with the seed sown, harvest was merely a matter of time. As the day unfolded, Maji remained in a daze due to Sakamaki's words. Shiza noticed his unusual demeanor and, reflecting on the events since Sakamaki's arrival, began forming his own judgments. Being an understanding individual, he did not cling to Maji because of his own circumstances. Rather, he aspired to help Maji become a better person. He approached earnestly, patting Maji's shoulder. Whatever decision you make, I will support you unconditionally. He glanced at the busy youths around them and assured Maji, you need not worry about them. With me around, they will never go hungry. I've decided to quit drinking, so rest assured. Maji paused, biting his lip. I still can't just leave like this. Shiza, frustrated, insisted, you must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. This is reality. If I had such a chance, I would grasp it firmly. As for you, I could abandon you at any moment. Maji looked resolutely at Shiza, declaring, I do not believe that. Chapter 104. Pirates. One day, Sakamaki, after a long hiatus, picked up his fishing rod and took his place at the bow of the ship, embracing the role of an eternal angler. Regardless of the outcome, even if he failed to catch a hefty carp, reeling in a fierce carp would suffice. Alas, whether it was due to the presence of the martial artist Maji, Sakamaki found himself in solitude. Ever since their last conversation, this young man had been avoiding Sakamaki, leaving one to wonder if it was embarrassment or something else entirely. As for the three individuals, they remained ensconced in their quarters, seemingly preparing for something. Night fell. Although the waters were calm, the inky darkness often heralded unexpected events, a peculiar theorem of sorts. Suddenly, splashes erupted on the tranquil surface as two onyx jellyfish drifted above, carrying two figures laden with large packs, hastening towards the sun goddess, where a banquet awaited. Sakamaki ascended the deck, observing the retreating silhouettes, and pondered their intentions. Were they plotting a heist or aiming to utterly annihilate the sun goddess? Among the trio, a woman emerged from the shadows, addressing Sakamaki with a frosty demeanor. Initially, we had no plans to harm you, but you know too much. Are you not aware that curiosity can be fatal? Sakamaki shook his head, retorting, do you truly believe that? If it were me, regardless of success or failure, all aboard this vessel would perish. The woman raised her chin defiantly, baring her teeth at Sakamaki. Since you understand, are you not afraid of death? Sakamaki merely waggled a finger. Death? You might be overestimating your own significance. Should your associates emerge, there might be some danger, but you are hardly worthy of concern. Buzz. A golden blur darted beneath the moonlight as a bee drill appeared at lightning speed behind the woman, its razor-sharp stinger poised at her throat. In a hurry, she attempted to summon her Pokémon, only to be thwarted by her feline companion, who emerged from the shadows and snatched away her Pokeballs, deftly sealing them with its agile tail. The bee drill was now at her side, its stinger pressing against her neck as crimson droplets trickled down. She hadn't anticipated Sakamaki's preemptive preparations. How had he identified her blind spots and discerned her location? As the sting on her neck intensified, she could only gasp. Who are you? Sakamaki stepped closer, gripping her face with a merciless calm that instilled fear. It seems you are still oblivious to your predicament. His tightening grip contorted her features, eliciting a crackling sound. The woman trembled in pain. With a swift motion, Sakamaki lifted her and hurled her to the ground. The impact echoed on the deck, and she involuntarily cried out in agony. At that moment, Huashing and Ashin rushed from the cabin. Huashing pinned the woman down with a sharp dagger in hand, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Sakamaki turned slightly, glancing toward the corner of the deck, and pointed. And you, did you truly think I hadn't noticed you? Ashin, bring him out. Ashin released his Jengar and Infernape, slowly advancing towards the indicated spot. With a creak, the deck opened, revealing Zizaran, who emerged with a forced smile. You truly have an eye for detail. He had intended to observe the actions of these individuals, believing that with his knowledge of the hidden passages aboard the Golden Beauty, he could remain concealed. Little did he know, Sakamaki was far too perceptive. Realizing resistance was futile upon seeing the Beedrill and feline companion, he raised his arms in surrender. Ashin refrained from attacking, as Sakaki had yet to issue a command. Instead, he merely confiscated Zizaran's Pokeballs, keeping Jengar watchful over him, ready to strike should he make any rash moves. Sakaki approached the woman, looming over her. "You will answer my questions. If you are clever enough, you may avoid some physical suffering." The woman turned her head defiantly, seemingly uncooperative. "It appears you are not particularly astute," Sakaki remarked, signaling to Huashing to teach her a lesson. Huashing unleashed Mook, the foul stench enveloping the air and causing nausea. The woman's face turned pale. However, Sakaki had no intention of merely using the odor to subdue her. Under Sakaki's direction, Huashing pressed Mook against her arm, its slick texture sending shivers down her spine. The purpose of Mook was well understood. As a sharp pain radiated from her arm, panic set in. "Wait, I was wrong. I'm willing to cooperate." Sakaki waved his hand, and Huashing promptly withdrew Mook. Yet, it seemed Mook had consumed too many Pokémon and humans, as it exhibited disobedience. Its small eyes filled with malice. Huashing's expression darkened. "I apologize, boss. I'll make sure to," Sakaki interrupted with a frown. "Beedrill, teach this insufferable muck a lesson." The Beedrill swooped down, its stinger slicing Mook into pieces. Mook emitted agonizing cries, nearly meeting its end. It had learned its lesson, pleading for another chance, hoping to evolve into a Mook. Sakaki waved his hand dismissively, and the aloof Beedrill ascended once more. In truth, Sakaki was indifferent to Mook's fate. He could easily replace it. His primary concern was avoiding further aggravation. Meanwhile, the woman, witnessing her arm ravaged by Mook, revealing ghastly white bones, screamed in horror. Had it not been for the numbing properties of Mook's secretions, she might have fainted from the pain. Sakaki, unfazed by her plight, coldly inquired, "You must be a spy, correct? How many more accomplices are there?" The woman gazed at Sakaki with trepidation. Her arm was in tatters, yet he remained unwavering, his heart seemingly devoid of compassion. A pirate she may be, but she was still human, driven by self-interest, desperate to survive. Chapter 105. Sovereign of the Seas with merely a slight exertion. This woman divulged everything. The organization she belonged to was a notorious pirate group, known as the Sovereign of the Seas, infamous for their nefarious deeds in these waters. Sakaki was oblivious to this, as before joining Team Rocket, he had never even dreamt of sailing, let alone visiting the seaside. However, the esteemed captain of the Golden Beauty, Zizlang, had heard of them and warned Sakaki. "The members of the Sovereign of the Seas are ruthless. If they set their sights on us, the Golden Beauty would have no chance of escape. We must depart from here at once, or we shall find ourselves in grave peril." Sakaki cast a glance at him, questioning, if they are so formidable, why did they not strike against the Sun Goddess sooner? And why some mere scouts? He then turned to the woman, inquiring, "Perhaps you could enlighten me?" The Sun Goddess, being the largest cruise ship at the dock, housed at least 10 seasoned trainers and a gym-level captain. It was supposed to be the safest vessel. Initially, the Sovereign of the Seas lacked the audacity to attack the Sun Goddess. However, their leader had recently captured a gym-level tentacruel, which was the chief of a tentacruel and agate jellyfish collective. Capturing this tentacruel was akin to amassing a legion of subordinates. What was once an audacious venture had turned into a ripe opportunity for others. As for why the trio had approached the Golden Beauty, it was merely a ploy to earn some Pokémon currency, as they were not overly scrutinized. Furthermore, Majishur and a few youths had inadvertently revealed that their journey mirrored that of the Sun Goddess. The speaker was heedless, yet the listener was astute. They followed, unwittingly stumbling upon a golden opportunity. They bore heavy packs filled with explosives, intending to collaborate in destroying the Sun Goddess, ideally sinking it to buy time for their comrades in the Sovereign of the Seas. Upon hearing this, Zizlang, whose spirits had already plummeted, could no longer contain himself. "We must leave at once. Time is of the essence." Sakaki lifted his gaze towards the Sun Goddess, sensing the urgency. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded from afar. The luxurious Sun Goddess appeared to bloom like ominous flowers, yet these blossoms were deadly, casting forth searing sparks. The ship emitted a mournful wail, its massive structure shuddering and sinking, chaos erupting on deck. The woman, witnessing the success of their scheme, felt a momentary thrill, but quickly remembered her precarious situation. She urgently called out to Sakamaki, "Release me. I can help you escape safely. Just let me go." In her hopeful gaze, Sakamaki nodded. But just as hope flickered in her eyes, he instructed Mars coldly, "Eliminate her." With disbelief etched on her face, she watched as Mars's dagger sliced through her throat, crimson blood gushing forth. From the moment Sakamaki had not even bothered to inquire her name, her fate had been sealed. Xisling's eyes widened in horror at this scene. At that moment, the colossal explosion from the sun goddess roused Ma Jishur and the others from their slumber in the cabin. Curiosity drew them to the deck, where they were met with this gruesome sight. Screams erupted in terror. Some of the younger ones cried out in fright. Even Ma Jishur's face turned pale. Sakamaki exchanged a glance with Xisling and gestured to Axayan. Axayan, along with the others, retreated to give Xisling some space. Xisling felt compelled to intervene. Knowing that if they were to survive and protect Ma Jishur and the others, he had no choice. He quickly reassured them, "Fear not. This woman and her accomplices are pirates. Had it not been for young Master Sakamaki's timely intervention, we might have been the ones perishing now." Ma Jishur and the others trusted Xisling, and his words eased their trepidation. Sakamaki turned to them, urging, "Stop dawdling. Did she not say her compatriots are on their way? We must leave immediately." "Yes." Xisling recalled urgently and prompted them, "Hurry. We need to escape, or we shall encounter those fiends." As he spoke, he initiated their departure, and Ma Jishur and the others quickly followed suit. The method of trailing the sun goddess was no longer feasible. It was in dire straits, and they had to rely on their own skills to survive. Sakamaki instructed Axayan and the others to search for anything that might aid them, and released Howley and Nidori into the fray. He stood at the bow, gazing at the distant inferno that was the sun goddess, where the sounds of battle echoed across the deck. The dazzling techniques of the Pokémon were truly a sight to behold. Had he possessed greater strength, Sakamaki would have wished to join the fray. Under Xisling's command, the Golden Beauty swiftly altered its course to evade the sovereign of the seas. All lights and equipment on board were extinguished as a precaution. Yet, nothing is ever that simple. Sakamaki peered at the placid water surface, his keen gaze seemingly penetrating the depths. He raised his hand, summoning Beedrill, whose wings vibrated as it hovered beside him, channeling its energy. Meanwhile, Meowth perched at the bow, surveying the water below. As the surface of the water began to churn, faint glimmers emerged, casting an azure hue across the sea. A multitude of agate jellyfish and tentacruel ascended from the depths, some bearing human riders with menacing expressions. Unmistakably, these were members of the Sovereign of the Seas. Not only here, but the surrounding waters were teeming with water-type Pokémon, their numbers staggering. Despite the dimming of the surroundings, the Golden Beauty remained utterly exposed, fully visible to the impending threat. Chapter 106. Encirclement. At the forefront of the agate jellyfish and the stinging jellyfish stood a colossal stinging jellyfish, exuding an aura that unmistakably approached the quasi-king level. Perched upon this formidable creature was a muscular man with a fierce expression, bare-chested. He was Lonbo, the leader of the sea tyrants and a gym-level trainer. Besides this stinging jellyfish, he commanded several other gym-level Pokémon, including a massive Gyarados with a faint reddish hue, reeking of blood, a Kingler, a Blastoise, 2 Polypers, and a Lantern. Lonbo stood atop the head of the stinging jellyfish, arms wide open, shouting, "Rain, come fort. Let the storm intensify." The gym-level Pokémon exerted their power, and with the assistance of some Sea Tyrant members wielding rain-inducing moves, a qualitative transformation occurred as the same moves merged. In an instant, water energy gathered above the ocean, cloaking the night sky in thick clouds. Rain poured down in torrents. The water-type Pokémon reveled in the rain and seawater, basking in an unparalleled surge of water energy, their combat prowess soaring. Although the rain extinguished the flames aboard the Sun Goddess, it did nothing to dampen the exuberance of the Sea Tyrants. At Lonbo's command, they surged forward, attacking, killing. Under the downpour, the agate jellyfish, stinging jellyfish, and members of the Sea Tyrants barreled toward the Sun Goddess. On board the Golden Beauty, the busy crew, led by Shize, watched this scene in stunned silence. Had their luck not favored them, with fewer sea tyrant members nearby and fewer agate jellyfish in sight, the current situation could have easily led to their demise. The two sea tyrants closest to Ban Mu merely turned their heads to spot the Golden Beauty. Catching sight of Ban Mu, the Beedrill, and the Meowth, all drenched by the rain. The sight of their dark eyes, red compound eyes, and green cat-like eyes sent a shiver down their spines. Without waiting to rally their Pokémon, the agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish launched an assault on Ban Mu. However, with a swift motion of his hand, Ban Mu uttered coldly, "Kill." The air buzzed ominously as the chilling hum resonated. The rainwater swirling violently around as the wings of the Beedrill beat, creating a vacuum. In a flash, the Beedrill transformed into a streak of golden lightning, descending upon the two foes. Without granting them a moment to react, its sharp stingers struck, severing their heads cleanly from their bodies, blood gushing forth to stain the sea, creating a pool of crimson. The rain continued to fall, the sea roiling more fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, the blood and the two dismembered corpses were swept away by the waves. After slaying these two, the nearby stinging jellyfish and agate jellyfish reacted, their fury palpable. As they prepared to retaliate against the Beedrill, Ban Mu stomped his foot, provoking them. Meow! The Meowth beside him let out a loud cry, effectively drawing the attention of the already furious Pokémon and interrupting their moves. Ban Mu remained composed, issuing commands to the Beedrill and Meowth. Double Edge. Power Gem. Thanks to the Meowth's provocation, the Beedrill was not besieged. Following Ban Mu's orders, its wings beat once more, darting between the attacking Pokémon, unleashing its Double Edge move. Blood splattered as the Beedrill became a harbinger of death. Meanwhile, the Meowth conjured up energy gems that rotated before firing energy beams, sending nearby water-type Pokémon flying. The surface of the sea erupting in a spray of water mixed with blood, splattering onto the Golden Beauty. In but a moment, Ban Mu had cleared the area. Although Shize had suspected Ban Mu's strength, witnessing it firsthand made him swallow hard. What conditions must one have to cultivate such terrifying Pokémon? The scent of blood and the slaughtered agate jellyfish enraged the nearby, stinging jellyfish and agate jellyfish, some of which were advanced or experienced. The Beedrill and Meowth had to exert themselves to fend off the encroaching agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish, yet their stamina was not infinite. Ban Mu frowned and called out to the still-dazed Shize, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and set sail. Do you really think I can handle all these Pokémon alone?" Shize had no time to conceal the Golden Beauty. There was no need for that. He urged the ship to speed away at full throttle. The water-type Pokémon blocking their path were cleared away by the Beedrill and Meowth, preventing the Golden Beauty from coming under attack. However, a few stragglers remained. Moreover, the overwhelming scent of blood attracted some wild water-type Pokémon, which, ordinarily averse to large ships, had gone mad with frenzy, converging upon the scene. Shize quickly released his Masquerain, while Aexian and Mars rushed to bring forth their Abomasnow and Infernape, alongside all their Pokémon, to eliminate the incoming threats. As the number of surrounding Pokémon increased, Ban Mu called out to his busy companions, "Nidoking, Houndoom, come support the Beedrill." With the collective effort of all Pokémon aboard, they barely held off the onslaught and gradually broke free from the encirclement. However, the commotion was considerable. Despite their attention being focused on the Sun Goddess, Lonbo noticed the fleeing Golden Beauty and the bloodied sea beneath it. His brow furrowed, a fierce killing intent glimmering in his eyes. Yet the Sun Goddess was right before him. He would not forsake a watermelon to gather sesame seeds. He instructed a senior subordinate riding a Sharpedo, "Shibing, you have 5 minutes. Eliminate that ship, and then regroup with the Sun Goddess." Shibing promptly replied, "Yes, leader." The Sharpedo beneath him surged forward, racing toward the Golden Beauty. Chapter 107. Battling G-Bean, the great white shark traversed the ocean with astonishing speed, sending cascades of water splashing into the air. Such commotion did not escape the notice of Sakamaki. Observing the formidable creature alongside its companion, G-Bean, he furrowed his brow. A mere senior-level shark would not pose much of a challenge. Yet as the water parted to reveal for additional senior-level sharks, Sakamaki understood he faced a considerable predicament. 5 senior-level sharks unleashed a power in the water akin to that of gym-level Pokémon. Even his Beedrill, at its full potential, would likely struggle against them. Sakamaki commanded his agitated Beedrill, "Focus. Hone your skills." He then called out to Meowth and Nidoking, "Swift Stars. Poison Sting." At his behest, Meowth and Nidoking launched their assaults upon the 5 great white sharks. Meowth leapt into the air, vigorously swinging its tail, releasing a flurry of brilliant stars that soared through the air towards the sharks. Nidoking, equally determined, concentrated its poisonous energy into sharp spines, which arched gracefully through the air, targeting the great whites. Jibin regarded their onslaught with disdain, smirking. Great whites, Hydro Pump. The sharks simultaneously unleashed Hydro Pump, their rapid movements conjuring torrents of water that acted as both barriers and offensive strikes, effortlessly deflecting Meowth and Nidoking's attacks. The sheer force of the water splashed violently, puncturing the bow of the Golden Beauty with gaping holes. Notably, several powerful jets of water surged directly towards Sakamaki, Meowth, and Nidoking. Sakamaki shouted, "Counterattack! Split them apart." Meowth and Nidoking swiftly positioned themselves before Sakamaki, executing their respective moves. Nidoking swung its forelimbs and head to shatter a jet of water, yet its strength proved insufficient, resulting in it being propelled backward, fortunately caught by the timely intervention of Golem, preventing it from losing its combat ability. Meanwhile, Meowth relentlessly employed its splitting technique, swiftly dismantling the remaining jets of water. On the brink of crisis, wild Pokémon continued their assault on the Golden Beauty. Neither Nidoking nor Golem possessed the strength to contend with senior-level Pokémon, and their combat effectiveness was further diminished at sea. Sakamaki instructed them, "You two handle those wild Pokémon." Though reluctant, they complied, begrudgingly lamenting their lack of power. Jibin scoffed at Sakamaki's resilience against the onslaught. "Impressive. But the boss granted only 5 minutes. I cannot afford to play around any longer." He patted the great whites back and commanded, "Accelerate." Under Jibin's directive, the 5 great whites surged forward with renewed speed, closing in on their target. Upon witnessing the 5 senior-level sharks, the crew on the Golden Beauty, including Siza and Ashen, wore expressions of dread. Their abilities were already hampered at sea, and encountering such formidable adversaries only compounded their predicament. "Beedrill Toxic Spikes," Sakamaki commanded loudly. Beedrill unleashed its full potential, gathering poisonous energy into a powerful stream that surged toward the 5 sharks. Jibin coldly chuckled, dismissing the attack foolish. "Hydro Pump." The sharks unleashed their hydro pumps, resulting in a collision of powerful water currents and toxic streams, erupting in a spray of water and poisonous mist. Jibin leapt from the back of the great white and summoned a high-level Starmie, allowing it to float beside him as he began orchestrating the assault. "Swim fast, move swiftly, then leap and bite down." Under Jibin's guidance, the 5 great whites surged forward, their speeds intensifying, leaving behind fleeting images on the ocean surface. With their rapid approach, they bore down on Beedrill and Meowth, suddenly leaping into the air, their sharp teeth glinting ominously as they prepared to unleash their biting techniques. Meowth, Swift Stars, Split, Beedrill, Fury Attack, Poison Sting. Sakamaki issued his commands once more. Meowth leapt, its tail sweeping through the air as Swift Stars darted towards the great whites, followed by a slashing attack aimed at the sharks. However, the speed of the great whites allowed them to deftly evade the attacks, retaliating with moves like Night, Slash, and Bite, shattering Meowth's Swift Stars and sending it crashing down. Though Meowth stumbled, it regained its balance mid-air with agility, landing deftly on the deck, albeit with blood staining its chest fur. "Beedrill Fury Attack." Do not give them a moment to breathe. Sakamaki's voice rang out again. Beedrill swiftly complied, swirling in the air before launching a flurry of attacks against the 5 sharks. Countless poisonous needles intertwined, forming an impenetrable web of assault that momentarily overwhelmed the great whites. Yet, as a seasoned trainer proficient in aquatic battles, Jibin was not without solutions. The 5 great whites submerged into the depths, evading Beedrill's onslaught while simultaneously targeting the Golden Beauty. The vessel shuddered under the relentless impacts, emitting a cacophony of noise. Bean observed the scene with a cold smile. "You are amusing, little one, but the boss is only granted 5 minutes, and I no longer have time to play." The 5 great whites focused their energy, unleashing their hydro pump with ferocious intensity, the torrents slicing through the air toward the Golden Beauty. "Beedrill, needle barrage," Sakamaki commanded. Beedrill promptly responded, spiraling in the air as its stinger quivered, unleashing a barrage of needles that fell like rain, attempting to obstruct the shark's advance. The explosions echoed relentlessly as Hydro Pump collided with Beedrill's assault. However, the sheer power of the shark's attack proved overwhelming, and despite Beedrill's fierce efforts, it could not fully withstand the onslaught. Sakaki's only recourse was to impede their advance. "Meowth, unleash your power gem." Glimmering gems coalesced around Meowth, encapsulating its strength. As the gems rotated, they shot forth beams of light, striking the Hydro Pump's assault, momentarily shattering its might. Chapter 108. Treachery. After the formidable power of the cat boss's gemstone technique successfully dismantled the onslaught of the great tooth shark's water flow attack, the situation on the surface of the sea temporarily calmed. However, a cold smile curled at the corner of Shibing's mouth. Great tooth sharks. Unleash a dual assault of venomous fangs and frostbite fangs. Show them the tempest of ice and fire. Shibing commanded loudly. 5 great tooth sharks swiftly responded, weaving gracefully through the water as they concentrated their poisonous and icy energies, preparing to launch a combined assault. The toxins from the venomous fangs permeated the air, while the chill from the frostbite fangs instantaneously froze the surrounding seawater, halting the previously mobile Golden Beauty. Poisonous mist began to rise ominously from below. "Sakamaki, use Beedrill. Fly with all your might and disperse the poisonous fog," Sakamaki urged. Beedrill sprang into action, its wings vibrating furiously, creating a gale that swiftly blew the toxic mist away. "Now, Cat Boss, disrupt them with your piercing cry." Beedrill, unleash a barrage of poison sting and twin needle attacks. "We must not afford them a moment to strike." Sakamaki waved his hand decisively. The cat boss reacted quickly, emitting a shrill scream that reverberated through the air, momentarily halting the movements of the 5 great tooth sharks. In that fleeting moment, Beedrill unleashed a torrent of poison stings and twin needles, a storm of toxic projectiles hurtling towards the sharks. Under the combined assault of the cat boss and Beedrill, the offensive of the great tooth sharks was temporarily subdued. However, due to the inherent characteristics of the great tooth sharks, the stamina of both Beedrill and the cat boss began to wane. Shibing snorted contemptuously, a futile endeavor. Attack from below, great tooth sharks. Under Shibing's command, the 5 sharks quickly adjusted their strategy, diving beneath the waves to strike from the bottom of the Golden Beauty. The ship suddenly endured a violent impact, producing a cacophony of ominous groans, as if it might shatter at any moment. Sakamaki's expression turned grave. Beedrill, quickly. Use Poison Sting and Twin Needle to thwart their assault from below. Beedrill spiraled through the air before diving like a bolt of lightning, executing Poison Sting and Twin Needle simultaneously. Countless toxic needles rained down upon the great tooth sharks lurking beneath the surface. Yet the sharks moved with astonishing speed, deftly evading Beedrill's onslaught while relentlessly gnawing at the ship's hull with their venomous fangs and frostbite fangs, causing the Golden Beauty to groan under the strain. Shibing's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Once submerged, your fate is sealed. Sakamaki observed the unfolding chaos with a chilling realization. At this rate, the Golden Beauty would inevitably succumb to the great tooth sharks. Although he could easily escape with Beedrill, he knew the rest aboard would likely perish. Sakamaki awaited an opportunity, aware that the commotion would attract formidable Pokémon. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take down at least one shark. Beedrill, prepare for a powerful strike. Beedrill gently tapped its twin stingers, gathering momentum. Despite Shibing recognizing Sakamaki's intentions, he sneered, "Let us see how you strike without my great tooth sharks." Just as he finished speaking, Sakamaki nodded to Beedrill, "Attack him." With a flash, Beedrill transformed into a golden streak, hurtling towards Shibing at incredible speed. Shibing, caught off guard by Sakamaki's audacity, shouted in alarm, "Descend, starfish!" However, it was too late. Even as the starfish descended, Beedrill dove several meters deep, while Shibing summoned the great toothed sharks to rush towards him. The 5 sharks, initially fixated on the golden beauty, swiftly changed course and leaped from the water, aiming for Beedrill's rear. Sakamaki grunted, "Retreat swiftly. Execute a rapid strike." Beedrill's wings vibrated fiercely as it pivoted midair, turning to confront the approaching great toothed sharks. In a flash, it slashed through the water like a white streak, inflicting a grievous wound upon one shark. The creature crashed onto the surface, sending waves splashing and blood spraying. The remaining sharks' eyes gleamed with fury. Beedrill, having dealt a significant blow, bore an unseen wound, and had it not been for its formidable stingers, disaster would have ensued. Before the sharks could retaliate, Sakamaki called out, "Cat Boss, provoke them. Create space for Beedrill's attack." The cat boss leaped onto the bow, growling menacingly at the sharks below, its taunts harsh and unyielding. The sharks turned in unison, their ruby-red eyes glinting ominously. Sakamaki growled, "Engage," but the command was unnecessary. Beedrill was already poised for action. It dove down, appearing behind 4 of the sharks, its stingers flailing in a deadly dance. A series of savage wounds appeared on the sharks, blood spraying forth. However, Beedrill too suffered injuries. While it had eliminated 1 shark, the others remained dangerously intact, though the cumulative damage had activated Beedrill's full potential. As a pirate, Shibing had mastered the art of holding his breath, and he could do so for an extended duration. Had he not been careless, the great tooth sharks would have posed no threat. Witnessing their injuries, he immediately commanded them to retreat beneath the waves. Shibing's gaze, filled with murderous intent, locked onto Sakamaki atop the bow. Even if Blue Wave ordered him to the Sunshine Goddess, he had no intention of complying. All he desired was to eliminate Sakamaki and avenge his fallen sharks. Pointing at the already battered hull of the Golden Beauty, 3 great toothed sharks surged into action, employing the water flow split technique. Their rapid movements enveloped them in a torrent, akin to 3 water dragons, as they collided violently with the Golden Beauty. The ship emitted a mournful cry as its keel splintered,